had this, y'all. Bible verse thing. Put up some creepy Bible verses every now and then, just for the heck of it. This thing, though. Weird with it. Weirder the better. Everybody else is doing the same thing. You know what I mean? Hey, good morning, everybody. Everybody else is like just restreaming the streams, 4 of them or whatever, 2 of them, however many they do. I'm trying to put as much information as possible. Information overload. Why not? Therefore shall the strong people glorify thee, the city of the terrible nation shall fear thee. And check this out. I didn't even look that up. Here's how I did that. I thought Isaiah is the oldest book in the Bible that they found in a Dead Sea Scroll. Like, huh. That means it's probably in the Torah, and the Jews probably believe in the book of Isaiah. They probably know all about it. So, and then what I did is I just like started scrolling randomly. I went chapter, and then I scrolled randomly and then just stopped. And it looked, and that's what I got. It kind of fits, man. Therefore shall the strong people glorify thee, the city of the terrible nations shall fear thee. Is this the city of the terrible nations? Or is Israel? Like this randomly just came, it was given to me, this verse. It's interesting, dude. I was like, I don't even know why I did this. I was like, what did I see? Something I saw and I was like, Bible verse. I'll put, like, I got the Bible verse thing for OBS, the plugin that I got ready, and it's ready to go right now, and that's boop and boop. Is this the city of terrible nations? Because that's such an interesting thing. The city of terrible nations. This city is representing all Muslim nations right now. Are they actually connected? The Jews, man? What a coincidence, man. What a coincidence. Now you see why I have to wait 10 minutes for. I've probably cursed 10 times already right now. I don't even realize it. Gave it to me. It's sad. Because it was completely arbitrary. I mean, there are a ton of verses in the Bible that don't make any goddamn sense to nothing. You try to put them to some sense to something in your day, and you'll be like, yeah, no, I don't know what that one means. But this is very specific. The city of the terrible nations. This one city is representing all of the Muslim world right now. How often is that gonna, I mean, it's such a small area, dude. To represent all the nations. Because if we fuck up with them, all them other nations, it's going to be go time. But it is a time, because it says, therefore shall the strong people glorify thee. Is that talking about who? Like, what is the before and after this? Let's see. So, what is 25:3? Wait, let me see. I know everybody's here. A Great Lakes Trader Story. Peterbilt, first one here. Thank you, sir. Cool message we can keep up there. Let everybody know Happy Halloween like that. Happy Halloween to you too. I dive second, close second. Thanks for being here so fast. And B-Dog 55. The third, the podium is complete. Fatigue is the fourth place. The top three, well, they're allowed to leave now. So, y'all are gonna enjoy your day, I guess. Do whatever you want. The rest of you, you know the deal. Thanks for being here for the rest of the day. Sister T at number 4. Jim S. What are you shushing? Oh yeah, it was shush time for a minute there. Just happy Halloween to everybody. John Doe, hi to you as well. Good morning, brother from another mother. We're done is here also. Words are not authority. I guess not. It's no longer domestic terrorism. They're going against international terrorism again, finally. We'll wait till they find out all that. The Afghan nationals that are here waiting to pop off. Gino Fast is here. Back in the house. Back in the house. Back in. Shh. This thing is 20% powered. It'll die in like 5 seconds. It's crazy. This phone's getting old. Right. And that's it. That's it. Oh, Jim Hoppus. Jim Hoppus was here too. Well, yeah, but this isn't about a holy war, is it? It's Isaiah. It's the Old Testament. What is it? Is it about a holy war? I don't know. Let's look. So it's 25:3. So it's 25:1. This is how it all starts. O Lord, thou art my God. I will exalt thee. I will praise thy name, for thou hast done wonderful things, like counsels of old, faithfulness and truth. For thou hast made of a city and heap of a defenced city a ruin, a palace of strangers to be no city. It shall never be built. Therefore the strong people glorify thee. The city of the terrible nations shall fear thee. For thou hast been a strength to the poor, a strength to the needy in his distress. But hey, let's be real. These are the more poor and needy people, though. What's up with that? A refuge for the store of a shadow from the heat, when the blast of terrible ones storm against the wall. See what I mean? This shit's getting weird. I'd have to brush it out like Shakespearean. Riddle, figure it out. That's the New Testament, Matthew. The New Testament stuff is, it's actually, there's many more forms of it out there, just like in written form, to show proof. Like Isaiah, I mean, there's many of them, but it goes, like, it's the oldest book that's ever been found. That's why it's trippy to me. More trippy to me. And so I found that out. It's the oldest one that's actually been found in a sea scroll. Like, it's originally, it would have been closer to its original writing. So it's like, I feel like the longer something's been from its original writing and the originals have been deleted, there's a much more chance that the story was fucking played with by more and more people. It's been stepped on. Therefore making it less believable. Isaiah there prophesizing some shit, man. hadn't been stepped on as much. Probably not though. Probably all fake though. Because what about the Indian guides, man? The Native American guides? None of them fucking matter? Psst. They didn't know anything? They didn't learn anything with their spiritual, their sweat lodges and their spirit quests? They didn't tap in? That was all a lie? They're done now, so you're good, right? Is it hard for anybody else to hear me? Because it shows my audio as being pretty high over them. I guess the averages and the peaks are, though. I can barely hear the praying. I didn't change anything. What do you listen on? Headphones or speakers? Speakers probably sucks all the time, dude. Poor thing. This won't talk, man. It'll be alright.
Support the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative. And so this is buying new products, new weapons, new munitions from American companies. $5 billion of that supports our troops who are currently deployed, you know.
I didn't realize that's what this was.
Which is growing large.
Unity. Protect its people in the way security priorities that the president lives in places that are being torn apart by conflict. Whether they are in Ukraine or Israel or Gaza, we cannot lose sight of the needs of civilians whose lives have been upended by war and violence around them. Making sure people have food, water, and
how is that our fucking responsibility?
It also promotes long-term stability and security, combating hopelessness that can spiral into new threats. Let me also say this, as someone who voted against the Iraq War. I have been heartened to see the President urge our allies in Israel not to fall subject to so many of the same mistakes we saw following the 9/11 terrorist attacks. It is an important message for the President and our country to deliver as a friend of Israel, to stay clear-eyed and strategic in pursuit of justice. Every country has an obligation to protect innocent life and abide by international law, especially during times.
Every country has, we do? We have an obligation to protect life all over the world? When did this fucking happen? Was it after World War II or something? I think it was actually. I think the president at the time did some shit. It was like, we are now the Captain Save-A-Hose of the world. I'm not even like, that's not fucking hyperbole, Biden. You know what I'm saying? That's real. We did something on, it was was it on the deck of a ship even when Japan surrendered? Didn't we also add on to, we were going to be the world's saviors if anything ever went down? Anybody know what I'm talking about? I forget what it was called, man. Eisenhower do it? It's a decree to, let me see. What was it? What history experts that out here? We wouldn't let anything, something happen in the world. It's the lurk command dive, not be back later, okay? You just do this. If you're gonna be back later, just do that. Just do that, huh? Do that. There you go. You've been around a long ass time, you know that? That's embarrassing. Be back later. Well, that would give the idea that you're leaving, and that is what nobody should ever do, right? If people think you're leaving, they might want to leave. Come on, let's think about this. Think smart with this. Always lurk, even if you're leaving. Okay? That's why I say bye to people when they say lurk. Every now and then, I think they might actually be leaving. Alright, take it later, dude. I feel like they might actually just be leaving instead of lurking. So that's not a nice way of saying bye. Plus the domino effect, man. You're like, yeah, maybe I should be back later too. There's some shit I need to do. I'm a psychology major, okay? Not really. I could have been. So could you. We're all psychology majors. Look at, dude, Biden is. He gives us psychology advice all the time. Is his wife actually a psychologist though? She's something. A doctor. Dude, that's one thing I don't think I'd be able to do. Have a psychologist for a significant other. I feel like you're always in group therapy. I dated one once and it was even weird. Like I was at a session while we were having dinner. And it didn't even have anything to do with her. It's just because I knew, you know. Yeah, I can pull the educated ladies. That's right. What I saw. She had a higher IQ than me, though. For sure. I'm just high enough. Just high enough to go to get a couple dates. You see, I don't have no ring, but I don't know. That's probably a mutual decision for a lot of the cases. A lot of them it wasn't, though. They just wanted the penis. There are a lot of women, like, horn dogs out there, man. All you incels. Gotta get out there, man. Scared. I got better shit to do, honestly. I started streaming. I was dating a little bit before I started streaming. Yeah, man, it's interesting. I mean, college graduates I've been with that haven't even completed a sophomore year of college, like freshman. They got enough credits with the Navy for maybe a sophomore year. I don't have all the, it's mostly electives with military schools credits. Might be a junior with all the credits though, but I had to take so many general classes. The other dude's getting out the PP. Looking back on it, yeah. A lot of college chicks. They're in college or already graduated. That's pretty sweet. But I mean, it's probably more safe doing that too. Maybe. They all get scandalous, so. Ooh, that girl's so scandalous. People taking it there is. Yeah. Okay, I guess we can listen to this little meeting they got going on over here.
Of conflict. I'm glad the Biden administration is sending that message, and I strongly support their robust efforts to ensure further access to humanitarian relief for the civilians of Gaza. Finally, make no mistake, we need to address all of these priorities as part of one package, because the reality is these issues are all connected and they are all urgent. The Chinese government is watching how we respond to Putin's aggression in Ukraine. Putin is hoping the Hamas attack will give him an opening and distract the world from aiding Ukraine against his brutal invasion. And all of our adversaries are watching closely to see whether we have the vision to recognize how these crises are related and the resolve to come together and respond forcefully to them. Our adversaries are cheering for dysfunction. So let's instead show them unity.
It's Maine.
Let's show them.
The other day, right, when I was like, man, I seen that lady somewhere, man. She was shaking in Maine. She was the mayor, I think. How was she able to be the mayor of Maine and hold a senator position at the same time? Seems like a lot going on. Too much to deal with. Or maybe she's not actually, maybe am I confused? She was up there though, maybe she's just a senator that was up there. Nice blue coat she got on. Oh, she's just a senator, not also the mayor? Okay. Because you can't do that, right? You can't, well, maybe you can, but do people do that?
Them the strength of democracy by passing a robust bipartisan national security package.
Or not the mayor
before
of
I
Maine.
turn it over to Vice Chair Collins, let me just...
What city was that? Okay, I'll
say, while we are focused on the global challenges at this hearing, we should also address the needs here at home. The child care crisis, relief for our communities who've been struck by disaster, the fentanyl crisis, the needs at our southern border, and more. And I'm continuing to discuss a separate hearing to address those issues with my colleagues. I know that it's critical to many of us here, and next week we will have an opportunity to discuss these issues with Secretary Mayorkas and Secretary Becerra at a hearing in front of this committee on November 7th.
Oh, no, it's not.
Bottom
She's not the
line,
mayor of that.
We face a number of urgent
wait.
national security issues and challenges here at home. President Biden has submitted requests for much-needed supplemental funding to address these priorities. I urge my colleagues on both sides to work with me on all of these urgent issues. And if we can pass our domestic priorities right alongside our national security priorities, we absolutely should. After all, we are the United States of America. We can stand with our allies around the world and tackle the challenges facing our families here at home at the same time. Now, I'm glad we're holding this hearing today to discuss the vital national security request the President has submitted to Congress, and I look forward to a thoughtful discussion about what is needed to fight and deter aggression from authoritarian leaders, tackle terrorist threats, and protect civilians, and about what is at stake for America's own security and future if we fail to stand with our friends across the globe and lead. Thank you, and with that, I will turn over to Vice Chair Collins.
Thank you, Chair Murray, for holding this important hearing. Let me begin by expressing my appreciation to Secretary Blinken and Secretary Austin for joining us today to discuss the President's national security supplemental funding request. I had hoped that Secretary Mayorkas also would be here, but he is testifying this morning before another Senate committee. I very much appreciate that the chair has scheduled an opportunity next week for Secretary Mayorkas to come before us and describe what is needed in the supplemental to provide effective border security to stem the flood of illegal migrants and fentanyl crossing into the United States. Through the end of fiscal year, as of September 30th, there were a record 2.5 million encounters at our southwest border. This real threat to our homeland must also be addressed. The collective threats that the United States faces from an aggressive Iran and its proxies, an imperialist Russia, and a hegemonic China are also challenges that require our attention and cooperation from our allies. Adversaries in the Middle East are launching attacks not only against our ally Israel, but also against American troops in Syria and Iraq. In Ukraine, the determined patriots backed by the United States, the European Union, Japan, Australia, and others continue to battle Putin's brutal and unprovoked invasion. In Asia, China's dangerous game of brinkmanship is targeting our aircraft flying in the region, rattling sabers at Taiwan, and physically challenging claims of the Philippines and Vietnam in the South China Sea. Some have argued for decoupling funding to address these threats and focusing only on the Iranian-backed terrorists who massacred so many Israelis on October 7th. We must recognize that our national security interests are being aggressively challenged by all these authoritarian actors in an effort to dismantle the international order that we established following World War II. Iran has been Russia's accomplice in Ukraine through the export of weapons and drones that terrorize Ukrainian civilians. Just last week, Russia hosted Hamas and Iranian leadership, where Hamas praised Russia's criticism of Israel's actions to defend itself following the recent terrorist attacks. China refuses to condemn either Russia's second invasion of Ukraine or Hamas's attacks, despite both having committed war crimes targeting civilians and both having stolen children from their families. If we fail to thwart these efforts, there will be dire consequences that will jeopardize our national security. The metric by which I will scrutinize the funding proposed by the administration's request is simple. Does it make America more secure or not? Let me offer a few reflections. When I was in Israel with Senator Graham, Senator Cardin, and several other senators last week, we met with families whose loved ones, including very young children, are being held hostage by Hamas. During the October 7th terrorist attacks, parents were murdered in front of their children. The actions of Hamas are nothing less than evil, and we must stand by our friend Israel, the only true democracy in the Middle East. Like Israel, Ukraine was the victim of an unprovoked attack by a repeat violent offender. The United States, albeit slower than many of us would have liked, stepped in with assistance for Ukraine to help repel Russia's battlefield advances. Let's review what has happened since we have helped Ukraine in its defense against Russia's second invasion. No U.S. soldiers have lost their lives fighting in Ukraine. Our adversary, Russia, is weaker. NATO is stronger than ever. Finland has joined the alliance, and I expect that Sweden will do the same soon. Each of these outcomes is in America's interest. Finally, the supplemental request includes more than $30 billion to replenish our military's weapons stockpiles and invest in and strengthen the U.S. defense industrial base in many states. The requested funding will refill the stockpiles and increase the production capacity of key munitions in greatest demand. None of this funding goes overseas or to another country. It makes America stronger by modernizing our arsenal of democracy right here in our country and improving the readiness of the U.S. military to deter any adversary seeking to harm the United States. Secretary Blinken and Secretary Austin, we look forward to hearing your specific justifications. Before we turn to your opening statements, let me reiterate that Chair Murray and I want to enact all 12 appropriations bills, including the State Foreign Ops Bill and the Defense Appropriation. As former Secretary of Defense Bob Gates once told me, the most important action Congress can take to bolster our national security is to pass full-year appropriations bills to avoid the harm to military readiness that comes from short-term funding patches or sequestration. Secretary Austin, I hope that you will comment on that in your opening remarks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Collins. And before I introduce our witnesses and move to testimony, I want to take a moment to welcome someone else today, our newest member of the committee. Senator Sinema is someone who truly knows how to work with members on both sides of the aisle. I'm sure she will be a strong voice for our constituents. Welcome to our committee.
Madam Chair, if I may echo your welcome to Senator Sinema. We've worked very closely on many bills, and I know she's going to be a great addition to our committee.
Thank you. Now back to the business at hand. I'm very pleased to welcome Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin. Thank you both for taking the time today to be with us and to answer our questions. We will now start with opening remarks, and Secretary Blinken, I will begin with you.
Thank you very much, Chair Murray, Vice Chair Collins, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify before you today.
Populated areas. Stop supporting the genocide and ethnic cleansing of the people of Gaza. Cease fire now. Save the children of Gaza. Save the children of Gaza. Cease fire now. Where is your pride, America?
I said people feel very passionately, but I ask that we have order in this hearing room and respect our speakers. We will move forward with the hearing and allow the people here and the American people to hear from their witnesses. Senator Blinken.
Thank you, Chair. 2.5 years ago, our adversaries assessed that the United States was becoming permanently divided at home, alienated from our allies and partners around the world. Working together, we demonstrated that America's resilience, its strength, and leadership in the world remain unmatched. We made historic investments in the source of America's strength at home, our democracy, our infrastructure, our economic and technological competitiveness. We've invested in the modernization of our military, and we've invested in our greatest strategic asset abroad, our network of allies and partners, which is growing larger, stronger, more united, and more capable than ever. We're standing up for our interests and values, not shrinking back. Not in the face of Russia's aggression against Ukraine. Not in the face of an intensifying strategic competition in the Indo-Pacific and around the world.
If the witness will suspend, and I ask that everyone again respect this hearing, we will suspend until the room is clear.
It's calling for a ceasefire. Shame on you all. The world is calling for a ceasefire. The American people don't want to support this brutal war. Stop the war. Stop this ceasefire now.
Who the fuck are you, man?
Massacre that Israel is doing on the people of Gaza. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now.
Thank you, Senator Blinken.
This is awesome.
As I said, we're standing up for our interests and values, not shrinking back, not in the face of Russia's aggression against Ukraine, not in the face of intensifying strategic competition in the Indo-Pacific and around the world, not in the face of terrorism and its state sponsors. And America does not stand alone. We built extraordinary coalitions with friends who carry their share of the burden, which I'm happy to come back to. Our adversaries and competitors alike recognize that our strategies are working, and they continue to do everything they can to disrupt us. We now stand at a moment where many are again making the bet that we're too divided, we're too distracted at home to stay the course. That's what's at stake with President Biden's national security supplemental funding request. The President's request would secure the urgent resources that we need to continue to lead. Secretary Austin and I believe it important for us to be here together today because in this mission, as in so much that we do to advance America's national security, our defense, our diplomacy, our development must work hand in hand.
Committee will suspend. And again, I appreciate that people feel passionately about these issues. I would ask that you respect our witnesses and our committee members and allow the American people to hear their testimony. We will pause until the room is clear.
300 people in Gaza, 3,500 kids dead. Come on, I'm an Army colonel, I'm a former diplomat, I resigned on that war in Iraq that you talked about. That was a terrible thing, and what they're doing right now in supporting Israel's genocide of Gaza is a terrible thing too.
Thank you, Secretary Blinken. If you can continue, please.
Thank you, Chair. The President's funding request has 4 key elements. First, it provides for our enduring support to Israel and Ukraine, 2 democracies under brutal assault by actors determined to wipe their nations off the map. It will ensure that Israel can continue to defend its people by building on the diplomatic, security, and intelligence support that the United States has surged since Hamas's appalling slaughter. I know that several...
Committee will suspend, and I again ask that those in the audience respect the people in the room and allow us to continue the hearing. The hearing will suspend until the disruption is removed.
Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Demilitarize the border! People are not animals!
Thank you, Secretary Blinken. If you can continue, please.
So I was saying, I know that several committee members have traveled to Israel over the last 3 weeks. They've heard directly from Israeli officials what they need to defend their people and prevent another attack like this one. And that's exactly what the supplemental provides, with $3.7 billion for security needs, including to help Israel bolster its air and missile defense systems. The supplemental also requests additional authority to draw down DoD stocks and enhances the security of our embassy. As President Biden has made clear from the outset, while Israel has the right, indeed it has the obligation, to defend itself, the way it does so matters. In our discussions with the Israeli government, the President and I have both stressed the need for Israel to operate by the rule.
Committee will suspend.
Let them be at the table! Why aren't they at the table? Ceasefire now! I said so! Ceasefire now!
Secretary Blinken, you may continue. Thank you.
Chair. So I was saying the President and I both stressed in our conversations with the Israeli government the need for Israel to operate by the law of war and in accordance with international humanitarian law, and to take all possible measures to avoid civilian casualties. For Ukraine, President Biden is requesting $16.3 billion to supply Ukraine's defense, without which Russia will move quickly to try to seize and exploit any possible opening, and to ensure that Ukraine can sustain the economic base and recovery that its war effort depends on. This funding will not only rebuild Ukraine's economy and offset the damage wrought by Russia, but it will also help to reimagine it, investing in new industries, infrastructure, and supply chains connected to Europe and to the world.
Are you hearing this? Rebuild Ukraine's economy now. We're going to rebuild Ukraine. Our own infrastructure's falling apart, dude, and we need to build a wall.
Secure and resilient clean energy, anti-corruption bodies, civil society, media. To be strong enough to deter and defend against aggressors beyond its borders, Ukraine needs a resilient economy and a vibrant democracy within its borders.
We're going to save another country's economy when ours is going down the shitter. What is happening to us, dude?
Funding supported by Congress has enabled the people of Ukraine in their courageous fight to defend their nation. It's helped make sure that Russia's invasion is strategic.
Like, is Ukraine going to come Captain Save-A-Ho us if we come into some trouble? How could they? All the camera guys are like paparazzi right now.
Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Palestine to Mexico! Ceasefire now! Defund genocide! Defund genocide! Defund genocide! Defund genocide! In Gaza! Now! Ceasefire 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 now!
Thank you. And before I turn back over to you, Secretary Blinken, I just really want to thank the Capitol Police for their very calm and professional manner. We all appreciate it. Secretary Blinken, can you please continue? Thank you.
So to continue, since Russia launched this war, the robust funding provided by Congress has
thanks for not shooting them.
in their courageous fight to defend their nation. It's helped make sure that Russia's invasion is a strategic debacle, making it weaker in nearly every way. And it's rallied the world in defense of Ukraine and of the principles at the heart of the United Nations Charter: sovereignty, territorial independence, integrity, and independence. Our partners are making significant contributions to share the burden of assistance. Turning our backs on their efforts would have lasting implications for our own security and our own standing in the world. The conflicts in Ukraine and the Middle East have clear links, as both the Chair and Vice Chair have noted. Since we cut off Russia's traditional means of supplying its military, it's turned more and more to Iran for assistance. In return, Moscow has supplied Iran with increasingly advanced military technology, which poses a threat to Israel's security. Allowing Russia to prevail with Iran's support will simply embolden both Moscow and Iran. Second, this funding will enable us to tackle grave humanitarian needs created by autocrats and terrorists, as well as by conflict and natural disasters in Ukraine, in Gaza, in Sudan, in Armenia, and other places around the world. Food, water, medicine, other essential humanitarian assistance for civilians must be able to flow into Gaza. Civilians must be able to stay out of harm's way, a task that's made even more difficult as Hamas uses civilians as human shields, and humanitarian pauses must be considered. Helping prevent a worsening humanitarian catastrophe aligns with our nation's most deeply held principles, including our belief that every civilian life is equally valuable, equally worthy of protection. Without swift and sustained humanitarian relief, the conflict is much more likely to spread. Suffering will grow, and Hamas and its sponsors will benefit by fashioning themselves as the saviors of the very desperation that they created. Humanitarian assistance is also vital to Israel's security. Providing immediate aid and protection for Palestinian civilians in this conflict is a necessary foundation for finding partners in Gaza who have a different vision for the future than Hamas and who are willing to help make it real. Third, this funding is critical to outcompeting our strategic rivals. This request will bolster deterrence. It will support our allies and partners in the
Indo-Pacific. They don't, though. That's the thing. This city doesn't see that's what I'm starting to learn. They don't see themselves as different than Hamas. They see Hamas as their best and brightest that are willing to fucking fight for them and give everything for their cause. The people of Gaza are very proud to have stayed there and held out, and like that's their ground. They're still in it. They're still in the fight. And Hamas, those are their battle. Those are their battlers of the fight. They're applauding them for what they're doing, dude. This guy's crazy, actually, and I don't blame them for it. You know what I mean? I get that why they're like that. Like, so, but don't try to. Oh, fuck you, Blinken.
An increasingly assertive PRC, and to meet emerging challenges. It will uphold our commitment to our allies, including under our trilateral security partnership with Australia and the United Kingdom, AUKUS. And it will help countries transition to military and defense equipment that's made in America. The President's request also includes resources for the World Bank and International Monetary Fund to provide alternatives to China's coercive financing for our partners in the developing world. It will also help ease the impact of spillovers of Russia's war on food and energy security for the world's most vulnerable. The proposed $2 billion appropriation and requested authorizations would generate almost $50 billion in additional development funding capacity for the World Bank and the IMF, an enormous return on our investment, demonstrating U.S. leadership in meeting urgent global challenges. Fourth and finally, the supplemental will make critical investments to protect the security of Americans here at home. That includes addressing the hemispheric challenge of irregular migration, strengthening our defense industrial base to ensure our military continues to be ready, capable, and the best equipped fighting force in the world, and that we remain the arsenal for democracy. More than $50 billion of the security systems funding will replenish U.S. military stocks, strengthen our defense industrial base, and will be spent through American businesses. Each of these investments work together to achieve our mission, a stronger, safer, brighter future where America can lead from a position of strength. Let us come together and demonstrate to one another and to the world that we can rise to this moment. I also hear very much the passions expressed in this room and outside this room. All of us are committed to the protection of civilian life. All of us know the suffering that is taking place as we speak. All of us are determined to see it end. But all of us know the imperative of standing up with our allies and partners when their security, when their democracies are threatened. That's what's happening now. We stand resolutely with them, even as we stand resolutely for the protection of innocent civilians. Before I close, I'd just like to thank senators for their vote today to send the President's ambassadorial nominee, Jack Lew, to Israel at this critical time. And I encourage the Senate to do the same for the 26 other nominees waiting for their vote. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Secretary Blinken. Secretary Austin, if you want to begin your testimony, please. If you could suspend until we have the room cleared. Thank you, Secretary Austin.
How was that?
Chair Murray, Vice Chair Collins, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to discuss our urgent need for supplemental funding to strengthen our national security. On October 7th, Hamas terrorists murdered more than 1,400 Israelis and at least 36 Americans and took more than 200 hostages. It was the deadliest terrorist attack in Israel's history. It was cruel, hateful, and repugnant. And as former head of Central Command, it reminded me powerfully of the crimes committed by ISIS in Iraq and Syria. As President Biden has said, any democracy would respond decisively to such a vile terrorist assault. And I traveled to Israel just days after the attack to underscore America's ironclad commitment to Israel's security. Now, we fully understand that Hamas does not represent the Palestinian people, and we mourn the loss of Palestinian civilians. And I have repeatedly made clear to Israel's leaders that protecting civilians in Gaza is both a moral responsibility and a strategic imperative. Democracies like ours are stronger and more secure when we uphold the law of war and protect civilians. Now, tensions remain exceptionally high. So let me outline the department's 4 key lines of effort. First, we'll continue to protect American forces and citizens in the region. Our personnel have come under repeated attack in recent days by Iranian-backed militia groups, and these attacks must stop. At the President's direction, U.S. forces have conducted precision self-defense strikes on facilities in eastern Syria used by Iran's IRGC and its affiliates. If Iranian-backed groups continue to attack U.S. forces, we will not hesitate to take further necessary measures to protect our people. We've also raised force protection measures across the region, and I've deployed a terminal high-altitude area defense battery, as well as additional Patriot batteries. And second, we're flowing security assistance into Israel at the speed of war. We're providing air defense capabilities, precision-guided munitions, small-diameter bombs, and other key equipment, including more interceptors for the life-saving Iron Dome system. Third, we're coordinating closely with Israel to help secure the release of every man, woman, and child seized by Hamas, including American citizens. As President Biden told the families of the missing Americans, we have no higher priority than the safe return of their loved ones. And we immediately provided U.S. military advisors to offer best practices for integrating hostage recovery into Israel's operations. And finally, we swiftly strengthened our force posture in the region to deter any state or non-state actor from escalating this crisis beyond Gaza. 2 carrier strike groups are now in the region. Last week, an additional F-16 squadron arrived in the region, complementing other fighter squadrons already in theater. And all this underscores the President's clear warning. No government or group that wishes Israel harm should try to widen this crisis. Yet even as we surge support into Israel, we remain focused on Ukraine. Nearly 20 months into Putin's failed campaign of conquest, the Russian military has been badly weakened. Ukraine's brave forces have taken back more than half of the territory seized by Russian invaders since February 2022. And that was made possible by bipartisan and principled U.S. leadership and our coalition of some 50 allies and partners. In both Israel and Ukraine, democracies are fighting ruthless foes who are out to annihilate them. We will not let Hamas or Putin win. Today's battles against aggression and terrorism will define global security for years to come. And only firm American leadership can ensure that tyrants and thugs and terrorists worldwide are not emboldened to commit more aggression and more atrocities. So our actions today will shape the world that our children and grandchildren inherit. And that's why we've submitted an urgent supplemental budget request to help fund America's national security needs and to stand by our partners and to invest in our defense industrial base. We're requesting $10.6 billion to help Israel defend itself. The supplemental also requests $44.4 billion to help Ukraine continue to defend itself against Russia's ongoing aggression.
Dude.
We're also requesting $3.3 billion to meet U.S. military requirements in our submarine industrial base and to fulfill our AUKUS requirements. Now, this supplemental doesn't just help meet today's urgent challenges.
Man.
It also invests in our defense industrial base.
Are we spending more on other people's military than our own now?
The money to replenish our supplies strengthens our military readiness, and we invest in American industry and American workers. That also holds true for funding for Israel or Ukraine to procure new equipment off the production line. Some $50 billion of this supplemental request would flow through our defense industrial base, creating American jobs in more than 30 states. And these investments will also improve our production capacities far into the future and help ensure that we are ready to tackle security challenges worldwide. And all that means greater prosperity at home and greater security around the globe. And finally, let me thank all of you for your leadership. Your bipartisan support ensures that we can defend America and stand by the allies and partners who magnify our strength. I'm also deeply committed to working with all of you to enact a full-year appropriation bill to keep America secure. As President Biden has said, American leadership is what holds the world together. And if we fail to lead, the costs and threats to the United States will only grow. We must not give our friends, our rivals, or our foes any reason to doubt America's resolve. So I look forward to continuing to work with you to keep America secure,
big-ass
prosperous, and
hands.
strong. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Austin. We will now begin a round of 5-minute questions of our witnesses, and I ask our colleagues to keep track of your clock. Stay within those 5 minutes. We have a lot of urgent challenges: getting aid to Israel as soon as possible, continuing our support for Ukraine, and addressing urgent humanitarian needs globally. Some of my colleagues in the House and a few in the Senate are pushing to provide only the emergency military funding for Israel and not the rest of the President's request in the security supplemental. Secretary Blinken and Secretary Austin, I'd like each of you to address this question. Why is it so important that we provide supplemental funding for Ukraine, the Indo-Pacific, and humanitarian assistance in addition to military aid to Israel? And Secretary Blinken, I'll begin with you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think it's very important to understand that the elements of this request work together as a package. As you know, the Defense Industrial Base operates in a complex way.
They need to stop packaging
It's an interdependent
stuff.
unit. Making these investments together allows us to do what's needed to strengthen the Defense Industrial Base and to seize the benefits and efficiencies that come from making these investments together rather than making them piecemeal. We also know, as you've heard, that increasingly Russia and Iran are working together to challenge our leadership, to hem us in globally, to pose a growing threat to our own security as well as to that of our allies and partners. They've been partners in a devastating war in Syria, and now we have Iranian proxies firing missiles from Syria in northern Israel. Russia could stop this, but it doesn't. Instead, to the contrary, its government is hosting Hamas for talks in Moscow. Iran is sending UAVs to Russia to attack Ukrainian civilians. So we're seeing the profound connections here. What happens in Ukraine, what happens in the Middle East also matters for the Indo-Pacific. Beyond Europe, we know that our allies, as well as our adversaries, as well as our competitors, are watching that conflict. They're watching our response. The global impacts of Russia's unprovoked war of aggression against Ukraine further stress the importance of ensuring that the Indo-Pacific does not learn the wrong lessons from these conflicts. So the funding request that we put before you is vital to securing a free and open Indo-Pacific in the face of mounting challenges in that region to threaten to undermine the international rules-based order, including things like freedom of navigation. In other words, to put it succinctly, for our adversaries, be they states or non-states, this is all one fight. And we have to respond in a way that recognizes that. If we start to peel off pieces of this package, they'll see that, they'll understand that we are playing whack-a-mole while they cooperate increasingly and pose an ever greater threat to our security as well as to that of allies and partners. And one final thing. I think when it comes to the humanitarian assistance, and we can come back to this, it's first and foremost vital because this is who we are. We know that when it comes down to it, in each and every one of these conflicts, people are suffering. Men, women, and children. Parents, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, grandparents. And I think it's profoundly who we are to want to do everything we can to assist them, to try to lift some of the horrific burden that they're bearing from being caught in the midst of conflict. At the same time, it's vitally important as a strategic proposition that we provide the assistance that we can to help people in need. We've seen Hamas and other groups play the siren song of nihilism to try to attract people to their perverted cause. We want to make sure that we have a better response, that we have a better answer across the board. That's part of the strategic proposition, as well as one that's profoundly humanitarian. Thank you.
Austin.
Thanks, Chair Murray. I think it's important to remind ourselves that what happens in Ukraine And what happens in Israel matters not to just Ukraine and Israel. It matters to us. It affects our national security as well. We also have to remind ourselves that these countries are in a fight. They're fighting every day, and there are people dying every day. And in Ukraine, Putin continues to attack civilians and commit war crimes that are despicable. And so these countries urgently need the resources to ensure that they can continue to defend their sovereign territory. You know, in Ukraine, Putin has felt that he could wait us out. And that's part of his strategy. It's the main part of his strategy. He feels that the West will get tired of supporting Ukraine, and he'll soon have his way. If that's the case, if we don't support Ukraine, then Putin wins. But Putin will not stop in Ukraine. We know that. We all know that. And so I think it's important to do what's necessary to support Ukraine and Israel and to help them defend their sovereign territory. But as the Secretary said, as Secretary Blinken said, this is also an investment in our defense industrial base. It helps us replenish our stockpiles and gives us additional depth and agility.
What? It was like 5 billion for us, decades, 200 billion for everybody else.
And so I think this is very important that we provide the support, and it's important that we provide the support now to in both cases. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And if my committee members will indulge me, I just want to ask Secretary Blinken on the $10 billion in humanitarian assistance. Some of my colleagues have raised concern that could end up in the wrong hands, including Hamas. Can you just walk the committee through the reason why you requested it and how you are confident that if aid is provided in places like Gaza, it will not end up in the hand of terrorists?
Thank you very much. First, let's be clear that the needs are desperate. The needs for the most basic things: food, water, medicine, fuel. All of these are literally a matter of life and death, just to focus in on Gaza. And we know that they are running out. Hospitals don't have the fuel they need to operate. Men, women, and children displaced. Well over 1 million people displaced in Gaza. About half of them under the care of UNRWA right now.
Why is it our problem?
Desperately need the most basic things in order to survive. So from day one, we have been working with the Israeli government, with Egypt, with the UN agencies, as well as with other actors to try to make sure that assistance could get into people who need it.
Muslim
Gaza,
countries
get it in a way that doesn't go to
care
people
of the money
who don't
part
need
of
it.
it. They got all the oil and shit.
We've set up a system where assistance is coming through Rafah, the gate between Egypt and Gaza. The assistance is checked by Israel at a site that has been established to do that, so that every truck that goes in is verified by Israel as well as by the Egyptian authorities. The trucks go in. These are UN trucks. They go in, they connect to other UN trucks on the other side of the line in Gaza. These trucks then go to distribution facilities that are run by UN agencies. The supplies are then taken from those agencies to various points, to hospitals, to bakeries, because bread is critical, and to other endpoints. Throughout this process, we have an ability, and others have an ability, to track where the assistance is going. We're then able to do monitoring on the other end by contacting the designated recipients to ensure that it's actually gotten to where it's supposed to go and not been diverted. To date, we don't have reports either from the UN or from Israel that this assistance has been diverted from its intended recipients, but it's something that we're going to track very closely. Can I promise that you in this committee that there'll be 100% delivery to the designated recipients? No. There will inevitably be some spillage. We haven't seen it to date, but I think we have to anticipate that. But the overwhelming majority of the assistance thus far is getting to people who need it, and we need more. We've gotten up to over 50 trucks a day before the conflict in Gaza, before Hamas's aggression against Israel and its response. The UN and other agencies and other organizations providing relief, we're sending in between 500 and 800 trucks a day. Right now, we're up to almost 60. We're trying to get to 100 this week. That is the bare minimum of what's needed, but we've got to do it, and we believe we have mechanisms in place to make sure that that assistance gets to people who need it, not to Hamas.
Thank you. Vice Chair Collins.
Well,
Secretary
dude,
Blinken.
they can't guarantee that, okay? Hamas has a stockpile anyway. They've been stockpiling our donations for years, dude, because it shows these people are getting like 300 to 500 trucks a day or something, and they've only gotten 100 in the past week, something like that. But they're not dying from hunger. They're like, people see, like, it doesn't seem to actually be as bad. Like, I think Hamas is feeding these people. They're keeping them good, right? But they're asking for more because they're selling this shit to Egypt. They're selling probably all kinds of stuff that they're getting to Egypt, and they're using that money to buy missiles or rockets. I mean, that's what's happening, dude. Because yeah, they're getting more than they need. I feel like they're getting way more than they need. Just like they're inflating their numbers on the amount of people that are dying, they inflate the numbers on the humanitarian aid that they need.
Let me follow up on Chair Murray's question. Does Israel agree that there are sufficient safeguards to prevent humanitarian aid from being diverted to Hamas rather than reaching the innocent civilians whom we all want to assist?
Yes, Vice Chair, and this is something that we've worked closely with Israel as well as with other actors involved. And as I said, the assistance that's going in from Egypt into Gaza is first checked by the Israelis as well as by the Egyptians. And then, as I mentioned, we have some methods to track it to make sure it gets to where it's supposed to go. To date, neither the Israelis nor the UN have said that the aid has been diverted, and we're in constant, almost daily contact with Israel to make sure that the process we've established is working, and also to find ways to expand it. One of the areas where we do need to do more and do need to do better is particularly with fuel, because hospitals need fuel to run, desalination plants need fuel to operate. This is an area where we're working to find a way forward that meets the needs, but also with the assurances that Hamas won't abscond with it.
Secretary,
it doesn't need to be diverted, though. They've already said that Hamas has a lot of fuel, and they've been divvying it out. So what this will do is make it so Hamas doesn't have to divvy out what they have in stockpile. So it is actually helping Hamas. Because right now, Hamas is giving their stockpile to the people a little bit. They're divvying out slowly. They're not getting as much as they would like, but dude, I think they got a shit ton of stuff underground, dude, stored, dude. Back in like, I don't know, millennia ago, the Turkish built underground living areas to where they even had stables, schools, churches. Thousands of people lived underground, dude. I don't know what the heck they got in Gaza going on. Nobody really knows what all's down there. They could have really big cavernous areas that are like old from who knows how long ago. That was built when some kind of weird shit happened on the earth, and everybody had to live underground or something. Who knows, dude? So I don't know. It's interesting. I'm still in it.
As you indicated in your opening remarks, Iranian-backed terrorist proxy groups in the region have launched numerous drone and rocket attacks against our forces, U.S. forces in Syria and Iraq. According to press reports, there have been at least 20 such attacks, and 19 U.S. service members have been wounded. It's imperative that Iran and its proxy groups understand that they cannot attack American forces with impunity. I know that last week, President Biden ordered 2 U.S. strikes against facilities in Syria used by Iranian proxies to threaten our troops, but the New York Times has reported over the weekend that Iranian-backed terrorists continue to attack U.S. forces in the region even after these airstrikes. Since these U.S. airstrikes apparently have not been sufficient to deter additional attacks on our troops by Iranian-backed proxies, what else is the department doing to stop attacks against American troops?
Well, thanks, Vice Chair. First of all, let me emphasize that the protection and the safety of our troops and our civilians is of utmost importance to me and of utmost importance to the President as well. We've taken a number of steps to make sure that we increase our force protection posture. We've deployed a number of assets into the region as well. We've been clear. The President's been clear, and I have been clear, Vice Chair, that if this doesn't stop, then we will respond. And so we maintain the right to respond. We have the capability to do that, and we will respond at a time and place of our choosing.
Secretary Blinken, Israel has every right to defend its citizens from Hamas, including seeking out the terrorists in Gaza and destroying them while also trying to minimize civilian casualties. There's a critical distinction here. Hamas targeted civilians. They kidnapped innocent children as well as people as old as 85 years old. Israel is not doing that. As Israel has begun to respond in Gaza to Hamas's indiscriminate and barbaric targeting of innocent Israeli citizens, some, and we've heard it today, have called for a ceasefire. A ceasefire would be a strategic victory for Hamas. It would simply allow Hamas to bide its time and prepare for future attacks and pay no price for the greatest loss of Jewish lives in a single day since the Holocaust. Could you clarify the administration's position on a ceasefire?
First of all, Senator, I fully agree with you that no country could tolerate what Israel suffered on October 7th. And it's extraordinary the extent to which that day has receded in memory for so many. I was in Israel shortly after the attack. I've been going to Israel professionally for 30 years and longer than that in my own life. And I have never seen what we have all seen and what Israel experienced on that day in terms of the impact that it has on that society, almost to a man, woman, and child. And as we know, it wasn't just the attack itself and the vulnerability that it revealed. It was the nature of the attack, with young people chased down and gunned down at a dance party, with, as you said, children executed in front of their parents, parents executed in front of their children, families in a final embrace, burned alive, people beheaded. I could go on. You've seen the pictures, you've seen the video. I've heard from many eyewitnesses to these atrocities, including, and if you'll forgive me, because again, these stories recede so quickly, a family at its breakfast table at one of the kibbutzes. And by the way, the profound irony of attacks on kibbutzes, the very people who most ardently believe and want a future of peace between Israelis and Palestinians, a future of two states. A family of four, a young boy and girl, 6 and 8 years old, and their parents around the breakfast table. The father, his eye gouged out in front of his kids. The mother's breast cut off. The girl's foot amputated. The boy's fingers cut off before they were executed. And then their executioner sat down and had a meal. That's what this society is dealing with. And no nation could tolerate that. And as we've said repeatedly, as President Biden has repeatedly made clear, Israel has not only the right, but the obligation to defend itself and to try to take every possible step to make sure this doesn't happen again. We've been equally clear that it is vitally important how Israel does this. And the imperative of doing everything possible to protect civilians, as well as to care for those who are endangered by the conflict, is something that we feel strongly. You're, of course, right that this is a special burden on Israel because Hamas cynically and monstrously puts intentionally civilians in harm's way by hiding behind them, by using them as human shields, by placing its people, by placing its equipment, by placing its ammunition, its weapons, its command posts underneath hospitals, underneath schools, in residential complexes. But for each of us, and particularly for democracies like Israel and the United States, we have to bear the burden of doing everything we possibly can to ensure that civilians are not harmed and to care for those who need our help. When it comes to a ceasefire, in this moment, you're exactly right. That would simply consolidate what Hamas has been able to do and allow it to remain where it is and potentially repeat what it did another day. And that's not tolerable. No nation would tolerate it. We do believe that we have to consider things like humanitarian pauses to make sure that assistance can get to those who need it and that people can be protected and get out of harm's way. But we can't have a situation where there's a reversion to the status quo, where when this is over, it goes back to Hamas being responsible for the governance and so-called security of Gaza, because that's simply an invitation to repeat what happened. And again, no nation would tolerate that.
Thank you. Senator Durbin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 6 weeks ago, the Senate, on a bipartisan basis, gathered with President Zelensky in the old Senate chamber. It was an historic and memorable moment. Many things were said about the courage of the Ukrainian people, which were well-deserved. But I recall one particular statement made by President Zelensky, which I'd like to ask you about this morning. He was asked about the course of the war and said the heroism of his people has been demonstrated over and over again. But he said, without the continued financial support of the United States and NATO, we will lose this war. He was unequivocal. He repeated it. Without the financial support of the United States and NATO, we will lose this war. Secretary Austin, was he exaggerating?
He was not, Senator. As you know, we have provided significant amounts of security assistance to Ukraine, and not only that, based upon our leadership, our example, some 50 other countries have come in and worked with us in a coalition to also provide assistance, and so they provided some $35 billion of their own to this overall effort, and I think our leadership in this effort really matters.
Secretary Blinken, we know why we're asking these questions. The proposals coming from the new Speaker of the House suggest that he would fund the support for Israel requested by the administration, but not fund the support for Ukraine. In the starkest terms, what would that mean if we were to step back and not fund support for the people of Ukraine to repel Putin at this moment?
Senator, I think it would do both terrible harm to our values, but also to our core interests. Values because I think all of us are united in wanting to respond to aggressors, to bullies who try to lord it over their neighbors. And in the midst of doing that, inflict incredible suffering on people.
What impact would that have on NATO?
I'm sorry?
What impact would it have on NATO if the United States does not fund
I'd say
support?
two things. First, what we've seen is a remarkable coming together of our NATO alliance, an alliance that's actually grown stronger and larger as a result of Putin's aggression. An alliance that's also stepped up in a major way. Its individual members, in terms of burden sharing, we often, and rightly, have concerns in different conflicts in the past about inadequate burden sharing. This is an instance where we've seen very significant burden sharing that would almost certainly go away if we go away. If you look at it, total assistance to Ukraine going back to February of 2022, the United States has provided about $75 billion, our allies and partners, $90 billion. If you look at budget support, the United States has provided about $22 billion during that period, allies and partners, $49 billion during that period. Military support, we provided about $43 billion, allies and partners, $33 billion. Humanitarian assistance, the United States, $2.3 billion, allies and partners, $4.5 billion, plus another $18 to $20 billion in caring for the many refugees who went to Europe and outside of Ukraine. So I think what the message it would send, first of all, to each and every one of these countries is if the United States is abandoning ship, well, we may as well do too. And second, our alliance itself is founded on the proposition that we're all in this together. I think they would see this as a retreat from our own responsibilities. Finally, and this is very important, and you heard the Secretary of Defense say this.
We got to pay forever.
There's no doubt in my mind that if Putin is allowed to continue to act with impunity, that not only would he not stop Ukraine and potentially go to a NATO country next, which would invoke our Article 5 obligations to our allies and partners, it would send a message to would-be aggressors everywhere in the world that he can get away with it, so can we. And then we're likely to have a world full of conflict, and that's a world that's not good for the United States. We are much better sustaining our effort now, seeing this to success, than having to pay a much higher price later when we have to deal with a world full of aggression.
Mr. Secretary, it can't be a coincidence that Putin would invite the head of the Hamas terrorist organization to Moscow just days after the October 7th attack. The terrible massacre, which you described in some detail, and I've heard so many depictions. So do you believe there is an allied effort between Putin's cause and the cause of the Hamas terrorists?
Putin is very much trying to take advantage of the Hamas attack on Israel in the hopes that it will distract us, that it will divert our focus away from Ukraine and away from his aggression in Ukraine, and that it will result in the United States pulling back its resources, pulling back its support. And at the same time, he's allied with the exact elements that are trying to wreak havoc in Israel. So we see these things as being very much joined, which is one of the reasons our request is a joint request.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Graham.
Thank you. Secretary Blinken, thank you very much for helping us, the 10 of us who went over to Israel and Egypt and Saudi Arabia. Just to kind of tighten things up a little bit, from an Israeli point of view, there will be no ceasefire until Hamas ceases to be a threat to the state of Israel. Do you agree with that statement?
I do.
Okay, so no ceasefire until Hamas ceases to be a threat. Makes perfect sense to me. Do you believe it's the goal of Hamas to destroy Israel, not to have a two-state solution?
Don't have to take my word for it. Take Hamas's word for it. It's in
I couldn't agree with you. You agree with that, General Austin?
Oh my God, he's sold on it already.
He's not trying to help the Palestinians. They're trying to kill all the Jews.
Fuck.
Would it be
This
fair to
guy
say
is
that Hamas
pro-war every
is a
time,
modern-day version
isn't
of
he?
religious Nazis?
I think there are different ways to qualify it. I would simply say that.
Well, is that a good characterization?
I think the best recent analogy, Senator, is ISIS.
Is that okay with you for me to call them religious Nazis?
I agree with Secretary Blinken. There's a direct parallel to ISIS. As a matter of fact,
yeah, okay, yeah, well, that's right. ISIS, Nazis is all bad. We all agree with that. Do you agree without Iran's help, Hamas could not do this?
In short, yes. No doubt that Hamas wouldn't be Hamas.
As a matter of fact, General Austin, some estimates are that 93% of all the money Hamas receives comes from Iran. Is that correct?
I don't know the exact percentage, but I would say the vast majority does come from.
Well, all the reports I've seen from the administration is 90%. So Hamas is ISIS, Nazis, whatever you want to call them. They want to kill all the Jews. So if I were Jewish, I'd want to stop them. They're being supported by Iran. Our troops in Syria and Iraq, they're there to protect against the rise of ISIS. Is that true, General Austin?
That's right.
They're just not hanging out, no other place to go. They're there because it's in our national security interest that ISIS not come back. Do you agree with that?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Is it a red line for Iran to orchestrate an attack on our forces that kills an American in Syria or Iraq? Is that a red line? Can we tell the Iranians today, in case they're watching, if an American is killed by your proxy in Syria and Iraq, we're coming for you? Can you say that?
I think Iran should be held accountable for the activities of these Iranian.
Okay, does that mean that we would consider going to the source of the problem? The great Satan is Iran, not Israel. It's not the United States. Can we say publicly to the families who have service members over in Iraq and Syria that we will hit Iran if they try to kill an American through their proxies? Can we say that?
What we have said and what we'll continue to say, Senator, is that we're going to hold...
well, I wish you would be more clear, because I'll tell you this. If one of these soldiers is killed, I'm going to say it, and I hope other people will join me. If there's a attack by Hezbollah in the north, General Austin, that would put the state of Israel at threat, would that be an escalation of the war?
It would be an escalation, and Israel would be forced to fight on two fronts.
I agree with that. And they have over 100,000 precision-guided rockets and missiles pointed at Israel. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is it also correct that Iran is the biggest benefactor of Hezbollah?
That is absolutely correct.
Can we say to Iran, the Ayatollah, who is a religious Nazi, that if you escalate the second front, if you activate Hezbollah against the state of Israel to create a second front, we will come after you? Can we say that? Is that a red line?
Whether or not we attack Iran because of a decision on the part of Lebanese Hezbollah, of course, that's a residential decision, and also would require congressional.
I'm running out of time. I'm going to say it if it happens. I hope it doesn't. Finally, do you agree with Secretary Blinken that one of the main reasons this attack occurred is Iran wants to stop the reconciliation between Saudi Arabia and Israel?
yes, those who are opposed to normalization are Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran.
I just want to end it with this. I will do everything I can as a Republican to help the Biden administration to achieve reconciliation between Saudi Arabia and Israel with the understanding we're going to help the Palestinian people post-Hamas. That is the only way this ends. So I congratulate you. I urge you to continue to drive toward peace between Saudi Arabia and Israel. Do not let Iran win by getting us off track. And General Austin, I admire you very much. But we need to be clear, crystal clear, as to what happens if Iran kills an American soldier or they open up a second front. And I hope you will let them know what our red lines are. Thank you.
Senator Reid.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First point I would like to raise is with respect to our colleagues in the House, their proposal, the Republican leadership. Not only do they not fund Ukraine, which I think your testimonies indicates is a vital imperative for the United States, they also want to offset the funding by taking money from the IRS. Obviously, I don't think they read the Wall Street Journal, because just a few days ago, the Wall Street Journal reported that in 2021, the Americans failed to pay $688 billion in taxes. So if we don't invest in the IRS, we are giving up billions and billions of dollars. And I think that point has to be recognized as we go forward and negotiate with the House. But let me turn now to the issue at hand. We're talking about Secretary Austin sending resources to Ukraine. You are now the civilian Secretary of Defense, but you were a distinguished Army officer and commander of CENTCOM. If we don't send the resources, does that increase the probability that someday we'll have to send young Americans into the European theater?
Absolutely, Senator Reid. I think, as we said earlier, if Putin is successful, he will not stop at Ukraine. And if you're a Baltic state, you're thinking, I'm next. And there's no question in my mind that sooner or later he will challenge NATO, and we'll find ourselves in a shooting match.
And so, in one sense, this comes down to a choice between lending them the tools to do the job or seeing young Americans facing combat.
I agree, Senator.
Thank you. Again, Secretary Austin, you pointed out with respect to the efforts in Gaza that humanitarian assistance is not just a good thing to do, it's a strategic necessity for the operations of Israeli forces. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Now, it would seem to me that they could and should move into position in areas they control, hospitals, shelter, and food, and make it available to the Palestinian people and do all they can to assist those people to reach those areas. Is that appropriate?
Absolutely, Senator. And just so you know, I talk to my counterpart, Minister of Defense Gallant, nearly every day. And every day I talk to him, I remind him of the necessity of getting humanitarian assistance into Gaza. We just had such a conversation yesterday, and this is really, really important for a number of reasons. But I'm delighted to see that the flow has increased. But to the Secretary's point, we need to increase it much, much more.
I think not only do we need to increase it, but also in terms of the strategy of the perception of the world with respect to Israel, is that they have to make it clear that their foe is Hamas, not the Palestinian people, and that they will go indeed out of their way to try to protect the Palestinian people. I think that's essential, and it's not just a humanitarian impulse. It's very practical, strategic, operational technique.
I agree, sir.
We tried to make this point also, Mr. Secretary Blinken, in our trips, and we suggested that to the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia that he can put resources into humanitarian relief. And I would urge you and your colleagues to try to get all of the nations in that area to provide the resources. The Israelis control the ground, they can control the operations, but the money for aid to Palestinian people should come from the international community.
Yeah, Senator, I very much agree with that. The United States, as it stands, is by far the leading donor to the Palestinians. We provided $1.6 billion in assistance through various agencies to the Palestinians over the pendency of this administration. And we would like to see other partners, other allies step up and do the same thing. That's something that we've been very clear about in our own conversations. And I really applaud the members of this committee and others who've been to the region recently and have been pushing that as well.
Just a final point, my time is expiring. We have also a necessity to get many American citizens out of Gaza. And
so we just happen to give them $1.6 billion during this administration of aid in Palestine. In Gaza, how much? I don't know how much did that ended up going to Hamas that they could sell, that they could get the rockets, they could all the other shit, that they were able to do this thing that they just did. How much of that was helped them do what they just did? That's what I'm wondering.
Can you assure us that you're doing all you can to achieve that objective?
We are, Senator. We're working on this every single day. We have about 400 American citizens and their family members, so it's roughly 1,000 people who are stuck in Gaza and want to get out. I'm focused on this intensely. My entire department is as well, both in the region and here. We're working with various parties to try to facilitate their departure from Gaza. The impediment is simple. It's Hamas. We've not yet found a way to get them out through whatever place and by whatever means that Hamas is not blocking. But we're working that with intermediaries. We're working that for them. There are also another roughly 5,000 third country nationals from other countries seeking to get out. So this is something that we're intensely focused on.
That is not our problem.
Close communication as best we can with Americans who are stuck in Gaza. We've had about 5,500 communications that we've initiated, phone calls, emails, WhatsApp, to be in touch with them, to try to guide them as best we can, and to work for their ability to leave.
Thank you very much, Ron.
Senator Moran.
Chairwoman, thank you very much. Upon the congressional receipt of the President's request for this emergency supplemental, my first request was of our own committee leadership that we have this hearing. And I thank both of you for honoring that request. Congress has a constitutional responsibility to deal with the dollars that will be spent. And I want this committee, as we should do, to treat that in a significant and serious manner. I think a markup would be important, but I would certainly indicate that changes and input from this committee and from Congress are required. One, to make the package better, and two, to make it more amenable toward passage by both the House and the Senate. I was originally and continue to be disappointed that Secretary Mayorkas is not with us, but I'm pleased to know that that is occurring next week. I want the committee and our witnesses in representation of the administration to know that there are many of us who believe our borders are a national security issue as well, that emergency supplemental financial aid should be included, but I also want you to know that we need the administration to work with us on policy changes, the laws and policies at the border. Financial support for changes at the border for additional personnel are insufficient, but we need a different approach toward the push and pull of those people around the world who are seeking entry into the United States. I'm interested in seeing a package pass the Congress and be signed into law, but I want to make certain the administration knows that there are many members of Congress who are serious about the issues of national security at our own borders. I want to ask a couple of questions, and I'll submit more in writing, but I'd like an assurance, and maybe this comes from you, Secretary Austin, of a commitment. I want to make certain that as we assist Ukraine, we are assisting Ukraine in a way that allows them to succeed. I don't want this to be just a stalemate. I do not want Ukraine to have the dollars necessary not to lose. I want Ukraine, with our help and others, to have the opportunity, with their capabilities, their own personnel, to win. What would be your response, Secretary Austin?
We need to leave Ukraine
my response would be,
alone,
my response is, Senator, that's exactly what we're doing. If you go back to the beginning of this effort here, all of us were saying, or many of us were saying, that Ukraine wouldn't survive Russia's onslaught for more than 2 days. So here we are a year later. And not only have we defeated Russia in a number of battles, but they've regained 50% of the territory that Russia initially occupied. And Putin is a strategic failure right now. He's not achieved any strategic objective that he set out to achieve. He never conquered Kyiv. He's been stuck essentially in the same place in terms of his frontline trace on the battlefield for a long time. Now, I think that based upon where they started and where we are now and what they continue to do, I would say that Ukrainians have made remarkable progress. And our goal is to make sure that they can continue to do that. So we're talking to them every week. I'm talking to my counterpart every week to ascertain what his requirements are, and we're moving with urgency to make sure that we can fill those requirements where possible.
Secretary Austin, tell me, if you would, tell us, how does a failure to fund Ukraine embolden China, embolden Iran, embolden Hamas, embolden Russia? We've had circumstances in our history, including recent history, at least in my view, in which we sent a message to the world that we are not a faithful ally, and to our enemies, to our adversaries, that we are not a threat. Would the failure to fund Ukraine in this circumstance meet that criteria, in which we fail to demonstrate our capabilities, our willingness, our state-to-itness? And what would be the consequences of that message being sent? As you know, there are those who say that we should be focused on someplace else besides Ukraine. But doesn't our failure to focus on Ukraine create huge and significant problems elsewhere in the world with our adversaries and diminish the support of our allies?
I think it sends a horrible message to our adversaries, Senator. I think our
Loaded
adversaries would like to
awesome.
build a narrative that we are not a trustworthy ally or partner. And we see some of that beginning to play out in the media space right now. They are seeking to take advantage of every opportunity. And they would like to prove that the United States is something else other than it is. And we are the world's most reliable ally or partner. And I think it's necessary to demonstrate that we're going to stick by our partners.
Is it more than coincidence that we have so many challenges in this world all occurring now at the same time?
I think a number of things have come together to cause what we're seeing happen. But certainly a failure on our part to follow through with in support of our allies or partners exacerbates some of the things that we're seeing right now.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Tester.
I want to thank Chairman Ranking Member. I want to thank both you secretaries for being here today. I appreciate the work you do. I appreciate the difficulty of the work you do. I want to touch quickly on why we're here, and that's a supplemental to help Israel and help Ukraine with humanitarian aid and infrastructure money for subs in particular. I want to start by saying the attack on October 7th by Hamas on Israel was horrific. And it is critical that we provide our ally with the necessary tools to defeat Hamas. And I want to thank you, too, for working in that way, because we cannot allow terror and enemies of democracy to win. And that is why it is critical that this committee shows the leadership so Congress can deliver a package that supports Israel and counters Vladimir Putin. I happen to believe that America is the greatest country that's ever existed on the face of the earth. And we need to support Israel. We need to make sure we're standing up to Russia. And I think we're able to walk and chew gum at the same time.
I want to be very clear today, as chairman of the Defense Subcommittee that sets the Defense Department's budget. I'll be working with Republicans and Democrats and colleagues to deliver a package that replenishes America's weapon stock, supports our democratic allies, and sends a clear message to the enemies of freedom and democracy that they will not prevail. My question is this. This is for you, Secretary Austin. Can you talk about the supplemental request for Ukraine? How much of that is staying here to resupply our industrial base in this country? It's being spent in this country for our security to replenish that industrial base.
For Ukraine?
Yes.
Okay, so thanks, Senator. We're asking for $44.4 billion in support of Ukraine. And $18 billion of that amount goes to enable us to replenish our stocks. And so we would purchase American weapons and munitions from American companies to do that. $12 billion of that amount goes to support the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative. And so this is buying new products, new weapons, new munitions from American companies. $5 billion of that supports our troops who are currently deployed overseas. We surged a number of brigades to Europe as this began, and we have to sustain it. And then $2.7 billion of that amount goes to expansion of facilities to increase capacity and accelerate production of critical munitions. And then finally $1 billion for the acquisition of critical defense articles, which includes munitions as well. So this money is going right back into the coffers of America, and it's going to create jobs, it's going to sustain jobs, and it's going to provide opportunities for Americans. I think you know, Senator, that the first four supplementals that we asked you for and we received bipartisan support on, over $27 billion of that money that we received was invested in over 30 states here in the United States. And I think that's real money going in the pockets of Americans.
And the supplemental will make the United States stronger, correct?
That's correct, Senator.
We've heard a lot about whether Ukraine really needs them.
It's going into the pockets of people that work at missile manufacturers and shit. I mean, like, I don't do that. Do you do that? Do you know anybody that does that? The only person I know who did that was that dude on the movie Falling Down, and he lost his job at the very beginning of the movie.
Money or not, I listened to the talk show this weekend, and
not a good career, apparently.
There's urgency on both, by the way. Could you talk to me about, if we don't pass supplemental that includes Ukraine, how long Ukraine has before Putin becomes successful?
It's hard to put an exact timeline on how long it would take, Senator, but I can guarantee you that without our support, Putin will be successful. And while the Ukrainians have done amazing work, with our help in terms of the things that we provided them, if we pull the rug out from under them now, Putin will only get stronger, and he will be successful in doing what he wants to do in acquiring his neighbor's sovereign territory.
I would just hope that this committee shows the leadership that I know we have sitting on both sides of the dais to do the right thing here and get a supplemental out that works for our national security. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Hoban. Thank you, Madam Chair. We need to support Israel. There's no question about it. They're fighting for their very existence. We see that. We need to help them, support them, not just in this package, but beyond that. I believe we also need to support Ukraine. When you look at history, we understand very clearly that tyrants like Putin don't stop. They have to be stopped. So we need to do those things, but we also need to secure the homeland. And that means securing our border. And there's about $14 billion, $13.6 billion in this package requested relative to the border and immigration. Secretary Blinken last month, 270,000 illegal encounters, people trying to cross illegally at the southern border. That's a record. 2.5 million last year. And 169 individuals trying to cross, they're on the terrorist watch list. Border security is national security, and I'm trying to understand how $14 billion to house, transport, and provide other services to individuals coming here illegally won't just encourage more to come. So my question to you is, how is it that you're going to assure us here today, and we'll ask Secretary Mayorkas in a week, that you're going to secure the southern border? Because I think for a lot of folks, when we're talking about national security, they want to see how that's going to happen. And we're going to want to be assured of that. How are you going to assure us that this is going to actually happen, that it's not $14 billion for more people to come here illegally?
Thank you, Senator. First, I think it's important to put this in very brief perspective, which is we are facing a migration challenge around the world of historic proportions. We've got more people around the world, in their homes around the world than ever before, ever since we've been actually keeping the numbers on this. More than 100 million people in our own hemisphere. It's somewhere between 20 and 25 million people. And it used to be that we would have one crisis at a time. It might be Cuba, it might be Haiti. Now we've got Cuba, Haiti, Venezuela, Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala, Ecuador, Colombia, and so on down the list, Nicaragua. And then people coming to our hemisphere from outside the hemisphere, trying to get into the United States. My piece of this, our piece of this, the part, is the work.
That's why all these people are fleeing those other countries, because they know if they get to our border, we let them right in, dude. That's what the fuck is he talking about? The reason why there's such a demand for it is because they know. If they didn't know and it was closed, well, maybe it would slow down actually worldwide at that point, because we have that much power. Holy shit, can you imagine? Yeah, I think that's the case, dude.
With countries throughout our hemisphere, for them to step up and take shared responsibility for this problem. And that means, among many other things, making sure that they themselves have asylum systems that works so that people
With all due respect, Secretary, we understand that. How are you going to assure us that you are going to stop the flow of illegal crossings at our southern border? Will you give us that assurance, and will you quantify it?
We are working comprehensively.
Not just talking about the problem. Will you give us the assurance, and will you quantify it?
I would certainly defer to my colleagues at DHS and others who are working on the border itself. The piece that I'm focused on is working with other countries.
Is it your opinion we should enforce third safe country? I'm sorry, my time's limited here. Should we enforce third safe country and remain in Mexico protocols?
We should work with other countries and enforce every reasonable measure to make sure that the migratory flow is safe, orderly, and humane. That's what we're working on.
Secretary Austin, we've had more than 25 attacks in the Middle East on our troops just since October 7th. Why are we not striking back more forcefully? Why are we not delivering a resounding message to stop those strikes on our bases and on our troops?
Thanks, Senator. As I said, the protection of our troops, the safety of our troops is very, very important to me and the President. And we maintain the right to respond at a place and time of our choosing. And we said that, and we're serious about that.
So we're to understand that we will strike back sufficiently forcefully to stop these attacks.
We will do what's necessary to protect our troops and deter this kind of behavior.
One follow-up question. Senator Moran asked about a strategy with Ukraine that brings this war to a successful conclusion. What is that strategy?
Well, from our standpoint, we want to make sure that Ukraine, at the end of the day, is a democratic, independent, sovereign country that can defend its territory and deter aggression. We also want to make sure that we keep NATO together. And I think the team has done a credible job in making sure that we bring our allies and partners along. In terms of specific goals and objectives, I would defer to the Ukrainian leadership to define that. But again, our goal is to make sure that we're providing the support to Ukraine to do what it needs.
They always do this shit. I would defer to Israel. It's their show. We're just helping them. I'd refer you to Ukraine. We're just giving them billions of dollars. You talk to them now.
To defend its territory.
Thank you. We need to know that we have a strategy as part of this funding. I think it's very important in terms of building support for the funding for Ukraine. Thank you to you both. I appreciate it.
Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Vice Chair, for this hearing, and thank you to Secretary Blinken and Secretary Austin for being here at this really critical time throughout the world. Senator Graham and Senator Moran, to some extent, both made the case for Iran funding Hamas and Iran's malign activities across the Middle East. But can you also talk about why funding Ukraine aid is important to degrade Iran's activities as well? So, Secretary Austin or Blinken?
Well, as you know, Senator, we've seen Iran provide munitions and drones to Russia, and Russia's used those capabilities to attack Ukrainian infrastructure, attack civilians in towns and villages across the land. And so I think, making sure that we're dialing back some of the capability. They're connected, so I think it'll have an impact on what Iran is doing for Russia as well. So.
And Senator, I would only add,
dude, Russia's arsenal of munitions is expansive. To think that they need Iranian drones is laughable, isn't it? Are they not good enough to make their own fucking drones? Are you serious? They used one? I think I've seen one Iranian drone attack. It was supposedly a Russian thing that they used, and it was months ago, dude.
That it's a two-way street. It's both the assistance that Iran is providing to Russia for use in Ukraine to further its aggression, but it's also increasingly technology that Russia is providing to Iran to make its own inventory more sophisticated that could and will almost certainly be used either against Israel or, for that matter, potentially against us, against our forces, against our personnel, either directly or via Iranian proxies that are in the region. So this relationship, this two-way relationship, is one of increasing concern to us, and one that we have to be acting against resolutely in both theaters because they're closely linked.
I agree. I think it's very important for us to remind people that degrading Iran and their capabilities means not just supporting Israel, but it means supporting Ukraine as well. Last week I shared...
what does that mean, degrading Iran? What are we supposed to do to Iran to make them less powerful? Is that what she's saying? Degrading them. How do we make Iran less powerful? Unless we're going to war with them.
Hearing of the European Subcommittee on the Black Sea security. I think one of the things we've learned from this war in Ukraine is how important the Black Sea region is to so much of the world, and the fact that Ukraine actually, literally, Ukraine's grain exports literally feed the world. So can you speak to the interconnectedness between the world's food security and Russia's war against Ukraine, and why that's very important, and what's going to happen if we aren't able to continue to open up those grain corridors and provide the food that so many desperate nations and people
too?
need?
What?
Senator, one of the many terrible consequences of Russia's aggression against Ukraine is the impact that it's had far and wide, well beyond Ukraine, well beyond Europe, on people around the world, no more so than when it comes to food security. We all know that Ukraine has been or certainly one of the breadbaskets of the world. Its export of wheat, of grain, of other food products is essential to people in Africa, many other continents, both in terms of the supply of food and also the price of food. And in interrupting, in stopping the export of food and food products from Ukraine, particularly through the Black Sea, Russia's had a devastating impact on food security for people around the world. This never should have been necessary in the first place, the Black Sea Grain Initiative, because Russia never should have invaded Ukraine, and then once it did, it never should have blockaded Ukraine's ports and prevented it from exporting. But an arrangement was made, as you know very well, led by the United Nations and Turkey to get an arrangement by which these products could be exported. And while that agreement was in force, while the Russians were respecting it, allowing it to go forward, some 30 million metric tons of wheat and grain were exported, the equivalent of 18 billion loaves of bread. So that's what was at stake. That's what's been now stopped by Russia refusing to allow that initiative to go forward. So we've been working with the Europeans have been working with the Ukrainians to find other ways of getting these products out of Ukraine into world markets. But Nothing fully substitutes for the Black Sea. It's why you're so right to focus on it. And by the way, last thing I'll say is we have, as a result of a lot of good work that's been done and very good input from you and from others, a refined Black Sea strategy that we're also sharing with our allies and partners. I think this will be an important subject at the next NATO summit that we'll be hosting here in Washington.
Thank you. And I'm almost out of time, but I do want to ask you about the suggestion that's being floated that humanitarian aid is going to go through the UN, and the UN is going to take some funding off of that in ways that support the UN and don't support the end goal of that aid. So can you just point out why that is not correct?
First of all, that's just quite literally and practically not the way it works. The Security Council is not involved in these either the decisions about how the aid is used or distributed. It's individual UN agencies. Some of the critical UN agencies that are involved in providing assistance, like UNICEF, like the International Organization for Migration, like the World Food Program, happen to be led right now by Americans. In fact, 3 American women. And so we have great confidence in the ability of these agencies to do the critical work that they need to do, and to do it in a way that makes sure the assistance they're providing gets to the folks who need it, not folks who don't need it.
Thank you.
Senator Bozeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for being here. And
your versatile mechanic, SMA.
What I think is really the underpinning of our own defense security and our ability to provide aid to others, aid to our department, and that's our procurement ability. It's not glamorous, but it really is so very important. I've learned a lot about it through working with Senator Murray on our military construction efforts, but also Camden, Arkansas is a major player in that space, and they're working really hard. The people of Arkansas, the people of Camden have really stepped up. Secretary Austin, 2 years ago in the fiscal year 23 DOD budget hearing, I asked you about possible ways we could strengthen our industrial base to ensure we meet the current day demands and replenish our stockpiles. Since then, from your perspective, how's the industry responded? How's it performing? Are we making the right adjustments and doing so fast enough?
Well, thanks, Senator. I'll begin by saying that I'm committed to continuing to do the right things to make sure that we're working with industry to expand capacity where appropriate. We engaged in industry early on as this conflict in Ukraine started, and for the most part, well, in all cases, leaders of industry were very helpful, very willing to increase production, increase capacity, and so we have some good examples of that great work. In terms of whether or not it's fast enough, if you're me, it can never be fast enough. If you're, Ukrainian, you can never get it there fast enough. But there are some limitations in terms of how quickly they can do certain things. There will continue to be workforce challenges, and when you expand capacity, there's this issue of the time that it takes to build the capacity and then make sure that the lines are running smoothly. Now, what they've done in a lot of cases to meet urgent needs is double and triple shifts so that they can, in some cases, crank out munitions and weapons at a much greater speed. So the cooperation that we have enjoyed throughout, I think, has been really good. And we are in contact with industry leadership nearly daily, and my under for acquisition and sustainment is engaging on a daily basis, and I meet with them frequently. So they are doing the right things. They're being very helpful, but it can never move fast enough, to answer your question.
So with all the global demand now, and then the possibilities of looking into the future, with such an uncertain world, we've had this global demand for short-range rocket motors, PAC-3 missiles, HIMARS, Javelin, Stingers, 155 military artillery rounds. Do you feel that the request replenishes current stockpiles to an appropriate level while simultaneously fulfilling current day demands? Do you feel industry is able to meet the higher request if needed?
I do. I think what we have in this request is the right amount, and I would say that we're going after capability as fast as industry can produce it, and so we've asked you for $3 billion as a part of this request to invest in helping to expand that capacity with industry, but it's the thing that we need to continue to work.
So regarding the Israel portion of the supplemental related to the Iron Dome request, the language is structured as a transfer to Israel. I'm hearing from industry that they are currently lacking the investment to help quickly accelerate rocket motor production for the interceptor missile to meet the new increased demand. The Ukraine portion of the request includes language allowing appropriated dollars to support infrastructure investments to accelerate production.
Jeez.
Should we include similar language to support infrastructure investments to help meet the interceptor missile demands?
Really?
Senator, as a general rule, we're going to do everything that we can to meet the demands that we see in both Ukraine and Israel. As you know, this is the munition that you're addressing is a co-produced munition,
right?
And so the American company that produces that munition is a company that I once worked for. So I'll have to take that question for the record rather than answer.
I don't have time to address the question, but as ranking member on agriculture, I'm concerned about Russia using food as a weapon. So that's for what it's worth.
Very much so.
Senator Merkley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome to both of you. Secretary Blinken, in your testimony, you talked about the worsening humanitarian catastrophe and how the humanitarian challenges are relevant to our deeply held principles that every civilian life is equally worthy of protection, and that a failure on humanitarian relief could make conflict more likely to spread. I was heartened to hear that Israel has agreed to facilitate getting 100 trucks a day of aid in, but senior UN and humanitarian agencies, senior personnel both, have said that Rafah crossing is not equipped for that type of logistical operation, and that the place where the 500 trucks before came was primarily through Karim Shalom, which is also on the border with Egypt, but it's set up to facilitate large amounts of trucks getting through. Are we pushing to really for Israel to solve the logistic problem so we can actually get, and 100 trucks really, it's 1/5 of what was supplying Gaza before, so that's really just the ultimate minimum, but much more is needed. Are we pushing to have Israel solve those logistical problems quickly to get that humanitarian relief in?
Thank you, Senator. We're looking at every means possible to get assistance into Gaza. I think one of the challenges we have is, while we fully agree that even 100 trucks, and we're still not there, and we want to get there as quickly as possible, is not going to fully meet the needs. There's also an absorptive capacity problem on the Gaza side, given the conflict, given the horrific disruptions that we're seeing. So even if you could get trucks well above 100 going in, you need to have on the receiving end, the capacity to actually both take and distribute that assistance. That's also lacking. So we got to work on that too.
Right, that too. But are we pushing? I'm just looking for a yes or no to use the additional logistical capacity that is at Karim Shalom.
Right now, our focus is on maximizing what we can do through Rafah. But even as we're doing that, we'll look at other ways to get assistance in.
Thank you. I'm very concerned on the testimony of other experts that that's going to be very hard. And the moment is like right now, hunger rising, thirst rising, the potential for disease, and conversations with the Red Cross and others huge because of the contaminated water, possibility of cholera, etc. I want to turn to an article by Thomas Friedman on October 19th. He said, if Israel rushes headlong into Gaza to destroy Hamas and does so without expressing a commitment to seek a two-state solution with the Palestinian Authority and end Jewish settlements deep in the West Bank, we'll be marking a grave mistake that will be devastating for Israeli interests and for American interests. And he notes that the impacts include fanning the flames on the West Bank, a risk of a broader war with Hezbollah and Lebanon, eliminating the possibility of any coalition governing Gaza after all this passes, including whether it's Palestinian, Arab League, UN, NATO, so forth, and destroying the probability of normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia. That's quite a set of American interests. Do you share Thomas Friedman's concern that without a vision of a two-state solution to address the prosperity and thriving and Palestinian aspirations, that we're locked into hostilities that will haunt us forever?
It's been the policy of this administration from day one to support and try to put in place the conditions to actually get to a two-state solution. We believe that is the only way to truly ensure Israel's security as a Jewish and democratic state, and to give Palestinians the state to which they're entitled. So we believe that that's essential. At the same time, we've been working very hard to both deepen and expand the process of normalization between Israel and its neighbors, both far and wide. And these things.
Thank you. I want to slip in one more question. I support the two-state solution, but I think
go ahead.
The facts on the ground are making it more and more difficult, and I agree with Friedman's analysis that policy has to change around settlements in order for that to be a possibility. I want to close with a question related to getting the Americans out, the families who are there. I have an Oregon family. They relayed to me how they 3 times gotten a text message, email saying, drop everything, go to the Rafah crossing. They waited until dark each time. Nothing happened. They weren't interfered with by Hamas, just the gate never opened. NBC has reported on another family in Massachusetts, a Medway family, very, very almost parallel experience. Why can't, with the trucks coming in, why can't at the same time we get those families, those American families who are lined up at the gate, haven't received notices from the United States to do so, why can't we get them out that gate?
Senator, as I mentioned earlier, this is something we're working on every single day. We want to get our fellow citizens out, and we're trying to find a way to do that. To date, the impediment has been Hamas, and I regret very much that we've had occasions where we thought that we would be able to move forward, which is one of the reasons we were in contact with people and suggested that they get in place to do that, only to find that the necessary procedures that had to be put in place to actually make that work couldn't go forward, and Hamas has been the impediment to that. We continue to work on it. We're working on it with Egypt. We're working on it with Israel. We're looking for ways to get people out. But because Hamas controls what goes on, for the most part, inside of Gaza, unless it agrees, then it's going to be very difficult to get that done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Moore Capito.
Thank you. Thank you both for being here today. I think this is a very important hearing. I want to thank the chair and vice chair for the hearing. I remain an adamant supporter of our allies in Israel and believe that we should continue to back Ukraine against Russian aggression. You both made that point very clear. But I do believe that you've also made clear the point and emphasized how intertwined Ukraine and Israel are important to our own national security. But in your own statement, Secretary Blinken, in your statement, you mentioned one little throwaway line here when you say that includes addressing the hemispheric challenge of irregular migration. I am assuming you're talking about our southern border here. As has been reiterated, 269,000 last month, over 200 on the terror watch list. Americans are right to be extremely concerned about what's happening here and how it's intertwined with everything that's happening globally. And we can't lose sight of what we see. I am sure you, particularly Secretary Blinken, when you see the news of the anti-Semitic rallies that are occurring in our own country and across the globe, it's something I didn't think we would ever see in our lifetime. And it's earth-shattering. So will you please make a better case of why our own homeland security here, including our southern border, is figuring into the equations that you've brought us here today to talk about.
Thank you very much, Senator, and I appreciate as well your reference to the, as you said, almost unimaginable instances of anti-Semitism that we've seen, as well, by the way, as expressions of Islamophobia and other bigotry that unfortunately horrifically surfaces, particularly in times like these. With regard to migration, as I mentioned earlier, we have a genuinely historic challenge. We have a historic challenge in our own hemisphere with nearly 25 million people on the move. What we're working to do from the perspective of the State Department is to work closely with other countries to get them to assume their share of responsibility in dealing with this migration. And that means,
with all due respect, it's not working.
This is not working. This is, as I said, a problem of truly historic proportions, requires a comprehensive effort that we're making. It also requires a lot of things, including comprehensive immigration reform, the very first piece of legislation the President put before Congress would have done that. Unfortunately, it hasn't been addressed.
Here's what I'm concerned about, I think, a lot when you see the 200 from the terrorist list. I know we're all concerned about this, that seeds of foment of terrorism could grow, and all of, as you see, the sort of seeds of unrest in our own country as we're watching Ukraine and we're watching Israel. We don't want to take the eye off the ball of what's actually happening here, and I'm sure that nobody here wants to see that. I am concerned. I would like to go to another question for Secretary Austin. Much like my fellow senator from Arkansas, we do manufacture a lot of the munitions at Allegheny Ballistics Laboratory in West Virginia, where we have over 1,600 people working there. And this supplemental does help build up that industrial base and industrial production at that facility and other facilities across the country. I guess when we see where we are now, would you say that we've learned a lot about our munition requirements because of what's happened in Ukraine? Or would you say that these were issues that had been, I guess, focused on at the Department of Defense, but we hadn't really realized where we were until we had to replenish everything that we've given away or sold, and to be able to get our own capacity up to where we want it to be?
Okay, thanks, Senator. I want to be clear about the fact that we have maintained, and will continue to maintain adequate capability to protect our interests and defend this country. And so, as we have gone down every day some of our stocks to provide capability to others, it's important to replenish that so that we continue to maintain agility and depth so that we can respond to crisis like we've seen. But our ability to protect ourselves and protect our interests, we will never mortgage that. And we go through a process every week as we receive requests for assistance, and we measure what's being requested against what's required for our defense, and we make the right calls. In Ukraine's case, there are some 50 countries, as you know, that are working with us to provide security assistance. Israel, their fight's a different fight, and their requirements are a bit different, and so they're using different types of things. So we're able to meet both requirements, and so again, there is an urgent need to get the supplemental so that we can continue to do the things that you mentioned in terms of replenishing those stocks that give us that flexibility going forward.
Thank you.
Senator Coons.
Thank you, Vice Chair Collins, and I'll thank the Chair in your absence and our two important witnesses today. Thank you for your timely and critical leadership in this hinge point in our role in the world and in human history. It is critical that we meet this moment and provide the full supplemental request presented to Congress by our President. And we have to sustain U.S. global leadership, and I would argue it is directly in our national security interests for us to stand up to tyrants and terrorists while meeting humanitarian needs to help stabilize critically impacted communities. The conflicts in Israel and in Ukraine are regional in nature, but they have global consequences. As the world questions whether the United States is a reliable, trustworthy ally, we have to fund our sustained presence in these fights. We have to see the global impact of a conflict like Ukraine that is having on global food security. We have to recognize we can't just respond to Russian aggression in Europe while Russian proxies are spreading instability around the world in places like Africa. And addressing just the humanitarian needs in the Middle East by cutting responses in this hemisphere is not in our interests. We have to address these challenges comprehensively. Secretary Blinken, if I could, I just briefly want to ask you, humanitarian relief has long been bipartisan. There are some who are questioning whether we are spending too much, whether we are preventing diversion to terrorists. You've addressed that previously. I've been reassured to hear directly from Israeli representatives they value humanitarian relief in the middle of this conflict. You're only asking for us to sustain our current year funding going forward, and it will provide humanitarian relief across dozens of countries around the world that are facing threats of instability. Could you speak to the strategic value of our continued humanitarian relief leadership?
Thank you very much, Senator, and I appreciate the fact you've underscored that what we're looking at is to sustain what we've already been doing, and also making the point that, yes, this would be vital for Ukraine, it would be vital for people in Gaza, but also this would cover situations that we have to address in Sudan, in Afghanistan, Nagorno-Karabakh, and other places. And I think, again, there are two things that are at stake here. One is, and I always lead with this because I think this really is who we are, is the imperative that America continue to be seen as the country that stands with those who desperately need assistance at the most critical time. And this goes to, I think, an impulse that most Americans feel to help. But it's also a critical strategic proposition. I'll give you one example. It's imperative that Hamas be defeated. And it's imperative that Hamas no longer pose the threat that is posed so acutely to Israel. But there's military defeat. There's also ideological defeat. You can't kill an idea, no matter how perverted and distorted it is. you have to be able to offer a better alternative to people who are in desperate straits. Our ability, our willingness to be leading the effort to help them deal with the acute challenges they face in their lives, as well as offering a genuine vision for how life can be better, is a vital strategic interest of ours.
Another key piece of this support package, if I might, Mr. Secretary, is the non-lethal support to Ukraine.
That's right.
We are providing a significant amount, although our European partners are providing dramatically more. We're not just sending weapons, we're sustaining Ukraine's ability to have a robust economy and government. How critical to Ukraine's sustained war effort and to Ukraine's independence is this ongoing non-lethal budget support? I'd be interested in hearing a brief response from both ways.
It's essential. It is essential to Ukraine's success, and here's why. Russia's doing two things. It's trying to go at Ukraine on the battlefield, and as you've heard the Secretary say, Ukraine's had remarkable success, again, thanks to so much support from Congress over the last year and a half in getting back 50% of the territory seized from it. And of course, there's an ongoing intense battle now in the east and the south. But Russia's also going at what it sees as the soft underbelly of Ukraine, and that is its electric grids, its ability to produce and export food, its basic infrastructure. This is another way by which basically Putin hopes to sap the will and defeat Ukraine. The assistance that we're providing to make sure that it can secure and provide energy for its own people, that it can sustain its agricultural system, that it can sustain its economy and grow its economy to the point where it's got a rising tax base, it can pay increasingly for its own defense and deterrence. Those are absolutely essential to making sure that it succeeds in this war effort.
I'll summarize, if I might, Secretary. If we only send weapons to Ukraine, but we fail to support their government and their economy, they will lose to Putin's aggression nonetheless. Is that correct, Mr. Secretary?
I absolutely agree, Senator.
Closing quick point, there's $2 billion in this request for support for the Treasury Department to work with the IMF and the World Bank. It would unlock $50 billion in support. I hope my colleagues will look closely at the ways that would allow us to support critical allies like Egypt and Jordan, as well as other countries around the region and world that are facing instability because of the war in Ukraine. Thank you, and thank you for the chance to be with you.
Senator Kennedy.
Secretary Austin, is it not true that the world is on fire in Ukraine, the world is on fire in the Middle East, and that there are embers smoldering in the Indo-Pacific?
I would say that clearly there are challenges in both the places that you mentioned. Of course, in the Indo-Pacific, we see a China that's increasingly aggressive.
Do you disagree with my statement?
That the world is on fire? I would describe it a bit differently. I agree with your premise that it's as challenging.
Is it not true? Sorry to cut you off, but we only have limited time. Is it not true that China, Russia, and Iran have worked between and among themselves to either start those fires, encourage those fires, or create those embers?
I would say that we see evidence of them growing closer together since the beginning of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. I didn't see evidence of China collaborating with Russia to cause them to launch their invasion on its neighbor.
Is it not true that China, Russia, and Iran would like to see Russia dominate Central and Eastern Europe?
I think China would like to see the United States be unsuccessful. They would like to see Russia continue to challenge us and keep us, focused on that area, so that we have less time, energy, and resources to focus.
Well, the situation I just described, I appreciate you parsing your words, but the situation I just described would not disappoint China, Russia, or Iran, would it?
I'm certain that it would.
Okay. Is it not true that China, Russia, and Iran would like to see Iran dominate the Middle East?
I certainly believe that Iran would like to see Iran dominate the Middle East.
Do you think that would break China's heart or Russia's heart to see Iran dominate the Middle East?
I don't think Russia or China would be unhappy about that, but...
Is it not true that China, Iran, and Russia would like to see China dominate the Indo-Pacific and be free to make moves in sub-Saharan Africa and South America? Is that not true?
I think that is certainly China's goal, to be the dominant player in the Indo-Pacific.
And that is not a world safe for democracy, is it?
It is not. It's one that would be controlled by autocrats eventually if they were to dominate the Indo-Pacific, and if Iran dominated activities in the
And if we did not stop them, strike that. Do you believe that weakness invites the wolves?
I do. I think deterrence. In order to deter, you have to show strength.
And if we do not meet these challenges now, do you believe it will be more expensive in terms of American blood and treasure to meet them later?
I do, Senator.
And I've got one last question, Mr. Secretary. I'm looking at your and the President's proposed supplemental. What does $16 billion for child care $6.5 billion for the Federal Communications Commission to extend high-speed internet, and $3.1 billion for the FCC to reimburse telecommunication companies to replace insecure equipment have to do with the world challenges we're facing right now. And why did you make this request?
I would defer to other colleagues on those specific aspects of the budget
support
request. I support the supplemental budget request.
Okay. Last question.
All right.
Mr. Secretary, I appreciate your candid answers, but why did the Department of Defense oppose my bill calling for a special inspector general in Ukraine so we could follow every penny of American taxpayer money, given the fact that the Inspector General of the Department of Defense has never been able to audit his own department?
The Inspector General of DOD has been involved in this effort from the very beginning.
Oh, I know, believe me.
And
he opposed my bill. And I find that ironic because the Department of Defense is the only federal agency that has never, in the history of ever, been audited. But your Inspector General insisted that he be in charge. Do you not see the irony there with respect to Ukraine?
Senator, I'm confident our Inspector General will do a great job in making sure that we remain on track with our responsibilities in Ukraine, Ukraine and Europe.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Schatz.
Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair. Thank you, Secretaries, for being here. I don't think there's anyone on this dais who would disagree that we are in a fight against global fascism and that what happened in Israel is Israel's 9/11. It causes anguish, it causes outrage, and hopefully we can achieve some collective moral clarity about moving forward. But Secretary Austin, I want to ask you about the post-9/11 period in the United States. It seems to me that collective anguish and outrage and moral clarity converted itself into some bad strategic decisions that we are still dealing with in the region. And so my question for you is, what kind of strategic advice are you giving to your Israeli counterparts about avoiding the mistakes that we made in the past?
Thanks, Senator. Great question. And I have had those conversations with my counterpart. And my advice to him was to be thoughtful about actions and objectives and what they were trying to accomplish, and really think that through, because if you don't, then the consequences can be long lasting. And so we shared that with them on a number of occasions, and hopefully that has made a difference.
Do you think Israel has completed its strategic deliberations about what comes next?
I don't know for sure, Senator Schatz, if they have, because I'm not privy to their internal cabinet discussions. But I certainly would say that from the very beginning, I have encouraged them to think about, what this looks like at the end of the day, what this transitions to, and really to begin to think through many of the things that Secretary Blinken mentioned earlier, because I think that's really important. If you don't do things to address the underlying causes of instability, then you create a bigger problem, or you have a lasting problem that will just go on forever and ever.
Secretary Blinken, let's do a thought experiment. Hamas, at some point in the future, is disabled. I think eliminating it's a rhetorical flourish that puts us in a position where we will never stop fighting against some offshoot, some first cousin of Hamas, some place on the planet. So let's stipulate that the objective is to disable them to the point where they cannot pose a threat. Who runs Gaza?
Well, I think we have two trolls, if you will. One is we can't have a reversion of the status quo with Hamas running Gaza. We also can't have, and the Israelis start with this proposition themselves, Israel running or controlling Gaza. That's not their intent. It's what they want to do, and it's not something that would be supported. So in between those shoals are a variety of possible permutations that we're looking at very closely now, as are other countries. At some point, let me be more precise.
Sure.
At some point, what would make the most sense would be for a effective and revitalized Palestinian Authority to have governance and ultimately security responsibility for Gaza. Whether you can get there in one step is a big question that we have to look at. And if you can't, then there are other temporary arrangements that may involve a number of other countries in the region. It may involve international agencies that would help provide for both security and governance. Ultimately, though, beyond that is what we come back to, what this administration believes, which is the imperative of getting to two states for two peoples. That's where you finally get the kind of sustained security that a Jewish and democratic state of Israel needs and must have, and you also get the state that the Palestinians are entitled to.
I think you're both being very thoughtful about this. I want to say that, but I think the worry that I have, and I've heard it bouncing around the halls of the Capitol, is that when we ask about what the end state is, what I've heard is, well, we didn't ask what the end state was in World War II. We just went ahead and fought the bad guys and let us sort it out later. I'm not sure that's satisfactory in this instance, and I think the question of what the end state is ought to be wrestled with at least simultaneously, and in an ideal situation, precede the military strategy, because what are we even fighting towards if we don't know what the political objective is?
Senator, I think you're absolutely right, and just to reassure you somewhat, we are very much grappling with that. This is a very active, ongoing deliberation both within the government as well as with allies and partners, including in the region. And everyone is focused on not only what's happening right now in Gaza, but exactly as you say, where this lands, where this goes, and in a way that fundamentally and materially changes two things. Changes the security for Israel, and changes the situation for Palestinians who have been living under, well before October 7th, a Hamas regime that is in so many ways destroying their lives, misogynistic, repressive, and instead of spending the resources that it was getting to better the lives of Palestinians, spending them instead on building tunnels and building rockets so that it could attack Israel. We need to see a fundamental change in the circumstance of Palestinians living in Gaza, and we need to see a fundamental change, I think, in the circumstance for Palestinians that gets to a state of their own.
Thank you.
Senator Hyde-Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you both for being here. We know how critical that this hearing has been, and I certainly appreciate your contributions. Iran has a long and well-documented history of being the primary funder of Hamas. Iran has supplied Hamas with the funds, arms, missiles, drones, and other equipment, as well as training and technical expertise. I find it extremely hard to believe that Hamas would have carried out its brutal attack on Israel without Iran's knowledge. Secretary Austin, in the immediate aftermath of Hamas's attack, the administration claimed it did not have evidence that Iran was involved. Is this still this administration's position?
It is, from the standpoint of we didn't see direct involvement in the planning or the decision to execute this on the part of Iran. Having said that, the point that you made earlier, Senator, that they have funded, resourced, enabled, trained Hamas operatives means that they have a big part in this. So, but in terms of their actual participation in the planning and the decision to conduct this attack, we didn't see evidence of that.
Do you think they are the puppet master?
Well, I think they are. They certainly control a number of entities throughout the region. Shia militia, Lebanese Hezbollah, and so that's what they do. They export mischief and use other people's resources to carry that out.
And Iran continues to illegally sell more than $150 million in petroleum and petroleum products each day, primarily to China. Iran uses these funds to support Hamas, Hezbollah, and other bad actors while oppressing the Iranian people. What more does this administration plan to do to curtail these sales? And I'll direct that to you, Mr. Blinken.
Thank you very much, Senator. First, it's important to note that over the course of this administration, we have sanctioned more than 400 Iranian individuals or entities for things like supporting Hamas. And that's something that continues to this very moment. We're very aggressively engaged in cracking down on financing and support for Hamas, wherever it's coming from, and including and notably Iran. We've also taken action against the so-called ghost shipping of oil and trying to cut off the proceeds from that, and going against different entities that are engaged in that kind of trafficking. And we have a very vigorous effort underway to make sure that wherever we can, we're cutting off Iran from getting illegal proceeds that then turn around and go to finance terror or go to finance its own activities.
And continuing with you, following the Hamas attack, the administration stated that it froze the $6 billion in funds that were cleared for release to Iran in order to secure the release of Americans held hostage by Iran. Is this freeze permanent, and what mechanism is the United States using to freeze these funds?
So let's be very clear about this, because it's important. I'm afraid that some people have been misinformed, and others may be misinforming about the $6 billion. These are funds that accrued from the sale of Iranian oil over many years to an account in South Korea that was established by the previous administration. The proceeds were to be used under our laws and under our sanctions for humanitarian purposes. Those have never been prohibited by our sanctions against Iran. And indeed, the previous administration set up a mechanism to enable any oil proceeds that Iran was getting to be channeled to accounts where they could be controlled and only used for humanitarian purposes. The money in that South Korean account that accrued from the sale of these proceeds, for technical reasons related to Korean banks, was unable to be used, even though it lawfully could be. So it was moved to an account in Qatar, where it could be used for humanitarian purposes, just as the previous administration established another account in another country for these very purposes. The money never goes and would never go to Iran. It can only be used for authorized transactions overseen by our Treasury Department, and only for things like food, medicine, and other authorized humanitarian purposes. To date, not a single dollar has been expended from that account. There are currently no plans to expend a single dollar from that account, and in any event, that money never touches Iran directly.
Thank you. Senator Baldwin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Secretary Blinken and Secretary Austin, for your service always, but especially at this moment. You've both commented through your opening statements and through questions about the interconnectedness of the elements of this supplemental package. Support for Israel in its fight against Hamas, support for Ukraine in its efforts to repel Putin's invasion, support for humanitarian aid for displaced civilians and those caught in the crossfire, a focus on our manufacturing sector and its workforce needs to ramp up production, among many other elements that this package has. You've also both answered questions about the urgency of congressional action, especially given the fact that House Republicans dropped funding for Ukraine from the current continuing resolution that is keeping government running here in the United States. So against this backdrop, I was really taken aback to see calls in the House for dismantling this package and taking it up perhaps only one or two elements of the package. So in terms of urgency, President Zelensky told us, as Senator Durbin mentioned, when we met with him back in September, that without our help, Putin will prevail. And then again, that was followed by a pause in assistance during the current CR. So I just want to ask you, Secretary Austin, to tell this panel in no uncertain terms how urgent it is for us to pass this package in its entirety with respect to keeping Ukraine in this fight.
Thanks, Senator. I think it's absolutely urgent. As you may have heard me say at the very top, they are in a fight. This is not a notional thing. They're fighting to protect their sovereign territory. They're fighting for their existence. And our help has enabled them to do what they've done to date, and they've made credible progress. They have impressed the world with their bravery, with their professionalism, with their determination, and so their goal is to take back as much of their sovereign territory as possible. And I think we need to provide them the ability to continue to do that, and we need to do that urgently.
Thank you, Secretary Blinken. I participated in the same briefing that Senator Merkley referenced earlier with the UN Relief and Works Agency, getting an update on the humanitarian situation in Gaza for those displaced and literally in the crossfire. Among the things we were hearing were just an assessment of what's happening in the hospital, the lack of medical supplies, anesthesia, things like that, and the dwindling, if any, remains in sort of food stocks and storage. You've talked about our efforts to support increasing the number of supply trucks that are able to get in. But again, your own reflections that prior to October 7th and the terrorist attack on Israel, there were 500 to 800 trucks going in a day, and now we're at 50 to 60. How will this humanitarian aid package assist in our leadership in increasing that, and how urgent is it that we pass that part of the entire package?
Thank you very much, Senator. Look, from my perspective and our perspective, it's beyond urgent, precisely for the reasons that you cite. And we are trying to ramp up now to 100 trucks, and my hope is that will happen this week. And as you pointed out, as I pointed out earlier, that's still well less than what was happening before October 7th. But as I also mentioned, on the Gaza side, even if we could get 500 or 600 trucks, we've got an absorptive capacity challenge.
Yeah, they need to get 600 trucks a day to these people so that they can stockpile and sell to Egypt.
So that also needs to be ramped up in the middle of a conflict. We're working on both ends.
We got to feed Egypt.
I don't want to interrupt you, but I've been informed that you need to leave at 12:30. We have several senators here who have not had an opportunity to speak. I want to make sure we keep everybody's time to 5 minutes so they have that opportunity.
In any event, yes, it is very urgent. Thank you.
Senator Hagerty.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome both Secretaries. Secretary Blinken, I'd like to start with you. I sent a letter last week to both yourself and to Administrator Powell asking for specific details on the funding that's gone into Gaza, the foreign assistance funding, U.S. taxpayer dollar foreign assistance funding that's gone into Gaza, the recipients and the sub-recipients of that funding. Are you in a position to give me complete answers today to that?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, we've got the letter. We're working on it. You asked important and very detailed questions. We need some time to make sure that we're giving you the most robust and accurate answers possible. So, in short, we will get that back to you.
At a high level, can you tell me the amount of funding overall under your watch that's gone into Gaza?
So, overall, we provided about $1 billion in assistance to the Palestinians through the UN Works and Relief Agency.
That's a significant amount of money. I look forward to going through the detailed response you provided, and I appreciate that commitment to do so in a timely fashion. I'd like to tell you why I am asking this. I want to make certain that you can guarantee that not one dime of U.S. taxpayer funding is going to, with funding that's going to Gaza, is going to benefit Hamas and their terrorist activities. Has that happened? And I think the question I'd like to ask is, can you guarantee us that no taxpayer money, no U.S. taxpayer money, went to fund the attack that Hamas delivered in Israel on October the 7th?
So we have, and we've had from day one, and we'll obviously get back to you in response to this letter, a robust monitoring, inspection, verification system for the assistance that goes to any international organization, and including.
Can you guarantee, though, that U.S. taxpayer dollars didn't go to Hamas to help fund this attack on October the 7th?
So everything that we're doing in terms of making sure that the assistance is used for purposes for which it's designated, not for other purposes. As I said, we have a robust system in place.
Can I share my concern, Mr. Secretary, to be more specific about this? In May of 2021, I traveled to Israel after the 11-day war. I met with Prime Minister Netanyahu with his national security advisor. They briefed me and my team on the fact that every humanitarian aid dollar, every foreign aid dollar that goes into Gaza is controlled by Hamas. They either direct it, they tax it, or they divert it. They even take pipes intended for the water system for civilians and turn those into rockets that are aimed at Israel. We've seen Hamas's own videos demonstrating this. So I'm going to come back and ask you, can you guarantee that U.S. taxpayer dollars weren't used on October 7th?
What I guarantee is that we take every possible precaution to ensure that these resources are not diverted. Second,
let me come at it another way then, Mr. Secretary, because your own State Department has made an internal assessment on this. Madam Chair, I'd like to submit for the record a set of internal State Department emails from 2021 that were obtained via FOIA. And
No
Secretary Blinken, I'd like to specifically read from part of that. The assessment of your own State Department in 2021 is that, quote, due to Hamas's overall strength and level of control over Gaza, there is a high risk that Hamas could potentially derive indirect, unintentional benefit from U.S. assistance to Gaza. Secretary Blinken, do you agree with this assessment?
I do. And here's the challenge that we face, Senator. We have in Gaza somewhere over 2 million people, the overwhelming majority of which, virtually everyone, not a member of Hamas, and indeed increasingly disgusted.
I'm talking about Hamas's control over the funds, not the citizenship there. And with respect to their control of the funds, can you guarantee that the U.S. isn't funding both sides of this war, Mr. Secretary?
It is important that
they can't.
One agency that has the ability to operate either directly or through agencies that it works with, and that we have robust controls in place to ensure that the money...
Let me come back to this because I need to reclaim my time. I'm losing it. Israel has said that Hamas is diverting foreign aid. Hamas has even demonstrated that with their own videos. Your own department has warned about the high risk. And I've yet to see, but I hope to, that where the actual funds flow is coming to Hamas from our government to Gaza. But I'm deeply concerned here, and we need to be convinced that we're not funding both sides of this war, that U.S. taxpayers aren't put in a position of funding a vicious cycle. And I think this department, I think your department needs to confirm that with this committee. We need that level of detail so that as we appropriate a massive request for funding, we can assess the risk ourselves, Mr. Secretary.
And Senator, we'll work with you on that, and we'll get you the information. I want to respond as robustly as we can to your letter. I also want to make sure that we are doing everything we possibly can for the 1 million children in Gaza who desperately need.
I hear you. I just don't want to see the U.S. taxpayer funding both sides of this war.
Mr. Secretary, and I hate to interrupt and
Where's Sarah McLaughlin?
But we want to make sure we get to all the senators that are here. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Blinken, Secretary Austin, we know you've been working around the clock to protect our friends in Israel and Ukraine. Thank you for your work. Thanks for being here. Secretary Blinken, I want to thank you. At the outset, you described in really horrific detail what happened on October 7th. I think it's important that we be absolutely clear the nature of this brutal terrorist attack. And I share with you the real worry that in this country and around the world, the memory of October 7th, just a few weeks in our rearview mirror, has disappeared. It's incredibly important for us to remind the world about how our nation was changed after September 11th and how Israel has been changed as well by this, and how we have an obligation to stand up for them. Secretary Austin, I wanted to talk to you, as Senator Schatz did, about the lessons that we've learned in our counterterrorism operations. I note a story from this weekend in the Washington Post entitled U.S. Urges Israel Against Gaza Ground Invasion Pushes Surgical Campaign. And I don't want to ask you about the confidential communications you've had with your Israeli counterparts, but one of the lessons that we've learned in our counterterrorism operations is that not done well, you can end up creating more terrorists than you kill. In particular, when you are careless about civilian casualties, those civilian casualties become terrorist fuel. They become bulletin board recruiting material for terrorist groups. And so there's a moral imperative to reduce civilian casualties, but there is also a strategic imperative. And so I want to ask you whether you have a worry that the nature of the Israeli ground operation and the number of civilians that have been killed and will be killed could end up strengthening Hamas or other affiliated anti-Israel terrorist groups in the long run.
I agree with everything that you said, Senator, and that is a key lesson that we learned in our in the fights that we fought over the last 20 years or so. The things that you do on the battlefield could, if you're not thoughtful about them, they could create a resistance to your effort that lasts for generations. And so there is an operational and strategic imperative to make sure that we're doing the right things as we outline our objectives and prescribe our techniques about how we're going to go about this. So we've had those conversations for exactly the right the reasons that you mentioned.
Secretary, I'm turning to Ukraine. I think the reason why many of us are so worried about splitting Ukraine aid and Israel aid is because there is an urgency, a real urgency in Ukraine right now. And we know that this place has trouble doing one difficult thing, never mind splitting it into two or three. I know that we're careful about talking about the urgency because we don't want to cause panic or damage morale in Ukraine. But I do think we have to be honest with the American people and with this Senate about the consequences of not funding Ukraine. Admiral Rob Bauer of the Netherlands, who you know well, said that the bottom of the barrel is now visible. And so I just want to ask you a pointed question about ammunition. We are really getting to a point very soon where there are not bullets in the guns. And we need to be serious with our colleagues about the consequences for the rank and file soldiers in Ukraine if we don't get this assistance soon. The need is dire, isn't it?
It absolutely is, Senator. And again, this funds artillery munitions, small arm munitions, you name it, and they desperately need a constant supply of warfighting capability in order to be successful. We would like to see them continue their operations through the winter. I think that's an imperative. They can't do that if we've caused them to pause, because there's a pause in the security assistance that we provide.
30 seconds, Secretary Blinken, fuel into Gaza. Do we have a process to deliver fuel into Gaza that assures that it doesn't get diverted to Hamas?
We're working urgently on that. I'll say two things very quickly about it. First, Hamas has its own stockpile of fuel. If it cared a whit about the people of Gaza, it would make sure itself that it used that fuel to have the hospitals be able to operate, have the incubators stay turned on, et cetera. But of course it doesn't. And we have an obligation to do everything we can, if Hamas is not going to do it, to look out for people in Gaza. So we are working on a mechanism that can get fuel to where it's needed, particularly hospitals, bakeries, desalination plants.
Secretary, I'm going to have to interrupt you because, again, you have informed us you need to leave, and I want to make sure as many senators as possible have time. Senator Britt.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairman. I'd like to start by telling you and the Vice Chair how much we appreciate you holding this hearing. It is critically important that we have the opportunity to ask tough questions, to get answers for the American people, and to do our job. You allowing us to be here today will certainly make great strides towards that. Thank you both for being here before this committee. Before we start on talking about some of the topics that we're here to talk about today, I want to make sure that we make a point on our border. So the National Defense Strategy of our nation promises that first we will defend our homeland. In order to do that, we must secure our border. When we were talking about the number of people here and the number of countries, Secretary Blinken, I'd like to add to the countries that you just said. We have people from Iran, people from Syria, people from Yemen, people from Jordan, people from Lebanon. We know the foothold that Iran has in so many of these nations. Now, these are the people that we have encountered at the border. There exists a problem that we have 1.7 million gotaways into this nation where we don't know who they are, where they're going, or what their intentions are. As we see anti-Semitic behavior rise not only across the oceans, but here in this nation, we must do every single thing that we can to keep our homeland safe, and that starts with securing our border. When we look at what's happening in Israel and the atrocities, I want to thank both of you for going and putting boots on the ground immediately, telling our friends and greatest ally in the Middle East, Israel, that we stand shoulder to shoulder with them, particularly in the face of these barbaric atrocities that occurred on October 7th. Secretary Blinken, thank you for what you just said, talking about what actually happened. I hope that every media outlet plays what you testified to earlier, and that is that we have seen men with their eyeballs gouged out. We saw children watch their parents be executed. We saw families at their breakfast table be tortured and murdered. This must stop. And in order for people in Israel to be able to tuck their children in at night, and people across this globe, we must eradicate Hamas. In doing so, we've got to take the threat of Iran seriously and what they've been doing across the globe, what they've been funding, who they have been training. You said earlier, Secretary Blinken, you agreed with Senator Graham that the normalization efforts with Saudi and Israel, that was one of the links in the chain that led us to where we are today. My question for you is, do you agree that the strategy of what I would call appeasement from this administration that occurred starting with the Obama administration now to here when it's easing off of sanctions, even offering to enter back into talks about the JCPOA, that type of behavior also contributed to where we are today?
Oops. Thank you, Senator. It won't surprise you that I wouldn't agree with that statement, even though I agree with pretty much everything you said right up to that statement. And again, I just point out that when it comes to Iran, two things very quickly. One.
Go ahead. And I know I have limited time.
Very quickly. We've been engaged in going at Iran for its support in a whole variety of ways for malicious activities throughout the region, including support for terrorism, including destabilization. That's involved, as I said, sanctioning more than 400 Iranian entities and individuals over the last 2.5 years.
And not to cut you off, but I know that she's going to cut me off. So, in order to actually do this, we have to go back to a strategy of maximum pressure. I hope you'll work with your other countries here in G7 to actually do that. Can you commit today that this administration will not resume talks to enter in with Iran to enter the JCPOA?
Well, I'm not going to get into hypotheticals about our diplomacy. I can simply say that it was a big mistake to walk away from the JCPOA, because at least it took one problem off the table, which was Iran's nuclear program. Unfortunately, since we've moved out, Iran has turned that back on. And so that just adds to the threat that Iran poses.
Obviously, we're going to disagree on that.
Problem was a positive.
So we have one more minute. Secretary Austin, when we're looking at what is happening across the Middle East there, particularly with attacks on our troops, do you believe that Iran understands? We more recently heard this administration say that there is a red line. Do you believe that Iran understands what that red line is?
Senator Britt, we've been clear that the protection of our troops is important, and we will do what's necessary to protect them. And this activity has to change. If it doesn't change, we will respond, and again, we'll respond at a time
of our choosing. Yes, and I just want to make sure that we have we been clear with Iran what that red line is? Do they understand that?
We have been clear about what I just said, Senator Britt.
Okay.
Thank you. Senator Manchin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and thanks both of you all. It's been very enlightening, and it's been very interesting in hearing y'all's
approach on this. First of all, we know that Ukraine can't succeed without U.S. support. Can Israel succeed without U.S. support? Just yes or no very quickly on that, either one.
That's correct. My assessment is that if the United States does not continue to support Ukraine, they will not succeed.
Right, but can Israel without our support?
That's right.
Can Israel make it without our support?
I think, no, I think we have to continue to support them as they
I'm just asking you questions that people are asking me. So they're saying, we've been giving $3 billion and Israel's very advanced. Ukraine was not. We had to bring them up to speed, be able to fight their fight, and we're committed there. And Secretary Blinken.
I would simply say that on the one hand, Israel prides itself in being able to defend itself by itself, but a critical function.
Doesn't. It acts like it defends itself by itself.
Including through the memorandum of understanding that was negotiated by the Obama administration to give Israel
support not only justified but needed. You're saying it'd be hard to take on all the fronts.
The price itself for doing shit doesn't do.
Go ahead, Israel. Ask about what we can produce. Is the United States running a risk, maybe not having enough to defend ourselves if we're pulled into any of these battles because of what we're basically producing? Are we producing enough here with the trusted allies and ourselves, producing enough ammunition to defend our own homeland and help our allies too?
Thanks, Senator. The first order of business for us is to make sure that we have the capability required to defend our nation and protect our interests. And then above and beyond that,
you think we're producing enough? We're ramping up. I know we're trying to.
Yes, we are ramping up. But if we had to only resource ourselves, yes. But we're at a point in time where we're resourcing allies and partners like Ukraine and Israel, and it's going to require more.
I'm just asking the question because people are asking me, are we running ourselves critically low on our own volume of what we need in our own basically inventory, or are we basically overproducing, or can we produce enough, or are we supplying more than what we can produce to backfill? That was a question. The other thing that's been asked of me, first of all, our commitment to win. Our track record hasn't been too good with Vietnam and basically Afghanistan, Ukraine getting out and end result. Are we committed to staying with this to win? Because I believe Ukraine is the most I just think it's the purpose and the most honorable position we've ever taken in my lifetime of seeing that we were committed to playing the role the United States plays as a defender of freedom and liberties. When you have a country willing to risk their own life, put their own people on the line, that's the least we can do to support them. So I'm all in on that. But are we committed to staying to stay all the way through? And next of all, on our support to Israel. Israel's got to take out Hamas. Israel has to be supported to do that. And with that, are we committed to make sure that happens? So I think it leads into this final question. People have asked me, are the people in the Palestinian people in Gaza, are they committed to the cause, Hamas's cause, basically, and that's why they're not leaving when we've basically been warned that you should leave? Do they are being held hostage by Hamas? Can we not get aid to them, making sure it's being used for the purpose of their survivability? And can we not get them out of there? What's holding that back?
We are committed to making sure that Ukraine has what it needs to defend its sovereign territory. That's why we're here asking you for support.
No problem, but I'm just saying, is there a way to do that? Secretary Blinken, I know you've been over there quite a bit. Both of you all have.
Senator, very quickly, the overwhelming majority of Palestinians living in Gaza are not part of Hamas, don't support Hamas, in fact, are subject to its repressive rule. But these are impoverished people who have virtually no opportunity and so no ability.
You're saying nowhere to go?
So very hard for them to move out of the way, although obviously we're working on that to try to get them out of harm's way. Very little ability to provide for themselves, which is why we're trying to get assistance in. But ultimately, this is their land. We don't want to see them displaced.
Very quickly,
we do want to see different governance.
The problem that we have, basically, we're saying that $10 billion for humanitarian aid, when we know we can't even get the aid that we're putting in there now going into the hands.
We can, and we are. We're making sure that the assistance going in is going to the people who need it and deserve
Mr. Secretary,
not people who don't.
I apologize to everyone. The Secretary Blinken has said he has to leave. I respect that. Secretary Austin has said he'd stay. We have four senators who have not had a chance to ask anything. Senators Rubio, Van Hollen, Fisher, and Murkowski. If you will indulge me, I would like to ask each of those to ask quickly their question for Secretary Blinken to respond to those. And Secretary Austin will be here and stay here to answer. And those four, we'll call it back on you.
I have one final comment I want to make to both of y'all. This is a bipartisan. So when you hear all of my Republican colleagues saying about how important it is to secure our own borders, I want you to know it's bipartisan. I've got more concern about our own borders for my own people in West Virginia. And I want to make sure that you understand that we will do anything and everything humanly possible to support securing the borders of the United States of America.
Thank you. I'm going to call on Senator Rubio, Van Hollen, Fisher, and Murkowski to simply ask a question. Mr. Secretary, if you can respond to those together, and then I will call on all of you to ask Secretary Austin a question. Senator Rubio.
Well, since I only have one question, no one else is going to ask you about this, and it's unrelated to this matter, tangentially anyway. We recently did a deal with the Maduro regime in Venezuela. in which we lifted sanctions in exchange for free and fair elections that they were supposed to comply with. It's taken them 2 weeks now. They have violated that. They canceled the opposition's primary election, continue to ban their winner of that primary. They basically wiped out the election. They've broken the deal. Are we going to reimpose sanctions?
Senator Van Hollen, question, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Secretary, in the aftermath of the horror visited upon Israel by Hamas and the ongoing war in Gaza, much of the world has turned its eye away from what's happening on the West Bank. And what we're seeing, and our own folks on the ground have been reporting this on a daily basis, is that with support of extremists in the Netanyahu government, people like Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, extremist settler violence against Palestinians has skyrocketed as more Palestinians are pushed off their land in Area C. As you know, all this does is strengthen Hamas, undermine the already weak PA, and open another front in this war. I know the president has raised this issue with Prime Minister Netanyahu, but according to every report I get, and I know both you secretaries get these, we've seen no improvement. So my question is pretty simple. What is your plan beyond urging that something be done when our pleas continue to be ignored?
Senator Fisher, question, please. No question. Senator Murkowski.
Given the overlay that we have heard, the interconnectedness between what is happening in Ukraine with Putin's war, what we are seeing truly explode now in Israel by Hamas with the support of Iran, given what we have all been discussing here with regards to the tension in China and Taiwan. We're not talking about North Korea today, but we should always be thinking about North Korea's intentions. This is a simple question that I was going to ask both of you. Given the situation globally and what is at play and how it all intersects, are we at a time and a place where, from a national security perspective, we are as vulnerable as we have been as a nation in your professional estimation?
Mr. Secretary, your responses, please.
Thank you, and I very much appreciate the accommodation. I want to try to quickly answer, at least address initially the questions that were raised before I leave. Senator Rubio, thank you very much for the question about Venezuela. As you know, following the agreement that the unitary platform, the opposition, reached with the regime on a way forward toward elections, we wanted to support that, and part of supporting that was to encourage that to move forward, including by lifting some sanctions with the ability, of course, to snap them back or to put some licenses in place that can be revoked very quickly. If the regime has in fact violated the agreement that it reached, then of course we'll take the necessary action. We've been very clear about that. They're not getting a free pass for actions that they take that are in contradiction to the commitments that they've made to move toward free and fair elections, which is a shared objective that we have with the opposition, with the unitary platform. So we're tracking that very carefully and happy to come back to you further as this moves along. Senator Van Hollen, with regard to the West Bank, we very much share the concern that you've expressed. Palestinian Authority is doing everything that it can to keep security, to keep stability in the West Bank. It's vastly under-resourced. This is another aspect of the problem. And we've urged the Israelis, for example, to provide the authority with the resources that it needs that are being held back, tax revenues and other fees that it collects and then normally gives to the authority so that it can do its business, to release those. And at the same time, the president himself has been very clear, very direct, and very explicit about our concerns about extreme settler violence and the impact that that's having on the West Bank, including adding fuel to the fire. We've seen that people have been, in effect, forcibly displaced from their communities as well as killed. So this is something that we are in direct communication and conversation with the Israeli government at the very highest levels, and something we're tracking very carefully.
Tony, if I could add, just
please.
I mentioned earlier I talk to my counterpart nearly every day. And this is something that I bring up every time I talk to him. As you mentioned, Senator, I'm watching these reports and some of the things that we're seeing are fairly disturbing. And it will work against them going forward if they don't make a decision to control this better.
Thank you. Really needs to stop.
And then, Senator Murkowski, I think I would say this. We see the challenges that we've been discussing today. You also mentioned North Korea, another challenge that we take with dead seriousness. That's on one side of the equation. The other side of the equation is this. There's never been a time in my own experience where we've had greater unity of purpose, greater unity of action, greater convergence with our partners in Europe, our partners in Asia, and indeed in other parts of the world than we have now in facing exactly those problems. We built a coalition of more than 50 countries to help deal with the aggression that Putin is committing in Ukraine, an extraordinary coalition that is supporting Ukraine in so many different ways, as well as dealing with broader problems that Russia poses. At the same time, we built much greater convergence than I've ever seen on how to deal with and approach the challenges posed by China. And we see that in Asia itself. We see that in our relationships with everyone from Korea to Japan to the Philippines to Vietnam to India, countries wide and far, as well as in Europe. So I'm very comforted by the fact that because we've revitalized, re-energized, re-engaged our core alliances and partnerships, our greatest strength, and built new ones and brought them together in new ways, we have tremendously effective groupings of countries that are prepared to deal with these challenges.
Thank you, and thank you. I understand you have a meeting with the Speaker and appreciate your answering those questions. I will go back to the senators who've not had a chance now. Secretary Austin, thank you for your willingness to stay and answer the final questions. Senator Rubio.
Thank you. Secretary Austin, I wanted to ask you, and really I'll just be, I guess, very quick in respect for all the people's time here. These attacks from these, we continue to call them proxies, they're basically agents of the IRGC and the Iranians. They would not be occurring without the Iranians not just permitting them, but frankly facilitating them. And the Iranians would not facilitate or permit them because, in fact, there was a pause on those attacks for some period of time. They would not facilitate or permit them unless they calculated that these attacks do not cross some threshold in their mind that if they cross that threshold, it would trigger a price, a response, a price they don't want to pay, a response they don't want to see. At this moment, I do not believe that we can argue that we have a deterrence in place with these attacks. And this is more of a comment than it is a question, although you're obviously free to comment, and I think we're very interested to hear what your response will be. But it is my deep belief that I hope is shared by the department that if we do not, I don't want a broader war with Iran. None of us have talked about it. I'm not one of those people who have out there been talking about airstrikes and starting a war with Iran as a tinderbox to begin with. But if we do not have a credible, not just a deterrence, a credible deterrence with the Iranians, these attacks are going to escalate. They're going to come faster. They're going to spread beyond Syria and Iraq, and they will involve weaponry of increasing sophistication and lethality. And that is my biggest fear, is that we will find ourselves, if we do not soon establish a credible deterrent, they will begin to cross lines that will require not just a defensive posture on our front, but imposing a cost on them. One of the biggest, obviously, I share all the comments that have been made here about the horrifying incident involving Hamas and everything they've done in the past and moving forward, the need to stand with our allies. But I think this is the one that really, this is the one that has the threat to quickly spiral out of control, is that these groups escalating these attacks to include more places at a faster clip with more lethality and sophistication if we do not establish a credible deterrent quickly.
Senator, I agree with you that if they're not convinced that we will do what's necessary to protect our troops, then they will continue on as they are. But I've been clear, the President's been clear that that's something that we won't tolerate, and we will do what's necessary to protect our troops. You saw me move another carrier battle group. Actually, it's in the Med now. It's headed to the Gulf region. That gives us more capability, more strike capability. We have additional aircraft in the region now. We have the punch that's necessary to protect our interests, and we're going to do what's necessary to do that.
Well, I have no question that we have the assets positioned in the region to impose a cost on Iran that they do not want to pay. I hope we never have to do it. I guess the fundamental question really becomes, do they believe we would actually do it? I understand the complexity of the situation where something could trigger and suddenly this thing begins to move in a direction that spirals out of control. What I have real concerns about is their perception of what we are willing to do may not match up with what we're actually willing to do. Hence, at this moment, we do not have a credible deterrent. And I sense from your answer that you share that concern. Sometimes, even when we say things, they may not believe us, even if we have the capability to do it. So it's one of those situations where we don't want there to be a shooting war, certainly, and seeing this thing escalate. But I think one of the things that guarantees escalation is the lack of a credible deterrent. It's a complex and serious matter, and one that I hope it sounds like you share my concern about it quickly spiraling here, primarily because of Iranian perceptions of our willingness, not our capability, but our willingness to take deterrent action.
Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Austin, thank you for your service. And I agree that we have to provide the people of Ukraine with military assistance that they need to defend themselves against Putin's aggression. And President Biden is right to stand with Israel in its hour of need. All of us have been repulsed by the horror and brutality of the Hamas terror attacks that left over 1,400 innocent Israelis murdered, including women and children, including those massacred at Kibbutz Kfar Aza, which I visited in June. When scaled to the size of the U.S. population, that is comparable to over 40,000 Americans killed, a horror that will never be erased. So all of us agree that Israel not only has the right, but the duty to defend itself and eliminate the threat from Hamas. Hamas must immediately release all the hostages, and as Israel conducts its operations, many of us believe it should prioritize returning the hostages safely home. Also, as President Biden has said, it must conduct its operations in accordance with the laws of war, not only because taking all possible measures to avoid civilian casualties and human suffering is morally and legally required, but that it is also in the best strategic interests of the United States and Israel to do so, something both you and Secretary Blinken have affirmed today. The president has been very clear about the need to distinguish between Hamas and the overwhelming number of Gaza's over 2 million Palestinian civilians who have nothing to do with Hamas. But some members of Prime Minister Netanyahu's coalition have indicated that all Palestinians in Gaza are responsible for the horror visited upon Israel. And Israel has imposed, as you know, a full siege on the people of Gaza, cutting off most water, food, medicine, electricity, and fuel shipments. Secretary Blinken described the desperate humanitarian situation in his testimony today, but to date, we have only seen a trickle of the needed humanitarian aid crossing the Rafah border. I saw the readout from your conversation today with Minister Gallant, where you indicated, and I quote, that humanitarian law requires that there be unfettered humanitarian assistance. So, Mr. Secretary, simple question. We've got a trickle going. You would agree that in the interests of humanitarian law and helping innocent people in Gaza, we have to do a lot better? Simple question.
I agree, Senator, and as I said earlier, it's a moral and operational and strategic imperative. If you fail to do that, then I think we're going to create a problem that they will create a bigger problem for themselves.
Now, the siege is being accompanied by a ferocious bombing campaign. In just the first 6 days of the war, Israel dropped 6,000 bombs in the densely populated Gaza Strip. Israel has stopped reporting the number of bombs being dropped, but the intense pace has continued. Last night, my wife and I learned that someone we know well lost 2 family members and 4 of their children killed in bombing in Gaza. So they are not yet included in the most recent death toll reported by the United Nations yesterday, which says the number of dead has risen to over 8,300 people, 70% of them women and children, including 3,457 children. These are UN figures. According to UN figures, that is about 6 times more children killed in 3 weeks in Gaza than the number of children killed in Ukraine during the entire war there. And if you scale the death of those Palestinian children to the United States population, it's comparable to over 230,000 American children killed. The executive director of UNICEF, Catherine Russell, said at the current rate, more than 420 children are being killed or injured in Gaza each day, a number, she said, which should shake us to our core. I agree. Now, Mr. Secretary, I know that people on opposing sides of this conflict provide different reasons for why the death toll is so high. And you are right about Hamas's despicable practices of operating among civilians. But regardless of the explanation, we must not look away from these terrible facts. You and the President have repeatedly said that Israel must comply with the rules of war. But as we consider additional American military assistance to Israel's fight in Gaza, don't we have an obligation not only to state that expectation, but to ensure that our support is used in a manner that complies with the laws of war and U.S. law? That's my question, Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, we will continue to emphasize to our allies here the necessity to account for the civilians that are in the battle space. They are a part of the battle space. They must account for them. They must do the right thing in terms of taking that into consideration as they do their targeting. They must create...
Mr. Secretary, with respect, my question is a little different. My question is now that we're talking about...
Senator Van Hollen, I apologize. Secretary Austin has just a few minutes left. We still have 4 senators.
All right, additional assistance, don't we now have an obligation, not just a stated expectation, for that to be the case?
Thank you. Senator Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. While I appreciate Secretary Austin and Secretary Blinken testifying today, I will echo my colleagues' sentiment and say that I'm disappointed Secretary Mayorkas is not here. However, I am very, very pleased to hear that he will be before this committee next week, because there is a national security crisis at our southern border. And this administration must make serious policy changes to address the crisis. I look forward to hearing from Secretary Mayorkas on how the administration intends to address that crisis. 24 days ago, Israel suffered the worst terrorist attack in its history. Israel has the right and the responsibility to respond to these barbaric attacks. We can best help them by giving them the time and resources they need to eliminate Hamas. The atrocities committed by Hamas demand nothing less. The administration's request included over $14 billion for Israel, including $5.2 billion to replenish their Iron Dome and David Sling systems and accelerate development of their Iron Beam system, and $3.5 billion in foreign military financing. I strongly support the full inclusion of this request in the supplemental funding bill that this committee will draft. The administration has also requested significant funding for Ukraine. I would note that while many of our allies and partners are capable of providing generous humanitarian and economic assistance packages, only the United States can provide Ukraine with lethal aid at the scale that it needs. That is where we should focus our efforts as a country. But we can only continue to provide lethal aid if we aggressively expand our munitions production capacity. And we do that here at home. And that's a point that's being lost by many. A significant portion of the funding request is to replenish and build out U.S. capacity. The United States faces threats from around the world, from Russia, China, Iran. Earlier this month, the bipartisan bicameral Congressional Commission on the Strategic Posture of the United States released its final report on America's strategic posture. The report, unanimously endorsed by the commissioners, found that we will soon face a security situation that, quote, the United States did not anticipate and for which it is not prepared, end quote. I'm working with my colleagues to turn many of the Commission's recommendations into law, but fundamentally, we simply do not have the workforce, supply chain, or infrastructure necessary to meet the coming threats. Building out this capacity, it's going to take time and resources, but we can start now by making targeted investments in our munitions production base. The administration's supplemental request includes over $18 billion to replenish our own weapons stockpiles and over $4.6 billion to expand production capacity for those critical munitions. This is a step in the right direction, and I will support its inclusion in the supplemental funding bill. Secretary Austin, what would be the impact of not including replenishment funding in the appropriations package for this supplemental?
Thanks, Senator. We would lose the ability to do the kinds of things that we've done with Ukraine and Israel in support of our allies in a time of need.
And what does it do to our own national security?
Well, it certainly, as I said earlier, we will maintain the ability to defend this country and protect our interests. But this additional capability gives us the ability to address emerging crises. And so I think without that, we would be challenged to do the kinds of things that we've done here in the past.
You know, I know it's important that we continue to do that for our allies and partners, but it helps our own stockpile requirements. And that includes expanding the production lines for long-range, precision-guided munitions as well. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct, Senator. And you know,
which we need for the Pacific, right?
That's right. And you know that some of these munitions are long lead time in terms of what it takes to produce them. And so we're looking at ways to shorten some of those timelines, to increase capacity, to automate production lines, to address some of the issues that you raised earlier.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Peters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as chairman of the Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee, I know how important it is for us to secure our northern and southern border and provide law enforcement with the resources that they are going to need to complete that mission. And that's why I'm very pleased to see substantial funding in this supplemental to support border operations as well as security for our country. But I also believe we can't stop there. We also must work with international partners to understand some of the root causes of the increased migration that we're seeing show up at our border and commit adequate resources to addressing those challenges. I know Secretary Blinken had another engagement that he had to leave, but I have a number of questions for him that I will be submitting to the record as to how that we work internationally to deal with border security here in our country. But Secretary Austin, thank you for staying for additional time. You've been very generous with your time. The question is, with the recent escalation of violence and attacks that are aimed at U.S. Personnel in the Middle East now, I remain concerned about the Air Force's decision to divest the A-10 aircraft. Notably, the DoD recently deployed A-10s to further deter Iran and their proxies that may seek to attack U.S. forces and in the process destabilize the region even more than it already is. As you know, my home state of Michigan is the home of the 107th Fighter Squadron, a unit certainly capable of providing air support to our troops and allies should they be called upon. And My question for you, Secretary, is that clearly the Department of Defense has recognized the need for this aircraft's very unique capabilities and are deploying those fighters right now in support of operations related to this contingency. So my question for you is this current conflict causing the department to reconsider A-10 divestment, or at a minimum, perhaps delaying some of those divestitures, given the fact that there is a mission today and will very likely continue at least in the foreseeable future?
Well, thanks, Senator. You know, I have personally benefited from the capability of the A-10, so I have great respect for the platform. And the A-10 will be with us for the near term. But I've asked you for $61.1 billion in my FY24 budget to invest in air power so that we can remain the dominant force. And so we're going to have to transition over time to address the new challenges that we'll face with peer competition. And we're making an effort to do that. And we'll have to make some choices down the road. But we're going to have to continue to make that transition. But they will be with us for the near term.
Good. Well, as you talk about the future, certainly we have to be focused, and warfare is changing dramatically. But I believe that the very close working relationship and security cooperation that we have with Israel is incredibly important to that task. The U.S. and Israel have some of the world's most innovative technologies, as you're well aware of, and now more than ever, we need to continue to develop those. This Congress, I introduced, along with bipartisan support from Senator Fisher, the U.S.-Israel Future of Warfare Act, which authorized $50 million to create the U.S.-Israel Future Warfare Research and Development Fund to increase collaboration in areas of artificial intelligence, drone and cybersecurity, directed energy, and automation. That is a $50 million authorization. Given the current conflict, given the rapidly changing nature of warfare, how important is that we make those investments, and should we be prepared to make even more investments and may have an even closer cooperative agreement with Israel and the IDF?
Well, thanks, Senator. Thanks for your work. I certainly won't comment on pending legislation. What I will say, though, is that we are great partners. We have done a number of things together. And Israel, as you pointed out, is a source of innovation. Excuse me. And our work together, I think, will continue to create advantages for us in the future battle space. So we look forward to that.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Murkowski.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think this is probably the most important and most significant hearing that we have had here in the Congress this year. This is not only about the United States and our national security. It's about food security, as we heard earlier. We haven't really talked about energy security, but there's a dynamic there as well. This is significant that this committee is weighing in to evaluate this supplemental request. My hope is that we are able to take the contours of this, which is absolutely the imperative and the support for Ukraine, absolutely the imperative and support for Israel, also recognizing that we must do more when it comes to our own border here in this country, but also a piece that we haven't really talked much about here today, and that's the Indo-Pacific piece. There is a small increment here, or a smaller insignificant in relative terms to the other areas. But recognizing that we will be doing some adjustment within those contours, those four pillars, and how they intersect and how they allow this proposal to move forward, I think is so very, very important. I was reading something this morning, Madam Chairman, as I'm coming in. It was a statement that said something to the effect that in the United States we lead through the power of our example, but we also need the example of our power, and that example of our power is manifested through our defense appropriations. And so as we're talking about the need for replenishment of our own stocks, and then what that can do to help Ukraine, what we must do then to help Israel. Mr. Secretary, can you speak to the Indo-Pacific piece? There's $2 billion included for for foreign military financing. In your view, why is it imperative that we also include in this package an increment for the Indo-Pacific?
Well, thanks, Senator. As you know from our strategy, our national defense strategy, China is our pacing challenge. And as we look at China's behavior in the Indo-Pacific, we are increasingly concerned. So we must have the ability to continue to be able to deter China and to promote a free and open Indo-Pacific. And so we're going to continue that work. In this request, we've asked you for $3.3 billion to invest in our submarine industrial base, and that will help us with our our efforts with AUKUS. And as you know, AUKUS is a generational capability that I think will do great things in enabling us to promote security and stability in the Indo-Pacific. We've also asked for $3 billion or so to build more capacity in our industrial base so we can produce greater quantities of munitions and weapons. And so I think that investment is going to apply to the Indo-Pacific as well.
I appreciate that. Madam Chairman, a question has not yet been asked in this hearing about the impact, the implication of a long-term CR. I know we're talking about an emergency supplemental now, but our reality is in 18 short days, we will once again be beyond where our budget is now. Mr. Secretary, if we were to go to a long-term CR, given the state of the world right now and the role that we play in it, what would that mean?
It would make things much more difficult for us, Senator. You can't buy back time. And this takes away the time, the time we have to conduct, to affect new starts, the time that we have to go after specific projects, to invest in capabilities, and you just can't buy that back. Our budget is directly linked to our strategy, and so if we don't have, the full budget, we're not able to execute the strategy to the degree that we planned it. And so I think this is critical, and I think it's really, really important that we get an on-time appropriation if possible.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Senator Sinema.
To advance priorities and further the values that unite us as Americans. And thanks to the leadership of the two women who run our committee, Chair Murray and Vice Chair Collins, the senators have crafted our nation's spending priorities while supporting important priorities for communities in our states. I've been proud to work with each of them on a variety of bipartisan bills to help our country thrive, from our infrastructure law to chips and science, bipartisan safer communities law, and many more. What we've shown is that how possible it is when folks come together to solve challenges and create opportunities. And I couldn't be more excited and proud to continue that work as a member of the Appropriations Committee while addressing Arizona's unique needs for a water future, our border security, defense, and housing affordability. And there could be no better time than now to show our committee's unity and Congress's commitment to advancing our shared values. America's adversaries are watching how we act and how we react, while actors across the globe that stand against everything we as Americans believe in actively trying to destabilize and destroy democracies. We must pass legislation to support Israel, Ukraine against Putin, and Arizona's border.
Almost for your Halloween outfit.
And should advance together, as they are all critical for both my state and for our country's national security. China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea are strengthening partnerships to undermine America's interests and create chaos, while Israel, the only democracy in the Middle East, and Ukraine, a critical supporter of American values, continue to be attacked. At the same time, at home in Arizona, we know there's a clear crisis at our border, and cartels are using the porous border to smuggle migrants and dangerous drugs into our state, weakening our national security. So the supplemental request includes resources for Ukraine to fight against Putin, to support Israel in their time of need, and border security law on package. I encourage my colleagues.
That's her audio sounding like shit, not this.
The request includes additional appropriations for Iron Dome and David's Sling replenishment. I agree we need to quickly surge production to support significant replenishment in Israel as soon as possible. And we've been talking about capacity shortfalls and revitalizing the defense industrial base for years. This request, however, only includes $200 million to mitigate industrial base constraints to allow for faster production of weapons and equipment. Can you speak to the impact of this funding in the context of supporting multiple conflicts?
Thanks, Senator. That $200 million that you're speaking of is focused on PDA efforts. And the larger amount that we're asking for to invest in the industrial base is $3 billion. And so that's a component of the bigger number. And again, I think all the things that we're doing to replenish our stocks, to enable Ukraine to purchase new equipment from the United States, all those things also contribute. But we specifically asked for $3 billion in this request to focus on the industrial base. And again, that $200 million is a component of that, not the total amount.
So the request includes provisions for the, quote, expansion of facilities for the purpose of increasing production of critical munitions. How quickly will these investments lead to increased capacity?
It'll vary. In some cases, industry can move fairly quickly. In other cases, for more sophisticated items, like javelins and stingers and those kinds of things, it will take a bit longer. But we're working with industry each and every day to do everything we can to send the right signals so that they can invest in the right things and be able to expand where required.
So we've been supplying our Ukrainian allies with munitions to push back on Russian aggression for almost 2 years now. There are numerous reports that suggest that the manufacturing of those munitions and supplies is not yet keeping pace with demand, and that we're depleting our own stockpiles at a fairly significant rate. Of course, now we're going to send some of that inventory to Israel as well, which I am supportive of. But as we look to support Israel and Taiwan, in addition to Ukraine, against the aggression that all three of them face, are you worried that this could put too much stress on our inventory? And if so, can targeting software that improves the accuracy of our munitions help? And is that software investment reflected in the supplemental package?
Well, we have the most accurate and lethal weapons in the world. And in terms of our targeting, we're always looking for ways to do things better and more efficiently. But the specifics of those things, I'll leave to my great airmen, who are the best in the world. In terms of the depletion of our stocks, again, as I said a number of times here today, we will make sure that we maintain what's necessary to defend this country and protect our interests. And I won't change that direction of travel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. I want to thank all of our colleagues for a really thoughtful discussion. Secretary Austin, thank you for sharing your time and knowledge with us. You know, if there's one takeaway from this conversation today, it should be that these global challenges that we face, the war in Ukraine, terrorism in Israel, humanitarian needs for those who are caught in the conflict, and the posturing of the Chinese government in the Indo-Pacific region, these challenges may be distinct, but they are all connected and they all are urgent. We have to respond to all of them in a comprehensive way that sends an unmistakable message to the world that American leadership is still strong and our resolve has not wavered. So I'm going to make sure we take what we have learned today into account as we continue working together to craft a comprehensive security package that meets this pivotal moment and lives up to our promises to stand by our allies, stand for democracy, and stand up for civilians. I hope all of our colleagues will continue to work with me and Vice Chair Collins to make sure we avoid insufficient half measures and get all of our allies the robust support that they need. And of course, I do believe we need to continue to work to address our domestic priorities like the child care crisis, situation at the border, and more. That will end our hearing today. For any senators who wish to ask additional questions for the record will be due in 7 days on Tuesday, November 7th at 5 p.m. The hearing record will also remain open until then for members who do wish to submit additional materials for the record. With that, committee stands adjourned.
Separately, Secretary Austin continues to remain in close contact with his Israeli counterpart. He spoke with Israeli Minister of Defense Yoav Gallant yesterday by phone and received updates on Israel's phased operations in Gaza. The Secretary commended the Israel Defense Forces' commitment to hostage recovery and re-emphasized the importance of conducting operations in accordance with the law of war. He also stressed the imperative to protect innocent civilians and allow unfettered humanitarian aid into Gaza. We have posted a readout of the call on the DoD website. Shifting gears, later this afternoon, Secretary Austin will welcome his Australian counterpart, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defense Richard Marles, to the Pentagon to discuss the United States-Australia alliance and review progress on defense initiatives following the 2023 Australia-U.S. ministerial consultations earlier this summer. We will share a readout following the meeting. Also this afternoon, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, the director of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO, will be discussing the status of the AARO website and the next phase of the secure mechanism for contacting AARO to report on unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAP. Additional details can be found in the press advisory published earlier today, and I would encourage any media interested in asking questions on this topic to take part in Dr. Kirkpatrick's briefing. And separately, tomorrow, a pre-scheduled operational test launch of a U.S. Air Force Global Strike Command
I should know better and try to fucking take
redundancy and reliability of our strategic deterrence system while sending a visible message of assurance to allies. For any further questions, I'd refer you to Air Force Global Strike Command. And finally, I'd like to take a moment to send General Eric Smith, Commandant of the Marine Corps, well wishes and a speedy recovery on behalf of Secretary Austin and the entire Department of Defense. Our thoughts and prayers are with him and his family. And with that, I'll be happy to take your questions. We'll go to Tara Kopp, Associated Press.
General Rodert, in the days since the Lewiston shooting, it's come to light that the Army determined that the Maine reservist shouldn't have had a gun at the time, and there's been numerous other warning signs about him. Is the Pentagon looking at all at maybe something that was missed or a way to maybe further tighten reporting to law enforcement in the wake of this attack?
Yeah, thanks, Tara. So I'm not aware of any specific departmental efforts as it relates to this individual case. What I would...
Motherfucker, see what I mean? They do that dumb shit. here, Simon.
Or are they simply just and when we need forces to protect those, and if and when we need to respond, we would do so at a time and place of our choosing.
If they are separate, what has led to the increase in attacks over the past couple of weeks?
Well, certainly this is not the
rewind
first
it all
time
the
we've
way.
seen these
It's how
Iranian
their
proxy
site works.
groups do these kinds of things for a multitude of purported various reasons, so that in and of itself is not unusual. And again, we'll do what we need to do to protect our troops.
And you said you're going to hold them accountable. Do you have a sense of how involved the Iranian government is in these attacks, or are they simply just not communicating for these groups to hold off, or do they even have that power?
Yeah, we know that these groups are funded, trained, sponsored by the Iranian government, and we hold the Iranian government responsible for that. Let me go to the phone here. Tony from Bloomberg.
Sorry, I was slow to unmute. Two quick questions. Roughly how much presidential drawdown authority do you have left now for Ukraine? And I had a second question about the Persian Gulf.
Yeah, sure. So right now we have a little more than $5.4 billion in restored PDA authority that remains available for Ukraine.
And Persian Gulf?
Oh, motherfucker. Sorry. I accidentally closed the tab out.
I don't have any additional support.
Writer.
We have those forces in the region for a variety of things, to include helping to protect the shipping lanes and free flow of commerce through the region, and we've been doing that for a very long time. So certainly that is a capability that we can provide, working alongside our partners in the region.
There's no timestamp or anything, like it's all
John.
Oh, whack.
Writer, you mentioned that the U.S. is providing munitions to Israel. Does that include loitering munitions like the Switchblades or Phoenix Ghosts that the U.S. is providing to Ukraine?
Yeah, so beyond what I've already provided, I don't have any additional support to announce. Again, we're focused on artillery, ammunition, precision-guided munitions, and air defense capabilities.
And with regard to air and missile defense in the Middle East, is the U.S. providing any directed energy air and missile defense systems to U.S. troop locations in the Middle East that have come under attack to kind of augment their traditional air defense capabilities?
So I don't want to go into the specific capabilities that we're using to protect our forces, other than to say we have a wide variety, which does include directed energy capabilities. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, General. I have two questions. On the clarity of U.S. extending deterrence to South Korea, what is the Pentagon's assessment of the U.S. and South Korea joint research report on the strengthening nuclear guarantees for South Korea, which aims to redeploy U.S. nuclear weapons in a feasible way if North Korea refuses to freeze nuclear weapons production?
I'm sorry, Janie. Can you repeat that last part? I didn't fully understand. I want to make sure I get your question right.
Which aims to redeploy U.S. nuclear weapons in a feasible way if North Korea refuses to nuclear product weapons.
Yeah, so I don't want to get into hypotheticals. We've been very clear in terms of our commitment to extended deterrence, working very closely with our Republic of Korea allies, our Japanese allies, and others in the region to deter, and we continue to stay very focused on that. We'll continue to consult closely to make sure that we have the forces in theater to be able to prevent any type of issue like you highlight. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Defense ministers of China and Russia praised the military cooperation between the two countries at a recent conference in Beijing, and they blamed the United States for the Middle East crisis, saying that it was due to U.S.'s faulty diplomacy. Why do China and Russia say that the war between Israel and Hamas is because of the United States?
I'll let China and Russia speak for themselves. I think their record speaks for itself. Fadi.
Thank you, General. So on the U.S. assistance to Israel, can you update us on how many shipments you have delivered and the price tag of these shipments so far?
I cannot. I don't have that information in front of me. As you know, we continue to provide assistance to Israel pretty much on a daily basis, and we'll continue to stay focused on communicating them as far as what their needs are. In the future, if we have that information and we're able to provide it, we certainly will, but as of right now, I don't have that.
Is it an issue of collecting how much you sent, or is it something else? Because in the case of Ukraine, whenever there's a new package of assistance, the Pentagon announces what's in it and the price tag. So this is being offered in the name of American taxpayers and American people.
Yeah, no,
to know what's been offered so far.
Again, I don't have that information in front of me. As appropriate, we'll provide it. Certainly, right now, there's an element of operation security. And the mechanisms by which we're providing assistance to Israel from a policy and a legal standpoint are a little bit different, and from a budgetary standpoint are a little bit different than the way we're providing aid to Ukraine. And so, again, we will make sure that we're as transparent as possible while also recognizing that there are operation security aspects to this. But like I said, if at an appropriate point in time we have that information to provide and we're able to, we will.
So you'll try to offer the information if
yeah, but I mean, we've been very clear in terms of the kinds of capabilities we're providing, in terms of the types of munitions, medical support, air defense support, and those kinds of things.
If I may, the IDF spokesperson on CNN with Wolf Blitzer minutes ago acknowledged that Israel targeted Jabalia refugee camp, where scores of civilians have been killed. The IDF spokesperson said, "This is the tragedy of war. We've been saying for days, move south." Your own department is saying there are no restrictions on Israel how to use weapons provided by the U.S. The secretary today, in his tweet about his phone call with Mr. Gallant, said he reemphasized the safety of civilians. Wouldn't the idea of putting some restrictions on how Israel used the weapon actually achieve the target of making sure civilians aren't being killed the way we're seeing? I mean, the UNRWA is saying, and this is a quote, "Gaza has become a graveyard for thousands of children."
Yeah, thanks, Fadi. So I can't speak to individual Israeli strikes. I've seen the press reports on that. I don't have any information on that. You heard Secretary Austin say today that taking civilian safety into account is both a moral and a strategic obligation. And we do care about civilian casualties, and we've made it both clear publicly and privately about our concern for the protection of innocent life and the respect for the law of war, and that's not going to change. But I also think it's important to not forget about the common denominator here, which is Hamas, which is a terrorist organization that has taken a page out of the ISIS playbook in terms of brutality and wanton disregard for civility and for human rights. And not only did they commit a horrific slaughter of Israeli civilians and take more than 200 hostages to use as bargaining chips, but they've willfully and deliberately integrated their operations, their command and control nodes, armories, rockets targeting Israel among the innocent Gazan population, thus in effect employing them as human shields. And so it's Hamas using Palestinians as human shields that is creating this extra challenge for Israel as they conduct their operations. And we're going to, of course, continue to talk to our Israeli partners about the importance of taking civilian safety into account as they conduct their operations. But we also recognize that they have a responsibility and a duty to their citizens to protect their citizens from future Hamas attacks. And we're going to continue to support them in that effort. And as you heard Secretary Austin and Secretary Blinken talk about today, The U.S. government is also going to continue to work very closely with other partners as well as vetted NGOs to deliver humanitarian aid to Gaza, to the Palestinians, because again, no one wants to see innocent people suffering, whether they be Palestinian or Israeli. Thank you. Yes, Joe.
General, I want to go back to the Houthis' attack against Israel. Do you have any additional information in regard to this attack? You could share it with us. Was it a missile or a UAV? And also, does the Pentagon consider the Houthis' activities right now as a threat to Israel, or it could be extended to the whole region?
Yeah, thanks, Joe. So I'll tell you what I know. Right now, we are aware that the Houthis did fire a medium-range ballistic missile or cruise missile to targeting Israel. Israel did take it down. The IDF did take it down. And so I certainly refer you to the IDF to talk about that in particular. This is something that we will continue to monitor. As we've said before, we want to prevent a broader regional conflict. We will continue to stay in close contact with our partners in the region to make sure that we continue to do that. That's all I've got on that at this point. Thank you very much.
There's a big difference between a ballistic missile and a cruise missile. Which did you say?
This was I'll have to come back to you, David. I don't want to get it wrong. Yeah, but we know that they have missile, as I've mentioned before. They have missiles that can range approximately 2,000 kilometers. So clearly within range of Israel. Yes, sir.
Thank you. So today, Secretary Austin said that if U.S. stops supporting Ukraine, Russia will succeed in Ukraine. Do you have additional options for supporting Ukraine's military in case if Congress does not approve new funding now or in the future?
Yeah, so at this point, I appreciate the question. I don't want to get into the hypotheticals. We will continue to work closely with Congress to get the funding that we need. We're confident that we can continue to support both Ukraine and Israel.
In Ukraine, could you provide us the updates on the training in Arizona on F-16s and how long approximately can it take for the pilots to complete the course?
Sure. Let me just double check here. So right now, what we expect graduation completion will be dependent on the individual proficiency of pilots themselves, but we can estimate about 5 to 9 months for them to complete that training.
5 to 9?
5 to 9, yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, General. The United States has been providing military guidance and assistance and also lethal assistance to Israel. And you made it very clear that you're talking to your counterparts about they have to be mindful of loss of civilian life. But also there are statements coming from both Secretary Austin and also the White House that there's no conditions set on the use of the ammunition and the US is not drawing any red lines, quote unquote. Would you say that it's basically a blank check to the Israeli military to do whatever they want because there is support from the United States and there's no conditions set? And would you say that it's time to perhaps start warning them about consequences rather than, recommendations?
Well, I think Secretary Austin did talk about his consultation with his Israeli counterpart and again across the board about the importance of taking civilian safety into account in order to think through the second, third order effects here, right? And so again, we're providing these munitions to Israel to support their efforts to protect their civilians from further terrorist attacks. The Israeli Defense Forces are a professional military. They're engaged in a campaign to defeat ISIS and prevent them from doing what they did on October 7th. And as we've said, we support their right to defend themselves against terrorism, but in a way that upholds the laws of war and protects civilians. And so, again, as I highlighted earlier, the challenge in all of this is the fact that you see Hamas embedding themselves among the Gazan population. And so, again, we're going to continue to relay to our Israeli partners that they must distinguish between terrorists and innocent civilians as they root out Hamas, and they've acknowledged that. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
It sounds like a valid point that Hamas is using these civilians as human shields. That's why there are these casualties, but we're talking about thousands of civilians. So are you able to pick out the ones that the Israelis are saying, okay, I mean, they're right, like they've been used as human shields. And in these airstrikes specifically, no, they actually haven't upheld the laws of war. Is the DoD able to make that differentiation?
Well, look, I'll let the Israelis speak to their own specific operations. We know that they're not deliberately targeting civilians, unlike Hamas, which did deliberately target civilians and is deliberately using civilians as human shields. And so, again, this is what creates a very challenging operational environment. And again, for our part, we will continue to communicate the importance of taking the laws of war into account, as well as protecting civilians. Let me go to the phone here. Jared from Al Monitor.
Hey, sir, just wondering if you can confirm the 26th Marine Expeditionary Unit and the Amphibious Ready Group, are they in the Eastern Med yet?
So, Jared, what I can tell you right now is they're still in the U.S. Central Command AOR, Area of Responsibility. Beyond that, I don't have any updates to provide. If and when there are, we'll certainly let you guys know when we can. Thank you. Let me go to Laura Seligman, Politico.
Hey, Pat, thanks for this. Two questions. First of all, has Secretary Austin spoken with the new House Speaker yet? There's a couple of things I imagine he'd be wanting to talk about, including aid for Ukraine, and then I have a follow-up.
Yeah, thanks, Laura. I will have to get back to you on that. Certainly the Secretary's on the Hill today. I do not know if he had the chance while he was there to engage with the House Speaker, so we'll come back to you on that one.
Okay, thank you. And then a different question. There was just a story from the New York Times saying that Chris Mayer said that there were U.S. Special Operations Forces currently in Israel trying to help locate the hostages. I'm just wondering if that is accurate, or is that, or are the Special Operations Forces the ones that were just offering advice to the Israelis and are now gone?
Right. My understanding is that these forces are there supporting the advice and intelligence support as it relates to hostage recovery. Thank you. Ro.
Thank you very much. One quick question on North Korea. North Korea said that they would conduct a military satellite launch by the end of October, but they didn't. So does the Pentagon assess there are technical issues that North Korea has to resolve for successful satellite launch? Or do you see indications that North Korea is still preparing to conduct satellite launch in the near future?
Yeah, thanks, Ro. I appreciate the question. I'm not going to go into intelligence on what we may or may not know as it relates to that. Certainly something we will continue to monitor. Thank you very much. Time for a few more. Wafa, and then we'll come here. Yes, sir.
Yesterday, a senior defense official said that the administration is asking tough questions, of course, asking Israel tough questions. If you can elaborate on this, especially that it doesn't seem like Israel is taking these advices, and I have another question.
Sure. As I highlighted, I mean, we are asking in our consultations, like good friends do, and highlighting the importance of being methodical in terms of targeting, taking into account civilian safety, thinking through second and third order effects, as I've highlighted. Again, at the end of the day, these are Israel's operations that they are taking to defend themselves against a future terrorist attack like the one they experienced. And they're the ones that are going to make decisions. We're not directing, advising them on any of that. But again, we'll continue to have those conversations going forward. Yes, ma'am.
So Hamas is not a conventional army, as you know, and in fact, it's part of the population in Gaza, and it's unlike ISIS and Al-Qaeda is considered, Hamas is considered as a resistant movement by a majority in the Arab world. My question is, from a military point of view, how is it possible to destroy or eliminate Hamas without eliminating an entire population in Gaza?
Yeah, so we don't see the Palestinians as Hamas and Hamas as the Palestinians. And again, I'd go back to October 7th when a terrorist organization essentially killed in cold blood 1,400 people and took 200 hostages, again, using those hostages today as a bargaining chip, preventing people from leaving Gaza. So if you're so-called governing these people but preventing them from leaving Gaza, again, so it is a terrorist group like ISIS, and it is the kinds of thing you saw in places like Raqqa and Mosul, where there was a population that was being held by an ideological captor. And so again, we are very focused on making sure that not only does Israel have what it needs to defend itself, but also making sure that Palestinians, innocent Palestinians, can get the aid that they need. And looking forward, and again, from this podium, Department of Defense, I'm not going to get into the diplomatic or political realm, but we are interested in what does this look like afterwards, and how do we get to a two-state solution so that Palestinians and Israelis can live safely and securely without the threat of being subjugated by a group like Hamas. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Two questions. One, as far as Hamas surprise attack against Israel on October 7, they didn't care who they were killing, civilians or non-civilians. Now Israel have a challenge, as you said, that how to separate civilians from these terrorists. Another thing is that where is the Palestinian government in this war, as far as Israel's war against terrorists on their land? And whenever there is an attack by terrorists, whether it's against the US or India or Israel, those nations, except the East or the West, we call them terrorists, but they are freedom fighters. So
So as it relates to the Palestinian Authority, I'd refer you to them to talk about where they stand on this issue. And in terms of the definition between freedom fighter and terrorist group, I get what you're saying. But any moral high ground was lost on October 7th when 1,400 innocent civilians, many of them innocent civilians, killed, hostages taken. And so, again, that's not the conduct of a professional military that's looking to defend a population. And let me go ahead and move on to the phone here. Patty, task and purpose.
Yes, I guess it's kind of a bigger question. How is the Pentagon seeing the operations in the Middle East? I mean, what's the operational threshold for us, being considered at war? We're seeing, movement of troops, movement of military assets, and threats on U.S. troops. So I guess how does the Pentagon see all this?
Yeah, thanks, Patty. So again, I think if we take a step back here, right now we see this conflict in Israel contained to Israel, between Israel and Hamas. We do recognize there are broader tensions in the region as a result of that, which is why we have deployed additional capabilities into the Eastern Mediterranean and into the U.S. Central Command area of responsibility to provide us with the options necessary to respond to a wide variety of contingencies. So those forces are really there for two things. One, to deter any escalation of a broader regional conflict, which no one wants to. National security work, like the Defeat ISIS mission, like keeping the lanes of shipping open and with regional partners on air defense and things like that. So again, right now, we are working very hard to prevent this from becoming a broader regional conflict. We're working very hard to make sure that our forces can continue to stay focused on their mission, while at the same time supporting Israel in their fight to defend themselves from terrorism. All right, got time for just a couple more. Mike?
Yes, sir. Thanks, Pat. You said that the IDF is a professional military. They're not deliberately targeting civilians. Yet it seems like every time somebody from the Pentagon calls Israel, they have to sort of stress not to target civilians and or they feel the need to remind them to act in accordance with law of war. Has Israel done anything that would lead this building to assume that it's an alien concept to them? I mean, they've been around as a standing army for 70-something years, and also, I don't recall this emphasis on any of this military support for Ukraine. Did he have to constantly remind his Ukrainian counterpart to follow the rule of law of war in Ukraine?
Yeah.
Or is it just Israel?
Thanks, Mike. So I'm not going to compare and contrast the conflicts in Ukraine and Israel. I think, we've all watched how those have played out. I think at the risk of coming across as, and I don't mean this to come across like I don't understand what you're asking. Clearly, everyone's watching the television and seeing the situation as it plays out in terms of humanitarian situation in Gaza. We recognize that. So you and other members of the press can ask very legitimate questions in terms of what is the Department of Defense saying and doing as it relates to that situation. So that is why we're highlighting the fact that these conversations are taking place, because it is a topic on people's minds, and it's a legitimate topic. And again, as I mentioned, we recognize the complexity of this conflict. We recognize the emotion surrounding this conflict, but we also think it's important to have a broader understanding of why we're supporting Israel, why it's important to support Israel, but at the same time, why it's important to also help with the humanitarian situation in Gaza, and to sort of see through the smokescreen here that Hamas is attempting to put up when it comes to the situation. So that's what I would have to offer you on that. All right, let me go to the last question. We'll do John, and then actually we'll go to Jim here.
Thanks. I just want to get a quick clarification on something. You said that U.S. air and missile defenses in the Middle East include directed energy weapons. Were those systems that had already been deployed there?
I said we have a wide variety in our inventory of the U.S. military that includes directed energy weapons. I didn't say specifically what we've got employed and where.
So you won't say whether they're in the Middle East?
Yeah, at this time, I'm just not going to go into what we're using and how we're using it. I mean, you and I have both been over there quite a few times. You've seen we've got a variety of capabilities, to include CWIS and things like that. So I'm just not going to go through a breakdown, especially while we have forces that are, over there right now. So last question, Jim.
General, I'd just like to go over to Ukraine a little bit. It's winter in Ukraine now. Are operations slowing down? What are the Ukrainians telling you? And the training that the United States and the coalition put together for the Ukrainian units in Germany and in other places, is that contingent on the supplemental being passed also? I'm just curious.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. So again, when it comes to providing an operational update, I'd refer you to the Ukrainians. I would say, largely speaking, what we see are the Ukrainians making some incremental gains. They are making forward progress. We are seeing in some places the Russians attempting offensive operations with limited effect. I think NSC provided a briefing the other day that talked about some of the issues there. All that to say, though, you do see the Russians attempting to move forward in some areas. And so, again, right now we continue to stay focused on making sure that Ukraine has what it needs in order to capitalize on the situation, have the battlefield effects that are necessary to not only preserve territory but take back sovereign territory. In regards to training, we are continuing to conduct training at Grafenwehr. I will have to get back to you, though, in terms of the specifics on how far out that training will go, but certainly the supplemental funding will support those efforts for the long term. And I think the last thing I'd say on this, and it's an important point, is we're not only focused on the near term, we are focused on the long-term defense cooperation and relationship with Ukraine, and ensuring that they have what they need to be able to deter future attacks from Russia and maintain their sovereignty long term. So thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it.
Save Americans money. Enbrel, a drug that treats certain types of arthritis, is one of the first 10 drugs selected for Medicare price negotiation as part of President Biden's Inflation Reduction Act, which passed with zero Republican votes. You can see from the chart about this particular drug. Last year, more than 47,000 Medicare recipients took this drug, and those seniors spent over $43 million in out-of-pocket costs.
What is she, a Biden salesman right now?
Made record profits. In fact,
He's always a fight
sellers
sells it.
of
Never
this
mind.
arthritis drug executed more than $89 billion in stock buybacks and spent $213 million on lobbying since the drug hit the market. At the
He's a
same
Biden
time,
and a drug
seniors
salesman.
like Judy Aiken, a 69-year-old retired nurse, are getting squeezed. Judy pays $339 per month out of pocket for just one Enbrel prescription she needs to manage her arthritis. So, while sellers make record profits, Judy is forced to watch what she spends every month. And that's wrong. The president believes that's wrong. And that's why he and congressional Republicans finally took on Big Pharma and won the ability to start negotiating these prices so seniors don't
She
have
didn't
to
even
choose
practice
between
the
health care
speech,
and
dude.
other basic needs.
You know what I mean?
And thanks to
Doesn't
the Inflation
sound
Reduction Act, millions of Americans
charismatic
will see
enough. I'm
lower
not
prescription
sold on
drug
it.
costs. Now, this morning, as you all know, President Biden held a meeting with a bipartisan group of senators to discuss efforts to ensure trust, safety, and accountability in AI development. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer was here. Senator Mike Rounds, Martin Henrich, and Todd Young participated in the meeting, and the president
I see a lot of
thanked them
people
for their
leaving because
leadership
you like
on
to
this
stream it before you leave,
incredibly
before you go get your
important
dick out and start
The
playing with
executive order
yourself.
President Biden signed
Loser.
yesterday is the
First
most
lane.
significant
You're a winner.
action any government in the world has
Only
taken
after you use
on
your dick
AI.
out, though.
And we're talking about safety, security, and
That's
trust.
if you're old enough.
And it will
If you're
ensure
young, if
America
you're younger than
leads
18,
the
get the
way
fuck out of
in
here.
a responsible way as we move forward with AI innovation. As Congress works to determine its exact approach,
that.
the president is urging members to move forward on legislation swiftly in a bipartisan manner. With that, Admiral John Kirby from the National Security Council is here today to give an update on Israel and take any other.
And you know this, man? Shit. Halloween, you gotta get Kirby up in there. He doesn't actually have a title.
So today I'm pleased to say that another 66 trucks got into Gaza over the last 24 hours.
Did you know that? Did you know about this guy? He doesn't actually have a title in our government or anything. He's just the guy that they bring on that knows some shit and might have talked to some people and might have some opinions on things. It's kind of weird. Look. Admiral Kirby. Look at this guy. You go to the Department of Defense, look what his title is. Former Assistant to the Secretary of Defense for Public Affairs. He has a former title. It's weird, isn't it? Okay. I think it's weird. Does anybody else not? You think it's weird too, right? Is this a normal thing in our government? They just bring some dude. It's like bringing on an expert into the trial or something. His opinion matters more. Is that it? He's the official Thai guy. He's a spoke. He's been speaking before she talks. Oh, really? No. She never speaks before she talks. You might catch it like that, but she speaks, then he comes out because she actually has a title. She's an actual employee of the government. I don't know what is he even employed by our White House or anything? How does that work, man? He doesn't have a title. Jean Panay or whatever. What's her name? She's secretary or fucking what is she? Secretary of the News. Hey, I don't know her freaking name. There she is. Look, she's an anime. Forget about it.
Humanitarian assistance, including food, water, and medicine. It's the highest single-day delivery so far. But again, it's a trickle compared to what needs to get in, and we're going to keep working that very, very hard.
Press secretary.
Dozens of more trucks are expected to clear today. Expected to clear. I want to caveat it with that. We're obviously watching this as closely as we can. We hope that they all get in. But still, again, it's just a fraction of the need. We're also continuing to press for the resumption of essential services, including water and the delivery of fuel. Fuel is going to be critical here, certainly in coming hours and days, as the existing stocks are running low to near empty. And of course, we're supporting efforts for safe passage for civilians in Gaza and those wishing to depart, while making it clear that we will not support any forced relocation of Palestinians outside of Gaza. Now, to that end, and to all of those ends, President Biden will speak with His Majesty King Abdullah II of Jordan this afternoon to discuss further cooperation with Arab partners to address this worsening humanitarian situation, and certainly we'll have a readout for you when that call concludes. Now, on the topic of humanitarian aid, again, we've said this many, many times, but it is absolutely critical. And we know that there's bipartisan support for that. There continues to be strong bipartisan support for supporting Ukraine as it continues to defend itself. This is international interest, and these two issues, Ukraine and Israel, are intertwined. Putin and Hamas may be different threats, but as the president said in his primetime address a week or so ago, they both want to annihilate a neighboring democracy. History's taught us that when terrorists don't pay a price, when dictators don't pay a price, they only cause more chaos, death, and destruction. They just keep going. And the cost and the threats to the United States and to the world keep rising. To paraphrase Winston Churchill with a little bit of my Florida upbringing, it's like feeding the alligator, hoping that he's going to eat you last. Secretary Austin and Secretary Blinken testified this morning before the Senate about how critical it is to advance the national security supplemental request that the president has put forward. And quite frankly, as Karine noted in her statement last night, demanding offsets for core national security needs like supporting Israel and defending Ukraine is a break with the normal bipartisan process that could have devastating implications for our safety and for our national security interest overseas. There shouldn't be any political games played here with our national security or trying to turn support for Israel's self-defense into some sort of political football. So with that.
Thank you. Admiral Kirby, would President Biden veto any funding bill that provides assistance to Israel but not to Ukraine?
I don't have a specific reaction to speak to today. I think we've been very clear. You saw it in Karine's statement last night, how deeply concerning this House Republican bill is, and how it doesn't meet our national security needs. And as Commander-in-Chief, the President's never going to do anything that doesn't meet our key national security needs.
Would the President support a bill that provides funding for Israel but also cuts more from the IRS?
The President believes that the supplemental request we submitted in every aspect, in every bucket of funding that we're asking for, is critical for our national security needs. And I would remind that these are urgent requests. That's what the supplemental is all about. These are key, urgent national security needs. And there was a time when, that the key foreign policy objectives of the United States and our national security was apolitical, and it needs to be in this case too.
To lawmakers who say, I want to support to fund Israel, I don't want to support funding for Ukraine, you say what?
We say, take a look at everything we've asked for in the supplemental request. Look at what the President said in the Oval Office address, and see, even as Senator McConnell said himself just today, I think, that Ukraine and Israel are intertwined and both are serious. And that was from the Senate Minority Leader himself. We say, first of all, we know that there's bipartisan support, even in the leadership, that those who are against trying to fund Ukraine or trying to siphon off humanitarian assistance out of the Israel funding, they don't represent the majority of their caucus. And again, take a look at the whole request and see how important it is for all our national security needs.
Thank you, Admiral. A massive blast has been reported at a refugee camp in Gaza, in one of the most densely populated areas. An IDF spokesperson said that they were targeting a Hamas commander. What can you tell us about this? And does that, in your view, mean they violated the laws of war?
Can't say much. I mean, this all just happened just before I came on out here, and I just don't have a lot of information on that.
Would it mean they violated the laws of war, given what we've seen?
I'm not going to speculate on an incident that I really have no information on. That would be really, really imprudent for me to do.
And why have Americans and foreign nationals still been unable to get out of Gaza, even though aid trucks have been going in? Beyond putting the blame on Hamas, What more can you say about what's going on here and what the progress is?
How about if I just put the blame on Hamas? I mean, Secretary Blinken talked about this in his hearing this morning. I mean, they are putting obstacles up to allow us to get folks out. It's not Israel. It's not Egypt. It's not places like Jordan. The Hamas has been making it difficult to do this.
But the aid is still coming in. The gates are opening. I mean, what can be done to then make sure that
And just because the gate swings one way doesn't mean it's going to swing the other way. And well, obviously we want it to. Right now the aid is getting in. Not enough, but it is getting in. But right now we just are not able to get people out. Believe me when I say we're working on this literally by the hour. Ambassador Satterfield is working on this very, very hard. But we just got to keep at it.
Yeah. So it's being reported that Yemen declared war on Israel. How concerning is that for?
I haven't seen that report that they declared war. Look, we've said from the very beginning that we don't want to see a widening and deepening of this conflict by anybody, any actor, any state. And we've also said that we've got key national security interests at stake here in the region, and we mean to protect and defend them. So our message to anybody, and again, I can't confirm this report because I haven't seen it, but our message to anybody who seeks to escalate and deepen this conflict is, be mindful of how seriously we take our national security interests.
Also, 220 Palestinians have been killed in the West Bank since the beginning of the war, 197 since the beginning of this year. Also, how concerning is it for you that Netanyahu is opening a new war front in the West Bank, considering this killing?
The president spoke to this himself out there in the Rose Garden with the Australian Prime Minister, specifically talking about how dangerous it is that extremists in the West Bank are killing innocent Palestinians, and it's got to stop. It's deeply concerning. Each and every one of them is a tragedy, too.
It's expected the Senate will move forward to confirm Jack Lew for the position of ambassador to Israel. How do you see his role having any impact on some of these negotiations? And can you talk about, is there a way to, I know why there is concern with Israel about fuel, but in terms of power or other of those services, you talked about wanting to see restoration. Is there some other package that could be moved forward that you think could provide some relief to civilians but not undermine Israel's military goals?
I'm not sure what you mean by package, but let me try it this way, and if I don't get you, you tell me if I'm wrong here. But obviously we look forward to Jack Lew's eventual confirmation here as ambassador to Israel. It seems like it's moving right along. I don't want to get ahead of the process, but that's a terrific thing. He's more than qualified to be our ambassador to Israel, and we're very excited to get him over there so that he can get on the ground and start leading our efforts to support Israel in their fight against Hamas, but also to help us integrate and continue to lead the effort to get humanitarian assistance to people of Gaza. And our expectation is that Mr. Lew will be taking the lead on those issues once he gets on the ground. On your question about a package.
Power or fuel, when I said package, I meant like, is there some complement of those different types of utilities or resources that would be beneficial but are not undermining the Israeli military capability? Is there some way to try to have less of what you're asking for that could be a benefit?
We would argue and have argued that all of those essential services, as I mentioned in my opening statement, are critical. They're all important, and they're all urgent right now, particularly fuel. And fuel's related to the water problem because they use it for the pumps at the desalination plants. So we would argue they're all critical, and we are literally working on this in real time. Now, some food got in on these trucks today, bottled water, and that's, I'm sorry, sir, I said water. Some water got in on the trucks today, sorry. No fuel has gotten in. And the existing stocks are dang near down to zero, and that's perilous here for the hospitals, for the water pumps, and so we're working hard with Israel to make sure we can find some accommodations to get fuel in. I've heard this argument, and it's particularly by some of the Republicans in the House that or even in the Senate, but by putting fuel in there, we're helping Hamas. I want to be very clear on this. We have seen no indication, none, that Hamas has gotten their hands on any of the humanitarian assistance that has gone in. None of it. It goes from these UN trucks to humanitarian organizations and the UN for delivery to the people of Gaza. That's what we've seen with every single one of them. And with the fuel that was existing in tanks that they could tap simply went to existing legitimate humanitarian needs. And we will, and we have tried to make assurances to the Israelis that we will continue to monitor fuel should it go in with the same diligence that we have and our UN partners have been monitoring the food and the water and the medicine.
Way in the back, go ahead.
Netanyahu has said that the fuel is being withheld by Hamas. Have you had any kind of confirmation from him or pushback from him on trying to get fuel into the Gaza Strip?
The Israelis have expressed concerns about fuel getting into Gaza, and we understand where the concerns are coming from, because Hamas wants this fuel as well, to keep their tunnels lit and to support their own needs, for their own vehicle and power needs. I mean, it's a legitimate concern, no question about that. Our argument is that it's also a legitimate need of the innocent civilians in Gaza who are suffering right now and in desperate need of continued medical care and fresh water to drink. And so what we're working on with the Israelis is an accommodation here where they can be confident that it's not going to go to Hamas, and we can be confident that it's going to get in and get to the people in need. And we're still working on that.
Has he been receptive to those concerns?
I won't talk about our diplomatic conversations in any great detail. I'll just tell you that we understand their concerns. They're not illegitimate, and we are working very hard to address those.
Go ahead, Ed, speak.
Yeah, thanks. Admiral, I believe the President has, a lot of people have said that the information coming from the Gaza Health Ministry is not reliable because it's controlled by Hamas. We can see on social media just terrible things happening, presumably to civilians, children, in Gaza. So does the United States have its own estimate of what's happening and how many people in Gaza, and where should the rest of us get accurate information on that count?
We are doing the best we can to try to get an assessment of the scope of the casualties. And you can imagine we're pulling from multiple different sources. We certainly are not taking the Ministry of Health's number at face value. You know, we're talking to partners on the ground now that we have direct linkage with aid organizations on the ground. As these trucks are getting in, we are getting a little bit more fidelity on the situation. So we are pulling from multiple sources. And without spouting a whole number here, I can tell you we are convinced that there have been many thousands of civilian deaths in Gaza thus far in the conflict. And as I've said before, I'll say it again, each and every one of them is a tragedy. Each and every one of them we should work to prevent. We know that each and every one of them means that there's some grieving family somewhere out there that's going to need support and going to need help. We know that. And so we're continuing to monitor as best we can, and we are continuing to stay in touch with our Israeli counterparts about the need to reduce and minimize civilian casualties as much as possible.
Back to this blast in northern Gaza. What is clear is that there are and will be many, many casualties as a result. The president and everyone on down have made very clear that they are urging Israelis to minimize civilian casualties as much as possible. Is it clear at this point that that is not happening, that civilian casualties are not being minimized?
If you're asking about that specific explosion, I don't know. I don't have any context.
General, but also with that.
As I've said repeatedly, MJ, I mean, we're not going to react to every event in real time, but we've certainly recognized that civilians have been hurt, civilians have been killed to the tune of many thousands, that infrastructure has been damaged by these airstrikes. We recognize that. We observe that, and we're not accepting of any single civilian death in Gaza. They're all tragedies, and we continue to work and will continue to work with the Israelis about the need to respect human life and to try to limit civilian casualties. What I said yesterday, though, needs to be repeated, that unlike Russia and Ukraine, and unlike what Hamas did on the 7th of October, the killing of civilians is not a war aim of Israel. I'm not denying that it's happening. Now, of course it is, and it's tragic. But it's not the goal of Israeli forces to go out and deliberately take innocent civilian life. And they have tried to make efforts to minimize that.
But would you go as far as to say that Israel is not successfully minimizing civilian casualties in Gaza?
I would say is what I said to you before. It's obvious to us that that they are trying to minimize.
Secretary Blinken said today that U.S. officials are in close communication with Americans who are stuck in Gaza, wanting to leave, phone calls, emails via WhatsApp. What exactly is being communicated to those Americans in those messages?
Well, I'd refer you to the State Department to speak to that more specifically than me here at the NSC, but as we understand it, it's to keep them informed about our efforts to try to get them out and to make sure that they know that we're not tiring and that we're gonna keep trying to do that.
But do you have specific guidance on, where they should go, who
I
they
don't.
should call?
You got to talk to the State Department about that. They're the ones in direct contact.
John, Hamas is claiming that they will free some foreign hostages in the next few days. Has the U.S. been alerted to this by any official channels? Do you have
That's the first I'm hearing that report. We'll have to see whether it pans out or not. Obviously, we want that to be the case.
And are you hearing anything about the crossing into Egypt opening tomorrow to allow some injured Palestinians out?
I have not heard that report.
Given the airstrikes on the refugee camps near Gaza City, would now be the time for a humanitarian pause? I know you've said that U.S. position is no ceasefire, you don't support a ceasefire, but would now be the time for a humanitarian pause?
Well, without getting into this specific moment that we're in right now or litigating this from the White House podium, we do believe that humanitarian pauses could be of value, but they have to be, there has to be credible support on both sides here for where to do it, when to do it, for how long to do it, and for what purpose. And we're continuing to work with partners in the region, including those who have a direct line of communication with Hamas to see if that's possible. The goal would be to get aid in, to maybe get people out that want to evacuate. It also would be valuable, a humanitarian pause every now and then would be valuable for us if in fact there's a serious effort to get hostages out, because you'd need some kind of pause of the fighting to be able to do that safely.
And can you talk a little bit more about the humanitarian aid and the flow and what is keeping more and more larger numbers of trucks from going in? Is it Israel and Egypt not agreeing to allow that to happen? And is it
no? There's been a myriad.
Them to do it?
There's been a myriad of factors here. I mean, part of it is. There's got to be an inspection regime for each truck so that everybody can have confidence in what is in those trucks. So that they have to be opened up, they have to be inspected, and that obviously slows things down. I mean, it's not like October 6th. It's now a war zone, and there are belligerents here, and we got to make sure that what's going in is legitimately humanitarian assistance. And because it's a war zone, it's not the trucks themselves. Their travel in country is potentially dangerous, and there have been strikes on roads and infrastructure that may alter the way they get to their destination. And then making sure that there's enough people on the other end to receive that material and get it to people who are desperately in need. It's just like in a natural disaster, and I'm not trying to undermine it or minimize this, but in times of a natural disaster, the delivery of essentials just gets harder, and it's harder. So there's a lot of factors in here, but we're working through all that. And again, while we admit that it's a trickle and not good enough, it still seems to be on the upward trajectory day by day, and that's a good thing. And we do hope that within coming days we can get up to 100 trucks a day. It's still not going to be enough, but it's going to be a lot more than what we're doing right now.
Mr. Kirby, thousands of Palestinian civilians have fallen so far, including 160 of my own relatives. And I'm just wondering, how many Palestinian civilians need to be killed before the United States called for a ceasefire?
First of all, my condolences to you and your family. Are you in touch with some that are
as
still,
much as I can.
Not as much as you'd like to be, yeah. But I'm very sorry to hear that. I'm very sorry to hear that. And so I can see this is obviously personal for you. I can tell you it's personal for the president too. We don't want to see any more civilian casualties. So in terms of a ceasefire, our concern with that is that Hamas benefits to the tune of being able to refit, renew themselves, plan and execute additional attacks. And as I said yesterday, right now is not the time for a general ceasefire. It is, however, the time to consider pauses in the fighting long enough so that folks like your relatives and family members can get this incredibly needed humanitarian assistance and perhaps a way to get out if they want to get out. So we're supporting that, and we'll see what we can do. But again, my deepest condolences.
Well, another question, if I may.
Yeah, of course.
Now, you talked about creating a safe corridor where Gazans can leave if they want to. Does the United States guarantee the return, or is it going to be like 1948, where like ethnic cleansing and they're not allowed to return?
As I said in my opening statement, our policy is not to have some sort of permanent settlement outside of Gaza. For the people who call that home, we want them to be able to go back home and do so safely and effectively. We are not calling for their permanent refuge from the country.
During the weekend, Prime Minister Netanyahu referenced the Amalekite, which is a biblical reference talking about the genocide that happened in the biblical times between the Israelites and the Amalekites. Is that a concern for the U.S. administration?
I'm afraid I'm not qualified to speak much on biblical history here, but obviously I think we've been crystal clear, not only there but around the world, on our concerns about genocidal behavior by any leader. And that is not what we're seeing Israel desire to do. That they are going after Hamas terrorists, going after leadership that attacked their country on October 7th in a gross and barbaric fashion. They are not interested in genocidal activity to the people of Gaza. Now, again, we recognize there have been many thousands of casualties. Way too many. Should be zero. We understand that. But their war aim, as I said earlier, is not to target the innocent civilians of Gaza. Their war aim is to go after Hamas.
Thank you. John, the people in this country making violent anti-Semitic threats, are they domestic terrorists?
I don't know that we're classifying people as domestic terrorists for that. I mean, that's really a question better left to law enforcement. I'm not aware that there's been such a characterization of that.
Okay. The FBI director said today, the ongoing war in the Middle East has raised the threat of an attack against Americans in the United States to a whole nother level. Has the White House considered the possibility that a terrorist could be in the country right now after crossing the southern border?
Peter, we are always concerned about the potential presence on U.S. soil of terrorists coming from overseas. That's something we're always worried about.
But there was this bulletin last week. The CBP in San Diego said militants associated with the Israel-Hamas war may be potentially encountered at the southwest
You're talking about
border.
the San Diego.
Yeah. Is there any heartburn around it? 600,000 known gotaways just in the last fiscal year.
Yeah.
Is there any heartburn about leaving the border in such a condition that one of those 600,000 could be a terrorist?
So let me just break this down for you just a little bit here. First of all, I can't speak to this intelligence report that was leaked to the media. I wouldn't do that. I can tell you that we are constantly monitoring, as best we can, all ports of entry to the country for the potential arrival of anybody who might wish us harm. And one of the things that the president asked for in this supplemental was additional funding for border security, for like 1,500 more Border Patrol agents and better technology at the border. I mean, so again, we would urge Congress to take a look at that supplemental request and pass it. But if the general gist of your question is, are we taking the potential threat seriously? Of course we are.
The general gist was, is it possible that somebody who wants to commit a terrorist attack during a time of elevated threat crossed the southern border into the United States already?
I couldn't possibly answer that question, Peter. All I can do is tell you that we have remained vigilant to that potential threat.
Good, John.
Thank you. John, can you give us an update on how talks with the Qataris are going in terms of helping hostages get out?
I really am not at liberty to get into too much detail, Jeff. What I can assure you is that we are still having discussions with our partners in the region, and the Qataris have been useful in that regard. We are continuing to have discussions about getting the hostages out.
Following up on MJ's question, the IDF has confirmed while you were standing here that the attack on the refugee camp and hospital was an Israeli one. How do you square that with what you're saying about Israel trying to avoid civilian deaths?
Again, you're getting me a little unawares here, Jeff. I didn't see that comment. I didn't see that report. So I don't want to speculate about what might have happened or what might not have happened. What I can tell you is that we have indications that they are trying. I'm not predicting that on any given day they aren't going to fail to meet their own expectations about killing civilians. Sadly, our own experience as a military over the last 20 years has shown us that even with our best intentions and all the efforts that we put in to avoiding civilian casualties, we still cause them. And it's tragic each and every time. But I just, without the context of this event, I'm going to be careful about what I speculate on here.
People who are seeing the numbers, and you've also said it's been thousands, is there anything more you can say besides indications? What evidence do you have that Israel is trying not to?
It's based on literally a daily conversation that we're having with our Israeli counterparts about their goals, their strategies, and their plans, and the questions that we would hope they're asking themselves, like we would ask ourselves before embarking on military operations.
Thank you. Admiral, just to talk about the fuel situation again in Gaza, the lack of fuel, the Ministry of Health, the director there, said that essentially that they're going to run out of fuel tomorrow. I was wondering if that aligns with your assessment of how the levels of fuel are, especially when it comes to the hospitals and the generators.
It's a similar timeline that we've heard from aid organizations in the UN. It's not totally out of the scope of what we heard from other actors, that it could be that soon.
Is that sense of trauma and sense of urgency being felt in the conversations about the need to get fuel into Gaza, especially when we're talking about hospitals, when we're talking about generators, babies on ventilators and those kinds of things? Is that sense of urgency being felt, and is it being heard by the Israelis as well?
It's absolutely being felt, and we have continued to communicate this with our Israeli counterparts. There's definitely a sense of urgency here.
John, a follow-up on the humanitarian pause. Given the recent comments from Prime Minister Netanyahu and kind of what we've seen in the last few days, are you getting any indication from the Israelis that this is something that they would even consider? And how much of a priority is this for the administration to get a humanitarian pause to make that happen?
I don't want to speak for the Israelis. I would tell you that they too want to get their hostages out. They too want to get those folks back home to their families, and they recognize that in order to do that safely, you're going to have some passage, some pause in the fighting to be able to do that so that they can get home safely. So in a general sense, they see the value in some kind of a localized temporary pause to get their folks back home.
Thank you. Admiral Hassan Nasrallah, Secretary General of Hezbollah, is expected to make a speech on Friday about the group's fight with Israel and Israel's bombardment of Gaza. His words could shape the fate of the country and the region. What the U.S. is doing, monitoring the situation for sure. What's going to do if Hassan Nasrallah decided to declare war on Israel?
Well, I'm not going to get into speculating about a hypothetical like that. Let me just give me a second here. Sure. We're watching this very, very closely. And one of the reasons why the president sent an extra carrier strike group into the region and parked one in the Eastern Med is to make sure we send a strong message to any actor, including Hezbollah, who may want to widen the conflict. They ought not to do it. We take seriously, as I said earlier, our national security interest in the region. Now, Nasrallah can say what he wants to say, and we'll certainly be paying close attention to it. But our message is the same to him, to them, to any other actor in the region.
Anita. Thank you so much. On the domestic front, we're hearing from Muslim Americans and some Democratic Party activists that they're going to mobilize millions of Muslim voters to withhold votes and funding from President Biden's campaign until he works on a ceasefire for Gaza. Is the White House concerned about that? And then going to your weird crocodile metaphor about...
It was an alligator, and I didn't think it... And it wasn't... It was Churchill, not me.
Sorry. Going to your alligator metaphor about aid to Israel being isolated in that package, is it the White House's view that the U.S. can afford to fund Israel, Ukraine, Taiwan, and the U.S. border in one package? And then I have a diplomatic question.
Okay, well, your first one I'm not going to answer because I'm not going to get into electoral politics one way or the other. On your second question, the answer is yes. What's your third one?
Okay, just comparing the readouts of President Biden and Jake Sullivan's meetings with Saudi officials, we're now seeing a mention of Iran. Or rather, we're now seeing mention of the White House saying that they're asking the Saudis to work with Iran. Is that something that the White House is asking Tehran to do to pressure? Let me start over. Is that something that the White House is doing, asking Riyadh to lean on Tehran to show restraint? And how receptive are the Saudis?
Yeah, I don't want to talk about our diplomatic conversations with the Saudis. We have been, I think, crystal clear about the concerns over Iran and their destabilizing activities and their support for these groups throughout the region. I think I'll leave it there.
Yeah, last question. Go ahead.
On the visit by the Saudi defense minister, can you talk about where things stand with the normalization negotiations as they were happening before October 7th and kind of where they stand now?
I think, again, without getting into the specifics of diplomacy, I think we came away from those discussions confident that there'll be a path to get back towards to normalization, and that there's still interest on the Saudi side in pursuing that. Obviously, what's going on between Israel and Hamas makes it harder to make practical progress on it right now. I would also remind that even before October 7th, we were still months away from some sort of agreed to framework. We're still committed to it. It's clear to us that the Saudis are still committed to it, but obviously we're all focused, including our Saudi friends, on what's going on here in Gaza.
John, wait a minute. Before you leave, if Hamas terrorists attack the U.S., would U.S. put boots on the ground in the Middle East?
I won't speculate about that, Brian. We'll obviously do what we have to do to protect our troops in our so.
Thank you. Thanks, Admiral. Thank you. All right, just have a few more minutes left. Anybody else? Well, Darlene, you want to kick us off?
Thank you. Given the House Republican decision to just move forward with funding only for Israel, is it the position of the White House that Speaker Johnson is bound by the deal that former Speaker McCarthy struck with the White House earlier this year, the budget deal?
The budget deal that 2/3 of the House Republicans voted on and is now law?
Yes.
Yeah, well, it's law. So, yes, as it relates to the budget deal that occurred early summer, that was voted on by the House and the Senate and is now law. So, yes.
A couple of quick housekeeping things. Is a trip to Maine for the president under consideration?
So let me just say that we are appreciative of the governor of Maine inviting the president to visit. As you know, when the president visits any state anywhere, there's a lot of logistics that has to come into play. Don't have anything to share on a potential date, but certainly we are appreciative. And as you know, the deputy director of the gun prevention office, Greg Jackson, as I mentioned, I believe yesterday, is on the ground providing support to the community, much needed support to the community, and folks who certainly were deeply affected by and victims by the shooting last week.
And the summit on Friday, the president is having with Western Hemisphere leaders, Economic Summit. Are leaders coming to Washington for that? Is this an in-person thing or is it virtual?
So NSC, I believe, is going to be holding a backgrounder on this, a briefing on Thursday. So they'll have more information. There will be leaders from countries across the North and Central America will be here. So I don't want to get ahead of who actually will be in person. Sometimes folks participate virtually. I just don't have that list in front of me, but obviously there'll be leaders from North and Central America that will be here, and it's an important meeting. The president is looking forward to continue to have those conversations about the strong partnership with these leaders across the region, and so we'll have more to share with you as they do a briefing for all of you on Thursday.
Thanks, Corinne. So the White House says that this new proposed rule around retirement advisors could boost retirement savings by as much as 20%. But for Americans who want to retire pretty soon, say in the next 5 years, how would that concretely benefit them in financial terms?
So just a couple of things. And you're going to hear from the president very shortly, so don't want to get too much ahead of him. But we believe this is really real money that's going to go back to hardworking families. You're going to hear again directly from the president. So the new rule, just 3 points that I want to make here: advice to roll over assets from a 401k into individual retirement account (IRA) or annuity must be in the saver's best interest. Retirement advisors must provide advice in client's best interest, as I mentioned at the top, regardless of whether they are recommending a security or an insurance product, which is also very important. Advice to plan sponsors, including small employers, about which investment to put on a 401k lineup must be in the customer's best interest. So we believe this is really real money that's going to come back to hardworking families. We'll have certainly more to share. Again, when it comes to this type of, when we talk about junk fees, when we're talking about rules like this that really bring to bear what it's costing, billions of dollars that it's costing Americans. We've heard from the president. He wants to continue to make sure that we take away that burden that Americans feel and American families feel, and give them a little bit more breathing room, making sure that the economy works for them. And this is something that the president has been steadfast on, and so he's going to continue to. He's very proud to announce this new rule to really. Obviously, this is about retirement. We're going to continue to do that.
In terms of how is that enforced? How do you guarantee that a retirement advisor has the client's best interest in mind? Is adhering to high standards?
So look, we believe that the Department of Labor has this authority, right? So there is going to be enforcement that's going to be done via the Department of Labor. That is an authority that they have. We're very comfortable in that. And again, don't want to get too much ahead of the president. I laid out some 3 important factors in what he's going to announce as it relates to the junk fees and retirement. So I'm going to let him speak to this in more details. And if you have any additional questions, I'm sure the team here would be happy to answer that. But I don't want to get ahead of the president. Go ahead.
There are many states in the country with large rural areas. Why Minnesota?
Why Minnesota? I wonder what you're getting at in this question. So look, Minnesota is an important state that the president wanted to go and visit. Obviously, going to rural America. The president is the president for everyone, right? Not just urban America, or rural America, red states, blue states, middle of America, along the coast, the states that he's visited. So this is important. Look, this is going to be incredibly important. The president's going to hear directly from the American people, talk about what he's been doing, investing in America, talking about the historic pieces of legislation that he's been able to do that's going to create good union-paying jobs. It's actually going to make a difference in this community that he's visiting. I'm not going to get ahead. He'll lay out why he's there and why it's important for him to be in that particular community tomorrow. But look, Mr. President loves Minnesota.
Does this have anything to do with the announced primary challenge of Congressman Dean Phillips of the great state of Minnesota?
So I'm going to be very careful with the Hatch Act and not speak to any upcoming election, in this case the presidential election in 2024. I said this last week and I'll say this again. We are very proud of, or very thrilled and thankful to the congressman for voting with the president almost 100% of the time in the last 2 years. And I'll leave it there.
Karine, I wanted to follow up on Anita's question about support among Arab and Muslim Americans. Polls are showing today that it's dropping significantly for the president. Is that a concern? How will you address that?
So look, I'm not going to get into every poll, right? So going to be careful. I think in Anita's question, it was related also to kind of the electoral race that's coming up. So I know you said you said that you were connecting your question to her. So I'm just making sure that I put that out there. I heard the question that you asked me. Look, of course, the president is always concerned and wants to hear how different communities feel about the work that he's doing. Of course, that's important to this president. One of the reasons that he's going out there to go into rural America to hear directly from Americans there. One of the reasons that he does these travel because he wants people to hear directly from him on the work that he's doing on behalf of Americans across the country. And so always.
So President Biden hopes to meet President Xi face-to-face next month.
How we move forward with China hasn't changed. This is intense competition, right? That we have said that we want to move forward with China. We understand that, and intense competition means intense diplomacy. That's what you're going to see. That's what the president is going to be doing and having a tough conversation, but important conversation. I'm not going to get into any kind of decisions made on this. This is going to be about the diplomatic conversations. We've seen about three secretaries go to China and having these diplomatic conversations. We saw Secretary Blinken. We saw also National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan having important conversations, diplomatic conversations with their counterparts in China. This is important. This is an important relationship. Again, this is about competition. That's what we want to see with China, and this is going to be an important diplomatic conversation.
Is the Chinese not saying yes at the moment to a face-to-face meeting?
We've been talking about. The president said he's looking forward to meeting with President Xi, and so not going to get into details about this meeting that's going to happen this month. Tomorrow's November. Next month, it's going to be in San Francisco. Intense competition. It happened in San Francisco.
Families of the victims of the shooting.
I don't have any we've seen to deal with what we're seeing, to deal with this epidemic, gun violence epidemic that we're seeing across the country. This happens. These types of mass shootings happen here. Office to deal with this gun violence is moving a lot faster. That can get passed. Put it on the floor. And then the question is to House Republicans, to Republicans in Congress. All right. Yeah.
Karine, you talked actually, I wanted to ask you, served in this role for quite a while now. I don't know what the average tenure is for a press secretary, but what's your anticipation moving forward? How much longer would you like this job?
We're going to move forward after today. After today, go ahead.
Back to Minnesota, rural voters are increasingly voting Republican. To what extent is this trip part of an effort to reach out to conservative communities? Will the president or any of the cabinet secretaries be going to any red districts on this?
Red's going to do that tomorrow. Also, invitation, as I said before, when the president travels, and you all know this, you've traveled with the president, we have, and I just don't want to.
Many angry Muslim Americans right now who feel like the president isn't listening to them in their appeals for a ceasefire. What is your message to this group of Americans, and what efforts have you made at outreach to this group specifically?
So, certainly of hate-fueled attacks, right, as we talk about what we're seeing here. And so he also understands that many of our Muslim, Arab American, and Palestinian American loved ones and neighbors are worried about the hate being directed at their communities. And so leaders at every level of this administration will continue. We're going to continue engaging with the Muslim community, the Arab American community, and Palestinian American leaders to hear their concerns, right, and also to hear their feedback on how best, certainly, to combat the discrimination, the hate and discrimination that they're seeing as well. We have been in close contact with folks in the Muslim community. We've been in close contact with Palestinian Americans, Arab Americans as well, appointees here, Jewish American appointees as well, to ensure that their perspectives are heard and that we continue to respect, obviously, their perspective. And so we're going to continue to hear from the community. That's something that we want to do. As I was talking about rural America and how the president is the president for everyone, we certainly want to continue to keep those lines of communication open, and that's really important. Go ahead.
Thank you, Green. Just real quick, how closely, if at all, is the White House tracking this 14th Amendment lawsuit in Colorado?
I don't have anything to say about that. I'm not tracking that very closely.
There's no concern that if former President Trump is taking off the ballot, it might embolden support for him in other states?
Look, I'm just going to be really, really careful on anything that is related to ballots, elections, upcoming elections, especially as you're asking me about 2024. Just not going to comment. Certainly not going to comment from this podium from here. All right, thanks everybody.
Anti-democratic refuse questions from one of our country's 4 largest newspapers, Korean.
Why is that? How they always get fired? Is that why she's been there so long? She's really careful about not saying the wrong thing. Interesting.
managed to take over a main Hamas facility in the west of the city of Jabalia. This facility was used for training for that terrorist attack that these terrorists went out from, and also the facility for training for the coastal area on the October 7th attack. And many terrorists were killed and eliminated, and terrorist infrastructure was eliminated as well. This is very complex combat. We lost some troops in combat, and we've informed 2 IDF soldiers who were killed during this combat today. This evening, we managed to eliminate the terrorist, the murderer Ibrahim Biari. Biari is the individual who was the main leader of combat since the entrance of the forces into North Gaza. He was also involved in the October 7th massacre. During his elimination, many terrorists were killed. Terrorists who were with him in that building as well as underground. Beneath this building, the targeting of Biari's building led to the collapse of other buildings because there was a very extensive infrastructure there, and the purpose of that infrastructure was to carry out terrorist activities against our forces. The entire infrastructure collapsed and many terrorists were killed. The Hamas terrorists continue to use civilian population as shields intentionally and in a very cruel and brutal manner. Sinwar, Yahya Sinwar, does not care about the people of Gaza. He built the Hamas terrorist infrastructure intentionally beneath people's homes, and he is behind the massacre, not just of Israeli citizens on October 7th, but also the massacres that is leading to the collapse of the Gaza Strip on its inhabitants. And therefore, we call upon the residents of northern Gaza to move south. We will allow to do so in corridors beyond the Gaza Stream southwards, where you have a safer area. We are going to continue to operate full force in the area of Gaza City. We're going to continue to operate against every terrorist throughout the Gaza Strip. Regarding the Red Sea region, we have intercepted a surface-to-surface missile that was launched at Israeli territory. We used the Chetz, the arrow system, in order to intercept it, and this was the first time we utilized this system, and it was successful. The IDF aircrafts also intercepted additional 2 other hostile targets that flew in the region. All of these targets were intercepted outside Israeli territory. We have also added ships to this region that have defensive capabilities, and now we are in multidimensional defense in the air, the sea, and aerial defense. And all of these systems, their purpose is to protect Israeli citizens with an emphasis on the south, but throughout the country. There are many elements in the region who are proxies of Iran. For example, the Houthis, who are trying to challenge us and to divert us from the war in Gaza. We remain focused. We're focused on this war in Gaza. We know how to protect ourselves wherever we need to, and we operate in cooperation collaboration with the U.S. military, with American CENTCOM. Our transition to CENTCOM 2 years ago is definitely proving itself. A basis and foundation of capability was built, transferring of intel, joint and shared capabilities, and the Fifth Fleet, and we are all working together in collaboration in order to neutralize threats on the entire region and Israel specifically. The IDF knows how to maintain the security interest of the State of Israel on its own, and it will know how to retaliate whenever and wherever we decide to. In the north, there are continued attempts to fire at Israel, but there weren't any casualties to IDF forces. The IDF retaliated and also attacked the facilities of Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. We continue to retaliate in a very determined fashion and to eliminate any terrorist cell that will try to launch anything at Israel or come near the fence. So far, we have informed 317 fatalities who were in the IDF, and we are exerting every effort to bring all the hostages back home. Over the past few hours, the State of Israel has been filled with rumors, but I suggest that everybody sticks to our official statements. We are going to continue and update the Israeli population in a credible and accurate fashion. We will do so, and we, of course, take utmost care of the security and safety of our forces. So I would like to ask all Israelis, please do not spread rumors. Questions, please. You've once again told the people of the northern Gaza Strip to go to the south. The question is, what if they don't comply? And if they stay there, what will our troops do? Will they treat them as terrorists? And also, I'd like to know whether the laser-based defensive system is already operational. The defense systems of the State of Israel are multi-tiered, and there are additional projects with the Ministry of Defense and the Development Directorate. I'm not going to give any further information on what's already operational and what isn't. We are working in full force, the IDF, the security establishment, the defense industries, in order to provide these capabilities to the State of Israel. And I'm not here to talk about it here in the media. As for your second question, we are facing an enemy. We kill terrorists, and unfortunately, this is the murderous enemy we are fighting against, and they use civilian population as human shields. Some of them they didn't allow to go south, but we've made an effort and neutralized and targeted them in order to allow civilian population to move south, and we continue to call upon them to move south. There are certain areas which are medical complexes which this population goes to, and we have no choice. We have to find a solution with the world, as we showed with the Shifa hospital, in order not to allow to maintain terrorist infrastructures in hospitals, because it's against international law and it's a war crime to use hospitals in such a way. We are going to continue to gather all the information on that. Could you maybe give additional details on the circumstances of how the two soldiers were killed today? And also, does the IDF plan to react, or are we only are we only in the defensive? As for the two soldiers who were killed, I'd like to tell you that these are face-to-face. This is face-to-face combat, and we come up with the upper hand. And the battle today, which we commandeered a main complex of Hamas with equipment, with very sensitive intel that we had collected, and it's a face-to-face battle, and they were killed heroically in this battle. The troops, the combatants fight, and they come up with the upper hand, and these are complex battles, and we're going to continue to win. There is no other option. As for the question about the Houthis, I'd like to reiterate what I said earlier. We need to see that we manage to protect the State of Israel. The Air Force has high capabilities, and now they also have the Navy with them, and that, of course, increases their capabilities. As for the reaction, I think it's best if we stick to maintaining Israel's security interest, and we will decide whatever is necessary at the right time and place. I've already said, and I think that the wisest thing would be not to say what we intend to do, but we simply need to keep repeating that we are expanding our ground operations in such a way that it will serve the goals of the war. In order to lead to the collapse of Hamas, we will do whatever it takes in order to do so. We're not going to now explain to the enemy or tell them where we're going to position our missiles because they rely a lot on open source intelligence, and we're going to make it very difficult for them to come up with a general image because we want to safeguard our people. And once things happen, you'll know about it because it will already have happened. But we need to work according to our proper plan, and the main goal of that plan is to lead to the collapse of Hamas. And right now the effort is focused in the north of the Gaza Strip. Do you identify that Hamas is using children in the battlefield as human shields? We have informed the families of 240 hostages. That hasn't changed since what I stated this morning. There are some foreign nationals, and it's more difficult for us to gather the information regarding them. This is why it's taking a bit longer. We are continuing with our civilian intel and operational effort, everything we can do in order to bring back the hostages. And I'm sorry that your first question was about children used by Hamas. Look, I want to be reliable. If we see anything on the ground, in the field, I will update and inform the all Israelis. And I've talked already about using civilian infrastructure such as hospitals. I've explained about that because we have proof, we have evidence, we can show it to the world. Everything we see that's happening, we will document it and show it both to Israelis and to the whole world. You talked about the support of Iran. Is there any plan to also target Iran? Let me be more precise. Yemen is divided into two parts. It's very far from here, about 1,300 kilometers from here. It's divided into two parts. There's the Houthi part and the Yemenite part, which is connected more to the Western world, to Saudi Arabia and the Gulf countries. The Houthis, some of them, they do have Iranian capabilities, and these are some of the things we've already seen in these interceptions. So it's a proxy. It's an Iranian proxy. The Houthis, like I said, we have a defensive capability which we've augmented. We are providing maximal protection. It's never 100%, and we're even going to further augment it if necessary, and we're going to have the strongest possible defense for the state of Israel. The wisdom is not to speak here in the media regarding the question about the offensive. We want to maintain Israel's security interest and to do whatever we need at the right time and place.
On exactly how the operation is unfolding, but from where we are here, about 2 miles away from the border, from the fence, you can hear often the sounds of gunfire, the sounds of artillery. You can hear and see the impact of the airstrikes. There you could probably heard that explosion then. It's clearly very much an active and very dangerous war zone.
is their deal with cutting off the news? Yeah, boy. Yeah, oh my goodness. You don't want me to say it or what? Mad at me? Wow. Probably more. He's meowing a bunch like he's mad at me. Apparently they just cut that off out of nowhere because they can do that. The second time they did that to me.
Right and ability to defend itself and repel the Russians' attack from its borders, just as we are supporting Israel's right to defend itself from the terrorist attacks. So I get that you continue to push for this one thing that you think would be the magical thing that we're doing that we're not now, but I would take a look at all of the billions of dollars of arms that we have provided to Ukraine that have had some pretty decisive impacts on the battlefield if you want to see the strength of our commitment.
Don't get me wrong. I mean, the question is that, why is it that Israel has the right to fight back outside its border that Ukraine doesn't have by using U.S. weapons?
Ukraine has the right to make those decisions for itself. I don't have any. I think it's a little bit of a false comparison.
Come back to me later on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yesterday, an Israeli airstrike.
Their audio sucks ass, dude. It's really weak.
For cancer patients in Gaza, the Turkish government condemned the attack, saying that it was carried out despite all necessary information, including the hospital's coordinates being shared with Israeli authorities. Do you have anything to say on that? And does the U.S. believe an hospital can be a legitimate military target? And do you think such actions are in line with the laws of war?
So again, I'm not going to comment on individual strikes from this podium, but as I said yesterday, hospitals are important pieces of civilian infrastructure that deserve to be protected.
Yeah, thank you, Matthew. I'm going back to the Houthis fire missiles to the Israel. You said multiple times, even the president said that, do not do that, but they are doing that. Do you think that they are joining the conflict?
Again, I'm not going to make an assessment about that from here, and Israel can make its own assessments about a conflict with Israel. I will just reiterate what our policy has been, which is that anyone that's thinking about joining this conflict should not do it.
And do you have any red lines for the Iranian-backed groups because they are attacking you every day?
Again, we have made clear that the United States reserves the right to defend its interests, defend its personnel, and will defend its interests and defend its personnel. But I do start to chuckle when I oftentimes hear people here asking me to announce strikes from this podium before they've happened or preview actions that we might take. The Secretary Austin got pushed to do the same thing on the Hill. Secretary Austin made quite clear today we'll respond if we choose to at a time and place of our choosing, and I think for any number of reasons I ought to leave it at that and not preview any actions we may or may not take publicly from the State Department podium.
One last question. You are saying that the attacks on your forces by Iranian-backed groups is a separate things with the conflict between Israel and Hamas. Why do you think that? Because they are saying that we are attacking the U.S. forces because their involvement into this conflict.
They can make whatever claims they want about why they are taking their actions. We have made clear that the responses that we have taken are separate and apart from the conflict between Israel and Hamas.
Go ahead. Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Matt. Just a brief preface to a couple questions here. There's a lot of reporting in the media that mentions occupied territories, so I want to clarify for our audience, Matt, how these lands become occupied since the UN Resolution 181 gave the land to Arabs, not Palestinians. How did these lands that were never given by the United Nations to Palestinian Arabs become occupied Palestinian land, and whom did this land belong prior to what you claim that Israel became the occupier of? And just a brief follow-up.
I don't think I'm going to get into doing history lessons from here, just as a general rule. I will say that we believe, again, that the ultimate resolution for peace between Israel and the Palestinian people is a two-state solution along 1967 borders with mutually agreed swaps.
Okay, just finally, does the State Department agree with the Turkish President Erdogan that Israel is the occupier of their ancestral land?
I'm not going to comment on comments made by the president of Turkey, but our position on the status of lands in Israel and what the policy ought to be has been clear for some time.
Thank you.
America and Europeans are demanding free, fair, and participatory election in Bangladesh. And current ruler, Hasina Sheikh, is holding the power since 2009.
That is Bangladesh,
Does America
man.
aware that due to the
Obsessed
Indian
with
influence,
Bangladesh,
due to the Indian direct and indirect
Yeah,
support for Awami League and Hasina Sheikh,
Look, man.
there is complete, like logical and
Because of
impossible for
Bangladesh.
Bangladeshi
Who
people
cares right
to
now?
have a voting right and have a free, fair, and participatory election. Number one. And I have a second question is, Hasina
Or
Sheikh
Bangladesh.
held a press conference last night. At the conference, she made some inflammatory and derogatory comments which is concerning the security of U.S. Ambassador, His Excellency Peter Haas. Very few people in
guy's
the
even
world
like,
understand
guys,
the body
about
language and
Bangladesh.
mockery of
He's
Hasina
like,
Sheikh.
fucking Bangladesh,
She did the
really?
same thing. Why
Bangladesh?
August 4,
I'm Indian.
2018, Marsha Barniker's
What are you doing?
car came under attack, under the
This
direction of
guy
same
is
Hasina Sheikh.
busting his
She's
ass
making
right
the
now.
same joke and
He's
same
the hardest
mockery,
working reporter
sitting
in
down
there.
at a press conference and making mockery.
So let me, I think I get the question. Let me just say that we have made clear that we expect the government of Bangladesh, as we expect every government, to comply with their obligations under the Vienna Conventions for the safe protection of diplomats. And with respect to your first question, as I've said before, as I said yesterday, the holding of free and fair elections is the responsibility of everyone, all political parties, voters, government, civil society, and the media. And what we want in Bangladesh is the same thing the Bangladeshi people want, which are free and fair elections conducted in a peaceful manner. Go ahead. I'm going to move.
Thank you, Matt. Bangladesh ruling Prime Minister responded U.S. Ambassador Peter Hirsch's call on dialogue between the ruling party and opposition by Prime Minister by saying that she will have dialogue with the opposition
Or
if the U.S.
Bangladesh.
President Joe Biden does the same
Bangladesh
dialogue
talk.
with the former U.S. President Donald Trump. Then she might think about this dialogue, and she refused to hold any dialogue between the political parties. And her administration very much attacking on the opposition. Today, 2 opposition leaders killed by the police gunfire, and they are arresting already 2 top leaders arrested in Dhaka. So every day they are arresting opposition leaders and activists. So how could you believe that there will be an election?
So
Free, fair, and inclusive?
I won't have any comment on the first part of your question other than to say that the goals I outlined before for free and fair elections, we do believe that dialogue is important to achieving those goals. With respect to
Can
your second
Bangladesh
question,
please just take care
we
of
are closely
themselves?
monitoring the
The
electoral
fuck is
environment
this?
in Bangladesh leading up to January's election, and we take incidents of violence
Bangladesh.
very seriously. We are engaging and will continue to engage with the government, with opposition, with civil society, and other stakeholders to urge them to work together for the benefit of the Bangladeshi people to ensure free and fair elections that are conducted in a peaceful manner.
Thanks,
All right,
Matt.
Simon.
We're in the region. You had some sanctions on Myanmar today that
Myanmar.
target the oil and gas state enterprise. Just wondering, those sanctions were specifically looking at financial services provided to the MOGE, the state oil and gas company. Why not do full blocking sanctions on MOGE, put it on the SDN list, and prevent the, as you say, this is a huge source of revenue.
Motherfuckers are pissing me off right now.
Why not just use full sanctions?
So we believe that the actions we took today were important to maximize concerted pressure on the military regime to change course. They built on our previous sanctions, but with respect to specific sanctions decisions, I refer you to the Department of Treasury.
And this is, Chevron did have a relationship with U.S. company. Chevron had a relationship with this state enterprise. That relationship no longer exists, and you finally do the sanctions that have been called for a while. Is that, if people are going to ask the question of why didn't the U.S. do this earlier when you perhaps had more leverage over them?
Again, I refer you to the Department of Treasury for a response on that.
Thanks, Matthew.
What's the State Department's stance on the House bill to provide supplemental funding to Israel? Does the GOP want to strip IRS funding from the Inflation Reduction Act, a non-starter for Democrats, make it harder to get supplemental assistance to Israel?
So I will let others in the government speak to specific legislative packages, or first and foremost the White House. But I will say that our goal is what the Secretary testified to this morning, which is to achieve full funding for Ukraine in its battle against Russian aggression, and full funding for Israel to help it defend itself against the terrorist attacks from Hamas, as well as provide humanitarian assistance to the innocent civilians in Gaza who are party to this conflict through no fault of their own, as well as the other pieces in the bill. But in terms of specific legislative tactics, I'm going to let the White House answer.
Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib criticized the administration's response to the Hamas attack, claiming that the Biden administration is on the wrong side of history. Does the State Department have any response. Does it have any concerns about the growing domestic opposition?
So I'm not going to speak to specific comments by a member of Congress. I will say that we stand by our policy. We stand by both of the things we have done, which is number one, to ensure that Israel has what it needs to defend itself. They suffered a brutal terrorist attack and have the right and the obligation to defend themselves as any country would. And two, our intense and ongoing work to get humanitarian assistance into innocent civilians in Gaza.
And finally, is there anything you can share with us regarding what happened with the Houthis?
No.
Thank you. I'll be very short. I have two short questions following Bangladesh. The opposition BNP Jamaat Alliance unleashed mayhem across the country. The opposition BNP has announced a new program of blockade of road.
Before we make them, but
what about Bangladesh? What was he got to say?
I believe it should be conducted peacefully.
And
I'm going to pick Alex, go ahead.
If possible. As you know, NATO foreign ministers will gather on November 28th. Is it your hope that Sweden will be there?
We want Sweden to be approved to enter NATO as soon as possible. I won't put a timeline on it other than to say we want it to happen as quickly as possible.
How frustrated are you that this is taking longer? Second, I had a conversation with his Turkish counterpart, and Hungary also appears to have its own new demands.
I won't say we're frustrated. I'll say that we want them to be approved as soon as possible, but it's something that we have spent a good amount of time working on. We have welcomed the announcement by the president of Turkey that Sweden's accession would move through the Turkish parliament. We're watching that very closely and hoping it gets approved as soon as possible. And we have also noted the comments from Hungary from that they would ultimately support it as well, and we expect them to do so.
Azerbaijan. Yesterday marked International Day of Political Prisoners. We just had talks in Baku at the Deputy Secretary level. I'm just wondering if you guys managed to raise the case of Gubat and others. Gubat's family reached out to the Congress members, and there was a letter to the Secretary from the Hill 2 weeks ago. Anything you guys could have done that you haven't done yet?
So we are continue to be troubled by the arrest and detention of Gubat Ibadoglu, and we are alarmed by the reports that his health continues to deteriorate. We have urged the Azerbaijani government on a number of occasions to immediately release him. We urge Azerbaijan to protect the human rights and fundamental freedoms of all, consistent with its own constitution and international obligations and commitments, and we have made that clear both publicly and privately. Michelle, and then Jen, and we'll wrap up.
Gaza, why doesn't the U.S. support a ceasefire?
I have spoken to this a number of occasions. We believe a ceasefire would allow Hamas to continue to arm itself and continue to launch terrorist attacks against Israel. I don't think you can count on Hamas. I think when people call for a ceasefire, they're calling for Israel to stop firing. I don't think there's anyone that actually expects that Hamas would agree to a ceasefire, a terrorist organization. That said, we have made it very clear that humanitarian pauses.
Hey, don't judge a book by its cover, buddy.
Or to allow humanitarian aid to come in would be something that would be appropriate. Jen, and then we'll wrap up.
Meeting with the new Speaker of the House. Was it productive?
I do. I won't characterize it other than to say that it was an introductory meeting. It was the first time the Secretary had a chance to meet with the Speaker. He talked to him about a number of things, most importantly, the President's request for supplemental assistance to support Ukraine and to support Israel and to get humanitarian assistance into Gaza and into other areas. And he had the chance to talk to him about his recent diplomatic engagements in the region and how we see and what our primary diplomatic goals in terms of securing the release of hostages, getting American citizens out, and preventing the conflict from widening.
Well, you wouldn't say it was productive.
I haven't gotten a detailed, I haven't gotten the Secretary's characterization of the meeting, so without getting that, I'm reluctant. And I was up here getting ready to come talk to you all, so I was not in the meeting myself.
There's been a lawsuit filed against the State Department and the Secretary on behalf of some Americans who are trapped in Gaza. Are you aware of this? Do you have any comments?
So we never comment on litigation. I'd refer it to the Justice Department. I will just say that everyone here at the State Department has no higher priority than getting those American citizens out of Gaza, getting them out as soon as possible. It has been something the President has focused on and has spent real time and effort on and raising with his counterparts in the region. And as I said, the Secretary has been on the phone and conducted meetings about this when we were in the region. We continue to do everything we can to get these American citizens out. It's been a difficult process for some of the reasons I've gone into in previous days, when you have Hamas controlling one side of the border and just not being willing to let anyone go. That said, we continue to work on it. We have made progress, and I hope that we can get them out in the coming days.
Is Satterfield still in Egypt?
I don't remember where exactly he is. I maybe should get a body tracker on him. I don't have one, but I know he's been moving around the region quite a bit. I don't know where he is. I think it's almost 8 o'clock at night there now. So.
Do you mind if I just do something completely separate? Venezuela?
Sure.
I know you had some reaction on this yesterday, but the Supreme Court of Venezuela saying it's invalidating the opposition primary. This, of course, comes just days after the announcement by the United States that would ease some of the sanctions on Venezuela. What's your level of concern about this? Do you think this can be reversed? Has there been any discussions with the authorities in Congress?
So I will just reiterate what the Secretary said on the Hill today in an answer to this question, which is Venezuela made commitments as a part of the political roadmap that it signed. We expect them to uphold those commitments, and if they do not meet those commitments under the electoral roadmap, we have the ability to take steps. We have the ability to take steps of our own. I don't want to announce what those would be. I'll leave it at this point that we expect them to uphold their commitments. Leave it at that. Thanks, everyone.
Balance the audio, dude. End up moving it on. The same one as this one. fuck are you doing? What do you want to play? I guess time. Oh, what? Hilarious. Oh, this one sucks too. I still don't get anything. Sky TV one getting stuck. This might be something. Wait, no, that was a while ago. That was in live. Now that's live. Wait. Who's talking? Who's this? Oh, they're back? No, they're not back. What is that?
This brutality.
See what it is talking. Here's bro. Done for the day, nice. Oh shit, they are talking about already.
Standards.
And various stakeholders too.
And I thought it started at 3. Oh, it starts at 3 Eastern time. Dang it.
We wish affecting thousands of civilians and especially women.
Lady, who is this lady?
Senor President, we wish to point out that 3 weeks since the beginning of the crisis in the Gaza Strip, a result of the inability of the Security Council so far to take decisions on international peace and security affecting thousands of civilians and especially women and girls,
Especially women.
that this responsibility now falls to this General Assembly.
Not the women.
For this reason, it is absolutely crucial that all members of this organization be able to agree on a clear message to put an end to this harrowing state of affairs. Chile supports the efforts of the Secretary General and various stakeholders to enable a resolution to this conflict. We highlight the work on the ground that he and the agencies of the UN system have been undertaking with a view to guaranteeing the peace and security of the entire population. We also highlight the diplomatic efforts that friendly countries and organizations have been pursuing in order to achieve a peaceful solution through dialogue between the parties involved. Chile has held a historical and consistent position as regards the peaceful settlement of disputes and recognition of the two states, Israel and Palestine, as well as the right of both to exist alongside one another in harmony within internationally secure and recognized borders with full respect to the human rights of all of their inhabitants. This solution, however, is very far from becoming a reality. This has taken a new turn since the terrorist acts perpetrated by Hamas on the 7th of October. We unreservedly condemn and unequivocally condemn the actions of Hamas, as we do any terrorist acts of violence and hostilities against a civilian population. We therefore also call for the unconditional release of all hostages held by this organization which has committed terrorist acts, and they should ensure the well-being and treatment of the hostages in accordance with international law. By the same token, we are concerned by Israel's military operation in Gaza. The use of force under the banner of the self-defense of a state that has been under attack should be guided by the principles of proportionality, differentiation, and precaution. However, in light of the facts, this is not being complied with. Since the 7th of October, there have been bombardments of public infrastructure, civilian housing, educational centres, health centres, and even installations of of UNRWA, the Agency of the United Nations for the Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian refugees. The impact of this on lives, on the destruction of families, has causing loneliness, orphans, the loss of faith and hope in life itself. These are just some of the consequences. There is no doubt that this will leave consequences on another generation, and there is no rationality in war. Indeed, violence cannot be resolved through further violence. By the same token, the Israeli bombardment of Gaza has deprived them of fuel, water, and other basic necessities for human life. In addition, the order to evacuate the northern part of Gaza has led to forced displacement of the population. All of these facts are a breach of international humanitarian law and international human rights. We call for these actions to be investigated by the competent bodies in order to determine and demand the accountability of the states involved. Chile, in accordance with the permanent principles of its foreign policy, and in this organization has aligned itself to the relevant resolutions as regards preservation of peace, in human rights, the right to self-determination, as well as respect and promotion of human rights. In this way, as regards the Palestinian people, we have developed a long-standing position supporting the right of the Palestinian people to constitute a sovereign state as established in resolutions of the UN, including 121 and 242 of this General Assembly. We also issue an urgent call for the swift completion of Resolution 2334 of the Security Council, where it is restated that the establishment of settlements by Israel in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, has no legal validity and represents a flagrant violation of international law and a major obstacle to the achievement of two states and broader, lasting, fair peace. The Resolution 7742 of the General Assembly was supported by Chile, and we highlight the rulings of the ICC in its advisory opinion on the applications of continued violations by Israel of the rights of the Palestinian people to self-determination. We hope that the court can assist the international community when it comes to verifying the legal obligations that serve as a basis for the quest for a definitive solution which will guarantee the rights of all of the inhabitants of these areas. Highlighting Chile's commitment to human rights, international humanitarian law, and support for the victims of the conflict in the Middle East, the government of my country has made available a contribution to humanitarian assistance for the civilian populations in Gaza and the occupied Palestinian territory. This support comes from the Chilean Fund Against Hunger and Poverty and will be channeled through UNRWA. This is the third contribution that Chile is making to this cause. President, we call on the parties involved
What would Chile's residents think about that?
Immediately. It is urgent that the blockade of Gaza by Israel ceases also, and that humanitarian aid comes to support the Palestinian civilian population. We support the calls for dialogue from the international community to prevent further escalation of violence in the region. This would only bring more and greater damage for the civilian population and loss of human life. We must recognize that the situation in Gaza has been condemned in many ways, and Chile has condemned these. Also, the forced displacement, the failure, the arbitrary delimitation of zones, and the imposition of a system of checkpoints that not only impedes freedom of movement but actually has a grave impact on the rights to education, to work, and to health. Chile reiterates that the region needs and deserves peace, and this can only be the result of negotiations between Israel and Palestine and the political will to bring together radically different positions. In light of the current situation, it is essential for the international community to take an active position to aid in deactivating the conflict that has already taken thousands of lives, the vast majority of them innocent lives. Like all conflicts, this substantially affects and disproportionately affects women, girls, and boys. We watch with great regret the events as they unfold, and we see that it is a moral imperative for the world, empowered by human rights law, to ensure that indiscriminate attacks against civilian populations end. Chile has had and will continue to have a clear voice in bilateral, multilateral fora, seeking ways to articulate its message with other states in order to put in place actions for a cross-cutting solution to achieve a political settlement to the conflict. We reiterate that this should be supported with the economic and social empowerment of the women affected by this harrowing conflict. We also call for the promotion of women's leadership at all levels. This is a strategic issue to help us achieve a sustainable and inclusive peace. President, having said all of the above, last month Chile voted in favor of resolution for the protection of civilians in compliance with legal and humanitarian obligations. Finally, our country, Chile, would like to offer its condolences to the families and loved ones of the victims, and we extend our most sincere and committed solidarity to the injured. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Chile, and I now invite the distinguished representative of Costa Rica to take the floor.
They even have a military.
President, Costa Rica regrets that none of the draft resolutions considered by the Security Council have been adopted, despite clear efforts to address the very grave humanitarian situation. However, this General Assembly, through this emergency special session, is meeting to find lasting solutions to the emergency crisis in the Middle East that the Security Council seems once again to be able to offer and way out to. We regret that Canada's amendment was not adopted. Hamas and their actions since the start of this crisis have brought great suffering to the people of Israel and Palestine. My delegation voted in favour of the resolution only because, in light of the inaction of the Security Council and the urgent need to protect innocent civilians, the international community could not wait any longer. But it is very clear, Costa Rica reiterates its strongest condemnation of the terrorist attacks perpetrated by Hamas on the 7th of October. These actions have no justification whatsoever. Hamas has shown itself to be a terrorist organisation with no consideration for the most basic principles of human rights. Our solidarity, our absolute solidarity, goes with Israel and to all victims since the beginning of the crisis. We recognise that Israel has the right to self-defense in light of the horrific attacks of the group called Hamas, which does not represent the Palestinian people. Hamas should release all of the hostages. It should put down its weapons. All of those involved in the actions of the 7th of October should hand themselves over and be judged for their genocidal acts. We also condemn the use by Hamas of people and civilian infrastructure, including hospitals and schools, as shields in infringement of international humanitarian law. We are deeply concerned by the escalation of violence, and we remind parties of the obligation to adhere to international law, especially international humanitarian law, including the Geneva Conventions and its protocols and customary international humanitarian law. Even in situations of conflict, there are rules. The most sacred of these rules is respect and protection for the life and security of all civilian people. The fundamental principles of international humanitarian law provide us with clear guidance in times of war. The principles of differentiation and proportionality are crucial. Access to humanitarian assistance is obligatory and it is urgently needed. The protection of civilians and those outside of combat is a very basic need. The specific vulnerabilities of the civilian population should be taken into account. A person with a physical disability cannot listen to an evacuation warning in the same way that a healthy person does and cannot follow the instructions in the same way. Also, children find that their fragility is increased in times of conflict. President Costa Rica notes with great concern the humanitarian tragedy that has resulted from the conflict. We stand in solidarity with all of the innocent victims, both in Israel and in Palestine. In accordance with the above, we wish to make the following calls urgently. First of all, we call again for the immediate and unconditional release of all of the hostages held by Hamas. Taking hostages in an armed conflict is a clear violation of international humanitarian law. The fact that amongst the hostages, we also know that there are boys and children and the elderly makes this situation even more serious. Secondly, humanitarian access that is secure, swift and unhindered must be ensured. Humanitarian actors need guarantees of clear, practical and permanent access in order to assist a population that is in desperate need, including through humanitarian breaks and corridors when necessary. None of these elements can be conditional upon any of the others. All of these are humanitarian imperatives in their own right. Finally, we call for an immediate ceasefire against civilians. Our priority should be to avoid any further loss of life of innocence and any further suffering. Costa Rica also calls for the transfer of conventional weapons to the zone of conflict to be suspended in accordance with Articles 6 and 7 of the Treaty on the weapons trade. These weapons can be used to commit or facilitate grave violations of international humanitarian law and human rights. The only way to bring us closer to a lasting peace is to avoid creating further innocent victims and preventing further escalation of the conflict. President Costa Rica underscores that the only sustainable solution to this crisis will be the establishment of two states that live in conditions of security under a just, lasting and comprehensive peace. Peace is possible, but it requires a firm commitment from all. I thank you.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of Costa Rica and now invite the distinguished representative
We
of
are
the
the
United States.
world. We are the people.
Easy peasy, Japanese.
Mr. President, we gather here under the Uniting for Peace resolution adopted by this Assembly in 1950. Each time that we have gathered under this resolution to address the issue of illegal Israeli action in occupied East Jerusalem and the occupied Palestinian territory, it is with profound shock that we are confronted with unrelenting images of human suffering. We welcome last Friday's resolution by this Assembly advocating for an immediate, enduring and sustainable humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza. We strongly urge the Security Council to unite and take resolute action to halt the violence against innocent civilians. Mr. President, the reality on ground is that of the 2 million residents in Gaza, half of them are children. 30% of those children are under the age of 10. And today, it is these young children that are suffering the most. Accepting the loss of these young lives as mere collateral damage is a severe breach of universally accepted ethical principles. It is a severe breach of international law, including the Geneva Conventions and the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, the standards that reflect the global consensus that the lives of innocent children must be safeguarded at all costs. It is a severe breach of our shared human values and diminishes the moral integrity of any society that chooses to tolerate it. Mr. President, the Maldives was accepted to the United Nations in 1965 as its smallest member. In our very first statement to this esteemed assembly, our permanent representative stated, "Whatever the size of a country or its population, a free state can make a contribution to the cause of coexistence." These words, our commitment to the principles of United Nations Charter and our commitment to the rule of law continue to guide our work at the United Nations. This is why, though oceans apart, Maldivians remain resolute in our support for Palestinian people and the Palestinian cause. In this recent conflict, the Maldives has donated 2 million cans of tuna to the people of Palestine. Though modest, it is a gesture that underscores our enduring commitment and unwavering solidarity with the people of Palestine. The people of Maldives are also making financial contributions and organizing fundraisers to provide support to our brothers and sisters in Palestine. We will continue to speak up for the Palestinian people, for the Palestinian cause, and for peace in the region. Our support is driven not only by our principles, but also by a moral obligation. We once again reaffirm our unwavering support for the Palestinian people in their legitimate quest for their inalienable rights, including self-determination. We are resolute in our belief that enduring peace can only materialize through the creation of a sovereign Palestinian state, founded on pre-1967 borders and with East Jerusalem as its capital. Mr. President, what we are witnessing today is not a conflict that started earlier this month, but a continuation of decades of oppression of Palestinian people that have shattered multiple lives and suffocated hopes of innocent people over several generations. We firmly believe in equal application of the rule of law among all states. Accountability must be enforced for violations of international and humanitarian laws, eschewing selective justice. This conflict is therefore not merely a legal issue. It is a fundamental matter of justice. But we have witnessed selective justice in play throughout this crisis. The evident double standard in the global narrative of this protracted conflict is concerning. The partiality, knowingly or unknowingly, serves to dehumanize and minimize, enabling and even justifying indiscriminate violence and further marginalizing the Palestinian perspective. Mr. President, the settlement of Israel-Palestine conflict is one of the major issues in which the United Nations Security Council has repeatedly failed. It has failed to take unified stance against acts of violence and hostilities directed at civilians and the protection of medical and humanitarian personnel as stipulated by international humanitarian law. These failures undermine the Council's legitimacy. We take this opportunity to emphasize the urgent need for reform of the Security Council to ensure its continued relevance and effectiveness in upholding global peace and security. We reiterate our call to the Security Council to act decisively, building upon this Assembly's efforts to halt violence against innocent civilians. Mr. President, the rapidly escalating crisis in Gaza has reached an alarming point, demanding urgent and immediate action. As airstrikes increase and the death toll climbs now over 8,000, a ground invasion has commenced, even as the Assembly calls for a ceasefire. The situation gravely threatens to expand the conflict further. The government of Maldives strongly condemns the attacks on medical facilities, including Ahli Arab Hospital, and most recently the continuous bombardment surrounding the Indonesian hospital, Al-Shifa Hospital, the Turkish hospital, and Al-Quds Hospital. We condemn the unacceptable attack on residential areas of the Jabalia refugee camp just this morning. The attacks on places of worship and humanitarian workers. These actions not only cause irreversible damage to essential infrastructure, but also place the lives of thousands at dire risk, violating international law and basic human decency. We urgently call for an immediate and unconditional ceasefire and for strict adherence to international mandates safeguarding civilian infrastructure and personnel. UN agencies are sounding the alarm about a dire humanitarian crisis unfolding in Gaza. We extend our heartfelt condolences to all families affected. Our thoughts are also with the humanitarian workers who have sacrificed their lives in service, including the loss of over 60 UN staff in Gaza. The Maldives is grateful to the UN, Egypt, and others for facilitating the entry of humanitarian aid through the Rafah border crossing. However, this is insufficient. We urge Israel to collaborate with its neighboring states to ensure uninterrupted humanitarian assistance and the delivery of essential services at the required scale. The blockade of Gaza must end to mitigate the acute humanitarian crisis. We echo the calls for respect for the rule of law and genuine political engagement to find a diplomatic, sustainable, and lasting solution. The Palestinians have placed their hope in international law, the UN Charter, and our multilateral system for their survival. It is abhorrent that we have allowed this hope to be met with nothing but hollow words. The sanctity of innocent life, particularly that of children, is non-negotiable. Tonight, when I go home, I can hold my son as he falls asleep in my arms. But how many Palestinian mothers and fathers are mourning the loss of their children? We implore the members of this august assembly to act with courage, not as a matter of political convenience, but as a moral duty that transcends borders and politics, for the sake of a more peaceful world. The lives of innocent children and families in Gaza hang in the balance. War is indeed not an answer. This emergency special session must continue to unite us. It must fuel our collective conscience to bring justice, dignity, and security to the Palestinians and to the Middle East. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Maldives for the statement, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Lebanon.
He died for Allah. Don't do.
السيد الرئيس.
Mr. President, my delegation welcomes the adoption of the resolution entitled Protection of Civilians and Upholding Legal and Humanitarian Obligations presented by the Arab Group, which is considered to be the first serious step by the United Nations to end the suffering, humanitarian suffering in Gaza. Sir, we find ourselves today before the UN General Assembly in an exceptional manner, because the natural place that is to address those matters that threaten international peace and security is the Security Council. But some of the members of the Council have decided to grant time to Israel so that they would be able to complete their military battle, as if 75 years of conflict were not enough, and is enough to complete the Israeli plan to displace Palestinians from the land and replace them with other illegal settlers. Mr. President, we must show our unity to reach an immediate ceasefire and to end a senseless aggression. We must open safe corridors to deliver basic goods for the relief of civilians in besieged Gaza. Also, we must rescue the wounded and save those lives that can be saved. We must also block any project of forced displacement of the Palestinian people. Palestine is the only natural place for these inhabitants. Mr. President, the Israeli-Arab conflict, for which many international resolutions have been passed without being implemented by Israel, is not a new conflict. Its repercussions will not end if there is no sincere will to resolve it. Experience so far has shown that this issue will not be resolved unless the international community assumes its responsibilities by pressuring Israel to implement the relevant international resolutions and compel it to withdraw from occupied Arab territories, and also recognize the Palestinians' right to exist and live in their own independent state within these 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. Otherwise, this struggle will continue for generations and generations after us. Mr. President, the ongoing Israeli attacks on Lebanon affecting peaceful villages along the border have forced more than 20,000 Lebanese to flee their homes in search of safety and security. The repeated attacks on the Lebanese army and UNIFIL positions do not discriminate between military personnel, civilians, journalists, and aid workers, and the use of internationally banned substances such as white phosphorus are flagrant violations of international resolutions, Resolution 1071, and international humanitarian law. Sir, these Israeli violations, which Lebanon has been witnessing for the past 3 weeks, are added to Israel's record full of violations against Lebanon's sovereignty and land, part of which is still occupied in the Sheba farm area in Kafra Shuba and the outskirts of the town of Al-Mari, which includes, in part, the urban expansion of the village of Gashar. We call on the international community to pressure Israel to stop its destructive aggression and repeated violations and its constant fraud. Mr. President, Israel is launching a major aggression against the Gaza Strip from the air, sea, and land. The certain result is thousands of innocent civilians will become victims, and therefore it is imperative that we act immediately. This is a responsibility shared by all countries to stop the bloodbath that does not distinguish between an infant, a mother, or an older person. We must beware any plans to spread chaos and internal disputes within the Palestinian areas. Today, the world is facing two choices: either remain silent about the transformation of Gaza into a mass grave of more than 2 million Palestinians, or immediately stop this war and start the path of a political solution based on UN resolutions. Mr. President, from this international rostrum, Lebanon calls for an end to the deaths, to the exoduses, the massacres, before it's too late. I thank you.
Too soon, Junior.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of Lebanon, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Yemen.
Lord, sit up time.
President, I thank you for the resumption of the 10th emergency session of the General Assembly under the agenda item United for Peacekeeping. We align ourselves with the statement made by His Excellency the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Jordan on behalf of the Arab Group, and the statement delivered by the representative of Mauritania on behalf of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Sir, this meeting is being held after the failure of the Security Council to assume its responsibilities in accordance with the UN Charter when it comes to international peace and security. At a time when the brutal aggressions continues against Gaza and daily massacres are committed by Israel, the occupying power, against innocent and defenseless citizens, women and children. This aggression, this brutality, constitutes a war of genocide against the Palestinians. The Yemeni people condemn, with the strongest terms possible, the brutal and continuous Israeli aggression on Gaza and the destruction of infrastructure and the targeting of civilians, especially women and children, without discrimination. And this We also condemn the cutting off of electricity and food and medications from the civilian population. This is a full-fledged war crime, a crime against humanity, and a flagrant violation of international law and human rights and international humanitarian law, as well as all international norms and standards. We wish to express our deepest condolences to the martyrs and their families, and we share our best wishes for a speedy recovery for the wounded. We wish to warn you that these actions will have serious consequences that will not only disrupt the peace process in the Middle East, but will also exacerbate this wave of violence and chaos, and it will increase feelings of anger in the region. This will give terrorist and extremist groups more reasons to spread bloodshed throughout the region and the world. We're meeting today when Gaza has paid with the blood of its sons and daughters. There are more than 7,000 martyrs who have fallen, including 3,400 children and 2,500 women. Some were buried alive under the rubble. More than 2,000 women and more than 20,000 wounded, of which 75% were children and women, are also a significant. There are also just 2,000 people still to be found under the rubble. There was a new massacre that took place today in the Jabalia camp in the Gaza Strip, which led to approximately 400 dead and wounded, the majority of which were women and children. 400. Today, we're meeting when Israel, the occupying power, has destroyed hospitals, health centers, schools, mosques, and churches. We are meeting today while Israel has destroyed a third of the Gaza Strip already and is razing its buildings to the ground. We meet today while Israel has stopped the provision of fuel, electricity, and food to 2.5 million people. And with all of this destruction, this aggression, massacres, and ethnic cleansing, some still hesitate to call things by their names and condemn these crimes against humanity and flagrant violations of human rights, international humanitarian law, and international law. This is a clear picture of the double standards that prevail in the world today. Yesterday, from this rostrum, many delegations spoke and lectured us about the principles of human rights, of international law, and human conscience. And they tried to preserve the high moral ground and condemned the war and brutal violations due to the killings of civilians and the siege. And today, we see them either silent or biased in violation of these same principles. We in Yemen understand these double standards, for many have given us lectures on human rights and infrastructure protection. This is a dark time for humanity and for the international system. The worsening of the humanitarian crisis in Gaza and the failure of the international community to stop the scourge that has exceeded all limits and stop this war is a moral failure. And now it is a failure of the application of international law and protecting common human values and innocent civilians. The silence on the part of the international community is complicity in crime and cover-up. Today, the infrastructure has been destroyed. Children and women have been killed. Entire families have been exterminated. Is this self-defense? Have international legal standards become optional according to color, sex, and religion? Has the application of these standards stopped at the borders of Gaza and the occupied Palestinian territory? All these questions need answers. We are facing a crossroads. We can either triumph for humanity and human conscience, or we will lose our humanity. Mr. President, we reiterate our call for an immediate ceasefire and access, unfettered access of humanitarian aid and medical staff, and access to health centers and medical centers as well. Israel's prevention of urgent humanitarian aid into Gaza and forcing the citizens of the Gaza Strip to flee their houses is a grave violation of international law and international humanitarian law, and we reject the forced displacement of Palestinians outside their homeland or the threat of it. This is a violation of international law and the Fourth Geneva Convention of 1949. What happened on October 7th, 2023 is the result of continued Israeli occupation over the course of 75 years. Therefore, a just and comprehensive peace is the only way to end this conflict, strengthen security and stability in the region, and establish an independent and sovereign Palestinian state on the borders of June 4th, 1967 with East Jerusalem as its capital, in accordance with the resolutions of international legitimacy and the Arab initiatives. Without this solution, the region will know no stability. Sir, allow me to wonder how much blood will be spilt before the public conscience awakens and stops this. If the international conscience is unable to win for the innocent Palestinians, then at least it has to triumph. Or this will be a failure for humanity in the 21st century. What would you say if your children asked you, what did you do to stop the massacre against the children of Gaza? We, along with all of our supporters, the supporters of truth, the international community, the Charter, and the principles of the United Nations, are on the right side of history, and history will record on which side you will stand. The international community, facing these crimes committed by the Israeli occupying power against civilians in Gaza, including women and children, we ask them to take on the criminal responsibility of Israel. Criminals must be brought to justice and must be punished. The principles of humanity, justice, independence, and international law will prevail and triumph, and force will not triumph over the power of right. In conclusion, we thank all member states who voted in favor of the draft resolution of the General Assembly, which focused on the importance of stopping the war and protecting civilians, and to allow the arrival of humanitarian aid in a rapid manner, and to respect international legal constraints. I thank you.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of Yemen. And I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Somalia.
I should like to think. I don't want to. I'm not going to think. I should like to. What the fuck does that mean? I should like to, but I don't
Mr. President,
like to.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I express my deep appreciation for the prompt and timely reconvening of the General Assembly's 10th Emergency Special Session on the question of Palestine. A time yet another tragically marked in the long history of the Palestinian people who continue to be under occupation for half a century. We align ourselves with the statement delivered on behalf of the Arab Group and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation by Jordan and Mauritania respectively. The ongoing conflict has resulted in countless lives being lost and a humanitarian crisis that can no longer be ignored. At the outset, I would like to begin by expressing my heartfelt condolences to the Palestinian people and government over the loss of thousands of innocent civilian lives, including women and children of Al Ahli Arab Hospital, and offer my wishes for the speedy recovery of the injured ones. I pray Almighty God to bestow His strength and resilience on the people of Palestine. The protection of civilians is a fundamental principle of international law and a moral imperative that should guide our actions. Regardless of the political complexities and historical context, we must prioritize the safety and well-being of innocent men, women, and children caught in the crossfire of this protracted conflict. In the occupied Palestinian territory, civilians have endured years of violence, displacement, and a constant state of fear under a ruthless occupation. They face daily challenges that threaten their basic human rights, like access to clean water, healthcare, education, and a sense of security. The endless indiscriminate use of force by the occupying force, including bombing of schools, shelling of hospitals, and missile attacks on residential areas and camps, has taken a devastating toll on innocent Palestinian lives. It's incumbent upon the international community to act swiftly and decisively to ensure the protection of civilians. First and foremost, it's crucial to establish safe zones and humanitarian corridors to provide essential aid and assistance to those in need. I commend the United Nations Relief and Works Agency's vital role in coordinating relief efforts and emphasizing the need for generous donors to provide the agency with sufficient, predictable, and sustainable funding. Furthermore, we encourage the neighboring countries, civil society, and private sector to redouble their efforts in alleviating the suffering of the Palestinians inside and outside the occupied territories. Second, all parties involved must commit to an immediate unconditional ceasefire and adhere to their obligations under international humanitarian law, which prohibits the targeting of civilians, UN staff, journalists, civilian infrastructure, and safe zones. Accountability for violations must be pursued through impartial investigations, and those responsible for war crimes must be held accountable for their actions. Third, diplomatic efforts need to be intensified to find a lasting and just solution to the conflict. Dialogue, negotiations, and a commitment to a two-state solution are essential to achieving a peaceful coexistence. The international community must actively revive these efforts and encourage all parties to engage in meaningful dialogue with the aim of reaching a comprehensive and a lasting peace agreement. Finally, education and raising awareness are also a crucial component of addressing the conflict. By raising awareness about the plight of the Palestinian people, we can counter misinformation and monopolization of the narrative in order to foster empathy and understanding about their legitimate national aspiration of self-determination. Educating ourselves and future generations about the historical and political context of this conflict can help break down prejudice while achieving a more balanced and nuanced understanding of the situation. In conclusion, the protection of civilians is an urgent and pressing issue that demands our immediate attention at this critical juncture. We must advocate for the respect of international law, establish safe zones, raising awareness about the plight of the Palestinians, and pursue diplomatic solutions to end the conflict. I reiterate that the only viable option for the resolution of the long-standing conflict is the end of the occupation of the Palestinians and the full recognition of a free, sovereign, and independent Palestine with East Jerusalem as its capital in accordance with relevant resolutions of the Security Council and the General Assembly. The Somali government and its people will continue to support and stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people and government in their unwavering pursuit of their legitimate rights, including to live in peace within secure and internationally recognized borders. I thank you, Mr. President.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of Somalia, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Mexico.
Señor Presidente.
President, it has not yet been 2 years since adoption of Resolution 76/262, and 7 times you have now convened this General Assembly, and vetoes have been exercised on 7 occasions by permanent members of the Security Council. At this time, firstly, we are convened here due to the veto on the last 18th of October by the US to draft Resolution S/2023/773, a draft that had 12 votes in favour, 2 abstentions, and was essentially humanitarian in nature, the aim being to bring an end to the suffering of civilian populations, both in Israel and in Palestine. Mexico believes that any use of the veto to impede action of the Security Council is unacceptable, and this most recent case is no exception. Since 1945, Mexico has had an unshakable position against the use of the veto by permanent members of the Security Council. This faculty has been exercised in breach of the solemn commitment for permanent members on the 7th of June 1945 at the San Francisco Conference. At that time, they declared,
It's not to be assumed, however, that the permanent members, any more than the non-permanent members, would use their veto power willfully to obstruct the operation of the Council.
The reality has regrettably been rather different. Let us remind you now that during his statement at the high-level debate at the 77th General Assembly, President Biden said the following.
Of the UN Security Council, including the United States, should consistently uphold and defend the UN Charter and refrain from the use of veto except in rare, extraordinary situations to ensure that the Council remains credible and effective.
It is regrettable that the veto to the draft resolution S/2023/773 has cast doubt precisely on the credibility and effectiveness of the Council, specifically at a time when its action is so urgently needed. The draft resolution in question was a balanced text and contained the most urgent and most important elements under the current circumstances, and specifically had ensured that the Security Council continues to be credible and effective. Given the gravity and the fragility of the situation on the ground, there is no justification for impeding the adoption of this draft. The first version was actually co-sponsored by Mexico. In addition to this veto, there was another used by Russia and China to draft resolution S/2023/792, this time presented by the delegation of the United States. In this case, after the vote, there were 10 votes in favour, 3 against, and 2 abstentions. In my delegation, unlike the Brazilian text that was able to garner more support from members of the Council, this draft did not come from a balanced approach. Nevertheless, a veto is a veto, and my delegation recognises that having obtained the necessary votes for its adoption, the action of 2 permanent members has once again caused a deadlock in the Security Council. It is important to mention that this last veto was immediately followed by the rejection of draft resolution S/2023/795. that was presented by Russia. This had 4 votes in favour, 2 against, and 9 abstentions. This cycle of mutual rejection, declared as a chronicle of a death foretold by both proponents in their interventions at the debate on the Middle East on Wednesday, 24th of October, is also toxic and reflects a dysfunctionality that may now characterise this body. It also reminds us of the bad practices and stalemate from the Cold War period. My delegation issues a call to halt these political tactics that only represent an abuse of the Security Council at the expense of those who are suffering on the ground. We cannot and we must not lose sight of the fact that what is at stake here are human lives. In this context, Mexico reiterates its call to those who have not yet done so to join the French and Mexican initiative on restriction of the use of the veto that now has 106 signatories. President, as we indicated at the Security Council, Mexico condemns in an energetic and unequivocal way terrorism and extremist violence in all of its forms and manifestations, independently of who commits it, where it is committed, under what rationalization. We reiterate our strong condemnation of the terrorist attacks against the people of Israel on the 7th of October committed by Hamas, and we recognize the right of Israel to protect its citizens and territory, as well as that right to guarantee their security, provided that it is done in strict adherence to international law and in full observance of the principles of necessity and proportionality that govern any use of force. Once again, we demand that Hamas immediately and unconditionally release any hostages under its custody, which includes Mexican nationals. We are also concerned by the Israeli response, and in agreement with, according to ONCHA, so far caused more than 8,000 deaths, 21,000 injured, in addition to incalculable damage to infrastructure and civilian property in Palestine. It is awful to note that day after day since the resumption of this session, this number continues to increase. This must end. We condemn any indiscriminate attacks directed at the civilian population under any circumstances, as well as any attacks against medical or humanitarian personnel or against civilian property and infrastructure that is essential that may in fact constitute war crimes. Mexico reiterates its call for an immediate and lasting cessation to hostilities in all of the occupied Palestinian territories, specifically direct or indirect attacks against civilians by all parties to the conflict. We also call for a lifting of the siege that is currently being inflicted upon the Palestinian population, given that reprisals are in breach of international law. We welcome the beginning of the arrival of humanitarian convoys to Gaza, but this is not enough. The provision of basic services, as well as the lifting of restrictions to the movement of people and goods, both in Gaza and in the West Bank, is vital. Similarly, the passage of civilian people through this humanitarian corridor should also be allowed. We profoundly regret the death of United Nations staff, and we issue a call for a revocation of the decision to withdraw the visas to UN operatives in Israel. We also wish to take this opportunity to reconfirm our total support to the Secretary-General Antonio Guterres and the entire United Nations system in their political and humanitarian efforts at this time of crisis. In light of the grave humanitarian situation in the region, Mexico will increase its voluntary contribution to UNRWA in recognition of their humanitarian work, which is now more necessary than ever. President, any occupation is illicit. It undermines the international order and contravenes the Charter of the United Nations. There is no right to an unlimited occupation. Any acquisition of territory by force is null and void. We demand that the occupying power ceases its occupation and any other acts that affect the territorial integrity of the State of Palestine in compliance with the relevant resolutions of the Security Council. Mexico is in favor of a complete and definitive solution to the conflict under the principle of 2 states in a way that addresses the legitimate concerns for security of Israel and that enables the consolidation of a state of Palestine that is politically and economically viable and that lives alongside Israel within secure and internationally recognized borders in accordance with the relevant resolutions of the United Nations Security Council. As highlighted by Mexico's Foreign Ministry on the 23rd of September at this pulpit, we must recognize the rights of the people to Israel, but not at the expense of the Palestinian people. In conclusion, President, we hope that the Security Council can live up to the gravity of the situation and take prompt action, firstly to ensure that there is an end to the loss of life and that we open a new chapter for humanitarian assistance and political dialogue. It is at the darkest hours, when it is most difficult to see any hope on the horizon, that we are forced to redouble our effort to put an end to the cycle of violence and ensure that a viable solution to 2 states and 2 people is possible and they can live in peace. They must make this a reality and live up to the principles that we laid down 78 years ago. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Mexico and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Japan.
Madam President, 50 years ago this month, the 1973 Arab-Israeli War began. 30 years ago, the Oslo Accords were signed. 26 years ago, the first meeting of the 10th Emergency Special Session of this body was held. Who could have imagined we would still be here today? The horrifying series of events that began on 7 October continues unabated, spiraling ever downwards with far too many losses. Japan extends its sincere condolences to the families of the victims. Japan once again unequivocally condemns Hamas's brutal terror attack on Israel and its taking of hostages. The international community should never tolerate such heinous acts. Every member state has a right to defend itself and its people, and such right must be exercised in accordance with international law. Just recently, Israel announced an expansion of its ground operation in Gaza. The humanitarian situation in Gaza has never been worse. It is catastrophic, and the Palestinian people are in desperate need of food, water, fuel, and medicine. We also extend our sincere condolences to the families of the victims and for the loss of UN staff and personnel. This meeting was convened because the Security Council has repeatedly failed to take action.
The Security Council, which has the primary responsibility to maintain international peace and security, should urgently and genuinely address the worsening crisis and prevent this conflict from spreading across the region. As a current Council member, Japan is working tirelessly with other Council members, in particular with the 10 elected members, to craft a resolution acceptable to all. The world cannot wait for the Council to finally fulfill its responsibility and speak in a unified voice. Several hostages have been released. More must follow immediately, as the families of more than 200 abducted victims are waiting in despair for news that their loved ones are safe. We demand the immediate and unconditional release of the remaining hostages. Japan fully supports the immediate humanitarian pauses and the establishment of humanitarian corridors to ensure that humanitarian assistance can be provided. Full, rapid, safe, and unhindered humanitarian access consistent with international humanitarian law must be allowed. While dozens of trucks have passed through the Rafah crossing, hundreds more must follow to meet the dire needs of over 2 million people. We strongly hope for the early de-escalation of the situation, which will be an important step for durable peace and stability in the region. In this vein, Japan has recently approved a $10 million aid package as part of its response to the OCHA humanitarian flash appeal. More is needed, given the gravity of the situation in Gaza. We call on all member states and humanitarian partners to scale up their assistance to meet these urgent needs. But for the humanitarian aid to reach people in need, we need humanitarian pauses and humanitarian corridors. Madam President, the international community needs to work together to restore hope and pave a path for peace and security in both Palestine and Israel. Japan supports a two-state solution whereby Israel and a future independent Palestinian state live side by side in peace and security. All parties must make serious efforts to this end. For now, we must all act to de-escalate the situation with a sense of urgency. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Japan and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Malaysia.
Thank you, Madam President, for convening this important meeting. Malaysia, together with a group of countries, supported the request by the Arab Group and the OIC for the resumption of this meeting. Malaysia aligns itself with a statement delivered by Mauritania on behalf of the OIC. We express our deepest condolences to the bereaved families who are mourning the loss of their loved ones in the horrific ongoing hostilities. Madam President, the magnitude of atrocities inflicted upon the population of Gaza defies all rational comprehension and has shocked our human sensibilities to the core. For more than 3 weeks now, we have been witnessing indiscriminate bombings, the killing of civilians, and the destruction of civilian objects and infrastructure. Sacrosanct principles of international law, including international human rights and humanitarian laws, continue to be violated. There is absolutely no precaution, distinction, or proportionality in Israel's actions. More than 8,000 civilians have been killed, including more than 3,000 innocent children. Around 70% of civilian fatalities in the ongoing act of collective punishment by Israel on the Gazan population are women and children. Water and electricity have been cut off, and the supply of fuel has been banned. To say that Gaza is facing a humanitarian catastrophe is an understatement. It is effectively a death sentence on the entire population. Under the Geneva Conventions, attacks on civilians, hospitals, places of worship, and other indispensable civilian infrastructure are unlawful and tantamount to war crimes. Malaysia condemns the heinous and barbaric attacks on the civilian population of Gaza, 40% of whom are children. All civilian lives, regardless of race, religion, and nationality, must be protected. We are also gravely concerned with the humanitarian calamity that continues to unfold. Malaysia joins others in demanding for an immediate ceasefire. This is absolutely vital to stop further loss of life and for necessary humanitarian work be carried out. We call for the establishment of humanitarian corridors, as well as unhindered and unfettered humanitarian access, so that aid can reach those in need throughout Gaza without any impediment. The supply of electricity, water, and fuel must be restored. These are life-saving essentials. Malaysia also condemns the blackout of communication services. Communication services are a lifeline. Communication infrastructure and the right to communicate must always be protected. 1.4 million, or 62% of Gaza population, has been internally displaced. Malaysia categorically rejects actions of forcibly displacing the population of Gaza. It is a flagrant violation of international law. In fact, those who heeded the warning to evacuate to the south continue to fall victim to indiscriminate bombings. Many have died. No place is safe in Gaza at the moment. The increasing settlerist violence in the West Bank, which has led and is leading to forcible transfer of Palestinians, is also deeply concerning. Madam President, we pay tribute to all humanitarian heroes who continue to serve in Gaza. We salute their courage and commitment. Their safety and protection must be guaranteed. In the last 24 hours, 3 more UNRWA staff have been killed, bringing the total to 67 since the war began. We join others in mourning the 67 UNRWA staff. Malaysia has been a regular contributor to UNRWA. Noting the extremely dire humanitarian condition in Gaza at the moment, Malaysia has decided to allocate an additional emergency contribution to UNRWA. We appreciate the important role of the United Nations under the leadership of the Secretary General. We also acknowledge the important roles played by countries in the region. Malaysia is ready to collaborate with all international partners to address the humanitarian needs of Gaza. Madam President, Malaysia shares the widespread disappointment towards the Security Council expressed by many member states. The Security Council, the body entrusted with the maintenance of global peace and security, continues to be paralyzed due to politicization based on narrow self-interests of some of its members. They continue to abuse their great responsibility and privilege, turning the Council into an arena for one-upmanship and blame game, instead of taking unified, swift, and decisive action to stop the war and save civilian lives. Their actions have exposed their hypocrisy, selectivity, and double standard. The General Assembly has stepped up where the Security Council has failed. We commend the 121 countries that had the courage to stand up for humanity and supported the resolution proposed by Jordan, co-sponsored by 46 countries, including Malaysia. The adoption of the resolution is a sign that we in the United Nations hear the resounding cry of people around the world demanding an immediate end to the massacre of innocent lives in Gaza. The resolution is a breakthrough and carries great moral authority. It is the important first step taken here at the United Nations, bringing back a glimmer of hope, faith, and trust in the multilateral process. We call on the Security Council to respond to this General Assembly resolution by taking prompt, unified, and decisive actions. Further inaction means continue being complicit in the crimes against humanity committed by Israel in Gaza. Madam President, according to UNICEF, Gaza has become a graveyard for children. More than 420 children are being killed or injured in Gaza every day. How many more children have to be orphaned, killed, or maimed? How many more parents have to go through the ordeal of burying their innocent children? What more does it take for some of us to wake up, open their eyes to the truth, and stand up for humanity? Be warned, history will judge. More than half of the population of Gaza are children and youth. They deserve hope for their future, not gloom and despair. Killing people will not kill their ideals. Wherever there is occupation and oppression, there is bound to be resistance. As free nations, we must unite to end occupation instead of perpetuating it. We must support the right to self-determination instead of denying it. The only way to attain peace and security for everybody in the region is by ending the illegal and oppressive occupation of Palestine. The vicious cycle of violence that its many generations have been enduring must end. Malaysia remains resolute in its support for the self-determination of the Palestinian people through the establishment of a free and independent state of Palestine in accordance with the two-state solution based on pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Malaysia and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Nicaragua.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, President. Nicaragua aligns itself with the statement delivered by Venezuela on behalf of the Group of Friends in Defense of the Charter of the United Nations. Nicaragua joined the initiative to convene this emergency special session in light of the grave humanitarian situation that is unfolding in Gaza and in solidarity with Palestine and with all civilians, men and women, children, victims of this awful conflict, largely due to the failure to act and the indifference now ongoing for decades of the Security Council. With the recent tragic and barbaric events in Palestine and Israel, it has once again become clear that the aforementioned Security Council continues to have a debt to humanity, to the international community, and to peace and justice, and above all, in the Middle East. It is regrettable that this body has not adopted a single humanitarian resolution requiring an urgent ceasefire and access and provision of humanitarian assistance, above all, given the very fragile situation of the population that is getting worse day by day in Gaza. We reiterate that the Security Council must fully abide by its responsibilities that were conferred upon it in the Charter, and it must do so urgently and without double standards. From this universal forum, we continue to vigorously condemn the further worsening of the terrible Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It is causing more and more victims and greater pain for so many families. The world's recognition of this conflict, and especially of the inhumane situation that the Palestinian people in Gaza have been subjected to for more than 16 years, the occupation, the illegal blockade that has been imposed on them, all of this has converted this territory into a huge open-air prison, impoverishing a population of 2.3 million people, half of them being boys and girls. If this is to continue, it will only bring greater instability and insecurity to the Middle East and to the world. Nicaragua is convinced that peace and stability in the Middle East is only feasible through negotiation and through full implementation of all of the resolutions of the General Assembly and of the Security Council as regards Palestine. Nicaragua supports and will continue to support any efforts that will bring about a ceasefire. It is for this reason that we co-sponsor and are voted in favour of the resolution submitted by Jordan on behalf of the Arab group. In this resolution, deep concern is expressed as regards the escalation of violence and the deterioration of the situation in particular due to the very large number of civilian victims. We highlight once again that the priority at all times is to protect the civilian population. This General Assembly has the imperative responsibility to demand an immediate ceasefire and also the protection of the population of Palestine without double standards and in equal conditions as human beings. We must value lives equally for all. The United Nations General Assembly and the Security Council are being called to take action as soon as possible to demand solutions by law and by justice in order to halt this senseless spiral of violence that has already been transformed into a genocide. We have we must also thank the humanitarian agencies and governments that are assisting in dealing with the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. The horrors that we have witnessed and condemned, the attack on the hospital in Gaza that took the valuable lives of more than 700 individuals, most of them children. The Reconciliation and National Unity government of Nicaragua and the Nicaraguan people has always supported the just cause of the Palestinian people. It is a matter of principle. It is a matter of solidarity between brothers in their struggle. And together with the rest of the international community, we consider that it is necessary to intensify international efforts in the quest towards a definitive and peaceful solution that will culminate in the realization of a state of Palestine with its capital in East Jerusalem and within the borders recognized in 1967. This is the only way to achieve a just and lasting peace in the Middle East, living alongside the state of Israel in peace and security, and both of them states this moral and historic obligation of all states to defend multilateralism, to defend the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations, and the peaceful settlement of disputes, and abstaining from the use or the threat of the use of force in international relations. Our prayers to the families and innocent people who have suffered so much, to Israeli families, to Palestinian families, to families of various nationalities, families of personnel of the United Nations, and to families of journalists. Our love and respect goes out to each and every one of them. This situation of pain and suffering of the Palestinian people is shattering to us all. In recent days, thousands and thousands of people have been killed in Gaza. The attacks against medical installations are abhorrent, as is cutting off water, electricity, medical provisions, food and fuel. This has increased the insecurity of a population of 2.3 million people, half of them being children. They have no safe place to be or even to go. According to the recent estimates of the Office for the United Nations Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, more than 1.4 million Palestinians from Gaza have been displaced. More than 8,500 deaths have been reported. 67% of them are girls, women or older adults. These figures include more than 3,800 children who have been killed, and every minute there is an increase in suffering and there is more loss of life. One thing is very clear, and it is being demonstrated at this General Assembly and in all cities around the world. Palestine does not stand alone. The people of the world stand with Palestine. And this should be reflected in the resolution that we adopt, and the thousands of protests of hundreds of thousands of people growing in number every day, including in the cities of countries that are hindering the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people. Hundreds of thousands of people demanding peace, demanding a ceasefire and to the end of hostages in Gaza, and demanding an end to the siege of Gaza and justice for the Palestinian people. It is time here in the United Nations that we listen to people of the
Nicaraguan
world
lives matter, man.
to the historic injustice imposed on Palestine. Peace must prevail at all costs and over all things in order to leave way to the only true and just solution to states living in peace and security. All those present here know this very well. The Security Council has a historic responsibility that it must fulfill. It must now, once and for all, allow the full realization of the state of Palestine, and so the realization of the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Nicaragua. Now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Guyana.
Thank you, Madam President. The government of Guyana supports the convening of this emergency special session of the General Assembly in light of the deeply distressing levels of violence and hostility unfolding in the Middle East, particularly in the Gaza Strip since October 7th. The targeting of civilians and civilian infrastructure and the resulting casualties and injuries, the mass displacement of persons and the concomitant challenges of such movements are worrying, to say the least. The strike on the Al-Ahi hospital was nothing short of an illegal act of savagery that should never happen in any civilized society. The evacuation order to those in the Al-Quds hospital must also be seen in the same way. Guyana expresses heartfelt condolences to those who lost loved ones in these tragic and undignified circumstances, and we pray for the speedy recovery of the injured. We also commiserate with the families and loved ones of UN staff members who were killed in this conflict, and we commend the UN staff and other humanitarian actors who continue to serve in these extreme circumstances.
Madam
President,
Israel.
24 days ago, the world woke to the
Israel?
shocking news of an infiltration of Israeli territory by Hamas, rocket attacks on the country, and the killing and abduction of Israeli citizens. We condemn these events in the strongest possible terms and underscore that they were violations of international law. Since that attack, we have witnessed a military response by Israel unprecedented in scale and impact, and one which has created a catastrophic humanitarian crisis in the densely populated Gaza Strip. To compound the problem, the Gaza Strip was under complete siege for the next 13 days following the attack. There was no way out and nothing could get in. Electricity, water, fuel, and food supplies were cut off. And 1.1 million people were ordered to undertake a massive evacuation exercise from the north to the south of the Strip. We are all aware of the abyss to which the people of Gaza have been driven on account of these developments, even as war continues. Hapless civilians continue to bear the brunt of these attacks. We were disheartened to hear the assessment that no place is safe in Gaza, since hospitals, schools, and other buildings that should be safe spaces in accordance with international humanitarian law were also struck in indiscriminate strikes. Madam President, Guyana emphasizes the responsibility of parties to the conflict to fully and unconditionally respect and uphold the principles of international law, including international humanitarian law. Even wars have rules, and the principles of distinction, proportionality, humanity, and necessity must be upheld. The protection of civilians is paramount, and we call for an immediate end to the indiscriminate attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure. Moreover, Guyana calls for the immediate and unconditional release of all Israeli hostages and for the immediate release of all Palestinian civilians unjustly held. We demand their safety, well-being, and humane treatment in compliance with international law.
Right when I wanted to do
Madam President,
we're called up.
the creation of a humanitarian safety, well-being, and humane treatment in compliance with international law. Madam President, the creation of a humanitarian corridor into Gaza is now an existential question, and Guyana was pleased to learn that the first aid convoy entered Gaza on 21st of October after 13 days of a complete siege. But this is not near enough. Before 7th October, at least 500 aid trucks entered Gaza daily. Today, it is a fraction of that. We call on those with influence, on the relevant parties to exert.
And why aren't people like dying left and right? Since it's such a fucking fraction. Dude, they're starting to say now that they used to get like 800 trucks a day of humanitarian aid, dude. I've heard 500 to 800. What? So now they're getting like not even 50 a day, and they're somehow not dropping dead all over the place. Well, that tells me that shit is being sold to somebody else because they don't need it apparently. You know, they don't need it to the point, to the extent they act like they do. Maybe they could do with 400 trucks instead of 800. Like, you know what I mean? They're getting too much shit and they're selling it to Egypt or somebody or Iran or something. They're doing something with it. Dude, like a crackhead with his food stamps.
All of it, so that there is unhindered and continued flow of life-saving aid to the people of Gaza. A comprehensive ceasefire is crucial to the sustainability of the humanitarian intervention in Gaza. Guyana implores the parties to immediately cease the fighting and to choose the path of dialogue and peace. We also underscore the importance of avoiding further escalations of the violence to the West Bank and other parts of the region. We urge maximum restraint by all parties to this end. Madam President, Excellencies, true and principled leadership can never involve the overseeing of the killing of women and children. Shockingly, we have learned that more than 3,500 children have been killed in Gaza over these last 24 days, more than all those killed in conflicts in the world annually since 2019. Children whose joys had already been curtailed, living in the constant shadow of war and displacement. Children who already, versed in the sounds of war, could tell when hellish artillery was approaching, and not only since October 7. Children who nevertheless dreamt, perhaps believed, that this world, this United Nations, would ensure that they and their families live in their own country, in their own state, in peace and security. But even as we mourn these little ones cut down before they can truly experience what it means to live in peace, we see their surviving brothers and sisters being denied food, water, yes, water, and other basic necessities. And the hospitals to which the battered and maimed turn for a chance at life are denied fuel. Madam President, Excellencies, the international community has failed these children and many, many more before them. It has failed the people of Palestine for more than 50 years. Guyana underscores the special responsibility of the Security Council to act in light of the threat that this situation poses to the maintenance of international peace and security. The current paralysis of the Council on this matter is therefore deeply concerning. We implore the Council to send a strong and clear message to the people of Israel and Palestine and the entire region that the rule of law will be upheld. In this context, Guyana was encouraged that this General Assembly did not falter when called upon to stand up for principles, justice, and the rule of law. We were among those who supported the resolution adopted last Friday, and we reiterate the provisions of that resolution. We call upon the concerned parties to adhere to those provisions as they are morally obligated to do. Madam President, Excellencies, let me underscore the importance of the responsibility and involvement of us all to adhere to those provisions as they are morally obligated to do.
Who the fuck is where is she
Madam
from?
President,
Nobodyville, motherfucking country. Why does she get the same amount of time as China and Russia and America?
The international community in finding a
Guyana
solution.
should get
In the words of Guyanese poet Martin
10
Carter,
seconds.
and I quote, "Like a web is spun in pattern, all are involved, all are consumed."
Be like, hey, we're on your side. This is what we want. That's all we got. Sorry, 10 seconds.
To the people
For
of
Guyana.
Palestine and Israel, to reinvigorate the peace process. It is the only way to guarantee the exercise of the inalienable right to self-determination by the Palestinian people and to address the security concerns of Israel. The Palestinian people continue to be pushed further and further
Right. Just show
behind,
over their population,
with their
right?
aspirations for
So their
development
population
and peace
knows
strangled by
this is
cycle
how
after
we believe,
cycle
but
of violence.
fuck their
and
population.
oppression
Who gives
for
a
over 7
shit?
decades.
They're not deciding
The
anything in the
urgent
world.
realization
What do
of
we
the
buy from
two-state
them?
solution
Blankets?
based on the pre-1967
They make
borders
cheap blankets.
is critical. The government of
Hey,
Guyana
have you ever had a Guyanese
unwavering
blanket?
in its commitment
So
to this
soft.
objective and is ready to contribute
We can't make those here in America that cheap.
to any genuine
It's some
effort
bullshit like
to
that.
this
What the
end.
fuck?
I
Who
thank
gives
you.
a shit about Guyana? Do you?
I thank the distinguished representative of Guyana and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Namibia.
Namibia? Let's get all the African nations in here. I want to hear all of them.
Madam President, thank you for resuming the 10th emergency special session of the General Assembly under the Uniting for Peace resolution. This session resumes in the context of a world that is troubled, a world that looks to this august assembly as an international parliament of humanity to be bold and decisive and bring hope in these dark times. Allow me to draw on a life lesson that all of us have learned time and time again through each phase of our lives. There are two sides to every story. With this conflict in mind, Namibia is quick to caution that viewing a story from a different perspective should not be seen as disregard for the pain of the other. On 24 October 2023, during the open debate in the Security Council, we witnessed an unwarranted attack on the Secretary General when he stated that the attacks of October 7 did not occur in a vacuum. They did not, as this conflict predates this fateful day, and the pain and horror for both Palestinian and Israelis did not start on this day. Let me categorically clarify that as Namibia, we view the current conflict through the prism of humanitarianism,
Military ranking 123rd, population 2.5 million.
That we call for the cessation of violence through a ceasefire, an end to the mass displacement of Palestinians, and an end to the attempts to starve Palestinians of humanitarian aid, including water and fuel. Last week, His Excellency Volker Turk, High Commissioner for Human Rights, stated that a binary view of the world rooted in "you are either with me or against me" is never going to advance peace. This is the message that we have for the Security Council, which has failed to take action in these dire times. These times when every minute
I always get them wrong,
has direct
dude.
impact
They are
on
South
whether
America.
people live
It seems
or
like they're
die.
Africa though because they
We
use the
urge Council
English.
members to set aside their differences and, in the letter and spirit of the principles and purposes of the sacrosanct UN Charter, save a generation that is on the verge of being wiped out from the scourge of war. History has taught us that war, wherever it happens, is the absolute worst experience for all affected. The wounds of war do not heal. Thus, the unabated killing and wanton destruction, callous loss of lives in this conflict must come to an end. Madam Vice President, Namibia voted in support of the resolution presented by Jordan because we are sensitized to the pain and suffering of the Palestinian people. Today, this august assembly, or on Friday rather, this august assembly showed that indeed, as was said by Martin Luther King Jr., the moral arc of the universe is long, but it bends towards justice. With the utmost compassion, I want to say to the permanent observer of Palestine and to his team that we feel the pain and suffering of the Palestinian people no less than we did when together we walked the corridors of the United Nations as oppressed people. We empathize with your protracted struggle for your inalienable right to self-determination. Namibia is with you on this journey, as it has always been. The injustices meted out against you should be enough to condition us all to put up the guardrails of international law, international humanitarian law, and the compassion that embodies the very notion of humanity as your protection from further brutality. Namibia will continue to push these frontiers in your name, using the systems, processes, and institutions at our disposal. Madam Vice President, last year this Assembly adopted an important resolution which requested the International Court of Justice for an advisory opinion on the consequences of the legality of the Israeli occupation of the Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem. While this consideration is sub judice, the continued escalation of violence, especially over the last 12 months, reminds us that we have a responsibility to reject harmful rhetoric which dehumanizes the Palestinian people. Human animals do not exist. Palestinian people, like all members of the human family, are entitled to the inherent dignity and the equal and inalienable rights that form the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. These are the guarantees that are enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and we guard them as fundamental and indivisible. Madam President, the resilience of the Palestinian people in the face of collective punishment against an entire population, despite the indiscriminate and disproportionate use of force for decades, should invoke in us a sense of duty, a duty to bring to an end the grave escalation of violence and show that indeed humanity and compassion are an umbrella that unite us for the common cause of peace. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Namibia and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Morocco.
I know the bird was
سيدة الرئيسة أود في البداية
Madam President of the House, I would like to thank you and also the President of the General Assembly for positively responding for the request by the Arab Group and the OSCE for the resumed extraordinary session, which comes within a context of an unprecedented crisis and serious events that would undermine peace and security in the Middle East region, that with the ramifications and repercussions that could affect the entire world. What we have seen over the last few weeks of targeting civilian objects, property, including hospitals, schools, and the violations of international humanitarian law and international law of human rights would create serious concern for the Kingdom of Morocco. And in this regard, the Kingdom of Morocco would reiterate 5 key points in this regard as follows. 1, to call for the de-escalation, stop the bloodshed, and halt military attacks, and also to save the region from the woes of military conflict in order to achieve peace and stability. Secondly, to protect all civilians and refrain from targeting them under the pretext of IHL and common principles of humanity. Thirdly, to allow the access of the seamless flow of humanitarian aid.
Semen. You gotta put the semen up your nostrils. You gotta put semen up your nostrils if you wanna get rid of your black hairs. That's what I was told by my grandpappy. Semen up your nose, boy. You gotta put it, jacket, put it, jacket, put it, jacket, put it, jacket, put it up your nose. Yeah.
That live in peace side to side with the State of Israel. And after the peace summit that has been recently held in Cairo on October 21st. The Kingdom
This sounds like
of
an Outlaw
Morocco
4
and
Ministry
8
song.
other Arab states issued a statement requiring the Security Council to make it binding to the parties to the conflict to immediately, unconditionally reach a ceasefire and to provide safe and rapid access of humanitarian relief to Gaza Strip without any hindrance. Mr. President, within his firm commitment, His Majesty King Mohammed VI, who is the chairman of the
I'm drinking
Committee,
the bougie shit, baby. I'm rich.
Under his instruction,
No,
the
I'm not.
Kingdom of Morocco has sent rapid and urgent
I just want to
humanitarian
feel rich
aid
because I'm
to
so
the
sad.
Palestinian population, and we've delivered it
Just like
to
all the other people in the ghetto.
Egyptian Red Cross to guarantee its access into
my
Gaza
view.
Strip and also the finance house of
Rich cursed shit I have. This is rich people shit.
His Majesty King Mohammed VI, in order to send such financing requirements to the medical facilities and social institutions that are addressing the needs resulting from the developments of the situation in Gaza. Mr. President, the Arab group, OIC, a non-allied movement, has called for this extraordinary session after the Security Council failed to adopt a resolution that would put an end to the tragic situation in Gaza Strip. And we do hope that the resolution adopted last Friday would create a genuine opportunity to raise hopes for the peoples of the region and to make a very
It
important
lasted
step
a
in
long
order to find
time.
a
This is not the
solution for
Haiku
the
shoe.
current
This is a
crisis.
different one.
The Kingdom of Morocco reiterates its emphasis on
This
its
is Yamazaki.
clear position.
The Haiku shoe, I have a little bit left because I want to compare it to this
Palestinian
one.
cause and the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people, including its right to an independent
Had
state
two
of Palestine
really
on
nice
the
Japanese
borders of
whiskeys
June
I've been held
4th,
on to.
1967,
They have
with
lasted a
East
while though,
Jerusalem
man.
as its
I've had them since like January.
capital, side by side to the state
And opened
of
them.
Israel. As the only guarantor of peace and stability in the region, the Kingdom of Morocco also reiterates that we need to stop and halt all procedures that would undermine the legal and historical status of the sacred city, Al-Quds. That's why it should always be a symbol of peaceful coexistence for the followers of the three Unitarian faiths or religions, and also to be a center for respect and dialogue as provided for in the Al-Quds Statement Communique signed by the Majesty King Mohammed VI with the sponsorship of Pope Francis in 2019.
We have a hit. We have a hit, ladies and gentlemen. Wait for it.
To reiterate the content of the letter sent by King Mohammed VI addressed to the chair of the committee on the exercise of Palestinian people of their inalienable rights, and I quote, as much as we emphasize that the stalemate in the political process between the Palestinian and the Israeli side does not serve peace, we reiterate and emphasize the positive signs in order to rebuild the trust and relaunch genuine negotiations that would achieve a fair, just and lasting solution to the Palestinian cause according to the international resolutions and based on the two-state solutions, end of quote. The Kingdom of Morocco, led by His Majesty King Mohammed VI, who is the chairman of the Al-Quds Committee, would always hold steadfast to the option of peace and reiterates its readiness to coordinate with all partners in order to engage genuinely in any international efforts that would put an end to the current tragic and serious situation in Gaza. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the distinguished representative of Morocco, and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
Korea's kind of badass, though.
Madam President, today the extreme humanitarian crisis and the crime against humanity are being committed in Gaza Strip raise grave concern in the international community. Last Friday, the 10th Emergency Special Session of the General Assembly adopted a resolution calling for immediate and sustained humanitarian truce leading to the cessation of the hostility between Israel and Hamas, and demanding that all parties immediately and fully comply with their obligation under international law, including international humanitarian law. However, Israel, turning blind eyes to unanimous demand of the international community, has officially declared launch of the ground military operation in Gaza Strip. Thus, the Gaza is now hell, where there is no safe place at all. The DPRK strongly condemns all indiscriminate attack targeting innocent people and critical civilian infrastructure like hospitals and schools. The crime against humanity being committed against innocent people in Gaza Strip must be stopped immediately. Current Middle East crisis is inevitable result of the illegal act of Israel in occupied East Jerusalem and the rest of occupied Palestine territory. However, some countries are further aggravating the situation in the Gaza Strip by disguising Israel as the victim and justifying the ongoing military aggression of Israel as exercise of the right to self-defense. At the UN Security Council meeting held on October 18, the United States cast its veto on the resolution to allow humanitarian access to Gaza Strip in Palestine for mere reason that the right to self-defense of Israel was not mentioned in the draft resolution submitted by delegation of America. Due to the United States' one-sided support for Israel, the painstaking efforts of the international community to put an end to conflict.
Where's fucking America at, man?
A great number of innocent people and diffuse military tense situation in the Middle East has failed. This clearly shows that United States is violating international humanitarian law and international human rights law.
You fucking coming at us, bitch?
Encouraging
now it's Korea?
Humanity for only mere reason that Israel is its ally.
You don't want to know this Korea.
Also, it has been proven once again that United States
slapped on, bitch.
Justice and injustice
fuck around and find out.
Basis of the whether a performer of act is pro-US or anti-US. It is a typical manifestation of the shameless double standard of the United States toward right to self-defense. What cannot be overlooked is that some Western countries are resorting to smear campaign against DPRK to forcibly link the Middle East crisis to us. Some mass media belonging to U.S. administration are spreading groundless and false rumor that North Korea's weapon seems to be used for attack on Israel. They are also building up public opinion that DPRK will make full use of the strategy of blackmail diplomacy, escalating the regional tension by taking advantage of the U.S. great interest in Middle East and Ukraine. Clear is the U.S. sinister intention. It is nothing but bid to shift blame for Middle East crisis caused by its one-sided policy for Israel and double standard onto the third country, and thus evade the international criticism forecast on the United States. DPRK is watching with vigilance with illegal act of the United States, which has spawned war and armed conflict in different parts of the world, and shifted responsibility for them into the independent sovereign state. My delegation firmly believes that current critical crisis in Gaza Strip must be ended immediately, and all civilians must be protected through the full implementation of the resolution adopted at this General Assembly. In conclusion, my delegation once again expresses our unwavering support for and solidarity with the Palestinian people in their just struggle to regain their legitimate national right, including establishment of the independent state with East Jerusalem as its capital. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the plurinational state of Bolivia.
Bolivia. We're only going to get the heavy hitters, you know what I mean? Nobody.
Muchas gracias.
Korea was somebody, man.
Thank you, President.
What are they going to do about it?
We are grateful for the convening of this 10th emergency special session. It was resumed ESS following the awful genocide that we are grateful for the convening of this 10th emergency special session. It was resumed ESS following the awful genocide that the Palestinian people are enduring at this time. President, the Charter of the United Nations establishes with absolute clarity in its first article that the first primary purpose of this organization is to maintain international peace and security. And
I was taken offline.
To take collective measures to prevent and eliminate threats to peace and to end acts of aggression or other endangerments of peace. In this regard, we highlight the efforts deployed by the United Nations to attempt to resolve the situation of the Palestinian people. We recognize the diplomatic efforts that at this very moment are being undertaken by the Secretary General together with other international stakeholders. However, we note that all of these efforts have been insufficient to grant them peace and the right to self-determination that is to the Palestinian people at the end of since the end of the 19th century. Year after year, these people have been displaced from their territory for colonial ends. There is a great
good thing they didn't hear that, huh?
to the people of Palestine because we were not able to comply with what we established as the resolution in 1947 for a just and lasting peace. As their actions progress slowly, Israel has benefited from the resolution.
Dude, his hat's too big.
And is now an occupying power.
Isn't it supposed to be at the very tip?
Of the further
on tradition, Bolivian tradition?
This is a clear demonstration of disregard and a lack of respect for the international community and developments in international law and international
why is he wearing a hat indoors?
Which are
Men
the
aren't supposed to do
foundation
that.
for international peace and security.
Who does he think he is?
President, Excellencies,
Pablo
colleagues,
Escobar?
we reject the loss of life in any part of the world and the suffering of peoples regardless of their nationality. For this reason, we must act with urgency and we must do so coherently. The lives of Palestinian people, men and women, have the same value as those of all citizens of the world. In recent days, we have watched stunned these disproportionate attacks against civilians in Gaza.
Maybe dogs.
To date, more than 8,500 Palestinians have lost
no
their
eating
lives.
cats either.
Some 70% of them are women and children. We
Everything else
are
is
at a
fair game,
turning
though.
point in this conflict where Israel, as the occupying power, has decided to apply collective punishment to the Palestinians in Gaza. To those who does not recognize.
I'm sorry, guys. If you wonder why I'm talking over this guy, I don't give a shit
and depriving
what
them of
fucking
their most
Bolivia has
basic
to say about
right,
the situation.
leaving the population without food, without fuel, without electricity, without medical assistance,
Like they treat their people the best.
water. The inhuman aggressiveness and the false arguments of the state of Israel can no longer be sustained.
You
How
live
is
like
it
a king
possible
off your
for
salary
the
down there,
aggressor
probably.
now to call for the right to defense, placing itself as a victim? This cannot be covered up. The aggressor and the one responsible for genocide is Israel. Those responsible for these crimes against humanity, for these war crimes, must be held accountable and must be brought to international justice. Excellencies, colleagues, President, we cannot continue to watch indifferently children, human beings beneath the rubble, and innocent lives are being torn away in devastation as a result of bombs and weapons. The action of the United Nations can save thousands of lives. For this reason, all parties and those involved must assume the responsibility and seek peace and justice. In this regard, my delegation has co-sponsored the resolution presented by Jordan and that was approved by an overwhelming majority of this international community, so that there be an immediate ceasefire and the humanitarian needs of the Palestinian people be attended to, as well as the citizens of other countries who are also trapped in the region. That there be an end to the weapons and to the death. Life is the most precious good that humanity has. We regret the phase out of the Security Council following Brazil's initiative. This would have been an opportunity for peace, and this would have represented a small light at the end of the tunnel for the Palestinians in Gaza. We call for the Security Council to act swiftly and to send a unanimous, clear and strong message to Israel so that they stop taking more innocent lives. Madam President, Bolivia has the utmost respect for international law, for the Charter of the United Nations and for the member states, and we will go down on the right side of history. We are on the side of the rights of the Palestinian people. As a result, the people and government of Bolivia has taken the decision to break diplomatic ties from today with the State of Israel, because we consider it a state that does not respect life of peoples, of international law or international humanitarian law. President, colleagues, we reiterate that the only formula that can truly guarantee peace and security in the region is the full recognition of the State of Palestine in the internationally recognized pre-1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital. Furthermore, in accordance with its resolutions and decisions, the United Nations organization should incorporate as soon as possible as a full member state of this General Assembly the State of Palestine. Finally, Madam President, free Palestine is not just a cause of the Palestinian people, but rather a question of global justice and peace. The liberty and dignity of human beings must be respected in all corners of this planet, and it is our duty to work together to achieve a future in which Palestine can once and for all be free. To our brothers and sisters in Palestine, once again, I reiterate, you are not alone. Bolivia stands with you, and the peoples of the world are with you also. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the plurinational state of Bolivia, and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ecuador.
Gracias, señora.
Thank you, President. It is necessary that the activity of the great powers, in one way or another, support the various parties to the conflict in the Middle East, be rather directed to the quest for solutions towards the establishment of a constructive peace. And it should not hinder possible formulas for agreement and understanding. The conflict in the Middle East, because of its explosive character, obliges the United Nations to seek tirelessly to bring it to an end. On the 24th of September 1973, the Foreign Minister of Ecuador, Antonio Lucio Paredes, spoke these words before the General Assembly. And as I said just a few days ago at the Security Council, these words are still valid some 50 years later, more than 50 years later. President, as I thank you for convening this 10th emergency special session, I reiterate the strongest and most vigorous condemnation of the unjustifiable terrorist attacks perpetrated by Hamas. I express our deepest condolences to the families of the victims of these horrendous attacks. Our solidarity with the people of Israel.
I'm drinking Yamazaki, bro.
Other
I fucking got so much pussy, it's dripping off of me. I drink the
Stands
Yamazaki.
firm. We demand that the hostages taken by Hamas be released immediately and unconditionally. There is no possible justification for attacking civilians, and it is worse yet to use them as human shields. Palestine has the inalienable right to self-determination. It also has the right to legitimate aspirations to live with security, freedom, justice, opportunities, and dignity. Unfortunately, at this time, painful and unacceptable deaths of civilians continue to occur, including the deaths of women and children of Palestine. We reiterate our solidarity with their families and with the people of Palestine. Israel has the right to defend its population and to exercise self-defense. Like all states, it must act in accordance with international law, and it must strictly respect the principles of international humanitarian law, namely necessity, proportionality, differentiation, and humanity. Even during war, there are rules, and there is no justification whatsoever for causing pain and suffering to innocent civilians. Ecuador is convinced that when people act in good faith, there is actually no contradiction between exhausting all efforts for the protection of innocent civilians, including in the course of armed conflict, and the guaranteeing security and protection for the duty that states have to protect and secure their nationals. For this reason, we support and we are grateful for the efforts of the Secretary General and other actors to achieve swift humanitarian access that is sufficient and unhindered for the provisions of vital necessities to Gaza, such as water, food, and fuel, and thus avoid a humanitarian tragedy and the one that is currently being perpetrated rising to incalculable proportions. At this time, all actors must demonstrate restraint to avoid exacerbating tensions and prevent expansion of violence to other areas. This would only cause more death and more suffering. Madam President, the resolution submitted by Jordan and adopted by this Assembly issues an unassailable call for the respect of international law, for international humanitarian law and international human rights law. It condemns all acts of violence against civilians, including acts of terror. We understand this to include the terrorist acts initiated by Hamas on the 7th of October. The resolution also sets the two-state solution as a basis for
I wish these idiots would stop talking and let Israel come up.
Negotiated settlement that will put a
No one gives a
end
shit
to
what they have to
conflict in the Middle East
say.
in accordance
I don't.
with our historic position
You don't.
on this issue.
You know what I want to do? See them
From
stick
our
dicks in
point
their
of view, the
mouths.
text omits
4 of them, so that it makes like a weird
unnecessary,
diamond
such as
shape.
an explicit allusion to Hamas, whose authority behind
With
the
their
terrorist
mouth, you know?
attacks has not been called into expression,
One at the top,
and
one at the
also
bottom,
the word
2 on the
hostages,
sides.
which should be clearly expressed as a truth. For this reason, we voted in favor of the amendment
Make it
proposed
skinnier.
by Canada, which would have corrected these emissions.
Or
The
skinny
deficiencies of the
penises, you can
text,
definitely do
however, are
that.
not greater than the urgency of the messages that the resolution sends on the protection of civilians that is so urgently
They do,
needed
they
at
say
this
it
time. And
fucking-
for
oh, for
this
years?
reason, Ecuador voted in favor of the resolution.
I need to get
President,
fucking
since
laid. Fuck you.
1967,
Fuck
the
that.
General
Why? So women can control my life like they do yours, probably?
at
Fuck
least
you.
3 emergency special sessions.
Like talking about
on
dicks?
the
If you don't like
conflict
it,
in
get the
the
fuck
Middle
out of here.
It has now been 56 years since then.
I'm the
This
dick whisperer.
10th emergency special session was initially
You act
convened
like I want penises
in
or something.
1997, 26 years ago. Since then, it has been resumed on 17 occasions.
Better watch yourself, Bill.
Almost 8 decades of conflict, thousands upon thousands of death, the immeasurable pain and suffering of entire generations are the clearest evidence.
You're the
and
penis
proof that
wanter.
violence is not the solution. It is time to stop the logic of seeking to blame others and rather to focus. It is now time to focus once and for all on a permanent
are the
settlement
penis
to this
wanters,
question.
not
For this
me.
reason, reiterate what my delegation
I'm the
has
king.
repeated
I give out the penises to you.
many occasions in this
When
assembly
I
and in other
feel
fora.
like
The
it.
only way to bring an end to this conflict is through a peaceful solution, one that is negotiated and definitive and fair for the parties, namely the existence of 2 states, Palestine and Israel, on the basis of the 1967 borders and the relevant resolutions.
Dang, if this guy could just shave his head, I'd feel better about the situation.
This
The fuck
represents our
is that?
collective
What
responsibility.
is that, you fucking weirdo?
President,
This guy's got.
I will conclude
He could headbang with the amount of bangs he's got right there, going all the way across the back of his head.
statement uttered close to 3 decades ago, but still fully valid, and I'm referring to the statement of the 31st of January 1992,
Fucking ridiculous.
delivered by
People are so scared of losing their hair.
General Boutros Boutros-Ghali to the Security Council, and he said,
I'd rather do that.
with
I just
all
want to cover it
of
up
the
with
convulsions
these.
in global society, only
Cover up
one
my head
power
with these
is left
things.
that can impose order on
That's
incipient
better.
chaos.
Less
It
shiny.
is the power of principles transcending and changing perceptions of expediency. I thank you.
He's got like a hair disease
the
going on.
distinguished representative of Ecuador and now gives the
Ecuador, you're
floor
an
to
idiot.
the distinguished representative of Argentina.
Argentina, by the way. Argentina, another country that's known for being retarded. How do these countries even still exist? Why didn't we conquer them already?
Argentina continues it a priority
Did we just stop caring about that?
as a matter of urgency.
Why did we stop?
The conflict between
Definitely
Israel
should've
and the
conquered
Gaza
them.
Strip. All efforts
40,
must be deployed in order for the
million. Now there's too
humanitarian
many of
crisis
them.
in the Gaza Strip to not continue getting worse, and in order to ensure that humanitarian assistance reaches those who need it. It is
28.
fundamental that we
Whoa, they're
protect
pretty
the
high on
civilian
the
population,
military.
regardless of their nationality. Hamas
let them
must
get too
release
strong.
the hostages immediately and
46,
unconditionally.
28. Damn.
Argentina joins all of the calls towards achieving an immediate and sustainable ceasefire. For this reason, Argentina has voted in favor of the resolution that we adopted in this General Assembly on Friday. My country condemns terrorism in all of its forms. Terrorist attacks are unacceptable. They have no justification whatsoever, and they are to be deplored by the entire international community. In this framework, I wish to reiterate unequivocally and emphatically, as my government did on the 7th of September, we
Hey,
reiterate
Chad, congrats, man. I'm glad to hear you,
Argentina's firm condemnation of the terrorist attacks perpetrated by
care of.
Hamas against Israel.
The Brits ruined it? What do you mean?
We call for the
Oh, they made it
immediate
against the
unconditional
rules?
release of
Who
all
did?
hostages of all nationalities.
We did.
Which include Argentinian nationals, and we hold those who have abducted them directly responsible for their well-being. While we recognize the right of Israel to self-defense
we need to
and
be able to
the need for it
colonize
to protect
again.
its population, we emphasize the need for measures that are taken to
It was
respect
fun. It
international
gave us
law
something to
and
do,
international
man.
humanitarian
Our military is
law, in
getting
particular
bored and gay as
as
shit.
regards the
Back when they had to
principles of
battle
differentiation
constantly,
and
you think they were
proportionality.
worried about fucking
The
turning
civilian
tranny?
population should be protected under
They
all
were the Department of
circumstances
War, because we were taking
in
shit.
compliance with international law.
Why don't we do that some more?
Our experience in the Middle East has taught us that hospitals, schools, and UN installations are the areas that civilians most frequently resort to protect themselves. These places should be respected without exception. Any attack against them
Oh,
represents
British
a
just
violation
gave
of
them
international
back their
humanitarian law.
they're like, you can govern yourself again?
The attack on the Al-Ahli Arab hospital located in the north
That's
of the
amazing,
Gaza
dude,
Strip.
that Britain
This
was able to
caused hundreds
control
of
so
deaths
much of the
and
world.
Hundreds of injured. The
It really
humanitarian
is.
situation
small they
in the
are.
Gaza Strip,
Just goes to show
stated
the power
by
of a
various UN
navy.
agencies, is devastating.
A far-reaching
The
navy
Palestinian
is
population residing
extremely
in Gaza
powerful.
should have access to
That's
essential
why
public services
We
as
put so much money into ours.
in order to cover their most basic
And
needs.
now have
It
the
is
strongest navy.
essential that
Far-reaching.
we open secure
China
and safe
has the
humanitarian
largest
corridors
navy
so that international
as far as equipment and
assistance
people,
can
personnel,
as quickly as possible reach
but
those
our
who need
navy
it.
is actually the most capable.
Under this framework, we welcome the reopening of the Rafah crossing for the arrival of humanitarian aid to Gaza. We hope that this will be the first step, but we note that it is operating at a far
So
lower
we
level
could
to
start colonizing
prior
again, but
to
the
conflict.
nukes have changed all that,
We
haven't they?
nevertheless hope that this will represent a first step to the sustainable provision of
No one will let us
basic,
colonize, probably.
basic goods in a safe and unhindered way. Through our humanitarian agency, the White Helmets in Argentina is prepared to cooperate with the international efforts. We are also concerned about the tension on the borders of
Other
Israel with Syria and
nuclear-powered
Lebanon
or
that
nuclear-armed
cause further
countries won't let
deterioration
us
of stability
colonize.
in the region.
They'll start threatening
We
us,
therefore
probably.
call on all parties to avoid escalation of clashes with unpredictable consequences.
Mexico really should be
Argentina
ours, though,
is
right?
convinced that no military solution is possible.
Let Canada
nor
have
can
it. It's
one
too
be
cold up
imposed through
there.
terrorist attacks. For this reason, it is only through good faith negotiations between Israelis
we
and
could get
Palestinians
Mexico,
on the
though,
basis of the vision of two states living
We could
alongside
really
one
cut
another
off
in
the
peace
amount
and
of
security
illegal immigrants coming into our
within
country.
secure and internationally recognized
Because they
borders.
come into a very small area,
Can
Guatemala
a
and Mexico.
definitive peace be achieved in the region? The United Nations and the international community as a whole must commit in a new way to the peace agenda in the Middle East. The risks of inaction are becoming more obvious every day, and we have been witnessing, as we have been witnessing with horror
right
over
across the
recent
river.
days.
Nobody
The
cares.
Security Council and the General Assembly have a responsibility to comply with the Charter of the United Nations, and we must abide by this responsibility. The credibility of the whole United Nations system is at stake. In this way, the international community should not lose sight of the fact that the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip are going to need significant and sustained international support in order to rebuild their basic infrastructure, to rebuild their homes and the buildings that have been destroyed. Thousands have died since the beginning of this crisis.
No, you can't have Alaska, whoever you are.
And therefore, before
we
I
need
conclude,
Alaska
I wish on behalf of the people and government
to
of
watch
Argentina
Russia.
to extend
That's their
our most deeply
they
felt
could come over and
condolences to the
invade from
families of the
there.
victims,
We have
be
to
they
have Alaska
Israelis,
to watch
Palestinian, or of
Russia.
other nationalities. Argentina, as we have done in the past, will continue to support all efforts and initiatives for peace, for the benefit of the peoples of Palestine and Israel and of all peoples of the Middle
No, we
East.
can't
I
trust
thank
you
Madam
guys
President.
like that much. We have to be right there
I
to
thank
watch
the
Russia.
distinguished
It's like
representative
it's
of
just like
Argentina,
how
and now give the floor to the
Israel
distinguished representative of Spain.
doesn't trust Gaza enough to watch the border of Egypt. We don't trust Canada to watch the border of Russia.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Like
Thank
that.
you very much, Madam President. Let me begin by conveying to you, to the families
I might fuck up.
of all of the victims of this escalating violence since the 7th of October, including workers of the United Nations who have lost their lives in the course of their duty. It is extremely important for the General Assembly to be meeting to deal with the extremely grave situation in the Middle East and its humanitarian consequences. We decisively support the efforts of the United Nations, led by the Secretary General, to bring an end to the crisis. Following the terrorist attacks of Hamas against Israel on the 7th of October, the situation in the region has degenerating with a new level of violence with unforeseeable consequences for both the region and the rest of the world. The government of Spain has reiterated its a strong condemnation of terrorism and violence and its full solidarity with the victims. Spain has recognized the right of Israel to defend itself against these terrorist attacks.
Antiquated
Full respect for international law and international humanitarian law.
NORAD.
Spain supports the urgent request of the Secretary, the urgent call of the Secretary General for a humanitarian ceasefire. The humanitarian situation in Gaza is getting worse every moment. Israel and the rest of the international community have a duty to protect the civilian population in Palestine and to enable access for humanitarian aid and provisions to the population of Gaza, especially drinking water, food, medicines, and fuel for desalination plants. We have expressed our great concern for the situation of more than 200 hostages, including one Spanish citizen. All hostages must be released immediately and unconditionally. The taking of hostages represents a war crime.
Hopefully you got to go on a little vacation then, Bill.
The risk of this conflict spreading across the region is high in the West Bank. We are concerned by the increase of violence by settlers against the civilian Palestinian population. We are also concerned about the stability in southern Lebanon and other countries in the region. We must avoid a further escalation of the conflict and a regional crisis at all costs. For this region, we must avoid political instrumentalization of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Spain is firmly committed to the work of UNFIL, and it is fundamental that we support it, and we are contribute to reducing tensions between regional actors. As we said at the outset, we must focus on a credible path to peace in order to cease the current hostilities. This necessarily requires the realization of a solution for two states, Israel and Palestine, coexisting in peace and security in accordance with the parameters that the Security Council has validated on repeated occasions. Spain has always been convinced that the two-state solution is the only possible response to the national aspirations of both Israelis and Palestinians. For this reason, Spain reiterates the need to hold an international peace conference with the parties and the international community within a short time frame so that the current hostilities may end. We should recover the spirit that guided the Madrid Peace Conference of 1991 and the Oslo Accords. The goal of this conference should be to successfully conclude a process that began more than 3 decades ago. Only then will we be able to end these cycles of violence. Finally, I wish to highlight that Spain voted in favor of the resolution adopted on Friday on the understanding that the General Assembly must express itself clearly and with urgency on the need to end the unsustainable humanitarian crisis in Gaza. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Spain and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Bangladesh.
Man, fuck, I'm tired of this shit. Give us some people that matter.
Thank you, Madam President. We thank the PGA for convening the 10th Emergency Special Session of the UNGA. Bangladesh aligns itself with the statement delivered by Mauritania on behalf of the OIC group.
Holy shit, I actually spelled Bangladesh
The people of Palestine has been going through unimaginable misery, inhuman treatment, and colonial subjugation owing to occupation, continuous attacks and killings, expansion of illegal settlement, demolition of homes, and forcible transfer by Israeli occupying forces for decades. However, in the last 24 days, what is happening has gone beyond description, which has crossed all boundaries of international norms and principles. Indiscriminate and disproportionate bombardment on Gaza, even on hospitals and refugee camps by Israel, has already killed more than 8,000, around half being children, and around 20,000 have been injured. The number is increasing by every passing minute. More than 1.5 million Palestinians have been displaced internally, in an area of just 140 square miles, and that do not have necessary bare minimum life-saving assistance. They're running out of food, water, electricity, shelter, and medical supplies. At this moment, immediate ceasefire is a must, and I urge this august assembly to do the righteous thing to save hundreds of thousands of lives. Madam President, it is regrettable that due to the failure of the Security Council to take action, thousands of civilians have already been killed, and the delay in ceasefire will kill, injure, and displace more innocent people. The situation is further deteriorating with the ground invasion by Israel. We have seen in the past also the inaction of the Security Council and failure to implement its own resolutions had encouraged the occupying power to continue its aggressions and brutality that tantamount to war crimes. We urge again to take immediate action to stop the war and take necessary steps to implement all the resolutions of the United Nations related to Palestine. Madam President, blocking of humanitarian assistance is totally unacceptable and cannot be justified in any way. Blockade of fuel and electricity has brought hospitals to a standstill, risking the lives of the thousands of wounded and the sick. Immediate humanitarian access to Gaza with adequate life-saving assistance needs to be ensured. We welcome the humanitarian aid through Rafah crossing, but we all know the meagerness of the supplies going into Gaza, which is characterized by the Secretary General as a drop in the ocean. We call once again to ensure immediate, continuous, sufficient, and unhindered provision of essential supplies and services to civilians throughout the Gaza Strip. Madam President, we're deeply concerned at the killing of UN and other aid workers, health personnel, and journalists in Gaza, and we strongly condemn such heinous act. It is unfortunate that 67 UNRWA staff have been killed, and numerous UNRWA installations have been damaged so far. We demand protection of the United Nations facilities and all humanitarian installations. We have been seeing bombing on hospitals, schools, and shelters with a deliberate attack to kill the civilians. Are these not the incidents of war crimes and genocide? It is not acceptable collectively punishing a civilian population who have been struggling for their independence for more than 7 decades, and any attack cannot be justified in the name of right to self-defense. As an occupying power, Israel's claim of right to self-defense and its endorsement by many is nothing but a fallacy of international law on the question of occupation and the rights and duties of occupying power. Moreover, this august assembly cannot discriminate among people while taking decisions. I echo the words of the Palestinian ambassador in his recent deliberation in the Security Council that Palestinian lives are not less precious than the Israeli lives. We also reject unequivocally Israel's call to forcibly displace the Palestinians out of their own homeland, which is an attempt to further worsen the humanitarian situation in the entire region. Madam President, we need to hold Israel accountable for its war crimes and blatant disrespect for international humanitarian law. We have clear legal definitions in the international law of genocide, of war crimes, of crimes against humanity. Failure to do so in the past, mainly due to the blatant double standard undertaken by some governments and media alike, has brought this awful day. And it is a shame for all of us that after having so many resolutions, even in the Security Council, with clear roadmap of the solution to the crisis, we have failed to implement this. Madam President, I would like to refer to the Secretary General, who said that the attack on 7th October did not happen in vacuum. Decades-long occupation and Israel's absolute impunity, granted by some member states, from consequences of committing atrocities and undermining all diplomatic and multilateral efforts to establish peace in the Middle East towards the two-state solution has all led to this point today. We do not want any further loss of lives anywhere. In this regard, would like to repeat that the only solution to this crisis, the only way to establish peace in Palestine and the whole region, is establishment of an independent, viable, and sovereign Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital under a two-state solution based on the pre-1967 borders. Madam President, before concluding, I'd like to remind once again that the UN Charter starts with our determination to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. And if we fail to do so, we will remain accountable to our future generations. We must not lose sight of the right of self-determination of the people of the occupied Palestinian territories. However, at this time, this is more important than ever to avoid any more killing, to ensure humanitarian assistance to save the civilians and humanitarian personnel. We call upon Israel to abide by the GA resolution adopted last Friday by two-thirds majority, which my delegation co-sponsored, and to stop all atrocities immediately by agreeing to a ceasefire. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Bangladesh and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Lao People's Democratic Republic.
Lao.
Madam President, the international community stands at the precipice of a grave security crisis, teetering on the brink of a major catastrophe. Immediate and unified actions are imperative to avert this impending disaster. Following the UN Security Council's inability to reach a consensus on a resolution for an immediate ceasefire and the provision of urgent humanitarian assistance to save innocent lives in Gaza. The responsibility now rests with the General Assembly to address this long overdue yet critically urgent issue with an aim of halting the ongoing violent hostilities between Israel and Palestine. For over 7 decades, political division have hindered progress on the Israeli-Palestine issue. Regrettably, these divisions have recently stalled any concrete action from this organization to protect civilians in the dire need of exercising their fundamental right to survival. As this humanitarian tragedy unfolds, it is crucial for all United Nations members to set aside unilateral political interests and unite unconditionally to save the innocent lives caught in the conflict. We urge all concerned parties to exercise maximum restraint, halt all violent acts, and reopen humanitarian corridors. Madam President, the Lao PDI has been closely monitoring the violent hostilities between Israel and Palestine with deep concern. Witnessing the devastating toll on lives and property, as a responsible UN member and in our commitment to contributing to peace in the Middle East, we therefore have supported the efforts by other UN member states to reconvene this 10th emergency special session of the General Assembly. We commend the Secretary General, all UN personnel, and non-governmental organizations who continue to risk their lives working tirelessly in conflict areas, actively engaging with all parties to de-escalate violence and prevent further humanitarian crises. The recent 3 weeks of violence underscore the urgent need for an immediate, comprehensive ceasefire, despite positive developments such as the release of some hostages and the initial allowance of humanitarian supplies through the Rafah checkpoint. there is much more need to be done. This includes providing efficient and unconditional humanitarian assistance. Madam President, given the current circumstances, it is imperative that we pursue diplomatic solutions and promote messages of peace. First, recognizing that violence benefits no one is crucial. Military engagement only exacerbates the crisis, making an immediate humanitarian ceasefire vital and underscoring the need for dialogue and negotiation. Second, we must unequivocally condemn all acts of violence and assaults on civilians. Both Palestinian and Israeli populations deserve to live free from fear, with their security equally safeguarded. Third, strict adherence to international humanitarian law is essential. Life-saving humanitarian aid, food, water, medicine, fuel must be allowed to reach all civilians in Gaza swiftly, safely, and at scale. Ensuring delivery of these life-saving supplies at the scale needed for the people in Gaza, including the UN, UNRWA, ICRC personnel, and individuals of all nationalities, is a top priority. Establishing unhindered humanitarian corridors and the unconditional release of people held captive are critical steps. Fourth, countries with influence in the region must collaborate with all relevant parties to prevent escalation and regional spillover. And fifth, the ultimate solution to the Palestinian issue lies in the implementation of the two-state solution, enabling Palestine and Israel to coexist peacefully.
It's never gonna happen, dude. Why can't the world just get that through their head?
Settlement guided by the relevant UN resolutions and international peace efforts is fundamental. Madam President, our immediate obligation is to protect civilians, including during acts of self-defense and in situations involving hostages, hospitals, and schools. We must discourage incitement, combat dehumanization, and work tirelessly to protect the lives of the Palestinians and Israelis and victims of other nations caught in this conflict. In conclusion, allow me to invoke the poignant words of the late Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin during the Oslo Accords signing ceremony in 1993, and I quote, "We are destined to live together on the same soil, in the same land. Enough of blood and tears. Enough."
I would never buy a black pipe like this.
These words serve
Somebody
as
left it at my house.
reminder of our shared humanity and urgent need
sweet,
for
though.
peace. And I thank you.
I kind of like it.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Lao People's Democratic Republic and now give the floor to the distinguished representative
Blackness.
of Sierra
I
Leone.
cleaned this thing and it's black. You know, it's like the glass itself is black. What did she say? God dang it. Why don't they fucking tell us where these people are from, like on their podium, dude?
Representative of the Lao People's Democratic Republic and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Sierra Leone.
Sierra Leone, right? Why the fuck do they? I don't even. I'm not doing them, dude, because I don't know how to spell it. I don't give a shit. Fuck you, Sierra Leone.
Madam
Who are you?
President, thank you for convening this open debate. The present situation in the Middle East and the response of the United Nations Security Council
I really
in the
don't.
past weeks and even up to yesterday is an indication that the United Nations needs to be constructive,
What is that?
deliberate, and sincere in its approach to its work
I give up.
and actions.
Fuck you.
The world is counting on the United Nations, more especially the Security Council, and it must not renege.
You may know how to spell this shit.
Mandate. Sierra Leone unequivocally condemns in the strongest terms the undefendable attack against Israeli civilians by Hamas on the 7th of October 2023. Sierra Leone also equally condemns in the strongest terms the taking of hostages by Hamas and calls for their immediate and unconditional release. Since the 7th October attacks, we have further noted with grave concern the escalation of the violence, particularly the response by Israel. In noting the existence of the right to self-defense in the Charter of the United Nations, which is available to all states, we are of the firm view that any response must be in line with international law, in particular international humanitarian law, human rights, and other relevant legal norms. We therefore unequivocally condemn attacks on civilians and civilian objects, and in this regard we also condemn in the strongest terms the heinous attack on the Al-Ali Baptist Hospital in the Gaza Strip and other civilian facilities, which is totally unacceptable. We support the calls for an investigation into the matter. As we urge for timely investigations, Sierra Leone calls for accountability mechanisms to be fully engaged to preserve any evidence of violations of international law to ensure accountability. We deeply sympathize with the families of the victims of regrettable recent escalation of violence and the ongoing occupation. While we can only offer our deep sympathies at this stage, United Nations, and more especially the Security Council, can act and must act. Madam President, as we welcome the diplomatic engagements that have led to the flow of limited humanitarian aid into Gaza, Sierra Leone is gravely concerned about the ever-deteriorating humanitarian situation with the simultaneous escalation of violence.
Don't answer my question.
The deteriorating humanitarian situation and the inability of UNRWA to provide adequate humanitarian assistance to civilians in Gaza, owing to the indiscriminate bombardment, necessitates a humanitarian ceasefire and the establishment of humanitarian corridors for the delivery of humanitarian aid to civilians.
I really don't like how well his... Shut the fuck up, you asshole. Do you see how well made his suit is right now? Like, I don't know if it's intentional, but these lines are actually lining up with his shoulder. This right here is hard as shit to do, man. Like, you see how these lines are lining up? Why's he got so much money?
Ensure the survival of civilians. Madam President, we note with concern the danger of a spillover of the current crisis in the Middle East region. If consolidated action is not taken, a spillover will compound the existing fragile situation in the region. Regrettably, the region is marked by mass displacement and unimaginable humanitarian crisis and insecurity and loss of civilian lives. With this recent escalation, we are fully convinced that it is only genuine dialogue and negotiations based on the two-state solution that will guarantee a lasting peace between Israel and Palestine. Sierra Leone hereby calls for concerted efforts to explore diplomatic and political avenues geared towards finding a peaceful, just, and lasting solution to this conflict. Madam President, in this moment of multiple and interlocking crises, when the Security Council is confronted with ever-increasing
Dude, when did it get so dark over here, though?
Ranging from the ongoing conflicts in the Middle East, the Ukraine, the Sudan, among other places, the Council needs to be reformed to ensure that it remains fit for purpose, legitimate, inclusive, and geographically balanced to perform its overarching duty of maintaining global peace and security. The intergovernmental bilateral negotiations on the reform of the United Nations Security Council aims to come to an agreement to make the Council more broadly representative, efficient and effective in the exercise of its mandate, especially in terms of addressing conflicts that have been ongoing for many years. As the coordinator of the African Union Committee of 10,
they took out the power plant.
Council, Sierra Leone attaches great importance to these negotiations, and in light of the failings of the Council to act with the needed urgency, we urge Member States to fully support ongoing initiative to reform the Security Council, in particular for the Council to reflect present-day geopolitical realities. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Sierra Leone and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Canada.
Blame Canada. Blame Canada. Blame Canada.
Madam President, as this emergency session on the situation in Gaza and the Middle East region winds down, it's important that we have to continue all of our collective diplomatic efforts, because on the ground, which is where things matter, we all know the situation is very dire. Last week, Canada introduced an amendment to the resolution in an effort to ensure that the General Assembly acknowledged that this current situation arose following an unconscionable terrorist attack by Hamas on Israeli civilians on October 7th, 2023, in which 1,400 people were killed. Canada is pleased that over half of the voting members of the Assembly felt the same way last Friday, but regrets that its amendment did not pass, and therefore we abstained on the resolution. But I'm speaking today because I want to make it clear that this does not change in any way Canada's diplomatic efforts here and in the region, which are focused on ensuring, first of all, that the hostages currently held by Hamas, be they Israeli, Canadian, Thai, American, Argentinian, Chinese, or Russian, that they all be released as soon as possible. That until hostilities stop between the parties, all possible steps must be taken to limit the loss of life. That humanitarian services are increased immediately and substantially, and that Egypt, Israel, and the UN cooperate fully to ensure that vital humanitarian help is provided. We have already allocated $60 million, and we're trying to get these funds to work as quickly as possible.
60 million of your tax
in
money
order to ensure the above critical steps,
going to Gaza.
And there's still not enough trucks getting through,
What do you think about that?
and there's still not enough people getting the assistance that they need. We need to have assurances and measures taken by all parties and all combatants to guarantee the safe delivery and distribution of humanitarian assistance.
Okay, Canadians in the house.
And yes, that over
Am I
400 Canadian
am I
nationals
Canadian
and permanent
poor right
residents
now?
currently trapped in Gaza be permitted to leave.
There are no
along with many
Canadians in
other
here?
International citizens who are seeking to leave Gaza. We know that many efforts are underway here, on the ground, in many regional capitals to achieve these objectives. And we are ready to engage in whatever diplomatic and other efforts are needed to resolve them. But we have to come to terms with several things. The first is the terrible toll that the current conflict is taking. All of us weep for over the 3,200 children killed in Gaza in the last 3 weeks. Just as we weep for the Israeli children lost on or since October the 7th. As I told the Assembly the other day, there is no hierarchy in death. It affects all of us. And that is why we are urging further steps to deal with the rapidly deteriorating humanitarian situation, why we need rapid and unimpeded access to assistance, and that is why we endorse the need for humanitarian pauses that are going to be need to be agreed to by all combatants. At the same time, we need to keep our eyes on discussions around a sustainable political solution to this conflict. And this is what needs to change. How to do it is diplomacy's necessary task. We need to understand that talk about the two-state solution, which many of us have talked about today, is empty unless it's accompanied by the end of the violent rhetoric of absolutism, violent acts of terror, and the ongoing refusal to accept the legitimate interests of all parties. There is no point in drafting agreements and constitutions in the air. The security interests of everyone must be respected. Peace will only come with a willingness to compromise, and that will only happen once all parties understand the deep risks and the terrible costs of the current confrontation. We know that what this organization does, we pass or we don't pass resolutions, and we debate them. But achieving the reality of a two-state solution, not a theoretical two-state solution, but a real one, something that can really be done and accepted by all the parties. Two states whose borders and boundaries would be both mutually and internationally recognized, whose people can live in peace, respect, and security, means that deep and practical steps must be taken to resolve the issues in dispute.
Any country or organization that denies the right of the Palestinian people and the right of the Israeli people to have their own state within safe and recognized borders denies these people rights which are essential for peace. Each of us can have more than one thought at a time. It is possible to fully and strongly support the right of Israel to exist while criticizing certain Israeli policies. It is possible to fully and strongly support the self-determination of the Palestinians, all while designating Hamas as a terrorist organization and while unequivocally condemning its actions. Many delegations, moreover, had indicated to us that the adoption of the Canadian amendment would have allowed an even larger majority of states to support the resolution. If we can at least name Hamas as a terrorist organization, but without this, we will not reach a true two-state solution, for the simple reason that there is no country here that would easily or equally live with a terrorist group on their frontiers. It is possible to believe in the right of Israel to defend itself in accordance with the international law and to call for humanitarian corridors and pauses. It is possible to show proof of true empathy for people on all sides without compromising one's principles.
Interpretations of history and context and follow-on references to original sin, such as I've heard over the last couple of weeks, are a slippery and a dangerous slope. We cannot allow anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, or hatred of any kind to take hold, because they risk feeding a populism that shrinks the spaces we need for dialogue, including in this assembly, We can have our debates in this assembly, but it's important for us to understand that our job is also to find solutions. When we go down the wrong path, we're doing things that are harmful, that are a disservice to us all, and that are, frankly, a disservice to diplomacy. The great Irish writer James Joyce once described history as a nightmare from which we are desperately trying to awaken. We cannot undo what has been done, but we can acknowledge it. We can name it and take the necessary steps to repair it and move forward. As has been recalled already by other speakers today, these principles that I have described have been accepted by others in the past. They have been shown to work around the world, and they have been accepted in this region since the historical journey of President Sadat of Egypt to the Knesset in Jerusalem in 1977, one of the true moments of great statesmanship in the history of this conflict. Since that date, efforts have been made by Israeli and Palestinian leaders to reach an understanding between them many times, but not, it must be said, in recent years.
That was different sounding.
There are many reasons for this, but since the break-off of serious negotiations 20 years ago, the prevalence of violent extremism, including escalating settler violence in the West Bank, the failure to build on past understandings, and the now shattered illusion that an inherently explosive situation could somehow be successfully managed, have shown that this approach and these approaches have brought us no closer to a two-state solution or indeed to any peaceful solution. Canada has been deeply engaged in issues of peace and security in the Middle East since the foundation of the UN in 1945. Lester Pearson, a former Canadian foreign minister and former president of this General Assembly, proposed the first UN peacekeeping force, UNEF, following the Suez Crisis. 23 Canadian soldiers are buried among the 3,000 in the Commonwealth Cemetery in Gaza. Madam President, we must find a way to shift the dialogue from the language of impulse to the language of consequence. Canada is ready, as we have always been, to play our part in establishing this dialogue. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Canada. We have heard the last speaker in the debate on this item for this meeting. We shall hear the remaining speakers tomorrow afternoon, following the conclusion of the consideration of agenda item 74, report of the International Criminal Court in this hall. The exercise of the right of reply has been requested. May I remind
America, no, Israel, Israel.
Reply
Come on now.
Limited to 10 minutes.
They
for the
better
first
get on in
interventions
there.
And to 5 minutes
You know
for the
they're
second
gonna this dude's
intervention.
a
And
legend.
should be made by delegations.
He reminds me of the
from
IDF guy that
seats.
always talks on the
I call
IDF
on the
videos.
representative
Like the
of
same
Thailand.
dude. Oh man.
Madam President, my delegation is taking the floor in exercise of its right of reply. Two references made by the distinguished permanent representative of Israel in his statement on Thursday, 26 October, at the 39th meeting of this 10th emergency special session,
You know what I mean?
to an agricultural worker from Thailand, accompanied by the displaying of a video footage from a tablet showing that victim, asserted to be a Thai, being inhumanely killed. Thailand is gravely concerned over the fate of our innocent Thai citizens caught in the conflict. However, we disapprove of the display of such graphic and gruesome footage, which does not afford the proper respect and due consideration for the deceased and his family. Displaying such footage is inappropriate as it is insensitive, and it is unfortunate that it took place at this very General Assembly Hall. For the record, we condemn the killing of innocent civilians, regardless of nationality, by any group for whatever reason. Madam President, we appreciate that appropriate action has been undertaken here with regard to such video footage. Going forward, we sincerely hope that the displaying of inappropriate video footage here at the United Nations would not happen again, and that appropriate steps would be taken by the United Nations to help prevent such incidents in the future. Thank you, Madam President.
Oh, I hear about that.
I see no more requests for the floor. The meeting is
Really?
adjourned.
No Israel? Come on, man. Bummer. Really hoping to hear him. I like hearing him talk. He gets really into it. I look forward to him every time now. The Israel guy. He's my favorite. Yeah, he's the best one there. Hey, how's it going? You can hear me good enough right there, right? Okay, so put it down just a little bit. I smidgened it. Oh, I smidgened it the wrong way. I don't think so. There. I'm only drinking this so I can feel like a rich person, dude. You know what I mean? You gotta fake it till you make it, right? So if I act like a rich person, I'll become a rich person. Right? What do you mean I smoke American spirits? Oh, American spirits. They are expensive. I used to smoke American spirits. You should quit smoking them. I used to smoke American spirits. No one said the charcoal in the filter, the mediums. Mediums have charcoal in the filter, and so do the, like the lights I think had charcoal too at the time. But, the full flavor is no charcoal. But then they got expensive even back in the day. So I started buying, the tobacco, the American Spirit. You can buy canisters of the tobacco, and I would put it into the filter, the tubes that have the filters on them. You can get the little things, and you can make your own. They look just like regular cigarettes. But then I ended up upgrading from that to drum. I prefer drum. It was a higher quality tobacco, definitely stronger than the nicotine. doesn't seem like it. The shag tobacco, it's a different consistency. First time I had drum tobacco was actually, I found it on the ground. First I found I was completely broke, homeless. It was in California, Rancho Palos Verdes area. And I was with that girl who was a softball scholarship haver. She was about to go to college and shit. And I was homeless. I was about to live in Long Beach actually. It was before I had lived in Long Beach even as a homeless person. But it was that homeless time. I found some weed on the ground out of nowhere, like some good shit, some nugs, like in a plastic. It wasn't even legal here back then, dude. And then right after that, I was at a Smokes too, and I found a thing of drum tobacco just laying on the ground. I was like, this is the devil, bro. This is straight up the devil. What is the heck? Like literally, like within like just walking on the sidewalk, within 20 minutes of each other, I found both of them. I was set. But yeah, the drum tobacco, man. If you've never tried it, it's kind of like exotic almost. Different flavor to it. And like I said, you can put it in those tubes that have filters on them, so that you can still have a filter. Much cheaper than you can also get American Spirit tobacco and do the same thing. It'd be much cheaper than buying them. That's what I did when I was like the last year of smoking cigarettes. I wasn't buying the pre-rolls anymore. Right. I smoked a little bit in Europe. I was trying out cigarettes in Europe when I was out there. Where is that? I started smoking again. I quit and then I started smoking again for a while. You know what got me smoking, dude? Again, those people up in a bar, they were giving away free packs of cigarettes if I would let them scan my ID. I hadn't smoked in years. And they're like, 2 free packs of cigarettes if you let us scan your ID. I was like, what? Alright, whatever. Beep. She handed them to me. I ended up trying them, like, eventually. I don't even know if it was that night or not. I can't remember. I was on a date with a smoker, actually, too. That didn't help. Her cigarettes are still in there. Look at this shit, dude. I still have her cigarette. A different pack, though. Like a different day, different night. For a second, I thought they were gone, and I was like, are you kidding? How the fuck are they gone? They've been in there for years. These things have been in there since before I started streaming. 2018, maybe? They've been in there? Look at this shit. There's only like, let's see how many are in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 79, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 18. So she only smoked 2 of them. No, 3 of them. Yep, smells like cigarettes. This goes to show, if I can quit smoking cigarettes, so can you. Because I was a smoker, dude. Hardcore. Used to have to do it. And now they can be in my house and I can smell them. Huh? Okay. Boyfriend smokes, I hate it. Give it a quit. Well, these are antique now, huh? First one. It's weird holding a pack of cigarettes after not being a smoker for so long. Is it time? Is it time to start again? This is my chance. Not today. Somebody was rooting for me to do it. I know it. Oh, we got news. Secretary Blinken will travel to Israel on Friday for meetings with members of Israeli government and will make other stops in the region. Why is he doing that again? You gotta want to, you know? Okay, is Bill here? Oh, Bill is here. Well, when you get to do yours again, Bill? We can do the OG. I think we're gonna go into Bill when Bill's here. This Bill's here now, we better. We're going with the Truffalo Bill. Thanks to Gino Fats for going in on the Truffalo Bill. Potent pioneer of the American flavor frontier. I don't know what Bill has to do with it. You're part of it, Bill, that's all. It doesn't actually say what you have to do with it. It's like a little mushroomy, a little bit. I dig it. Oh, let's take it off. Some big league chew over here. Kind of like a beef stroganoff flavor. I dig it. Okay, so thanks again, Gino Bass, for sending me all the gifts into the PO box. Very much appreciated. The variety is it makes it really fun. Trying all the different ones. That it does. It makes Bill part of the show. Welcome to the show, Bill. Gotta stay on the level. That way I don't start slacking. Joe Rogan tries to shoot an arrow in the side of the Cybertruck. Apparently it's happened today.
Yeah. Flatten the tip of the arrow.
Really?
Look at the tip of the broadhead.
What? How thick is the metal on this thing?
Hey, cutie. Well, now we know. So we just shot an arrow into it, and it barely scratched it. Barely scratched it. Yeah. It was probably moving 275 feet a second.
He sounds
that was
drunk,
500.
dude. Like Joe Rogan drunk on Halloween. Hey, this is what we're supposed to do, I think. Dude, I can't wear a wig though because I have the headphones on. Oh, did he say the wig over the headphones? Is that what he's doing? Is that how he's doing it? I have 3 wigs, dude. I just don't want to mess them all up with the headphones. Just in case I ever got a Jason Bourne my shit, you know what I'm saying? And go undercover. I got my wigs just in case. If I get them all matted up, they won't work right. You know what? If I need them on the fly, I can't be waiting on Amazon to deliver my wigs, can I? Like, I don't want to fuck them up. I need to get one that I can fuck up. I got 3 that are all unique, just in case I ever really need them. Am I crazy? Probably. Fuck you. There's mine go bag. There's some go bag shit right there. I should actually throw those in the go bag. The bug out bags got my wigs in it. That's a different kind of bug out bag. That's when I'm truly bugging out. You could actually have a different kind of bug out bag now that I think about it. You know what I mean? Like one for if you're trying to run from the law, if you're trying to stay low on the down low from the police. There could be a bug out bag for that in the closet, and there could be one for natural disasters. This is actually a smart thing to do. I'm not condoning being in, like, doing some dirty shit, but gotta run, you gotta run. And I only have them because I was going on Omegle doing it, like, talking to people with wigs on. For the stream. By the way, don't drink this whiskey, it's too smooth. All the Japanese whiskeys are too smooth.
get you drunk.
Xin chào tất cả chuyên dùng tiếp cận. Tầm chân gần như vuông, góc bàn chân so với mặt đất khoảng 4-5 độ, chúng ta sẽ thẳng lên như này. Kính như này góc 90 thì ma sát chúng ta sẽ không tốt, nên đến góc 5 độ như mình đang thực hiện đây. Lưng mà tay trước và tay sau chúng ta đều thẳng, tay này thẳng đi vào người, tay trước cầm sát về dưới hạng, tay trước thẳng, lưng thẳng, đây là cách tỏ vậy xong tư thế đánh giày.
Are you guys learning?
Đây một số bạn là tay trước tay sau và lưng, đây là thế trong đánh giày.
That was a good lesson. This guy's really good at what he's doing. You don't want that kind of angle on it. You want it to be flat or down. I see. Push it down into it. That makes sense. I've been practicing too. Y'all been practicing your skills in that? What's that called anyway?
לגיטימציה מאנטישמים שאנחנו רואים אותם צצים מן המחילה.
That was in BVBs.
After I speak. Yeah, before is better. Yes, exactly. Preemptively. That would be great. You all right, Deji? All right. Good afternoon. I'm only 1 minute late from the announced time. No, I said 12:15. Oh, it's 12:17 now. Just a couple programming notes. In a short while, I will be joined by Epsi Campbell-Barr, who is the chairperson of the Permanent Forum on People of African Descent, and Justin Hansford, a member of that forum. They will be here to brief you following the first presentation of their annual report to the General Assembly. Then shortly after that, Filippo Grandi, the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, will speak to at the Security Council stakeout, and that'll probably be around 1:15 or so, but we will give you ample warning. Tomorrow at 1 p.m., given that it will be the first of the month, there will be a briefing by Ambassador Zhang Jun, the permanent representative of China and president of the Security Council for the month of November. He'll be here to speak to you on the program of work. I have a statement from the Secretary General on the situation in Gaza. It will be emailed to you as I speak. The Secretary General is deeply alarmed by the intensification of the conflict between Israel and Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups in Gaza. This includes the expansion of operations by Israeli defense forces accompanied by intense airstrikes and the continued rocket fire into Israel from Gaza. Civilians Civilians have borne the brunt of the current fighting from the outset. Protection of civilians on both sides is paramount and must be respected at all times. The Secretary General repeats his utter condemnation of the acts of terror perpetrated by Hamas on October 7th in Israel. There is never any justification for the killing, injuring, or abduction of civilians. The Secretary General appeals for their immediate and unconditional release of all hostages, all civilian hostages held in Gaza. The Secretary General condemns the killing of civilians in Gaza and is dismayed by reports that two-thirds of those who have been killed are women and children. The Secretary General mourns and honors the UN colleagues who have tragically been killed in the bombardment of Gaza over the past 3 weeks. His heart goes out to the families of our colleagues who lost their lives in service. The international humanitarian law establishes clear rules that cannot be ignored. It is not an a la carte menu and cannot be applied selectively. All parties must abide by it, including the principles of distinction, proportionality, and precaution. With too many Israeli and Palestinian lives already lost, this escalation only increases the immense suffering of civilians. The level of humanitarian assistance that has been allowed into Gaza up to this point is completely inadequate and not commensurate with the needs of the people of Gaza, compounding a humanitarian tragedy. The Secretary General reiterates his call for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire and unimpeded humanitarian access to be granted consistently, safely, and to the scale in order to meet the urgent needs created by the catastrophe unfolding in Gaza. He remains deeply concerned about the risks of dangerous escalation beyond Gaza and urges all leaders to exercise utmost restraint to avoid a wider conflagration. Just a bit more details about the humanitarian operations. The Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs tells us that yesterday a total of 26 trucks carrying water, food, and medical supplies entered Gaza through the Rafah crossing with Egypt. Since 21 October, 143 trucks with humanitarian aid have entered Gaza, and that is as of yesterday evening. Today, Martin Griffiths, the emergency relief coordinator, met Palestinian Prime Minister Mohammed Shtaya. He also talked by phone to families in Gaza and said what they have endured
I don't think so.
Is beyond devastating, adding that misery is growing by the minute. After talking to an 8-year-old who told him he did not want to die, Mr. Griffiths said, "It's hard not to feel helpless." He was in Jerusalem yesterday, met with Israeli President Isaac.
But the kid will get the virgins, man. That's 8 virgins. That's pretty good for an 8-year-old.
Social media post, Mr. Griffiths
One per
said he
year.
could not imagine what the families are going through, living in agony for the past 3 weeks and not knowing if their loved ones were dead or alive. The office, and yesterday, just as you will have seen, Philippe Lazzarini, the Commissioner General of UNRWA, briefed the Security Council and warned that no place is safe in Gaza. He told council members that nearly 70% of those killed are children and women. Too many people have been killed and injured while seeking safety in places protected by international humanitarian law. The council also heard from Catherine Russell from UNICEF and from a senior OCHA director. Moving north, our colleagues in the UN Interim Force in Lebanon report that with concern, the exchange of fire across the blue line is continuing, and it was continuing yesterday. The mission observed several shells and explosions in multiple locations within its area of operations. UNIFIL also discovered an unexploded ordnance within its headquarters premises yesterday following artillery shelling in the vicinity of Nakora. No injuries were reported. The mission continues to remind the parties of their obligations to ensure the safety and security of peacekeepers and the need to immediately cease hostile actions across that blue line. The Secretary General wound up his visit to Nepal today. Earlier today, he visited the Annapurna base camp in Nepal, where he said all those who will be at the COP28 climate summit should come to Nepal and see the glaciers receding. He said they are melting very quickly, causing floods, landslides, and dramatic impacts on many communities. It's time to take drastic measures to fight climate change, he stressed. At a press encounter, he appealed to the international community to show show effective solidarity so that there's much more funding for adaptation, to build resilience, to protect the communities, adding that the loss and damage fund needs to be put to work to the benefit of those populations like those he visited. Also today, the Secretary General delivered a message for peace in Lumbuni, the birthplace of Lord Buddha. The Secretary General said that humanity is at war with nature and at war with itself. In the Middle East, in Ukraine, in the Sahel, Sudan, and many other places around the world, conflict is raging. He said, across the ages, Lord Buddha's message of compassion, nonviolence, and interdependence calls on all of us, to all of us, and inspires us all, reminding of our common humanity and the connectedness of all things. Later in the afternoon, he delivered remarks at the Nepalese Parliament, said that as geopolitical tensions rise, global divisions are becoming deeper and more dangerous. The Secretary General noted that smaller countries fear becoming collateral damage in competition between great powers, and climate catastrophe is accelerating at a deadly force. In responding to these crises, he said the world could learn much from Nepal. His full remarks are online. Tomorrow, he will travel to London to attend the Artificial Intelligence Safety Summit hosted by Prime Minister Rishi Sunak of the United Kingdom. He's also scheduled to have a bilateral meeting with the Prime Minister. And today in Abu Dhabi, our Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed continued her meetings and ministers attending the pre-COP meeting. Of our peacekeepers.
We're making this shit about that. Shut the fuck up.
Had any more high-level conversations regarding the war in Gaza?
There we go.
Secondly, on Martin Griffiths, is he staying in the region? Is he planning?
No, my understanding is he's on his way back here soon.
He is. And is there a chance that we can get to talk to him?
You know, if I could get Martin to answer questions instead of me, that's a good day. So I think we are in the process of trying to get him here. Speaking of answers, I didn't answer your first question. No, the Secretary General remains in close contact with all his senior advisors, but I don't think he's had in the last 24 hours any phone calls. Amélie, then Caitlin, then Deji.
Sorry, thanks, Steph. On Mali, for a change, you said the MINUSMA left Kidal and that they are in the process of handing over 3 camps to the authorities, but the rebels, the Tuareg rebels this morning announced right after MINUSMA left Kidal that they took over the camp. So can you confirm that, and how worried are you if it's the case? Thank you.
No, I can't confirm it because we left the camp. Of course we're concerned, but it is important that the Malian authorities do their utmost to ensure the safety and security of people throughout their territory. Caitlin, then Deji.
Is UNIFIL still investigating the alleged use of white phosphorus by the Israeli military? In Lebanon, we have statements today from Amnesty and from the Lebanese Agriculture Ministry saying that white phosphorus was used to destroy olive trees and injured civilians.
Yes, we've seen those. We have seen those reports. I have no information from confirming or denying from UNIFIL, but obviously we stand very much against the use of any such weapons anywhere. I mean, I haven't heard that I haven't gotten any more information from them. Deji.
I don't know whether you see this report or not. A couple of reports suggest that Israel's intelligence ministry actually proposed a transfer of Gaza's 2.3 million people to Egypt's Sinai Peninsula as a way out of this Gaza conflict.
We're not going to comment on what may or may not be leaked.
But would this be the solution that the UN could accept or not?
It's not for us. No, of course not.
It's not.
I think I answered the question.
Okay, so my next question.
But again, I have no way of knowing the veracity of those.
Well, the Israeli government actually confirmed it. Said it's a concept paper, which means it's one of the options, right? Okay, my second question. Al Jazeera just said that there is a resignation of the director of the Office of Human Commissioner for Human Rights in New York in protest against the handling of the situation in Gaza by UN bodies. Can you confirm that?
Yes, it is. There was a letter sent by a staff member of the UN Human Rights Office, but I think it's important to note that I know the letter's making the rounds, that those are the personal views of the staff member who's retiring today. And those are his views. I mean, the views of the office are reflected in all the public statements coming out of that office.
One last question. We saw that the Secretary General has been warned of the split over of the Gaza conflict many times. Yet we saw the conflict between Israel and South Lebanon and other places. One of them is actually from Yemen, the Houthis. I just sort of want to know whether the Special Envoy, Mr. Grunberg, had anything to contact with the different authorities in that region concerning the split.
Well, I mean, we've seen the reports, we've seen the claims by a spokesperson by the Houthi de facto authorities that they claim responsibility for the launch of drones towards Israel, and we saw what happened in Eilat. we unequivocally condemn such acts. We have no way of verifying independently, but obviously, as you said, this is yet another example of the dangers of a spillover of the conflict that we're seeing. Sorry for the Hannah. Sorry, I'm trying to be in a different place.
It's no problem. I just have a few questions. I hope you'll bear with me. Do you have a comment on the attack on the Jabalia refugee camp? It just happened.
No, I haven't. I mean, if it just happened, I haven't seen it, so I'm not going to comment on something I haven't seen.
Okay, it's probably stated that probably the casualties are over 100.
I will check.
Okay, and can I just ask you, what is the latest number on the casualties in Gaza, and also including the humanitarian aid workers? Do you have that?
The humanitarian aid workers, it's unfortunately, I think sadly for UNRWA itself, it is 56, if I'm not mistaken. On the actual casualties of all civilians, I would refer you to the numbers used by the Ministry of Health in Gaza, which is the numbers that we use.
So you're saying it's 56, because I saw 67, but that's...
I will 66. I will check. Okay. Let me check.
By no means, I'm not trying to compare the conflicts or tragedies. I mean, all loss of life is tragic, obviously. But today, the UN Security Council listed that in the total of, since the war began in Ukraine, about 14 humanitarian aid workers have lost their lives, and the total casualties about 9,900, as you've also mentioned yourself. So in only 1 month, the number in Gaza has reached almost the total number of casualties in Ukraine, and the aid workers, as you've said, is much more. So there's a huge concern in the international community about this loss of life. And what is the UN planning to do to, address these concerns? Thank you.
First of all, total number 63. Humanitarian workers have been on the front lines of all the conflicts that we're seeing currently in the world today. There's some places where numbers are small, some places where numbers are great. It is unacceptable that humanitarian workers be used as targets, right? And we've seen it in South Sudan, we've seen it in Ukraine, we're seeing it the world over. We have about 13,000 humanitarian workers in Gaza who are, for the vast majority, Palestinians who live and work in Gaza. We're there to help people. Despite the extremely difficult circumstances, they're continuing to do whatever they can to bring what little support they're able to do to the people of Gaza.
I just have 2 follow-up questions from some of the questions earlier. On Jabalia camp, I know you haven't seen it, but if you do have a statement, because it was a refugee camp that was hit in Gaza, would you email that to all of us going forward? Thank you. And then my second follow-up is on Amelie. So you mentioned that in Kidal in Mali, that once you leave the areas, you don't know kind of if the refugee...
Well, I mean, we've obviously, we don't leave we haven't left any personnel behind. So I'm
gurgly.
Today,
I got
we don't
the
have
gurgles.
any UN eyewitnesses to report what's happened to the camps once we left, because we're not there anymore, correct? The camps and the facilities are handed over to the Malian civilian government. It then becomes their responsibility.
And so my question is, have you spoken to them about who takes over the camps?
Somalian. We hand it over to them. They're the Malian civilian authorities. They become the keepers. We hope to see continued uptake. This is going to be a constant. See, that's definitely.
Awareness of that.
I don't have any.
Okay. And also about the trucks of humanitarian aid that are moving through Egypt to Gaza. Where do they originate? Where are all these trucks loaded up?
In Egypt.
In Egypt. At one location?
Well, I mean, they're different locations. They drive up either from different places in Egypt if the stuff comes by sea. Some aid is also coming by air to Al Arish Airport. The trucks are loaded there, then going up to Rafah. Once they cross into Rafah, there's what's called some sort of back-to-back operation where the Egyptian trucks are unloaded and loaded onto vehicles that operate in Gaza.
And those vehicles are operated by the UN or?
By the UN or the Palestinian
partners?
Red Crescent.
Okay, so all of this humanitarian aid is uploaded in Egypt.
Yeah, the trucks are loaded in Egypt. Maybe there may be trucks that come full and are driven from Jordan. I don't know, but they're basically the trucks are loaded up in Egypt.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Stefano, then and then I'll go to Alejandro on the screen and Jordan.
Thank you, Stefan. Can you give us an update on the relations between Israel and the Secretary General in the last 24 hours? Are they trying to put it down there?
We continue to have contacts with the permanent mission of Israel here. We continue to have contacts with the Israeli government in Jerusalem. I mean, I'm not here to give temperature rankings to relations between the Secretary General and member states.
Well, they requested a resignation of the so I was thinking maybe now they say, okay, you should. All right. So and then another question. Yesterday, I asked the Israeli ambassador if because he did a speech where he basically said that Hamas is like the Nazi, Hitler, and so on. So I told him, okay, Israel wants to get rid of Hamas. Can Israel do that without killing thousands and thousands of Palestinian civilians? But his answer basically was Hamas wants to increase number of civilian deaths. Now, what is the reaction to the fact that basically Israel is saying to the world, we need to kill this Nazi, but those Nazis are basically want civilians to die?
Look, a lot of things are being said. I can only repeat and reiterate what the Secretary General is saying, and is focused on the protection of civilians and the respect for international law in every part of this conflict.
And if you allow me, another thing, and not just last thing, there is a resolution of the 10, so-called, in preparation of a Security Council resolution, means of the 10 non-permanent members that are trying to prepare resolutions. Did the Secretary General was called contacted to give any advice? I know there's not usually, country that does a resolution for Security Council is not going to call the Secretary General, but being especially, 10 countries preparing a resolution that didn't pass before, that would be the 5th attempt. Did the Secretary General trying to help them to find the right words? member states are fully capable of finding the right words, and the Secretary General remains at the disposal of anyone who wishes to speak to him. If to some.
First, an update on my question yesterday regarding. Okay, so I want to follow up on the issue that you were asked today now before regarding the plan by the Israeli, by the Ministry of Intelligence, because the plan is to deport 2.4 million Palestinians, and whether they will, and that plan was actually confirmed according to that confirmed by the Israeli government, acknowledged that such a plan exists, and Time for Israel reported about it. Now, whether this stay a plan or not, just the fact that this is a plan and that such an issue being discussed, doesn't this should have a reaction from your side?
In case I wasn't clear with Deji, we stand clearly against the forced mass displacement of people, full stop. And we've seen it in other places around the world, and we've been consistent in that. Alejandro, then Jordan.
Right, thank you, Steph. Last week, the FG made a call to the current government of Venezuela to apply in good faith the partial agreement on political rights and electoral guarantees that was signed in Barbados. However, the current top court in Venezuela issued a ruling where they pretty much
Venezuela? No one gives a shit, buddy.
So, in this context, what's the view of this latest movement by the current
be relevant or something?
Do I have?
I think I don't have anything to share with you at this point, but I can tell you that we mourn all of our 63 colleagues.
I mean, definitely giving a statement.
I can tell it doesn't matter.
Okay, well, you could.
You suck. You're not even there. Fuck you. I don't give a shit. It's over. Talk. Good talk. I can see why they ended it. It was that dude wouldn't fucking shut up, probably. Idiot. What was this?
Welcome back to Jerusalem. Now, the UN chief, Antonio Guterres, has repeated his call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and said that he was dismayed.
I know what the fuck I'm doing, dude. I know when to quit it. I know when to spit it.
From Gaza ourselves, but Yusuf Hamash is a Gazan filmmaker.
When you got it, you got it. When you don't.
He sent us an eyewitness report on life for children and families inside Gaza, speaking to those who fled Beit Hanun in the north for makeshift camps in Khan Yunis in the south after Israel ordered civilians to evacuate there. And we should warn you, there are distressing scenes in his
You smug huffer?
These days in Gaza, hope is in short supply. But amid the darkness, I find moments of light. I too am a father, but I often wonder if Gaza is a place to have children. Tariq escaped Beit Hanun in the north with his wife and 2 daughters when the bombing began.
نشوف السيارات مولعة فيها ناس ومولعين. وصلنا المنطقة اللي هي الصناعية اليابانية، نزلنا حسينا بأمان، حسينا إنه طلعنا من الموت. لحتى الآن وأنا بحكي معك متخيل إنه أنا ميت ومش عارف، مش موجود. يعني بحكي معك وأنا مش مصدق إنه أنا عايش من الأحداث اللي شفتها.
Tariq now collects rubbish. He used to be a wedding photographer, capturing the happiest days in Gaza. He has other concerns now.
The happiest days in Gaza? What were those?
His wife Rania is 9 months pregnant with their 3rd child.
3rd child? Really? Stop having kids! You're broke as shit, bro! You live in poverty! Fucking moron! Give me more food! I need more food! I'm having more kids! We need more humanitarian aid! Hey Zozo, what's up, man? How you been?
This tiny room will be the first home for her new baby. Displaced from their lives, refugees once again. There are now so many disparate families here. Generation after generation, we are all used to so much
brother.
This time, it feels different.
What is she doing? Fun?
Yet
Some kind of
so
medical
much
procedure?
I also find life. Twins Ammar and Rama were born just 10 days ago.
Yo, people are still being born right now in there. That's wild.
فليلة ولادتي صارت في التصعيد، فاضطريت إني
أهرب من بيتي، ما خدتش ولا حاجة، لا فلوسي لا ذهبي لا أوعي بيبي ولا إشي خدت ولا إشي. فوق هالمصيبة بيتي اتدمر، راح بيتي بالكامل.
This is propaganda for sure. Just so you know, I know.
ما بطلع من بيتي، بيتي كله راح، أحلامنا كلها راح. سكان بيت حلو.
كيف طلعت؟ كيف كان الوضع؟
The house? I haven't seen any houses, dude. What are you talking about? It's been all projects.
Lena made it.
House. She had a house though.
Her twins were born as bombs landed all around them.
Maybe she meant she had a home.
حلوين. أعطوني أمل.
Even the youngest in Gaza have already lived through so much.
Like, who brings their kid into this life knowing that they're going to be born into this city? Right? Like, I don't even want to have kids knowing that I might pass some kind of illness on to them.
For a moment, it makes me smile too. This camp in Khan Yunis is Gaza's newest city. In war, you survive however you can. The next day, Tariq, Rania, and their 2 daughters are still waiting for the newest member of their family. But little Dana and Aisha are keeping their dad entertained.
Oh, that's nice.
الهجرة يعني 10 سنين 10 حروب. يعني بنتي الصغيرة 4 سنين.
This is getting really creepy, man.
4 سنين حروب. جنرال صارت. خلاص بكفي خليها تشوف تعليمها دراستها.
As the light fades, we all await another living nightmare. Few of us will sleep, even if you can. No one knows if they will wake up tomorrow.
Yo, what is he making?
Everyone faces a daily battle to find something to eat.
They're not skinny enough. I remember Somalia. Nadu still got muscles. No. I'm not feeling sorry for him yet. Sorry. They're not fucking scrawny enough.
Rania attends to their daughters.
أحلامنا أن نعيش حياة سليمة، نكبر أطفالنا على دب
The kids don't have really big bellies on them. I remember what they used to look like when they were really starving.
Their home in Beit Hanun is gone. But Dana can only think of her old life.
You miss your toys? You're alright, chick.
We cannot protect our children anymore.
You're not blowing up.
Is trying.
بدنا ننام انت ودانا عشان بكره نخلص الحرب نرجع على بيت مع بيت حنون. طيب ايش نفسكم لما نرجع ايش نعمل؟
Like everywhere in Gaza, we tell our children stories. One day, we hope they will be happier ones.
Right. Hey, dude. Okay. Well, yeah, you know, you hope all the Israeli kids are going to go through the same thing that your kids are going through. That's what you hope. You just wanted to flip onto the other people. We hope that it can happen to them and not our kids. Allah Akbar. Allah Akbar. Alright, what is this? 5 stories you need to know about. Israel says its forces attacked Hamas gunmen inside their vast tunnel network under Gaza. After Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu rejected calls for a ceasefire to alleviate the humanitarian crisis. 2. Muslim Americans and Democratic activists say they will mobilize millions of Muslim voters to withhold support for President Joe Biden's 2024 re-election campaign, unless he takes immediate steps to secure Gaza's ceasefire. That's funny. Tens of thousands of Afghans reluctantly returned to the Taliban rule ahead of Pakistan's November 1st deadline for undocumented migrants to leave the country. Oh, that's interesting. The U.S. plans to expel Gabon, Nigeria, Uganda, and the Central African Republic from the African Growth and Opportunity Act trade program. President Joe Biden said the country has either committed gross violations of human rights or we're not making continual progress towards democratic rule. Last but not least, the Supreme Court is set to examine whether public officials can block critics on social media. That's it. Lots of small arms fire on. In your ear hole. Yo, I don't think he cares. They're gonna cook the numbers anyway. They're gonna cook them. F-O-Y-R-D. Put little noodles in there with a little meat, a little sauce. Like, yeah, I'd eat it. Stick it in me, chef. I'm ready. My body's ready. So ready.
On the news hour tonight, Israeli airstrikes leave craters where apartments once stood.
Craters where apartments
Congress
stood.
considers whether to send more aid to Israel and Ukraine. The U.S. Supreme Court takes on questions of free speech and social media.
I don't care about
Cases
that.
involving
Oh, wait.
public officials blocking followers.
I do.
And West Virginia University cuts jobs and academic subjects in the face of budget shortfalls. Could this become a nationwide trend?
The lack of transparency and sheer amount
Yo,
of
she
cuts
matches too
is
fucking much. Knock it off,
decimating the trust
chick.
that faculty has here.
Jeez,
This is
it's
not
not that
just
fucking
affecting those
serious.
small majors. It's affecting everybody.
Jeez, man. Dude, everybody's gotta look like the perfect fucking dressed person now. It's a little crazy. Can't people just look like the 80s again? Stupid. I miss that. 80s and 90s where everybody's thinking of shit. They all kind of look like whatever.
Institutions and friends of the
Everybody looks like a famous person now.
Northern Gaza.
College kids. College kids be looking at famous people.
Layla Milana Allen.
Me.
Oh, you want to hear what this guy? You want to hear what this little fucker's got to say? Fine.
Welcome to the
We'll
news
listen
hour.
to him.
For a fifth day,
Oh,
Israeli
shit.
troops pushed into Gaza on the ground, and Israel's military reported its first soldiers
chilling,
killed
I'm
in
chilling,
action there. From the skies, a punishing air ceasefire campaign continues tonight with a strike that killed many Palestinians in the northern part of the Gaza Strip. Hamas militants said they would release foreign hostages in the coming days, and some badly wounded Palestinians may soon be allowed into Egypt for treatment. Layla Milana Allen has the story.
Bro, what is up with this thing on the
Gaza,
screw cap?
cloaked in black smoke for yet another day, as Israel's airstrikes and ground invasion show no signs of slowing. Tanks line the border, and Israel said it infiltrated the network of Hamas tunnels underneath the Gaza Strip. An Israeli strike hit the Jabalia refugee camp, where Israel said it targeted Hamas infrastructure, killing its leader in northern Gaza. But the blast also killed and wounded hundreds of civilians. Crowds of men dug through the rubble to reach trapped victims underneath. The pain of the loss is unbearable in Gaza, trapped in this war where few are spared.
Here they are, children. We are filling up bags with children. We are placing them in bags.
Body bags lined up outside a nearby hospital. Inside, chaos as overworked doctors rush to treat the injured.
Children, women, elderly. We have no idea what to do. There are injured everywhere.
Gazans are trying desperately to survive the airstrikes and, under siege, a growing humanitarian crisis. Most extreme is the water shortage. With an Israeli blockade on fuel, water can't be pumped or desalinized. Residents wait in line for hours to fill their jugs with clean water.
Damn, that's cool.
There are lines everywhere.
That'll teach you, little shit.
You will find a line of thousands. You go out in the morning at 7 a.m. and you go home after sundown just so you can get 2 good gallons of water for your home.
In Washington, U.S. officials reiterated support for Israel and sought
They need to be Jewish now. That's all.
All of us
It's
know
time to be Jewish.
standing up
Get over it.
with our allies and partners.
Figure it out.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken and
Cut your
Defense
little
Secretary
dick
Lloyd
skin off
Austin
and
testified before the Senate over an aid package that would send more
Nano,
than
nano.
$105 billion to Israel and Ukraine.
I think it's important to...
You better cut your dick skin off and let the rabbi eat it.
And what happens in Israel matters not to just Ukraine and Israel. It matters to us. It affects our national security as well.
The Indo-Pacific and around the world.
The hearing was interrupted more than once by protesters, their hands painted blood red. Blinken defended U.S. policy while stressing the need for humanitarian aid.
In each and every one of these conflicts, people are suffering. And I think it's profoundly who we are to want to do everything we can to assist them.
The request has
Dad, they can't move out,
in the
man.
Senate,
What are you talking about?
Republican-controlled House
Why would you
wants to
live
carve
there?
out funding for Israel, leaving Ukraine for later.
This is all one fight. And we have to respond in a way that recognizes that. If we
Gotta fill this up a little more. It's time to know.
They'll see that. They'll understand.
I'm a rich man now. I'm a fucking rich Japanese person.
We've seen major changes on the battlefield for months,
Alright.
while the war between Israel and Hamas threatens to explode into the wider region. Israeli tanks lined the border with Lebanon, trading
rust
fire with
buckets.
Hezbollah and other militant groups. Israel shot down drones and missiles launched from Yemen by Houthi militants.
Fake news.
The Iranian-backed group said their attacks will
We use stock footage for this shit.
stands down.
The Yemeni armed forces affirmed that this operation is the third in support of our oppressed brothers in Palestine.
Meanwhile,
Wait, who was
in
that?
the occupied West Bank, tensions threaten to
That
boil
dude
over
fucking
after
scare me.
another raid.
I slapped the shit out of
Funeral
him.
for a 70-year-old man killed by Israeli
Why does he have a
As the
bloody
violence
rag around his
spreads,
mouth still and shit?
racked with grief and
These
pulsating
people are weird.
with
No,
anger
not a
filled the
one
streets.
tear on anyone's
For the
face.
PBS
They all
News
look
Hour,
like they're
I'm
super
Layla
sad
Allen
though.
in the West
Where are the tears at?
in Gaza and
Bullshit, it's a
concerns about the war
lie.
potentially spilling over
They
into
look
a
at them as
broader
martyrs.
conflict. Return to former commander of U.S. forces in the Middle East, retired General Frank McKenzie. He's now executive director of the Global and
Who
National
declared
Security
war?
Institute
Which one
at the
declared war? Do you know?
University of South Florida. Thank you for being with us.
Glad to be with you, Joe.
Israeli troops have fought on the streets of Gaza before during the first and
They're
second
always
intifada.
dry-faced,
What
man.
makes this current moment and
Oh,
this
really? You
current
haven't
ground
declared war on
operation
who?
different?
It's awesome.
This is a
Hey, we're moving forward.
operation. They're proceeding methodically with overwhelming firepower, and I think really with I think 4 objectives. I think they want to minimize casualties.
Oh, really? Hey!
I think they want to minimize casualties from the population.
Breaking news.
Hamas, political and military leadership, and I think they want to recover their hostages. These are difficult objectives, and it's going to be slow going for them, and it's not going to go very quickly.
What risks and challenges does Hamas's extensive labyrinth of tunnels pose?
When you're fighting in Gaza, you're fighting in multiple dimensions.
Oh, declare war on. Oh, we did today earlier, 5 hours ago.
Around, that's what you're looking at. Then underneath, there's a sewer system. Then underneath that, there's a comprehensive tunnel system that Hamas has put in over many years of preparation for just this moment. So, and then you're fighting at the very low altitudes where Israel has a predominance of highly effective drones and other robot-type aircraft. But Hamas is going to fly some of those too. So it's a multi-dimensional struggle. And it's ultimately the technical advantages of a force like the IDF are going to be challenged.
8 hours ago, actually,
really becomes
minimum.
Infantry combat. Certainly there'll be
Maybe
tanks
more.
involved. Certainly there'll be all kinds of fire support involved. But it's going to be a very methodical approach, very difficult. And they're going to have to.
What do you mean they took it off the map?
Given the tunnels a lot of thought, and I would expect that
Literally, it's no longer being taught in our school.
to get down into those tunnels.
What is it called now?
How
Palestine?
long might this last? What's your assessment of Israel's ability to sustain ground combat over the long term, potentially?
So they've had a while to get themselves set. They've mobilized a significant portion of their military. I think we need to consider this in terms of months. I don't believe it'll be days. I don't believe it'll be weeks. I believe it will take some time because they're going to be methodical. And I realize there's frustration over there when innocent people die in Gaza, and innocent people are dying in Gaza. But I actually believe the IDF is doing the very best they can to try to minimize those civilian casualties, even at the same time while Hamas is doing their level best to maximize those civilian casualties.
What is it?
We think
Palestine?
of hostages, the 200 or so
It must be, I
hostages
guess.
there as shields. But actually, it's far more than that. The population of Gaza is actually a shield for Hamas, and they're going to wield it to the maximum extent they can to protect themselves and to force the Israelis into making very tough decisions about what they target and what they don't target, because they'll play this out in the information space, as we've just seen in the reporting that preceded my segment here.
Yeah, and as we saw in Layla's report, there was an airstrike today that Israel said was aimed at Hamas militants in a densely populated neighborhood in northern Gaza. It left a massive crater, caused extensive damage and death. Are there tactics, weapons, munitions that the Israelis could use to go after Hamas without destroying entire neighborhoods and killing so many civilians?
It's hard to do because Hamas has chosen, as a matter of
Laser
policy,
beams.
to embed their organization
That's the
into
way, man.
hospitals, into
Precise.
mosques, into schools, and into high-density population areas. That is a fundamental tactic of Hamas. And I believe Israel is doing the very best they can to deal with it, to minimize the human cost on the ground to innocents. But unfortunately, it's not going to be a perfect campaign. It's going to be a very bloody, ugly, harsh campaign. And Hamas has designed it explicitly.
Dude, they could have gotten that dude. They could have probably waited.
To
They
rescue
hit that fucking
hostages, the
camp.
Pentagon's top
They
special
knew.
operations policy official said today that American
getting away with some
commandos
shit,
on
though,
the
right
ground
now.
in Israel are helping locate the more than
They're
200
actually
hostages
genocide.
seized by Hamas on October 7th. Help us understand the nature of that
We go through
relationship,
some
that
war crime,
partnership,
I
given
think.
that U.S. Special Operations Forces are not assigned any combatant roles in Israel.
Sure. Well, we should begin by noting that Israeli Special Operations Forces are among some of the best
We'll
in the
figure that
world.
all out later.
And it appears we have lost General Frank McKenzie. Are you back with us, sir?
I believe I am back with you, Jeff.
All right, pick up where you left off, if you would.
Sure. I think we should begin by recognizing that Israeli Special Operations Forces are very good, very capable, very battle-tested. We need to recognize that. But our forces are also very unique and capable and battle-tested. They can share techniques and procedures. They can talk about best practices. There are a lot of things we can do to help that don't involve putting U.S. Soldiers into combat.
On the potential for escalation, what's the decision matrix for Hezbollah in getting involved? in this war?
It's my personal judgment that Hezbollah doesn't really care about the suffering that's going on in Gaza, and that will not prompt them to enter. Hezbollah will enter if they see a strategic opportunity, and that would be if Israel gets heavily bogged down in Gaza, if there's political fractures in the Israeli government, if they sense the international political mood is such that they might be able to gain a strategic objective. But Hassan Nasrallah will make a very strategic, very cold-eyed calculation on that. And while the Iranians may or may not press him to do that, his calculation will be based on what's best for his organization in Lebanon. And he's had better days in Lebanon than right now because of the battering that the economy has taken over the past few years. He's in a very different position with the government of Lebanon than he was 10 years ago or in 2006, 2007, when they last fought a significant fight with Israel. So he will have to balance that. So I think it's far from certain that Hezbollah will come in. There's always the danger of miscalculation, of error on either side that sparks something that can get them into the fight. But I think they'll be very cold-eyed as they take a look at it. And possibly the same thing for the Iranians, although I would note their continued attack against U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria is very concerning, and that orders the possibility of escalation. I would hope that we are sending all the signals we can, both diplomatic and in terms of force deployment and actions on the ground to convince them this is not the time to come into this fight. This is not the time to escalate.
Retired General Frank McKenzie, thank you for your insights this evening, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
In the day's other headlines, Capitol Hill is grappling with new domestic threats.
Flag law.
Wanted to invest it.
Legal team that is behind her.
Shut the fuck up. I got something better than you. You suck.
Ground invasion of Gaza intensified overnight, with officials saying they hit over 300 Hamas targets, including some of those underground missile launchers. Newly released IDF video shows Israeli infantry advancing on foot inside of Gaza. From here on the border overnight, we were able to see the intense ground and air strikes.
Sun sets over the Gaza Strip. Smoke from explosions accentuating the notice of darkness descending. Then all night, from here on the border overlooking Gaza, we see Israeli strikes. At times, troops send up flares illuminating areas that within minutes become targets. What we observe, the IDF will later call intensified attacks on the northern Gaza Strip. Here in a high-rise apartment in the Israeli community of Sderot, nearly all residents have fled due to frequent Hamas rocket attacks.
Julie, we have to go. I have to get down.
The Iron Dome air defense.
I have to get down. Stop being a pussy. What's going to be the difference in you getting down and not getting down?
Until either interception or strike. In this case, last night it was an
I have to get down. The live stream's going. You guys see me, right?
For Sderot's residents saying that debris from the two rockets
so
destroyed
scary right here. I need a raise.
For hours. The nearest Gazan city to Sderot is
Fuck him. The police tried to shoot my head off with some shit.
A population of around 50,000 people.
Cry that much.
This morning, after a night of airstrikes, Beit Hanun in the distance is full of charred ruins of buildings.
Although this invasion is shrouded in official secrecy,
looks like a goober. Look at his sleeve.
Are close to, if not
fuck?
already,
You wearing a
dividing
blouse
the
or
Gaza
what,
Strip
bro?
in two after taking control of the primary
Armpit
interior
eating
north
his-
South Highway.
eating his shirt
Jason
or
Bellini,
what?
Scripps News near the Gaza border.
You figure your life out, homie. Or you die over there in Israel. What a goober. Look, Ma, I'm a real reporter. I don't know what size shirt to buy though, Ma. What side you say I should get? Could you put it on me? For a country who's been in civil war for the better part of decades, they hiring war on our country? Who? Yemen? Yo, Yemen can do whatever they want, okay? I appreciate their involvement. It's spicing things up a bit. If more countries get involved, it'd make this more entertaining, wouldn't it? Yo, Lugner's not on right now, y'all. Can you believe that? That's why you got so many viewers, probably. That's why we got 20. Roll call. Who the fuck's here? Wait a second. How can I make you guys say something? Dang, everybody likes to get juicy. We got Dirt Nasty, Ted Thomas, Sister T. Who else? Come on, let's get coded, baby. There's Bungle getting coded, Golden Coin getting coded. Brody YYC's coded to the max. Man, this is gonna be a big payout. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's the 35K right now. Come on, who we got? Come on, let's sweeten this pot. FFA, sweeten the pot. Winner takes all. If you didn't know, that's what this is. 5,000 to enter, but winner takes all. So, hey, you never know. You might be the one. Somebody's gonna be the one. Geno Fast is in there. Okay. We got Les Paul Jr. God, what are we up to now? 45? 45,000 gonna be the win. 50,000 with futures passed. $50,000, $50,000, $55,000 with Bubba Bitcoin Kush. You woke up feeling juicy. Oh, your mind, maybe. I don't know. Hope you didn't make a mess too much. 55. We got 55K on the line. That's a big jump. That's a pretty good. Like, you can do mechs with that one. That's pretty annoying. Yeah, it's a mechs command win right there. Looks like it's about to happen though. Any second now. I think it has a 2-minute timer. Raffle. Oh, raffle too. You're doing a raffle at the same time. God dang it! Oh my God, we're getting I need to do something about that. Shouldn't have both those happen at the same time. But now you gotta do that one, folks. Exclamation raffle 5,000. It's the same thing but different. Actually, it's the same thing. So now there's another chance to make. So if you haven't done the FFA, exclamation FFA, you can do exclamation raffle. Or you can do both of them. If you haven't. But you have to do 5,000. You have to put 5,000 after the raffle. It won't work right. Man, we all cooking right now. There it is. Boom. 55K going to Bubba. The winner. Y'all still got a chance though. Exclamation raffle space 5,000. That's the other raffle that's going on right now. Just happened to be 2 going on at the same time. There really shouldn't be, but there is. Congratulations, Bubba. juice to the max. He's always juice to the max, man.
Yo, we losing! We're losing!
This next one's going to be coming up in a second. Exclamation raffle space 5,000 if you want to enter the raffle. Winner takes all. It hasn't happened yet. It's going to happen any minute, any second now. Who's the winner going to be? Will it be Bubba again? Hey man, I haven't touched anything, so I didn't do it. Completely, the bot is in control of all this. It might have favorites. I don't know how it picks. No one has 5,000? No one has an extra 5,000 to spare that hasn't already done it, really? Exclamation raffle, 5,000, enter the raffle. If you want to win the big dough, you're going to be the one that wins probably. You're probably going to be the one that wins if you do it now, if you haven't done it. Any second now. It's like a Jack in the Box. I'm just waiting on it to pop off. I think I have it on 2 minute, like the other one. There it is. Brody's in there. Oh, Brody's gonna get it. Brody just took it from all y'all probably. Nope, you can only do 5. You have to. It has to be 5,000 for it to work, or you don't get entered. 5,000, 5,000. Boom, we're done's in there. Exocia. Oh shit! Y'all just sweeten the pot by another 10K right now. Did it get both y'all in there? Got weird done. It got yup. Oh my gosh! Now it can't. It can't be all of you winning it, so now I feel kind of bad. One of you, one of the 3 of you is not gonna, 2 of the 3 of you is not gonna win it. The last one's to enter. Somebody's got to get it though. What time I got this thing on, man? Whatever it is, it seems a little long. Seconds. That. Oh, what? 46 minutes. I got on. No way. It really doesn't give the winner for that for 46 minutes? No, it's a cycle. 360 seconds, that's what it is. You can do it every 46 minutes. I wasn't looking at the right thing. Okay, so 6 minutes though? That's kind of long. Alright, I need to shorten that. 2 minutes. 120, yeah. Okay, that's gonna be different next time that's played. It's way too long of a wait time. Makes people forget what the hell's even happening. I can't make this one go faster though. Or the next one, maybe. But the one after that, it should be fixed. Exclamation Rob available now for all you heavy bettors. 100,000 no max. I should have like a sound. Let's see.
If you want to go to Cena, if you want to go to Cena, let me know. I'm always down, literally. Every single day of my life, I want to go to...
We're in the casino now. Who won? Who won the 5,000 thing? It still doesn't happen? Oh, Zoro got it. Nice! Zozo with a 50K. Oh, you went in with the 50. You went in with 50K on the rob. Did she? Oh, you lost it. God damn, Souza. Well, no. Well, now you should have at least 50K though. They still got 50K, right? Or like 65K. Dang. What just happened? 9? Oh, because it was a 50K win. You went, yeah, you used it all. Or never mind. I thought it was 100K for some reason. I think that. gone instantly. Damn. I like when that happens. Welcome to the Doe Show, everybody. I need to download this to make my intro, huh? I gotta pay for that? Come on, man. Fuck you, internet. Give me that for free. Wait, I downloaded it, I gotta pay for it. It's still early, dude. It's not gonna be in 3 hours till the roost is growing. Oh, look at this dude right here. This is his Halloween costume. It's pretty sweet. Costco employee, dude. It's really good. I'm sorry. I interrupted. What the fuck, man? Yo, look at this. This person at the local thrift store literally hogging 2 bins of records they just set out. Wouldn't let anyone else look through the 2 bins until she was done. She said, yep, I'm gonna be that person. Right? She looks like that. She goes to the bins. The comments are what got me, though. I wouldn't mess with her. She's got a crazy look in her eyes. And then somebody put this, my precious records, and I scrolled back up and I was like, oh shit. Okay. Got distracted. Sometimes Reddit's hilarious, man. Yo, guess our dinner? What's for dinner, dude? Yo, what's for dinner? Are you near Long Beach? Haven't eaten yet. It's pretty early, dude. You know what I mean? I can still make it. I was the 901st upvote of that subreddit, of that post. I'm from the 901. That's the Memphis area code. It was meant to be. Your host, somebody found an abscess in their steak that almost made me throw up. Oh yeah. Tasty. Stuffed potatoes. How do you stuff a potato? Doesn't it already have stuff inside of it? You take the potato out and then put something else inside? Stuffed potato. You must like, maybe it's a halfway thing. You like cut it in half and then cut half, then put the stuff out and then put stuff in it. I can't imagine taking a whole potato and somehow hollowing it out and putting stuff in it and then cooking it. So you can make a big mess. You must put stuff in the side of a half of it. And I think I've had that before. Maybe. Why don't you just have a potato? Grilled? What? 2 pounds. What the fuck? Why are you all eating so good tonight? Huh? What is this? I didn't ask you all to just brag. I'm lucky to have sardines tonight. Alright, JD, hey, you need your sleep, dude. You need your sleep, man. And don't forget to put your butt plug in before you go to sleep for optimal refreshness by morning. Put the mint one in. Brisk. It gives you a brisk start to the day. You can do that. It makes you do that just thinking about it. Those who know, know. Those who don't, missing out. Never gonna give, never gonna give. Sometimes you just gotta poop, you know, and it doesn't want to come out. You do what you got to. And that's the sound. That's the sound of a man that's doing just that. The fuck is Willie's problem? Fuck you, Willie. Nobody cares. Hey guys, I'm over here. You got like 4,000 people watching. You're still fucking with your thing up there? Fuck you, man. I need more money. I'm in Israel. I'm in Israel. Mashed potatoes. Yeah. You can drink those, you know, even if you have your jaw wired shut. Ha! Did you know that? So don't fuck with me, or I'll have you drinking mashed potatoes for dinner. So would you like them then? Make it just so lively, you know? It gets kind of boring. The fuck you mean what is wrong with folks? The fuck is wrong with your letters? Why do they look goofy? Cause that shit. Like, what does that mean? Explain yourself. This guy's a little blurry right now. I'm gonna get him crispened up. Alright, alright, alright. Definitely tell he's gotten blurry though. There it is. Oh. Vaccine free. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. I mean, some people use it as that, but the original term for the original use of pure blood was like a white supremacist thing. their blood hasn't been tainted by another race. So it's kind of like when I see somebody do it, it's like, are they trying to connect with their racist brethren, or is it the vaccine thing? Dude, I'm not, you know what I mean? I know you use bank. What does that mean? I don't know anybody named Bank. Maybe there's more to it than bank, but I don't know a bank. Hang loose yourself. I can look you up right now. Who the fuck I know you as Bank? Who is he, Bank? Ain't no Bank in here. These are all the banks I got. Josh Banks, Badass Bank Angler 315, Byron Bankovich, Joshua Banks, Builda Bankin, Paul Banks, Emma Banks, Ezra Banks, Boycott Banks, and Plastic. What the fuck? Yeah, some weird names out here. Oh, is it 5:30? Nope. Not yet. I thought it went past Simon's medicine time. I don't even set an alarm for it. I just try to pay attention. I usually get it pretty good though, because I'm always paying attention. Because my little buddy down there matters more than anything. I'm the Beastmaster. He's my ferret. He's the only reason why I'm here still. I'd probably be either in prison or dead if it weren't for that cat, man. That's why I almost worship him at this point. I might as well be Egyptian. I didn't give him enough appreciation. I realized he was dying, and so that makes it even stronger that I feel the need to do it. I might have to hit up that other person and tell them they're going to need to take the cat themselves. I really just don't want to risk getting him sick by contacting the other cats. They're not really my problem, man. They don't sleep here. I was just trying to be nice because I'm sleeping here. but now that it's not, I'm not really trying to do any of that. I need more whiskey in my glass, and you know what, to do that, I like to have more ice. I used Pellegrino for the ice for 2 reasons. It was the water that I had in the fridge, so it's gonna freeze faster, right? But also because it naturally freezes faster, being that it's carbonated. I've looked it up because I thought that it was freezing faster before, side by side with tap or with a non-carbonated water, and sure enough, scientifically, it's what happens. It does actually freeze faster, but it also melts faster. So that's the caveat or the downside to it. Yeah, freeze faster, melts faster. That's when they stuck it in. That's the sound they made when they stuck it in. Let's see if this makes any sound. Can you tell this is a high quality microphone? $1,000. You try to find one. MKH416. They filmed Jaws with this. The very nice microphone. Better than Joe Rogan's, actually. His costs half as much. Yeah. Half as much. Joe Rogan's microphone literally costs half as much as this microphone. And you can't do that to it. You cannot do that to it like you can this one, because this is a fucking beast! You can beat the shit out of it. That's another reason why I spend so much on it, because I'm an idiot. I like to do stupid shit like that. That's also why I bought a car that costs so much. It's not so much, like, I got the STI, not because I wanted to take it to a track, because it's a trackable vehicle, but because I get kind of crazy every now and then. I needed to be able to take that. You know what I mean? As if I take it to the track every now and then, but I don't. I just drive a little crazy every now and then, so it keeps me safe, so my car doesn't break, and that keeps me safe, so my microphone doesn't break, because I'm a little crazy. I need to get stuff that's durable. That's why I spend more on it. Same with this hard drive. This hard drive, I just spend twice as much on this hard drive because I do stupid shit like turn off my PC on accident. Deleted everything while I was live streaming one day, and I had to get a new one. I got the better one, the more expensive one, and I've done the same thing again. Cut my PC off on accident. Everything because I hit the power strip underneath the desk a couple times on accident, and that could have erased everything. But I got the one that's more durable. I'm the kind of guy that needs the more durable thing. Vagina. I need a durable vagina, you know, because sometimes when I'm like, I need to be able to bounce back. Maybe 5 days in a row. And if it can't do that, we could have a problem. I'm just fine. I just want to get vulgar because I hadn't gotten vulgar in like an hour or something. How long had it been? Was anybody who had me on the clock? You fucking dorks. Nobody having the clock? Nobody having the vulgar clock? I thought I was doing something here. I thought I had people. Fuck it, let's watch a war. One hour, 70 minutes video. I knew it would have been at least an hour. Thanks, Bill. I knew somebody was on it. You never cease to amaze me, Bill. A man that has contributed to the cause. You're timeless. 20 ticks to Bill. Beef. Egg is 20. They'll be in your box, Bill. My man. Hey JD, thought you were going to bed early tonight. How you doing? You still up? Am I getting times? What are you talking about? I guess more water in here before I get stupid. Here, sir. I have to promote you, bro. Thank you, Sister T. Thank you to all the mods that are currently here. Nipple pinch salute. And cheers. Oh yeah, that's tasty. Japanese, man. Bum. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you gotta do that. Let people know how good it is. I'm back in it. Back in the saddle again. Keep them liquid. Keep them juicy. If your lips get dry, gotta tongue fuck it. That's better. Really? It's cash? Yeah, pretty much. Hey, that's shit. These things cash out is too fast nowadays, you know? Resto guy, what the fuck are you doing here, man? Yo, bro, you're not supposed to be here. This is the devil's playground. People that are new here don't know what the fuck's going on. Like, I gotta go. Mom, are my Hot Pockets ready? Fuck you, nerd. Get out of here. Not old enough anyway. How many Hot Pockets can you eat anyway? I can only eat like one. That's like overboard already at that point. I meant to say, the other ones, Pizza Pockets. Damn it! That was an error. That would have been like a baseball error right there. My brain's starting to fuck up from the alcohol. You should unsubscribe. Why? You get, dude. Every month that you're subscribed here, you do get 2 free penises. So. I mean, if it's, is that not worth it to you? That's free charge, and those are mailed straight to your front door. If you haven't taken advantage of any of those, that's not my fault. But if you unsubscribe, you can't get back pay of the penis. There's that. I think I got you by the balls there, no, or by the penis. Gotcha. You ain't gonna go anywhere now. We got it. Presto got for life. How many you want me to send you right now? Because you got some back pay due to you. Like, what is that, 20 months? That's 40 penises. You know, I don't have to give you any penises, dude. You're acting... How did you know you're supposed to get 44? Fuck it, alright. You get the 44. Okay, you good? Am I not being an ass now? You get the total of 44. I was trying to skimp a little bit. Whatever, dude. Now I look like an asshole. Thanks for just putting me on blast, dude. I didn't think our math would be that good. Resto guy gets 44 penises. Final, okay. How many you want to begin with, Resto? You're not getting any more though, dude. That's it. That's how many you get. That's how many you're supposed to get. You do the math on the months of your sub times 2 per month. I'll take my kindness for weakness. None. Are you donating? Are you donating to Outlaw Reform Ministries? Who would you like to donate to? Because that's the thing. That's the beautiful thing here. You're allowed to donate your penises to one person, not multiple, just one. Because otherwise it's a pain in the ass for me. Well, not technically, but it's a bummer. I don't want to deal with it. You just want to chat? We're not open-minded here. Am I open-minded? Man. I'm so close-minded. I believe free Palestine, and at the same time, Israel should go in those tunnels and fucking act like mad lads. Like it's aliens with flamethrowers and shit. Get in there! Yeah. I want to see it though. I want to see it live stream somehow. With it, then you have cables, the GoPros, and they have going back to the surface. We need to see everything. Yeah, it's like gladiator shit right here. As long as we're separated from all this by all the water, I'm cool with it. If I was there, I wouldn't like it, but we're good. What do you say? Are you ready? I'm ready to see some shit. Let's see all-out war in Gaza. It's like a small war, a little small war. It's a practice war. We're just there to make sure they be good little people. We're not actually trying to get in the war, but we might be in it tomorrow. And I don't really give a shit at this point. I can't get drafted, so I don't care. You, if you're under, what is it, 36, 35? It depends on the branch, I think. But you might be draftable. Possibly, depending on how old you are. I'm not, so I'm gonna kick back and put my feet up and watch the show. And I don't have kids that are gonna be drafted either, so I don't care that way either. So just I'm an asshole, I guess. Is it 36 the last draftable age? Alright. It's time, man. It was time for us to do it. If it's fucking go time. You have that meat in your mouth? Because if you like that meat in your mouth, now's the time to put it in. They're the haves and the have-nots, and those with and without meat in their mouth. Which are you? None of you are talking about the meat. What am I doing here? Vermont meat sticks. Okay, there you go. There we go. Love the meat. There we go. Okay. Right now we're you know, we're on the same page. He's from Vermont. Look at that. See the connections we're making here? See how beautiful that is? See how that worked? Boom. 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 See, you guys should hug so your nipples touch each other's. You get the full energy flow through each other. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. You could French kiss even. That's the next level. I don't recommend that though. I've done it with the dude, but it wasn't intentional. Alright, I'm back. How y'all doing? Happy Halloween. Boop, 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 boop. Hey, what are you doing tonight? I had meat stick for breakfast. Yo, I was doing that for a while. I was addicted to them, but now I'm out of meat sticks, so no more meat stick for breakfast anymore. Versus kitchen. Nice. Sounds delicious. Sounds like a fancy meat stick. With the ice, this whiskey is entirely too easy to drink. Without the ice, it's easy to drink. Man, I'm gonna feel like shit tomorrow or not. There's a reason why they're charging $200 something a bottle for this. You know what I mean? There's a reason why. It's not for no reason. It's for a reason. It'll get you drunk as shit. That's why. And it'll get your date drunk as shit. That's the main reason. I think. Because if it's getting me this drunk, it's getting women super drunk. Because I'm like a whammon. I am kind of feminine. But in a manly way. I'm able to get in touch with my feminine side and not be ashamed of it. I was a mama's boy, but a very masculine dad. It's weird. I don't know how to explain it. And that's real talk. I was a mama's boy, but with a very masculine dad. I think I just figured it out. I never really thought about it. That's why that is my personality type. Very masculine. I have some of his traits, but I took more after her. Interesting. I'll still kick your ass if I have to. Because I picked on a lot. I got in a lot of fights. So I'm not a stranger to getting punched in the face. I like to choke people though. That gets a motherfucker in trouble. I have a knack for getting around someone's neck with my hand or my arm. It's starting to sound like some sling blade shit, ain't it? I ain't got no reason to kill them, but wait. That's better. I ain't got no reason to kill nobody. I ain't. I just lost the sub probably. Resto guy is like, what the fuck is this? This shit is possessed, dude. The devil's gonna jump out at me. Oh, Billy. Congrats! Congrats to who? Congrats for what? You called me dirt? You talking about Jack? Got a free jalapeno one. But y'all having these things. What is up with that? That was a demon leaving my body. Man, where's he going? That's scary. Oh my goodness. Well, congratulations, EM, for your level up. Our meat sticks made in Vermont. Beast on the Mass. BJJ. I don't know what the hell BJJ is. I don't know what that is. BJJ. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu? No. Is that what that is? Hey, I got it right, bro. You know what I'm saying? I should like a game show or something. Let's go. And I'm doing it drunk. The heck? That's amazing. I think that this one actually would look better. Here. He's the batshit crazy. I already know that, man. If you listen to any outlaw songs, I should make one right now. I need a beat. Hold up. Wait, do I need to restart the stream yet? What time is it? Oh, we got a little while. But I should go ahead and make the other stream. But I don't have to. I got that part out of the way already. I'll go and do that. Dude, now this one's the better one to be here. My title says title on it. I didn't even know that this whole time. Oh, look at this title. Alright. Well, not anymore. That's hilarious. Really? 7:30. Okay, that was made. That was made ready to go, just in case. I've got it ready to switch over real fast, in case I forget last minute or something. Because I've been drinking, man. Just trying to be prepared. What is this saying? Piss poor planning equals something. The 3 P's of the British Army. Proper planning and preparation prevents piss poor performance.
Hey, it's your boy, Skinny Penis.
Proper planning and preparation prevents piss poor performance. Yeah. That's what I meant. Why are you playing Skinny Penis? What's your problem? Like home. What does that mean? Yes. This is what we got. I got the King Oscar wild caught sardines and extra virgin olive oil. Not that like mediocre version. No, not the regular version. Ooh, super tight. Ooh, oh, puppy, what am I doing here? Oh, I don't know if it hurts. Oh, puppy. Oh, that's what we got here. Wild caught. Oh, they were crazy. Wow, they were out there like yippee, 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 yippee. Oh, ew. I got you, little wild little fishy. Mediterranean style. We got the peppers. We got the little black olives in there. 8 to 12 fish in here. 8 to 12. They vary in size. Bristling. Finest bristling. Finest. The finest. Look at that red. Look at fuck yeah. Let's see what we got. Premium quality King Oscar bristling sardines have always been wild caught lightly, wood smoked and hand packed for generations. A Norwegian tradition since 1902. Oh god, this shows all the awards they got on here. Oh no, it doesn't. Wild caught, non-GMO, gluten-free, BPA. BPA. Wait, what? What does that say? BPA in can. BPA in. What? What does that mean? BPA NI can. What's NI mean? That's so sus. BPA NI can. Everything's in caps. 3 different words. NI is a word. Are they feeding me BPA? I'm suing. There's no way they're doing that. Let's go. Okay, we're opening up the can. Boom. In there. Oh yeah. Look at that bad boys. Look at these bad boys here. Did you feel the energy there? I got the oil on my finger. I need some napkins or something, maybe. Sweet sardines. Yes, I like the sweet fish. And I like the mean fish. I like my fish to come up to me and smile. What do you like? Do you like that fish in your mouth? Because I can understand why. Especially if you're a lesbian. That's just lovely. We're not. What? Dude. You gotta try them. When you mix it with all the different, you know, accoutrements, is that what they're called? Accoutrements? Pew! Pew, pew, pew! Gotta mix this stuff around a little bit. There we go. got a donker on our hands. Shit. We're kind of dripping it off a little bit. That way I'm not getting all the olive oil. Wow. Olive. Old cracker. I'm a Jesus, dude. That's what Jesus said. Then he has some Japanese whiskey. Delicious. I could actually get some water though. So I don't get stupid. It's real easy to get stupid. I did it the other day. Especially the Japanese whiskey, it's easy to get stupid. Once a year treat? That sounds delicious. Smell. I want some smell. We don't have that here. That's everything but smell. Mediterranean style, Ted, yeah. They're a decent price, dude. I dig the flavor of them. What? Are you looking at my sodium content? You are, motherfucker. I was just looking at that. Why are you looking at it? That's not that much, though. 23% of the daily balance. I was just literally looking at the same thing, dude. That same exact second that you said that. That's weird. Freaking me out, man. The olives, though. They might have like 50 milligrams each. The olives are where I'm getting most of the salt from right now, yeah. Because these crackers don't have any salt at all. In Papua New Guinea they would make these as soup? Really? What's that? Palestinians. They're usually salty, huh? They might be salty for you. Probably. Delicious. These right here are super salty. There's not any news going on right now. So what was that thing in the 70s? Proper planning and preparation prevents piss poor performance. Right. Proper. What? Dude. I still don't know it.
What's up, Doc?
Good evening and thank you for joining us on this Tuesday night. We begin tonight with Israel's invasion of Gaza growing more intense, with troops and tanks advancing further into enemy territory. This is FBI Director Christopher Wray warned senators on Capitol Hill that war could inspire extremist groups to launch attacks right here in the U.S. Israeli forces are engaged in urban combat with Hamas fighters as they advance toward the densely populated center of Gaza City. 2 Israeli soldiers were killed, the first since the ground incursion. Israel says it hit about 300 Hamas targets with airstrikes in the last 24 hours, including at the Jabalia refugee camp in Gaza, causing catastrophic damage. Several apartment buildings were destroyed, killing dozens of people. And we learned today that the U.S. is sending 300 more U.S. troops to the Middle East.
What is she wearing,
Israel,
dude?
but they will help with things like communications, disposal of explosives, and other support. And back here in Washington, protesters calling for a ceasefire disrupted Secretary of State Antony Blinken's testimony on Capitol Hill. Senators today confirmed former Treasury Secretary Jack Lew as the new U.S. ambassador to Israel. That's actually a position that's been vacant for more than 3 months. We have team coverage of the war, and CBS's Charlie
ambassador
Daggett will
to
start us off
Israel
tonight
was
from
vacant?
Tel Aviv. Good evening, Charlie.
That's awkward.
Good evening, Nora. Tonight, fierce fighting is underway inside Gaza. Hamas has fired a barrage of rockets into Israel, several aiming here at Tel Aviv throughout the day, while rescue teams tonight are racing to find survivors in the latest series of Israeli airstrikes.
The vast craters left behind, as deep as they are wide, the sheer destruction of the surrounding residential buildings, the terrible human toll are all evidence of the ferocity of the Israeli airstrike north of Gaza City, right in the middle of the densely packed refugee camp.
Why are they able to show a dead person, but I'm not able to show people in a hospital?
Hamas said dozens were killed,
that's a
with
different
another
platform. Never
150
mind.
badly wounded, making it one of the deadliest single attacks since fighting began. Israel Defense Forces released more video today, said to show its troops advancing through a desert scrubland, bulldozers paving a way through the sand and debris for tanks, and soldiers on patrol working their way through the remains of bombed-out buildings after weeks of airstrikes. Hamas has its own video. Fighters emerging from tunnels on the Gaza-Israeli border, saying its fighters have been using machine guns and anti-tank missiles against advancing troops. Both sides report fierce fighting at multiple locations along the strip. This map gives a clearer picture, with Israeli ground assaults from the north and the east, while previous Israeli naval commandos have targeted Hamas positions from the sea. The Israeli military says it struck 300 targets in the past day, aiming for the vast Hamas tunnel systems and the command centers located within them. Hamas has been able to retaliate, raining rockets down on Israeli cities north of Gaza like Ashdod, even reaching areas as far as Tel Aviv. In another dangerous development, the southern Red Sea resort of Eilat found itself under attack again. Fighter jets intercepting drones and the Arrow defense system shooting down a missile fired from Iranian-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen before they reached Israeli airspace. IDF forces identified an aerial target. The IDF spokesman said alerts were sounded, there is no threat, and there is no danger. The Houthi military spokesman not only claimed responsibility,
what's up with his shoulders?
but warned of more to come unless the Israeli aggression in Gaza stops. The massive strike on Gaza's largest refugee camp, more images of the dead and wounded, will only inflame a region already outraged by Israel's military operation.
And tonight, the Israeli military claimed that airstrike on the refugee camp killed a top Hamas commander who was one of the leaders of the October 7th massacre here, as well as a number of other militants. Nora?
Charlie Daggett, thank you.
That dude could have me. He would have me. Have me all the ways. Can have you. Don't look at me.
Planes are flying around. I can't see them, but either F-16 or F-15. Thank you, Philip, mate. That made me laugh. Cheers. End goal is to draw in powers from regional war. Yeah, but do you think they would have, like, you know, Hamas and Hezbollah, you think they would have, like, teamed up and, like, let's hit the north and the south at the same time?
Israel's...
If the chaos on that, if Hezbollah was ever going to hit Israel, they should have done it on the chaos of the Black Friday, the Black Sabbath. They should have done it that day. That would have probably been a whole nother story on that day while things were just fucking chaotic in the south. Open up the north. Sort of like Russia did with Kiev. They chaotic in the east and open a new front from Belarus down into Kiev. You know, long term may not have worked, but it definitely drew a lot of troops away from the south and the east. Willie, are you on Twitter or X? Yeah, I am. I just don't use it. I don't even know what my handle is.
Why, you retarded?
Good night, Willie. Thank you, brother.
I never know what my handle is.
Willie, how do Israeli tanks compare? Are they as good as those in Ukraine? Well, again, the question is more which tanks in Ukraine. But I do believe the Makava 4 tank is...
I can't listen to retarded anymore. Even Lochner's better than him.
Tragedy of Warwolf, we've been saying for days, move south. So it's just the choice that Israel made to do.
There's we know he's not retarded.
Whatever you think of that choice. Hey, Robin Heiss, that's very generous of you, Robin Heiss. Thanks so much. Really appreciate your support for Agenda Free TV. Robin Heiss, thank you. Also, thanks to our member, Craig Bowden. Thanks to Master Mike 881 for subscribing on Twitch. Somebody said, are they done for the night? You never know when stuff's going to happen. It goes in these waves. Oh. It could be several hours where there's not as much going on, then all of a sudden it just lots of...
Yes, fuck you, Lugner. You're an idiot. He's not retarded, but he's an idiot. How would he even respond to that? You just don't know if it's gonna happen again. Like a long, drawn-out comment over it? For real, dude? You got 12,471 people in there? Used to give us the news. Now he's a restreamer. This shitty one. Chosen people. I better drink up before it happens, right? I gotta force water into me, dude. I'm not trying to get a hangover. I just force it in. The other morning, I was jacked up. The trick to not getting a hangover? Lots of water while you're drinking. I swear time. Why y'all keep saying that? Oh, it's you. It's you that keeps saying it. You're the same one. Fuck. It's 5:40. I gave Sam his medicine. And he's not begging me for food at night like he used to. That's why I keep forgetting. Maybe there wasn't anything in there. No, I wanted some actual whiskey with that. That was some like slightly whiskey flavored water. Keep a glass of vodka by me when I'm sleeping? Why? No, dude. I don't need to talking about. The trick no, is drinking? Are you trying to turn me into a fucking alcoholic, dude? I'm not retarded. I'm actually not retarded, dude. Alright? What are you doing? You're a fucked up influence, dude, and I'm borderline banning you for your dumb shit you're saying right now. Just because somebody might be dumb enough to take your shit for, like, haha, oh really? I'll try that. Yeah, that is a good idea. What are you doing? Fuck you, Busy. Oh my God, you're making it hard time with me. Come here, come here. Oh no, come here, come here. He doesn't want it. Oh. Oh. Wash my hands, I'll be back. Oh, that's good. It still tastes like whiskey. I think I had like a little bit in there. I didn't drink all of it before I left. I thought that was ice with a little bit of whiskey flavor, but that was actually whiskey. Well, alright. Any hot hot stock tips? Stock? Man. Let's just go to Vegas. GameStop? Yeah, right. Is it really? Yeah, okay, you're fucking trolling. Fuck you. I got burnt on GameStop, dude. I'm still holding. It's halved or whatever, split since I bought it at its peak, but I still think it's punk past what I bought it for. I forgot I even had that shit, dude. I seriously forgot I had that. What is it worth? I think it's worth like, it was $1,000 at the time. I think it's worth like $200 now. Why am I losing viewers? Are people going to beat off or what? Is it that time? Wait a second. Is it that time? Should I be getting my dick out? Guys. Should I be getting my dick out? Fuck! That's where everybody's going. I see the numbers dropping. That's gotta be it. Because people love to do that nowadays. Get their dicks out. There's even that song. I'd like to get my dick out tonight. I'd like to get my dick out tonight. Ow, 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 ow. It hurts a little bit, I'm not gonna let it hurt me no more. Y'all heard that one? It's on the radio. Oh, that feels good. You haven't? You haven't? Dude, you gotta hear it. I bet the album is legit. Follow the stock that Pelosi has. There is a website you can check. Oh, that's interesting. That's funny. Does it always win? Really? Does the stock she buys? She has to report what she buys or something? What is that? Weird. The government official thing? Government officials aren't allowed to buy stock privately. They shouldn't be. Huh. Conflict of interest, I mean. Guess that's probably a thing, huh? The grapiness of this is just, it's not, it's really pretty, it's pleasant. Nice little slight little grapiness. Not any funkiness at all, no skunkiness, just like grapey. Like cereal or something. The smoke on it's not that smooth. I don't think they flush this shit right. It's not graying out on me when I completely hit it. So it's kind of interesting. Why would we do that? I don't know. Whether keep it in the fridge this long would cause that or not. Dude, the sun's not even down here yet. Yo, Simon ate quick. My God, dude. I gotta scoop this back up in the middle again already. He grubbed. I don't know where he went though. Went to go poop or something. I think he's gonna pick the litter box. What? Boom, 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 boom. Come on, you're mad at this game. What? No. We don't want to go that way. I know. He wants me to open the front door. You want to hear what Lugner's doing?
Small.
This is what Lugner's doing right now. Oh, is that dude talking right now? Shut up. Fuck up, Simon. I'm busy. What are you doing? Meowing too loud. No. I already stirred your food for you. What do you want from me? What? How is so funny? Huh? What? You might be getting a little senile. I know, I should have went all out and been Lugner for Halloween. I would have loved that. sorry, I'm not your Halloween buddy. I'm not your Halloween buddy. What? Best cold out of the freezer? Dude, this is... No. See, here's the thing. See, that's how you mute the flavor of shitty whiskey. If you want to bring out the flavor of something, you don't want it cold, though. Not completely cold like that. That's why I don't put them in the freezer. That's why now I'm not even using full cubes of ice with it, because this is $200-something bottle of whiskey. People pay retail now. People are paying $170 with tax for this bottle. It's not really a watered down type of whiskey. You bother me for, man. It's not something I would normally be drinking, but I'm getting into my stash now because I'm probably gonna eventually really slow down. At least after the holidays, maybe before, I'm not sure yet. Banzai! Simon's like 13, man. To open them and drink them to know what they tasted like. I might sell the other two I have of each. I have one of each left of each of them, of the Hakushu and the Yamazaki. Hold on to them. They're good. I mean, they're decent, but it's nothing extraordinary. Like, the price is more because of their exclusivity. I'll be on here talking to you guys and starts meowing at me a bunch. No, he's not. Open the door, I see. Like doing that. Yeah, I know. I fucked up. I opened it. Whatever. I only paid 100 for it. 108. I didn't pay that secondary price for it. So there's that, you know. Your dog is 14, that's way older than cats live longer normally. Yeah. Yeah, man. Sorry, man. I'm trying to just keep him on the medicines and figure out what he needs to be on, what he doesn't need to be on. And I'm already kind of dealing with the end of life thing. I'll be dealing with it for years, probably. I'll probably be thinking about him dying for years because of his situation. Oh my goodness. Come here. He wanted to be up here, I can tell. That's how he's acting down there. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, I thought so. Well, maybe not. He was resting his chin on my hand like he wanted my full attention. I don't know what his deal is. Maybe he's acting weird. Whatever, dude.
Make this too big. All right, I'm gonna play what Jonathan had to say. It's like 3 minutes long. Hang on.
Hello, everyone. Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan in the reserves here. I want to give you a brief update about events in Jabalia. What we did a few hours ago was to strike a very important military target. The aim of that operation was to kill a senior Hamas commander. His name is Ibrahim Biari, and I'll show you here on the map the vicinity of where he was killed. Northern Gaza Strip, which is the main focus of our combat operations, the area of Jabalia, which is a known Hamas stronghold, and if we zoom into the specific area where Hamas was operating, we provided the area here. Now, as you can see, many underground tunnel shafts and many Hamas localities in this specific vicinity in Jabalia. We know that Ibrahim Biari, a serious
Let me see
Hamas...
what the fuck he's playing right now. Hold on. I bet I can find it. Who does he think he is, huh? Where's that video at? Where is it at, man? What's up, baby? I hear you out there on my sidewalk. On my sidewalk. I'm gonna get shot. I'm fucking there'll be some 13-year-old walking by here, some shit. Brother, the neighbor just was saying some stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be like some what was the movie? Denzel Washington, where he's a cop. What was that movie? Denzel Washington's a cop. He has a new guy, his partner, the white guy. Motherfucker, are you really that slow? Still not big enough of a streamer. Training Day, maybe? Training Day? He's been a cop in 13 movies. You guys could name one? The one I meant was Training Day, though. It's over. You guys suck. Right there. You sucked for that, at least. When it came to memory recall and movie recollection, you guys sucked. You really could have been there for me. If that would, if it's like, man, if I would have been having to call you on my lifeline on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, you would have lost me $1 million possibly, because you weren't smart enough. You've never seen Training Day? Dude, good movie. My opinion, good movie. And I'm a movie buff. I'm like Siskel and Ebert, but if they had a kid or some shit. I know they're two dudes. But if they would have butt fucked and shat me out, I'd been doing what I do now. What is this? Carrie 1976. Or we're just talking about Halloween, the best Halloween movies now. Are we doing that? Probably Halloween, dude. The movie Halloween. Probably like, if you're trying to get, yeah, I mean. I don't care, it might be older. Halloween's Halloween. What was he reading? Halloween for Dummies? I couldn't see it. Hilarious. Teen Wolf. Best Teen Wolf? Is it? What? It's a Halloween movie? I don't remember that. Is it really? Oh, because he was able to run around and people didn't know that he was like not in a costume? I don't remember that part. That makes sense though. Man, that was a Michael J. Fox before he, like, you know, they say that that illness that he got, you can get from doing too much coke. You think that's how he got it? I was sitting next to this dude at the VA one day that had it, and I started talking to him about it, and he said that's how he got it. I didn't even bring that part up. It was in a dermatology clinic even. It wasn't even in, like, that clinic. For that symptom or whatever. Veterans are much more talkative to one another than people would normally be at a hospital. You know, think about it. We've all been through at least one of the same thing. We've all been through boot camp, for sure. There's no doubt everyone at the VA has been through boot camp and at least 2 years of military service. That is guaranteed. You can't go to any other hospital and have a guarantee of something from everybody else that you've all been through. You can't have that unless you want to put in the, like, you're all human. Oh, you all did that together. You know, other than that, you don't have it. That's why there's like this camaraderie at the VA that I don't have anywhere else that I go. I appreciate it. Team Wolf, best. Wait, gotta pass out candy. Oh, later, man. Good luck, dude. Have fun. This reminds me, I should turn my light off so that I don't get any like weirdos when they get anything. I don't have candy, man. Yeah. I don't have any candy. I give him some whiskey. Whiskey and weed. What you want? What you want, kid? Whiskey or weed? That's one way to go to jail tonight. Can you believe Denzel Washington's been a fucking cop 13 times? Going all the way back to 1989. The Mighty Quinn, Ricochet, Virtuosity, Fallen, The Siege, The Bone Collector, Training Day, Out of Time, Deja Vu, Inside Man, Two Guns, The Magnificent Seven, The Little Things, Black Klansman, He's one cop playing dude, man. And he was an XO. And oh, and he was, what was he in? He was an XO in Crimson Tide, an executive officer, which is not a cop, but he was in charge of shit. And but then in Man on Fire, wasn't he like a bounty hunter or something? Was he just almost cop-like? Man. I went to his church once, but he wasn't there. I bought a bean pie outside from some person, but it was moldy the day I bought it. Fucking, I wanted a bean pie! This is the black chick. It was a predominantly black church. It was like the West LA church, some shit. It was huge. Supposed to be there. I didn't go for him. I went because I was trying to get laid. It was kind of cute. Dude, now she works. Dude, now she works for the Long Beach Telegram. She works for a Long Beach newspaper. I saw her on Facebook one day. That was in Hollywood. She lived in Hollywood at the time. That's crazy though, ain't it? Small world. I was like, damn, that's her. Definitely her. That's cool though. I mean, she was trying to be a singer. She was trying to be all kinds of stuff. She ended up being something. Not really very famous, but. For your service, Resto Guy, of being a human. What we do without you. My service meant nothing. I did nothing. But I got something for your asses, whether you like it or not.
Hello everyone, Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan in the reserves here. I want to give you a brief update about events in Jabalia. What we did a few hours ago was to strike a very important military target. The aim of that operation was to kill a senior Hamas commander. His name is Ibrahim Biari, and I'll show you here on the map the vicinity of where he was killed. Northern Gaza Strip, which is the main focus of our combat operations, the area of Jabalia, which is a known Hamas stronghold. And if we zoom into the specific area where Hamas was operating, we provided the area here. Now, as you can see, many underground tunnel shafts and many Hamas localities in this specific vicinity in Jabalia. We know that Ibrahim Biari, a serious Hamas commander who has lots of Israeli blood on his hands, he was very important in planning and executing the attack on October the 7th. He has liters of Israeli blood on his hands. He was important in planning the attack on October the 7th. His track record of terrorism goes back all the way to 2004, when he masterminded an attack in Ashdod, in Israel, where 13 Israelis were killed. That's many years ago, almost 20 years ago. And as he was attacked, he was commanding Hamas operatives and military activities in Jabalia and in the northern part of Gaza City. That is why we delivered quite a lot of ordnance, and we struck the underground complex where he and many other terrorists were hiding. We can confirm that he has been killed. Along with him, dozens, still unconfirmed number, but dozens of Hamas combatants who were hiding in the vast tunnel complex that was underneath the Jabalia area. I can understand that there are reports of civilian casualties. They are still unconfirmed. We do not know yet from a verifiable source how many non-combatants have been killed, but I want to emphasize, we take every precaution in order to minimize collateral damage and the effect on civilians, and to strike the military targets that we are looking for. We are in a war that was forced upon us, that we didn't start, but that we are definitely going to end. It will end like Ibrahim Biari, with dead Hamas terrorists that will no longer be able to kill Israelis or to plan attacks against us. So Ibrahim Biari, with a long track record of terrorism, is now no longer. Many of his terrorists were killed together with him. We will continue to strike Hamas, its commanders, its operatives, its infrastructure, and everything that supports that in Gaza, in the north, and in other parts of Gaza. Our troops are on the ground, and they are doing their best to find the enemy, engage them, and do it as swiftly and as professionally as possible. Thank you.
I wish he had some meat to put in my mouth. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, Beast Bomb. Could it be considered terrorism? I don't know the terrorism law in New York. It just depends on whether the conduct is covered under the law. So I'm not. It's a legal expert question.
Do you want some meat in your mouth, lady?
Thank you also, Joseph.
Lady, hey, how many ladies we got in the chat that want some meat in their mouth right now? Guys, take care of that.
Thank you, Tammy D.
Fellas, take care of that meat. The ladies want it. Take care of that meat. The ladies want it. Take care of that meat. The ladies want it. Take care of that meat. The ladies want it. Why did it turn into a sausage fest all of a sudden?
Gonna get up for 1 minute. I'll be right back in 1 minute.
For 1 minute. His audio sucks, dude. He doesn't even hear the drones.
I'm sorry, winning.
Vegetarians. You mean lesbians? Yeah, that makes sense. Hey. Like meat flabs, that's right. That's what I'm talking about. Meat flabs, like what? I'm about to have a trick-or-treater knock on my door and I don't know what the fuck's going on in here. I think it's a party. Like, you gotta go away. Ain't a party, kid. What? Thankfully, we don't get. Dude, I live in the hood, so it doesn't happen too often. That's never happened, actually. Nobody's gonna knock. I'll turn the light off. Man, now you keep. Y'all stop it. You're making me want more meat with all this gifting and meat emoji things and everything. Like, I'm already vulnerable. You know, I'm in a vulnerable state. And I got a little bit more dried meat sitting around here. You know what I mean? A little bit there. I got a little more in the kitchen, too. A little bit more, man. Thanks, Scott. I'm trying to limit myself here. Lately, I've been getting a little crazy with the meat. What else could I eat? What was it, dude? What was the meat mouth? I saw it really small, and I just noticed it was very meaty. Now I gotta do it. Yeah, that's what I saw, and it made me want meat more. That's what I thought I saw really small over here. This beef doing it, it's like strobing at me. I didn't know exactly what it was saying though. I couldn't tell what, I couldn't read it. I could just see the beef kind of doing its. Like, oh, that looks pretty good. The sun's about to come up, y'all. They're about to start singing. They're about to start praising Allah. I have to restart the stream in a little while. That was beef lips. I feel like you wasted your money with that one. His lips weren't beefy at all. Were they? I got a long ways to go, actually. I gotta wait. I gotta wait until I eat more meat. What can I eat? What kind of meat can I eat?
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Gotta think about it. Man, I wish I could make a sandwich right now, but I can't. I do have bread. Bread. Okay, don't get carried away, right? It's not something to get carried away about. It's just bread. Fuck, that's empty. Now what? A jerky sandwich? Yeah. I could have an MRE. I wish that it had some pudding, dude. I just want all the pudding. The meat pudding, the sweet pudding. Oh, I just want pudding, dude. I just want all the pudding. If I could have the pudding, if I could just sit here and think about it. I'll just sit here and think about the pudding. Different pudding. Sweet pudding, salty, savory pudding, pudding, you know you like some pudding. Would you like some pudding for your breakfast, for your dinner, or your lunch? Would you like some pudding? No, you would. I don't give a shit. You're gonna eat some pudding now. This stuff to be good bread. Yeah. You got the bread pudding, you got the banana pudding. I figured that was Resto, the guy talking about the pudding. It wasn't. Where'd he go? Oh, he knows about pudding. Where'd he go? Dang it! I figured he would definitely know about some pudding. I mean, you got a pudding recipe passed down from generation to generation. Would you eat his pudding if he sent it to you? Your pudding's kind of different than jerky because it's all wet. I don't know if I'd eat somebody's pudding if they sent it. I don't know what's in that, it's too juicy. God dang it, banana pudding does sound delicious. Friends of barbecue, I see you. When am I getting some jerky, dude? I'm gonna be waiting for it. He said he was gonna send me some jerky, dude. He said he might one day. That's there. How about that? Boom. Hamstring Harry. Hi. Do we know each other? These are the most bland crackers that one can buy. Butterscotch. What is butterscotch? Is it actually butter and scotch?
Oh, we have a new flare right here. There were some times tonight where there were so many flares, and some of them were
looking
enormous,
at this stream,
and just one after the other. Here's a new one right there. Oh, we got two of them, two flares, guys. What's going on over there? I'm hearing some gunfire.
Breaking news, flare.
A lot of gunfire.
Dude, I eat crackers,
Wow.
That's all I know. I don't eat crackers, man. I can't get enough of them.
Heavy gunfire.
I know they're Jesus. I know these are Jesus. These are Jesus' skin. That's what makes me want more of them. They make me a better person. Maybe you just let me eat you. I miss a lot of skin.
It's a lot of gunfire. A lot of small arms fire, it sounds like. Wow.
Does he eat the Jesus crackers? Oh. He's not trying to save us, dude. He doesn't give a shit. I'm actively trying to save us. Are you stupid sympathizers out there? Yeah. See? It's the real deal. I haven't broken the 7th seal. Okay. Those are better crackers. And I am running out of these. I got some left though. We got time. pretty nasty, but they're able to absorb the alcohol a little bit, so I can have
Tons
another
of
drink.
gunfire.
You know what I mean?
Tons.
I can have a little sipski.
Could be a gun battle.
Yeah, this could be a gun battle, y'all. I still feel like I should eat meat with it. Damn.
Wow.
I got different meat. Because I don't want to go through Geno Fest meat all in one night. I gotta get more meat out. That I got on sale. Gotta chew on something. Oh, that's better. Way better. You get to mix some meat with your cracker.
Wow.
Wow.
Huge.
What's huge, dude? What's gonna happen at the beginning? Because all my meat eating and whiskey drinking.
Whoa, 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 look, 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 look. See that thing fly across the screen? That was some
You
sort
saw
of,
that
I don't know
like
if it was
a minute
projectile,
ago,
but like
probably.
It was like it flashed and then something flew across the screen.
Way behind.
Wow.
I'm gonna pause this, and whenever that hits, I'm gonna start playing this again. That way, this will be timed up with him again.
I'll replay it shortly.
No!
I don't want to get in the way of the live shot right now.
Just don't get away with it at all. Oh my god, don't do that. I'm about to get in time with him, and he's gonna fuck it up.
Whoa, again, another flash. Whoa, this is happening right over there.
You know, we should be good with
It's
him.
happening right on the left there, right in here. Keep seeing flashes from in here. This is we've been hearing gunfire for over 5 minutes. Huge gunfire. Sounds like a big battle going on.
Another one.
We should be, as long as he doesn't mess with it, we should be right around the time that he's at the top right.
Does anybody have a time code for that? Wow.
It wasn't that big of a deal, dude. A time code? What are you gonna do?
Wow.
Why is he such a fucking spaz? Wow. Wow, they shot something. Wow.
I'll see if I can find that.
Oh, no, don't do that. Whatever, I'll just keep this one at the timing it's at. Hopefully when he goes live again, it'll stay at the same timing as he is.
Projectile thing. I got it. I found it. Right here. Hey guys, I'm gonna show you about a minute ago or 2 minutes ago the projectile thing that went across the screen. Ready? Watch. Ready? Walk on the left. Look on the left. On the left. Boom. Right there. See that? One more time. Boom. Across the left.
That's pretty amazing. Is he Twitter posting that shit? Probably. The projectile thing. Oh.
People think that was a tank. Hey, a quick thank you to hang on.
It seems like they're tank to me too,
Thanks
but
to
people in chat here said that tanks don't have tracers.
Brecht, Gordon Gott, Doc V. Thanks, Doc V. I'm checking that out. I'm looking into that.
Hey, Night Owl, what are you doing? What are you doing up here? What are you? You're supposed to be asleep.
Stone River, thank you. More gunfire now. More gunfire. Thanks, Duke of LA, for the gift subs on Twitch. Appreciate it.
Working like a dog.
Hang on. Thanks,
You're gonna be
Julie
rich
Cantrell
then.
Smith, Tony
Worth it.
Hardley Washington, and Amy McCune for the Facebook stars. Thank you. I have a scanner on here because it was reported on the scanner that there was like a building collapse in Kentucky, and I turned on the scanner and I'm not hearing anything. If I hear more information, I'll let you know. I'm kind of looking into it. It's kind of hard to figure out what exactly happened.
About to get out of here. 7:30. 7:30. So we're gonna do a switcheroo. Your boss? I didn't know you had a boss. Like you were the boss. They're not doing the Civil War.
It's like they're not even talking about it on the scanner.
Oh, you HVAC. Oh.
Did I just miss something? Was there a flash? I think there was a flash or something. I just missed it. I was paying attention to two things at once.
I thought you just did the glass blowing.
Oh, there was a flash on the left. There was a flash on the left side of the screen. I just saw it on the replay. Looked like an explosion on the left side of the screen about 30 seconds ago. It's pretty big. Another one. Wow, on the left side of the screen, guys. Wow.
We're still a little fast on him. Hold on.
Hearing booms.
Fair.
I just saw two big flashes on the left side of the screen. Another one, a third one I just saw. Wow. It is intense. I'm hearing maybe tanks moving right now. Another one, a fourth. Very intense. Before that, there was like a 5 to 10 minute gun battle, it sounded like. Another one. That's like the 5th explosion I've seen over in that area. Another one. So many explosions in that area right now on the left side of your screen. They keep coming. We keep seeing explosions on the left side of the screen. Another one. Unbelievable. Something very intense is going on. I don't know if it's a tank fire or what, but it is intense. Another one on the left side of your screen. We are seeing so many explosions.
Gotta make that one louder.
It is intense.
Another one.
Another one.
Another one. Another one.
I don't know what's going on over there, but it's very intense. Again, I just saw another one. Big explosions.
You know what I should do? I'm gonna make that one A1 instead of another one. I'm gonna make it A1 because A1 isn't taken. It's way easier to type it.
Another one.
Wow.
Wow. All right, Ted,
wow.
You're gonna have to remember that.
What was going on? We had about 5 to 10 minutes of this. Sounded like a gun battle. Just tons of gunfire, and then you just saw about 10 big flashes over there in the same area.
You're the one in charge, Ted, of remembering it.
Hey guys, regarding this building collapse people keep messaging me about, people keep messaging me about, there's an article, 2 people trapped. Look, 2 people trapped following building collapse, WYMT. Martin County, Kentucky. Not much details on it.
You literally just showed the headline.
They have made contact with. The other man they have not made contact with. I don't know what the nature of the collapse was. They can say collapse and it's not like completely collapsed. So, anyways.
Breaking news.
Oh, the incident happened at a coal mine that is no longer in operation. The story says the incident happened at a coal mine that is no longer in operation, according to WYMT. that person is okay, the two people.
Do you really hope they're okay, Lookner?
Thank you to Stressed for your support. I really appreciate
sweet.
it, Stressed. Thank you. Basic J, our new member. Maggie Moses, our new member. Demon Entertainment, thank you. Thanks also Gbrat H.
He's so sweet. I'm gonna give him $10.
Cynthia Moon Armad for the gift memberships. Thank you. Thanks so much, Rumi. That's really generous of you. Rumi, thank you. Mark Vrag Naroda, thank you, Mark, for your support. Mark Vrag Naroda. Thanks, Megatron, for the gift membership. And thanks for the bits, Fetor Memphitis on Twitch. Thank you, Kai Last, for subscribing on Twitch. Before 10 a.m. It has been an intense night. I can't tell you exactly what's been going on in northern Gaza, but we know there's been a lot going on. It's been very intense on the camera, looking into northern Gaza.
He can't tell us exactly. I don't know. He doesn't know either. This is me not giving a fuck. You got the meat in your mouth? What you waiting for? Fucking put it in. are you doing here? I don't give a shit, that's why. I give pee on not shit, just pee. My shit is sacred. You don't want to listen to music I listen to. It'll fuck your brain up. It's not good for you. It won't work for you. No, not the funky music. That's annoying. Not tonight.
No show.
No. Simon's down there saying hi. How am I getting off my meat salt addiction? I gotta figure out a way out. I gotta figure it out, man. I'm in too deep. And the salt and the meat. I'm in too deep in the salt and the meat. I started eating. I couldn't stop. I started eating. I couldn't stop. The meat, the salt. I started eating. I couldn't stop. Don't you put this in my mouth, baby? Just put it into my mouth, baby. Yeah. There you go. Am I the only one eating meat right now? Because I am, I feel sorry for the world. This song makes me feel a little gay.
Give it to me like I want it.
In a good way.
Give it to me like I want it. 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 Give it to me like I want it.
Oh.
Give it to me like I want it. Give it to me like I want it. Give it
Let's have a look. That's a new song to me. It's an interesting song. I think it has a place in the world.
Who got a problem with me? Who wanna party with me? Taking these shrooms up to the moon. I'm going as high as it get me. We caught a white girl with me. I roll up a blunt quickly. I'm breaking it down, sticky. What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
We call a white girl Whitney. She's definitely black though.
I got some Molly in me. Who got a problem with me?
Okay.
Who got a problem with me? What you gonna do?
Oh, why didn't you do that already though? I just proved that.
Who got a problem with me? I got some Molly in me. We caught a white girl Whitney. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? I got some Molly in me. Who got a problem with me? Who wanna party with me? Taking these shrooms up to the moon. I'm going as high as it get me. We caught a white girl with me. I roll up a blunt quickly. I'm breaking it down, sticky. What you gonna do?
Who is Whitney? Whitney Houston. I don't know.
What you gonna do? I got some Molly in me. Who got a problem with me?
I don't know what the hell that means, dude.
Who got a problem with me? What you gonna do?
It's a weird song, huh? Am I eating too much meat lately? Maybe. I'm gonna cut back. Not tonight. Got this. That's my insult. What are you talking about? Thought you were leaving, man. You said you were going to sleep. You're waiting for me to insult you to leave or something? Weird. Did it work? Don't hate on you. What are you talking about? You drunk? Probably a little drunk. Good thing my water, man. Resto guy. You're fired. I thought you were a good fit for the position.
No show, no crowd that glow. I feel the weight now. No shows, no crowd that glow. I feel the weight.
Fuck you. Oh, wait. Maybe go. I'm about to have to restart the stream. If you press next on your thing, it should bring you right to it. Or it might take you right to it. I have to mute my mouth. So. Don't ever treat you like shit. Dude, you're drunk. Knock it off. This guy's fucking on one. Whatever, Resto. Chill out. Take your medication, dude. Oh, shit. Fuck. Please take your medication, dude. Good talk. I'm serious. Resto. Let's go sell. I'm fucking serious. Take your fucking medicine, Resto, before you do some stupid shit. Huh? You know you're liable. Alright, y'all. Back in a second. What are you about to do here? Take some more, y'all. Just in case I forgot. Getting retarded right now. Let's get retarded in here. Oh, fuck. Did I really not put part 2? Oh, Tuesday night. That's now. Okay. See ya.